Chapter 1707, Heavenly Court's Crisis. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave, Grand Formation. Myriad dragons flew around, encircling Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortal Xianxia Yuan like a huge ball made of dragons. These ancient poison dragons are clearly made from the formation's power, yet they are so agile and act as if they are real. Xianxia Yuan defended himself as he pondered. He wanted to kill these ancient poison dragons, there was no issue with that, but even if he got rid of them, there were other obstacles awaiting him. The tens of thousands of ancient poison dragons were formed using the formation's power. Xianxia Yuan had to destroy this formation to target their root source. Otherwise, even if he killed the ancient poison dragons, he would not be able to break out of the formation. It is a pity my formation path attainment is too low, even until now, I have not found any flaws. Xianxia Yuan gritted his teeth. Immortal killer move, perfect round light. He used his defensive method as his body became shielded by a ball-shaped yellow barrier. Regardless of how ferocious the ancient poison dragons were, they could not break this thin light barrier. From this, one could see how deep Xianxia Yuan's light path foundation was. Unfortunately, his opponent was this super formation, he needed formation path understanding instead. There were many GU master paths, like earlier when Fang Yuan was countered by Heavenly Court's human path and information path methods, Xianxia Yuan was also countered by formation path. Even though rank 8 GU immortals could usually mimic other paths, and Xianxia Yuan could use light path to mimic the effects of formation path, he was facing against a super immortal formation that Heavenly Court had paid a huge price to create. It was the grand formation that could seal legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zhang Sheng. Xianxia Yuan, who could not find any flaws, could only defend himself while waiting for a chance to appear. Inside the formation's control area, Old Man Bei Feng manipulated the super immortal formation as he observed the situation of the Eastern CGU immortals. A young-looking ranked 6 GU immortal was beside him. It was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi looked at the images as he cheered, "Grandfather, this is great. These rank 8 GU immortals are all trapped and unable to escape. We have made a huge contribution, we can definitely atone for our mistake and leave this cursed place. Grandfather, you can also become a true member of Heavenly Court." One Old Man Bei Feng shook his head, he had a solemn gaze, "Grandson, you are not clear of the true situation. These rank 8 GU immortals have not exhausted their means, most of them are unharmed. They are unable to break the essence of this formation, so they chose to observe for now, waiting for reinforcements. Once they find any flaw, they would attack with unparalleled and shocking might." Feng Chanzi was stunned and frightened. Then what do we do? Grandfather, didn't we seek reinforcements long ago? Why have Heavenly Court's reinforcements not arrived yet? Old Man Bei Feng was silent for a moment before he said, "How can we know what Heavenly Court is planning? We can only guard this place to the best of our abilities now." After Old Man Bei Feng said that, the formation started to shake. What is going on? A rank 8 GU immortal found out a flaw of the formation. Feng Chanzi was shocked. "No, it is that evil dragon." Old Man Bei Feng's expression turned pale all of a sudden. Hidden Dragon Cave, it was renowned for sealing evil dragon Di Zhang Sheng. Right now, Di Zhang Sheng was struggling, it wanted to get up. Old Man Bei Feng could not help but resist bitterly. Di Zhang Sheng was not ordinary, it was created from endless hatred, anger, and grudges, all these negative emotions in Central Continent's earth veins. When it was originally sealed and constantly struggled, if it succeeded, there would be a huge earthquake. Old Man Bei Feng was guarding it. One of the reasons was to stop the evil dragon from causing huge earthquakes in Central Continent. But now, Fang Yuan and the other region's GU immortals rampaged in Central Continent, attacking countless lifeforms. A vast amount of grudges, hatred, and fear were generated. Di Zhang Sheng absorbed these emotions and gained a huge boost in strength. When the Eastern CGU immortals attacked the formation, it was already alerted. The crafty Di Zhang Sheng held its patience and gathered strength. By causing a scene now, Old Man Bei Feng was caught off guard. Old Man Bei Feng quickly reacted and tried to use the formation's power to suppress Di Zhang Sheng. After that, Old Man Duke Long used this formation, it weakened by 30%. Right now, my strength has secretly risen by at least 50%. Old Man Bei Feng, if you escape now, you might survive. Otherwise, when I destroy this formation, I will tear your corpse to pieces." Di Zhang Sheng roared, its voice was thunderous and caused tremors in this huge earth trench. Don't even think about it. Old man Bei Feng had a grim expression, but his determination did not waver. I found a flaw. In a formation space, Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortal Qing Yuan stared with opened eyes as his aura burst out like a volcano. Immortal Killer Move, Mountain Suppression. A huge phantom mountain appeared out of nowhere. It struck towards the formation's loophole while creating loud sounds resembling wind and thunder. Hidden Dragon Cave's Super Immortal formation had already reached its limits facing Eastern Sea's GU Immortals and Di Zhangsheng. Now that Qing Yuan attacked it, it was like a broken bowstring. The formation collapsed. Old man Bei Feng suffered a backlash and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale as paper and he was on the brink of death. Sounds of glass cracking could be heard. A huge portion of the Immortal formation was destroyed. Only the control area was left. It was still pitifully defending the final bit of territory. Eastern Sea's Immortals felt their vision shifting as they were all released. I can sense it. The Rank 8 Immortal GU house is outside the Immortal formation's core. Shen Kong Sheng's eyes shined with bright light. Charge! Song Chi Yuan laughed loudly as he moved. Qing Yuan stayed behind to heal himself. He had suffered injuries in trying to destroy the formation. He was not a formation path GU Immortal. He could not resolve it through formation path means. He had used brute force instead. Di Zhangsheng roared in excitement. Its voice was loud as thunder. It made all the Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions change. Quick! Destroy the control area. I am about to regain freedom, ha ha ha. Old man Duke Long, after I get out, I will tear apart your tendons and eat you piece by piece. Di Zhangsheng's voice was filled with hatred and rage. It sent a chill down all of the Immortals' spines. Grandfather, grandfather, you must hang on. In the tattered formation control area, Feng Chanzi cried as he held onto old man Bei Feng. He shuddered as he screamed, why have Heavenly Court's reinforcements not arrived yet? Old man Bei Feng was still spitting out blood. There was a pool of blood beneath him now. Both of them fell into a desperate situation. Central Continent, Emperor City. This huge city was made of GU worms. It was known as the #1 mortal GU house in the world. At the same time, it was also the largest mortal gathering spot in the whole of Central Continent. The finals of Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would be held here. Fang Yuan was high in the sky, covered by layers of auspicious clouds. This was a luck path method meant to conceal his traces. Other than that, there were more than 10 immortal methods used by Fang Yuan on himself. He could barely defend against the investigative power of people's accusation. He did not have human path methods after all. This effect was already satisfactory. Right now, his gaze was focused on Emperor City. Nobody else has acted yet. Longevity Heaven has yet to respond. Damn it. He did not know that Southern Borders Immortals were already attacking infallible blessed land with great morale. Meanwhile, in Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Sea's Immortals had also broken the formation. Only the core was left. I cannot let Heavenly Court repair Fate GU fully. I will destroy this Emperor City and kill all of the GU Masters that are in this final competition. Fang Yuan ordered. An Immortal GU house crashed down like a meteor. The Immortal GU house contained He Lu Lan, Bai Ning Bing, Ying Wuxia, and Qi Clan's GU Immortals. It could be said to contain almost all of Fang Yuan's subordinates now. Who dares to attack us? I will kill all of you. Li Huang's voice resounded. He was the rank 8 expert tasked to guard this place. As he said that, Immortal GU houses started to appear, revolving around Emperor City like planets moving around the sun. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. My Immortal GU house was made using Bai Shang Grotto Heaven's 33 heavenly halls, along with the place where the Killer Move Heaven form was stored. I also added in some GU worms to barely assemble it. It is likely not the match of these Immortal GU houses. Even so, Fang Yuan did not ask them to retreat. He had expected this situation, but there was no choice. Time was tight. He had to do something. Fang Yuan made up his mind. When Bai Ning Bing and the rest are unable to continue, he would show up personally. As expected, Bai Ning Bing and the rest were attacked by many Immortal GU houses. They were suppressed from the start of the battle. Heavenly Court placed a huge line of defense here. It was simply ridiculous. A moment later, the Immortal GU house that Bai Ning Bing and the rest were in became extremely damaged. They were soon to be defeated. Fang Yuan sighed. He was about to enter the battle when his expression froze. He looked towards another direction. Several rank 8 GU Immortals appeared. They were followed by several Immortal GU houses. These are Western Desert's rank 8 GU Immortals, and the Immortal GU houses of Super Forces. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he showed joy on his face. Western Desert and Southern Border's main forces have arrived. Fairy Ziwei sighed. Actually, if not for the fusion of earth veins, the regional walls would still be thick. Our heavenly court will definitely not face a coordinated attack of this degree. She was right. Precisely because the Great Era was impending, the 5 regions were becoming one as the regional walls vanished. These 4 other regions felt a strong sense of threat. Central Continent had the greatest strength. This was publicly recognized since ancient times. Right now, Heavenly Court wanted to repair Fate Immortal GU. This was adding fuel to the fire. The other 4 regions' GU Immortals had to stop them. The strongest group has not arrived yet. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Fairy Ziwei frowned. Only several people from Northern Plains have arrived. Their main force has not shown up at all. Fang Yuan is also not present. Considering the battle in the River of Time earlier, he might likely join forces with Bing Sai Chuan again. Saying so, Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all of my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked afar. No need, they have arrived. At the next moment, Fairy Ziwei looked with deep anger as a rainbow fog appeared in the sky of Heavenly Court. Rank 8 Immortal GU House Calamity Luck Altar burst out of it. 2 inches these Northern Plains brutes. They are too daring. How dare they attack my Heavenly Court directly? Fairy Ziwei was so angry her body was shaking. One old man Zheng Yuan who was at the side became speechless. Duke Long laughed loudly, standing up. Indeed, this is the character of Northern Plainsmen. Chapter 1708. Emperor City Battlefield. This is the Immortal GU house that Master told me about. Yi Fan had made it to the finals competition. He looked at the sky with deep shock. The other participating GU masters were mostly the same. These Immortal GU houses are usually the foundation of a super force. To think that so many would appear. I'm afraid that even after the regional walls vanish and the earth veins become one, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there would not be such a battle. Yi Fan had a realization. 2 at this time, a voice sounded beside Yi Fan. Brother Yi, we can finally compete this time and determine the winner. Yi Fan diverted his gaze as he smiled and thought. Master ordered me to join this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. To think that I would meet such a talented person. Even if I lose in the competition later, it would be a great experience. This sworn brother is my greatest gain. Friends are often made after a fight. Hong Yi and Yi Fan had emerged victorious in the previous few rounds. They naturally became acquainted. After some conversations, both developed a bond with each other. After a drinking competition, they decided to become sworn brothers. Hong Yi continued. This Refinement Path Convention is unprecedented. Let those GU Immortals fight in the sky. We have our own business to attend to. Thank you for the concern, Brother Yi, I understand. Yi Fan knew about Hong Yi's kind intentions. He expressed his gratitude before concentrating on the final competition. Outside Emperor City, Central Continent had many Immortal GU houses of varying ranks. They were distributed around Emperor City, surrounding it and forming a 3-layered defense line. Outside the defense lines, there were many Western Desert Rank 8 experts in Immortal GU houses. Other than that was the one controlled by Bai Ning Bing and the rest. Fang Yuan had not even named this Immortal GU house that he assembled in a rush. Fang Yuan originally wanted to show up, but after Western Desert's GU Immortals appeared, he decided to stay hidden again. Western Desert's GU Immortals flew down along the Immortal GU houses. They continued to shorten their distance, causing huge pressure to form on Central Continent's side. Even Li Huang, who was commanding the situation, felt a little pressured. Even he who had great battle experience had not participated in a battle of such a huge scale. Li Huang had participated in many chaotic battles involving GU Immortals, but he had never seen so many Immortal GU houses in one fight. Immortal GU houses were much rarer than GU Immortals. Normally speaking, very few GU Immortals had their individual Immortal GU houses, only super forces had them. A GU Immortal alone could not gather enough wealth, ability, and time to create an Immortal GU house. And an Immortal GU house was not the most feasible for a single person's use. For super forces, they needed a rank 7 Immortal GU house. In crucial situations, it could act as their rank 8 battle strength. Rank 8 GU Immortals were not common. The first Supreme Elder of many forces were only rank 7. At this time, a rank 7 Immortal GU house could help to stabilize the situation. Immortal GU houses had their flaws, of course. The methods were fixed and easily countered. Thus, Even though most rank 7 Immortal GU houses could rival rank 8, they could not truly fight against a rank 8 GU Immortal. Right now, the Immortal GU houses here were at least rank 7, they all had rank 8 battle strength. From a certain perspective, this was a battle that involved more than 10 rank 8 battle strength existences. Both sides felt nervous and pressured. But this was an unavoidable battle. The atmosphere became heavier, when the distance between both sides shrunk to a certain degree, an Immortal GU house that was in Central Continent's second layer defense line attacked. This Immortal GU house was small and delicate, it was an exquisite and small pavilion, there were countless bird cages hanging on it as birds chirped continuously. It was one of Heavenly Lotus Sect's 5 Immortal GU houses, Canary Pavilion. A large number of cages were unlocked in Canary Pavilion, flaming birds flew out rapidly, shooting out like a rain of flames. These birds expanded midway and regained their original size. They were large as horse carriages, their bodies were red and their feathers were flaming with great heat. Their eyes resembled molten magma, their chirping was quite unique, it sounded like flowing lava. One ancient desolate beast, molten flame bird. Be careful, these birds can self-detonate, they have great power. Among the Western Desert group, a GU Immortal immediately warned. Firepath ancient desolate beast, ha ha ha, let us face them. Amidst the laughter, an Immortal GU house that resembled a water wheel rolled out itself using those gigantic wheels. A huge red light shot out of the wheel, it seemed to resemble ribbons that tangled the bird group. The molten flame birds shrieked and tried to struggle, but most were suppressed by the red light. A few self-detonated, turning into lava that were absorbed by the red light to become even stronger. What Immortal GU house is this? Central Continent's side was shocked, to think that the molten flame birds were so easily countered. Western Desert's side was also shocked, a few rank 8 GU Immortals paid slight attention to this weirdly shaped Immortal GU house, they had no information regarding it. Oh, Dong Clan's Red River Wheel. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This Immortal GU house was obtained by Dong Clan from a mysterious inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, it had displayed its great power and gained huge fame. Normally speaking, if a super force wanted to research and create an Immortal GU house, the process would take a long time. And in this process, a lot of clues would be obtained by other forces. Only Immortal GU houses that were suddenly obtained like this would shock people. Dong Clan's GU Immortals felt a little proud, they had made a great gain, obtaining these molten flame birds. With them, Dong Clan's Red River Wheel would become even stronger, especially in terms of speed. Tit for tat, Fang Clan's GU Immortal shouted in the Immortal GU house, releasing a large number of ancient desolate beasts, most were dogs and chickens. Fang Yuan was even clearer regarding this Immortal GU house. It was Fang Clan's chicken dog co-op, it looked like two buildings side by side, the left building was yellow and had a round plaque that had chicken written on it, the right building was red and had the word dog on its plaque. Every Immortal GU house was comprehensive in all aspects but also contained its own specialty. Chicken Dog Co-op and Canary Pavilion were both focused on enslavement path, the former enslaved chicken and dogs, while the latter raised canaries. Both were also the same at rank 7. The advantage of enslavement path was to engage in a battle of attrition. A large group of chickens and dogs charged out as Central Continent's outer layer of defense reacted, using all sorts of killer moves on these chickens and dogs, a large number died. But Western Desert's group also followed after and attacked. At once, Immortal GU houses unleashed thunderous sounds and collided into each other, killer moves were unleashed as space was torn, loud sounds caused continuous tremors in this area. Western Desert's advancement was very ferocious, soon, Central Continent's first layer of defense was broken, the second layer was also almost broken, but it barely held on. Western Desert's side has less manpower and Immortal GU houses than Central Continent after all. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Eastern Sea. Southern Border had the Southern Alliance, the super forces were working very closely now. Right now, the whole of Southern Border had beacon towers everywhere, this was proof of their cooperation. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven leading them. In the recent years, Longevity Heaven had been recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members, they were trying to unify the entire GU Immortal world of Northern Plains. Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortals had almost lost all their face because of Duke Long's actions of taking the Immortal GU house. Because Duke Long offended all of these people which were all arrogant overlords of their own territory, this event caused them to band together instead. Over at Western Desert, even though they knew that the issue of Heavenly Court repairing Fate GU was severe, only super forces participated in this. Fang Yuan did not see any Western Desert lone immortals or demonic path members. And Western Desert's super forces have reserved a lot of strength in this battle too. Fang Clan is the one that has brought the most force. They brought Chicken Dog Co-op, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bean Palace has been repaired. Did they bring it? Fang Yuan pondered rapidly. Divine Bean Palace was a rank 8 immortal GU house. If they brought it, this would be interesting. But Fang Clan knew that the chances were slim. Even if Fang Clan had control of Divine Bean Palace now, there was a good chance that they would leave it in their base. In this refinement path convention, even though Western Desert and Eastern Sea mobilized their forces, they were quite conservative. They were wary of each other. You go this way. Fang Yuan watched from above as he commanded Bai Ning Bing and the rest. Bai Ning Bing and the rest moved the immortal GU house according to Fang Yuan's instructions and passed the second layer of defense, going straight for Emperor City under everyone's shocked gazes. But Emperor City was protected by Central Continent's third layer of defense. Two immortal GU houses charged toward Bai Ning Bing and the rest from the left and right. The palace at the left was grand and imposing. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal GU house, Yuyong Palace. The right garden was exquisitely built. It was grand with white jade tiles and oozing with cold air. There were faint dragon roars heard occasionally. This was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal GU house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ning Bing and the rest used the immortal GU house's killer move. The move was not powerful. It was destroyed by Yuyong Palace and Frost Dragon Manor. They arrived in front of Bai Ning Bing and the rest. Bai Ning Bing and the rest knew that their immortal GU house was inferior. They could only retreat. You can't retreat. A Western Desert rank 8 GU immortal shouted. If they retreated, this gap that was painstakingly created would be mended. Their chance would be lost. Retreat. Fang Yuan's orders were very direct. This immortal GU house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyong Palace's match. Fang Yuan needed to preserve them. If it was destroyed now at the start, it would be a huge waste. However, it was not so easy to retreat. At the crucial moment, intense winds restrained Bai Ning Bing and the rest. It was a 7-story tower. Curtains were fluttering in the building. It was rank 7 immortal GU house, Wind Sweeping Building. This was one of the 2 signature immortal GU houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was paired with Cloud Passing Building. Wind Sweeping Building and Cloud Passing Building were able to combine into rank 8 immortal GU house Wind Cloud Manor. It had extraordinary power. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor was once ranked as the number 1 immortal GU house for some time. With Wind Sweeping Building restraining them, Yuyong Palace moved rapidly like a meteor, crashing into Fang Yuan's immortal GU house. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also landed. Instantly, a portion of Fang Yuan's immortal GU house broke, pillars broke and a huge gap was created. A vast number of mortal GU was destroyed. He also lost several immortal GU. Fang Yuan snorted as he showed up. Emperor Yama killer move. With the use of Great Thief Ghost Hand, he directly took a bunch of GU worms and 3 immortal GU. Chapter 1709. Wu Yong vs Chen Yi. With a loud sound, huge changes occurred. Wu Yong led the group of Southern Alliance immortals as he broke the 5th layer of the formation, arriving at the 6th. In the 6th formation, there was complete darkness. There were no boundaries as far as one could see. The southern border immortals were as small as ants in comparison to this huge space. This is a space path formation. A Luo clan GU immortal suddenly spoke. He wore a traditional southern border clothing. His skin tone was white and he had a cold expression. He was a Luo clan general famous in southern border, having peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran. He cultivated space path and had incredible attainment. Indeed, this is a space path formation. Kai Kuyu nodded in agreement. Let me make some deductions. The immortals held no disagreements. After entering a formation, using brute force was not wise. The best way was to let formation path GU immortals deduce the profundities of this formation, to target its weaknesses and achieve a greater result in doing so, saving effort in the process. After some deductions, Kai Kuyu said plainly, I've already deduced most of this formation. It is likely the spaceless formation. Luo Ran listened and frowned. Even though I do not cultivate formation path, I've heard of spaceless formation. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of space path. It was created during the remote antiquity era. Nobody knows who the creator was. This formation only has one ability: it can extend space and increase distance. After entering the formation, the distance of 1 step can be turned into 100 steps. Kai Kuyu laughed. Friend Luo Ran is wise, that is correct. But this formation had already been modified, there is a variation hidden inside it. Someone asked. What variation? Kai Kuyu shook his head. I have not deduced it yet, I can only sense it. But we can set off first, I can deduce along the way. In this situation, we can move ahead without concern. The spaceless formation does not have offensive power, it can only trap enemies in. Increase the distance between enemy and ally, to stall for time. Give me some time, I will be able to deduce the variation formation and find its weakness. During this period, if Heavenly Court attacks, as long as we can defend ourselves, whatever changes we observe will help me in my deductions. Kai Kuyu's suggestion was good. The Immortals quickly set off and chose to move forward together. Spaceless formation had no light, it was completely dark and endless. The Southern Alliance Immortals protected Kai Kuyu, who was at the center of the group, while Wu Yong remained as the vanguard. Look, there's something in front. Yao Clan's GU Immortal Yao Tianzi suddenly spoke. The Immortals quickly slowed down and got closer, taking a clearer look. There was a huge green and white radish, it was large like a house, floating in the air as it remained motionless. What is this? It seems to be an immemorial desolate plant. Yao Tianzi asked. Everyone frowned. This was not a common sight after all. Wu Yong was silent. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He seemed to have heard of that immortal plant, but he could not recall it in a short time. If I am not wrong, this should be the great profound ice light radish. It is an extinct immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era. To think that Heavenly Court still kept it till now. Chao Ji Kai said. He was the first supreme elder of Chao clan. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated wood path. Wu Yong's eyes shined. That's right, this is the great profound ice light radish. Everyone be careful, if anyone gets close, this radish will burst out with countless ice lights, it will pierce every muscle and skin in your body, you will instantly freeze to death. Chao Ji Kai added to the explanation. That's right, do not underestimate the ice lights, these ice lights are the Tao marks of the great profound ice light radish. After it shoots out, the great profound ice light radish will no longer have any Tao marks, it will become a mortal material. Thus, the ice light storm will have the power of a rank 8 GU Immortal's immortal killer move. The Immortals heard this and stepped back, they became very alert. Ripples appeared in the air, the formation suddenly activated as a huge space path force erupted on a southern border GU Immortal. The southern border GU Immortal had already activated his defenses long ago, but the space path force did not attack him, instead, it teleported him away. The location was none other than beside the great profound ice light radish. The great profound ice light radish was like a frightened little girl, it quickly shrunk until it was 1/3 of its original size. Afterwards, boom, countless ice needles shot out in all directions. The southern border GU Immortal had already activated his strongest defensive method, but in just half a breath of time, he was pierced thoroughly. Next, he became frozen, becoming an ice statue. The southern border Immortals were all deeply shocked. The spaceless formation suddenly activated and teleported the GU Immortal away, it was clearly the variation that Kai Kuyu had spoke of earlier. Together with the great profound ice light radish, it was a perfect combination. Wu Yong's expression turned ashen. He led the Southern Alliance Immortals in this battle. At this moment, they had finally lost their first member. Wu Yong was quite anxious to find a way to deal with the situation. At this moment, a change occurred again. Ripples appeared in space again as a formless space path force erupted, trying to teleport another Southern Alliance GU Immortal. With me around, don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, Luo Ran shouted, activating an Immortal GU. The power of the Immortal GU spread out as the surrounding space instantly froze like ice. Southern Alliance's Immortals felt a strong restrictive force, as if they were sealed in an ice coffin. Rank 7 Immortal GU, suppress space. A rank 7 Immortal GU could not deal with this Heavenly Court formation, but it was not without effect. Suppress space Immortal GU helped the Southern Alliance GU Immortal to gain a few crucial seconds to escape. The formation's spatial ripples were like a beast's mouth that failed to devour its target, it could only vanish in vain. Luo Ran dispelled the effect of suppress space Immortal GU. Southern Alliance's GU Immortals felt the pressure lifting as they regained their freedom. The situation was urgent. I had to activate suppress space immortal GU, it had a wide range that cannot be controlled, my apologies for implicating everyone. Luo ran quickly apologized. Wu Yong laughed loudly, well done. This is suppress space immortal GU. It is a good GU worm that counters this formation. Kai Kuyu nodded, feeling glad. Luo Ran smiled. I obtained this GU from an earth trench recently, to think that it would work here, this shows that somehow, heavens will truly exists. Everything in this world had its weaknesses and counters, there was no strongest GU worm, only strongest GU immortal. Heavenly Court created this spaceless teleportation formation, it was made of several rank 7 immortal GU and a vast number of mortal GU, but it was countered by one suppress space immortal GU. With suppress space immortal GU, Southern Alliance's immortals no longer had any concerns when moving in this formation space. And because Heavenly Court's teleportation formation was activated, Kai Kuyu's deductions became faster. A moment later, Kai Kuyu pointed out a loophole of the formation. He said to Wu Yong, Heavenly Court's spaceless formation is too troublesome to break from the inside. Lord Alliance leader, why don't you use this loophole to link with the unlimited wind outside and break the formation there, it should be easier. Wu Yong used the loophole and easily detected the unlimited wind outside. Immediately, wild winds blew and broke the formation through the loophole. The Southern Alliance GU Immortals returned to the outside world. After breaking 6 formations and only losing 1 member, the Southern Alliance Immortals had surging morale. This battle result made the formation's controller feel extremely heavy-hearted. This person was dressed in a green robe, emitting an aura of a scholar. From his appearance, he looked young, but his eyes were deep and wise, he was already some thousands of years old. It was none other than the Woodpath rank 8 Great Expert, Heavenly Lotus Sect's previous First Supreme Elder, the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor, Chen Yi. To think that the enemies are so ferocious. There are only 3 formations left. Chen Yi pondered for a while and said to the person beside him, why don't we work together and fight them, we can gain some time for the formation to be set up. The female immortal beside him, Bai Kang Shui, was a Heavenly Court member, she had participated in the previous Refinement Path Convention to restore fate. She did not hesitate, agreeing immediately. The two walked out of the formation, Wu Yong and the rest were still attacking the 7th layer of the formation, they tried to break it directly. Chen Yi cupped his fists at the Southern Border Immortals. Southern Border friends, I am Heavenly Court's Chen Yi, does anyone dare to fight me alone? Wu Yong's pupils shrunk, he waved his hand as clear jade dripping when tiny bamboo building was taken out. In a fight between rank 8s, rank 7 GU Immortals could not interfere, but if they went inside an immortal GU house, they would be able to join the battle, barely. Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder Ba Shi Ba laughed loudly, Old man Chen Yi, it was not wise for you to come out of that tortoise shell. Let me face you. Wait, don't let him stall for time, we will attack together. Wu Yong snickered and ordered. If Wu Dushu was here, she would definitely accept Chen Yi's challenge and fight him alone. But Wu Yong was a different type of person, why would he give up on a chance to attack him as a group? Immediately, Wu Yong moved forward with multiple rank 8s from Southern Border behind him, along with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building carrying rank 7 GU Immortals, they charged ahead. Chen Yi and Bai Kang Shui were attacked by the group but they did not fluster. Bai Kang Shui pushed with her hands as huge white waves appeared and moved forward. Wu Yong's body flickered as his afterimage remained, his true body had vanished on the spot. Ba Shi Ba faced the huge waves as he shouted, his aura surged as a profound light shined on the waves. Next, the wings on Yi Hao Fang's back waved, countless arrows shot out, the arrow rain pierced the waves, approaching Bai Kang Shui and Chen Yi. Come, Chen Yi smiled, he did not make any movements but the phantom images of huge trees appeared around him. Yi Hao Fang's arrow rain pierced into the forest, it only caused some shaking in the trees, a large number of leaves fell. Chen Yi's aura grew stronger, he was about to retaliate when his expression suddenly changed. Wu Yong appeared right behind him unknowingly. He has such concealment methods. The concealed person that I detected was actually an illusion that he made. Chen Yi was deeply shocked by Wu Yong's methods. At the moment of crisis, he did not even have time to turn around. Next, he felt that Wu Yong had lightly patted his shoulder. We became friends at first sight, yet you have to go now. This is farewell my good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, Even with Chen Yi's thousands of years of life and abundant experiences, his expression became pale. He shouted in his heart, "This is a mortal killer move, farewell friend Wind." My heavenly court had not been able to find it even after extensive search, to think that it was in Wu Yong's hands. Next, Chen Yi lost control over his body, he slowly floated towards the front. While floating, his hair, clothes, and limbs started to disintegrate. "Save me," Chen Yi shouted in his heart, but he could not make any noise. He could not move at all, none of his methods could be used. Even Karma Divine Tree Killer move was unable to be activated. Chapter 17:10. Limitless Left Path. The originally white sky became covered in 7-colored rainbow lights. A huge immortal GU house was floating in the sky. It was truly an incredible immortal GU house. It had 3 floors of altars, grand and magnificent. There were multiple pillars holding each floor up, having white jade railings and shining aurora. It was the rank 8 Luck Path Immortal GU house, Calamity Luck Altar. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had personally constructed it. It was one of his 3 immortal GU houses that he used. Originally, Calamity Luck Altar was left as Longevity Heaven's foundation, but this time to attack Heavenly Court, they actually brought it along. Such an act showed Longevity Heaven's confidence. Many of Heavenly Court's GU immortals felt very worried. Fairy Zi Wei frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn gaze in his eyes. However, his attention was not on Calamity Luck Altar, but the rainbow lights in the sky instead. Duke Long said in a low tone, "Calamity Luck Altar. And the Longevity Heaven GU immortals alone cannot break in here easily. This 7-colored rainbow light is of rank 9 level, it must be the work of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fairy Zi Wei was dazed before realization shined on her face. According to Heavenly Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was once invited to tour Heavenly Court. Did he create this backdoor secretly at that time? That should be the case. Duke Long said. Fairy Zi Wei's expression turned grim. This Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is truly crafty. He had already planned to invade Heavenly Court so long ago, his scheme was so deep. All past Venerables have great wisdom, they cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable possessed luck path methods, he secretly set this arrangement and we could not discover it until it was used now. Duke Long sighed as he shook his head, having a complex feeling. Back then, when Giant Sun became venerable, he did it through luck path. It was a huge obstruction to Fate GU. Back then, Heavenly Court's leader, Golden Hooped Great Immortal, made a plan and specially invited Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to tour Heavenly Court, telling the world that they were inviting Giant Sun to join Heavenly Court openly. After considering it, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and went on to look around Heavenly Court. Golden Hooped Great Immortal personally led Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as they went to look at the important places in Heavenly Court, especially the places that Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus stopped at when they attacked. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a suggestion. He wanted to see Fate Immortal GU. Golden Hooped Great Immortal did not reject him. They went up Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate GU. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent along the way. After leaving Heavenly Court, he said that he had to reconsider the matter of joining them. This experience in the conversation between Giant Sun and Golden Hooped was clearly recorded in Heavenly Court's history with great precision. The power of rank 9 is truly unfathomable. We only saw Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements today, that is not strange at all. After all, he cultivated luck path, and we have little understanding of this path. However, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who managed to plant spies in Heavenly Court is in our captivity now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has died long ago, only his Calamity Luck Altar and a bunch of Northern Plains GU Immortals are here to attack us now. How can my Heavenly Court fall so easily? The hall resounded with old man Zheng Yuan's voice. One Fairy Zi Wei nodded but she still frowned. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 Immortal GU house, it was once owned by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Prince Feng Xian did not join this invasion, otherwise we would have gotten information about Longevity Heaven's sneak attack in advance. But most importantly, how much force is hidden in Calamity Luck Altar? Wait, I think there isn't a lot. Because we did not get any news of this invasion by Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. They were able to keep it hidden so well, they must have kept it to a very small number of people. Fairy Zi Wei analyzed rapidly. You are not wrong. That is likely so. Duke Long nodded. Even though he stood up from his seat, his arms were still behind his back, he did not join the battle, as if he was waiting for something. At the next moment, the whole of Heavenly Court shook. Swoosh! Like the howling of the wind, this sound was etched deep into everyone's hearts. Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and Old Man Zheng Yuan felt no surprise, they showed faint smiles on their faces. The killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left behind has activated. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals felt no surprise either. The information that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind already described this. In fact, even without Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's information, Longevity Heaven had a number of true inheritances of the few Demon Venerables. Be it Reckless Savage or Limitless, they were Northern Plainsmen. The intel of their attack on Heavenly Court was in Longevity Heaven's hands. 1 inch. This is the killer move Chi Wall. Chi Wall killer move is very ordinary, but when Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was at a young age, he was very skilled at it and enjoyed using it. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable became invincible in the world, this Chi Wall killer move was also elevated to rank 9. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals discussed as they manipulated Calamity Luck Altar, attacking the surroundings. The surrounding air started to produce ripples like a formless fortress. Only after facing a lot of attacks did it burst back into normal air. But soon, it gathered again into a formless fortress wall. The whole of Heavenly Court was reinforced by this air, resisting the invasion of Longevity Heaven. But for Heavenly Court's members, when they moved, the Chi wall around them would return to normal air, they would not be obstructed. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals made some attempts as they expressed shock on their faces. Indeed worthy of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. The ordinary Chi Wall killer move has the power of rank 9 in Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's hands. It is even stronger than the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. What do we do now? 5 Elements Grandmaster had an ugly expression. He was very worried. He had just joined Longevity Heaven recently. He had only learned of the invasion several days ago. 5 Elements Grandmaster's worry was very reasonable. If they could not get past this move, they would need to destroy all the Chi walls along their path. The expenditure would be too high. They might not even make it to Duke Long before their immortal essence dried up. They would be extremely tired. But it was too difficult to unravel this move. Firstly, it was a rank 9 killer move. Only methods of similar level would be effective. Unless they possessed an extremely effective rank 8 killer move, it would not be useful. Secondly, after the changes of eras, Chi Path had already fallen out of common use. Almost nobody from Longevity Heaven in this trip cultivated Chi Path. Don't worry, we have our method. Even though this move is made by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, eras have changed. After the invasions of 3 Demon Venerables, it already possessed flaws. That's right, back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus could not unravel this Chi Wall killer move even though they attacked Heavenly Court. They merely used their incredible strength to break through by force. They carved out 3 roads on their own. These 3 paths are the places where the Chi wall is at its weakest and cannot regenerate. As long as we destroy a small area, we will be able to enter one of these 3 paths and follow the Demon Venerable's road to fight our way in. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief. So that's it. Next, he asked, which path do we choose? In the central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei conversed. Even though Chi wall is powerful, it had been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven is attacking now, they must be aware of its weaknesses. They will use the paths that the Demon Venerables created. Fairy Ziwei nodded, recalling, the left path was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It passes Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Dao Lake, and finally, it stops at the Imperfection Regret Pavilion on the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The central path was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It passes Immortal Emperor Court, Hidden Space Pavilion, Sumeru Lake, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and ends at Heaven Overseeing Tower. The right path was made by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He first went past Lotus Fairy Pond and Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, followed by 12 Spiritual Pass, Separation Flame Pavilion, Magnetic Star Hill, Waterwood Clarity Court, Central Great Hall, and ends at Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they make their choice, we will be able to know their route and set up our defenses. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with the sparkles of wisdom. That is right, Duke Long had no objections. Calamity Luck Altar brought the few Longevity Heaven GU Immortals as they attacked the weak spot of the Chi wall and went in. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt that the pressure was greatly lifted, the Qi wall was barely existing here. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals also saw what happened. Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long looked at each other, they chose the left path. Chapter 1711, Heavenly Court Battlefield. Left path. This was the path that limitless demon Venerable created a million years ago during the Olden Antiquity era. The left path past Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally, it stopped at the Imperfection Regret Pavilion on the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Heavenly Court was shining in glorious light, it had countless palaces and pavilions, it was a grand sight. Calamity Luck Altar charged ahead with an unstoppable momentum. Heavenly Court, which had been silent for a long time, finally met with an unavoidable attack. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grand Master watched and observed the situation. He was tongue-tied and deeply moved. If I was not seeing this personally, I would not believe that all these buildings here are immortal GU houses. Even though most are just ranked 6 immortal GU houses, Heavenly Court's foundation is still too terrifying. Flower Lady of the Northern Desolation Immortals chuckled. 5 elements, this is Heavenly Court after all. It was created 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era, it had remained standing until today. Even though Fate GU was damaged, it remained as the #1 force in this world. With such an accumulation, this is not a surprising sight. Look at these palaces, they are all the creation of famous rank 8 immortals from the remote antiquity era. After modifications from future experts like Statue Deity, Ant Orchid, Yellow Court Monarch, Uncle Feng, and Concubine Quan Miao, they continued to develop and improve upon them, until they were completed today. All of the palaces and immortal GU houses are considered one entity, they can help each other. At the same time, these palaces can be separated and elevated on their own, it is very convenient. However, there is no need to overestimate Heavenly Court, these immortal GU houses are mostly just rank 6. And most importantly, they are only specialized in one aspect, they are not as comprehensive as the immortal GU houses outside. 5 Elements Grand Master nodded. I understand, if it is comprehensive, even more immortal GU will need to be used, as well as a vast number of mortal GU. Heavenly Court is very proud. Other than the 3 demon venerables who attacked, nobody dared to invade them. Thus, there was no need for such investments in their opinion. After all, these immortal GU houses are kept in Heavenly Court most of the time, they are not too useful. Saying so, 5 Elements Grand Master suddenly laughed loudly, so that's it. We attacked Heavenly Court and caught them unguarded at this moment. This is their weakness, interesting. Other than 3 demon venerables, to think that I will also attack Heavenly Court. Even if I die here, with this experience, my life was not in vain. 5 Elements Grand Master was filled with grand aspirations. He was a Northern Plainsman, even though he was rank 8, his nature was that of a Northern Plainsman, it had never changed. The people of Northern Plains sought glory through combat, it was a shame to live as a loser. For them, dying in the battlefield was the greatest honor and recognition. Calamity Luck Altar forced its way through, finally arriving at Central Heaven Gate. This huge gate was like a mountain adorned with beautiful golden ornaments, it was held by tall and thick pillars, there were shining pearls and gems on its frame. This is Central Heaven Gate. It looks like an information path immortal GU house. 5 Elements Grand Master looked around as he pondered. Indeed, Heavenly Court only recruits new members who are elites of the 10 great ancient sects. These rank 8 elites would have to pass the test in Central Heaven Gate before they join Heavenly Court. Bull Demon said. Central Heaven Gate was shut tight, it blocked Calamity Luck Altar from advancing further. In Central Great Hall, Duke Long asked. Central Heaven Gate is a rank 8 information path immortal GU house, but it has weak defenses, it cannot stop them for long. How many golden pearls do we have in the storage? Fairy Ziwei replied immediately. 3,600. Duke Long nodded. Take them all out and use them to help Central Heaven Gate defend against the enemy. I am certain that Longevity Heaven has trump cards up its sleeves. Northern Plains has courageous people, but they are not without wisdom. We need to remain calm and deal with them without panicking. We will stall for time and wait until Fate GU is restored, all our hard work and sacrifice will pay off in the end. Yes, sir. Fairy Ziwei answered as she manipulated the Central Great Hall. The Central Great Hall was the control area of all the Heavenly Court immortal GU houses. Using it, Fairy Ziwei opened Heavenly Court's treasury and took out all of their golden pearls. Cling cling cling. There was a sharp noise as golden pearls fell down like rain, there were golden sparkles as they poured down. Calamity Luck Altar crashed into Central Heaven Gate as it started to crack from the pressure. The golden pearls landed on Calamity Luck Altar and created continuous sharp noises. Calamity Luck Altar remained unaffected, there were no cracks on it. However, the golden pearls started to show their true effect, as the peels turned into huge soldiers that were armored all over their bodies. Under the shadows of their helmets, only their 2 eyes were shining with piercing golden light. They had weapons like axes, blades, and spears in their hands. Soon, these golden pearl soldiers surrounded Calamity Luck Altar. Countless blades and spears slashed and stabbed at Calamity Luck Altar, causing many sparks to appear. Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. In order to defend from the attacks, Immortal essence was rapidly expended. What is this? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. Each soldier has the strength of an ancient desolate beast but possesses no life force. This looks like an immortal killer. Move. These are golden pearls. During the medieval antiquity era, there was a metal path great expert in Heavenly Court. He was known as the Golden Pearl Immortal King. These golden pearls were his signature killer move, a method unique to him. Bull Demon said plainly. Flower Lady giggled as she covered her mouth. Heavenly Court is only tossing these golden pearls while Fairy Z-Wei and Duke Long are not showing up. It seems that they are trying to stall for time until Fate GU gets restored. Bull Demon nodded. This is a wise decision. Even though Heavenly Court is huge, there are only a few rank 8 GU immortals who are awake. The battlefield outside is depleting and splitting up Heavenly Court's current force. Then we need to make use of this time. Flower Lady's eyes shined. Bull Demon said in a low tone, "Let me do it." Saying so, he concentrated and started to manipulate Calamity Luck Altar. A method was activated by Bull Demon as Calamity Luck Altar started to shine in a blinding light. Within the light, auspicious clouds formed and pushed all the golden pearl soldiers away. At the next moment, with a loud bang, Calamity Luck Altar broke through Central Heaven Gate. Longevity Heaven's group did not slaughter these golden pearl soldiers or attack the heavily damaged Central Heaven Gate, they only pushed forward. This was a battle that was determined by time. Since Heavenly Court wanted to stall for time, Longevity Heaven's group had to make use of that and prevent them from succeeding. Along the way, golden pearl soldiers continued to obstruct them but could not stop Calamity Luck Altar's advancement. Soon, Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals arrived at Name Plaque Palace. But what they saw was that Name Plaque Palace flew high up into the sky. Heavenly Court actually moved this Name Plaque Palace away. 5 Elements Grandmaster was happy but suspicious. Bing Sai Chuan said in a low tone, "This is also an information path Immortal GU house, there are name plaques inside, each has a person's name. These people form a huge information network for Heavenly Court, they are all over the 5 regions." 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. So that means, if we destroy it, Heavenly Court's information network will be exposed. No wonder they had to move it away at any cost. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt that it was a pity. Heavenly Court's information network was huge, it covered all 5 regions. Even though other regions were trying to get information on other regions, their scale and reach could not compare to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had the 10 great ancient sects as their subordinate forces, they had ruled over Central Continent for many eras, they were naturally able to select suitable people to nurture as elites and send to other regions secretly. As for the other 4 regions, Longevity Heaven and Southern Alliance had only surfaced recently, trying to unify their own regions. As for other super clans, even if they sent people out, compared to Heavenly Court, they were too small and insignificant. Forget it, we had already anticipated that Name Plaque Palace would fly away. Without its obstruction, we can save a lot of time and advance faster. Bing Sai Chuan ordered. Sun Palace. Calamity Luck Altar soon arrived at the 3rd obstacle. Sun Palace gave out a heated light, it was too blinding. The surroundings of the palace were distorted from the warm air, intense heat assaulted everyone. Even though Longevity Heaven's members were inside Calamity Luck Altar, they still felt immense heat that burned them endlessly. The Immortals tried to move Calamity Luck Altar to charge through, but even without getting too close, the surface of Calamity Luck Altar started melting, a vast number of mortal GU were charred and incinerated. Sun Palace was so strong that Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. It controlled the illumination of the whole of Heavenly Court, it had multiple light path rank 8 immortal GU as the cores, even though it was very weak in defense, even lower than Central Heaven Gate, Calamity Luck Altar could not approach it. Calamity Luck Altar stayed in the air as killer moves were activated, attacking Sun Palace from afar. But all sorts of killer moves melted from the heat and light of Sun Palace before they even landed. This obstacle is too hard, we do not have any light path or dark path experts helping us. 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. No need to worry. Bull Demon spoke. Sun Palace is strong on the outside and weak on the inside. As long as we can get in, we will be able to destroy it. I will go. Okay, let's go together. Flower Lady chuckled as she lay on his shoulder, feeling no nervousness at all. 5 Elements Grandmaster was greatly shocked. He knew how dangerous that was. The light was too intense. Without proper defense, even rank 8 GU Immortals could not last long, they would melt like candles. Isn't that too dangerous? We can think of other ways. 5 Elements Grandmaster said cautiously. Bing Sai Chuan shook his head. Speed is the key, go. He controlled Calamity Luck Altar as it attacked, paving a way for Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Bull Demon and Flower Lady shot out with incredible speed. They were about to get into Sun Palace in just an instant. Wishful thinking. Fairy Zi Wei, who was in the central Great Hall, smiled coldly as Sun Palace's intensity surged. Oh no! 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted in dismay. At the crucial moment, Flower Lady shouted as her tiny body jumped, turning into a pink light that shielded Bull Demon. Bull Demon cried out in pain. He charged into Sun Palace without stopping. Fairy Zi Wei's expression turned grim. She said bitterly, Sun Palace has been taken down. After 10 breaths of time, Sun Palace was destroyed. Without Sun Palace, the whole of Heavenly Court's sky became dark. In the rubble, Bull Demon carried Flower Lady's corpse as he returned to Calamity Luck Altar with an expressionless face. Sun Palace was destroyed. Longevity Heaven also paid a price. Flower Lady died. Looking at the silent Bull Demon, 5 Elements Grandmaster wanted to console him, but no words came out after he opened his mouth. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were together known as the Northern Desolation Immortals. They were usually extremely close and never left each other's side. Now that one was sacrificed while the other survived, this pain was truly deep and heavy. Even though Flower Lady died, she had a smile on her face. Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady's corpse for a long time. She eventually turned into scattering flower petals. Only a tiny delicate flower remained. Bull Demon placed this flower on his head carefully and gently. It was completely different from his usual cold and tough appearance. Continue. Bull Demon turned around and looked towards the front. Under Bing Sai Chuan's manipulation, Calamity Luck Altar continued to move ahead. Chapter 17:12. Battle of Legendary Desolate Beasts. Once Sun Palace was destroyed, the next was 5 Deity Hall. And after 5 Deity Hall, it would be the central Great Hall that Fairy Zi Wei and Duke Long were in. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals came with determination. They attacked ferociously without concern for sacrifices. Heavenly Court's Immortals felt deep pressure. We cannot let them continue with this any farther. Duke Long turned to Fairy Zi Wei. Have you deployed all of them already? Fairy Zi Wei's expression was quite ugly. Only 2 came. Duke Long was dazed before he spoke. Kang Zanzi didn't come. So be it. When it agreed to join Heavenly Court back then, there was already an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The 2 that came should be able to block Calamity Luck Altar for some time with their strength. 5 Deity Hall was already in sight. Suddenly, a sandstorm brewed. Waves of sand blocked Calamity Luck Altar. A tiger's roar resounded in the surroundings. The sand waves spread apart as a hill-like tiger was exposed from within. The fierce tiger had overwhelming aura. Its body seemed to be made of metal. It had golden skin and silver teeth. Its eyes resembled sparkling rubies, emanating fierce light. On the tiger's forehead, the marking was not Wong, but Sha 1 foot. 5 Elements Grandmaster took a glance and expressed his shock. Heavenly Court also has legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Of course. Bing Sai Chuan had a plain expression. Heavenly Court has a total of 3 legendary immemorial beasts. This huge tiger looks like a tiger, but it is actually a shabi. This is a type of monster that is formed in the fiendish Chi Si Spring. Right now, Chi Path is going extinct. The fiendish Chi Si Spring is already extinct. This is the only shabi left. During the Olden Antiquity era, Heavenly Court's Chi Path Great Expert 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch nurtured it. After he became rank 8 and traveled the world, he purposely looked for the fiendish Chi Si Springs and created the shabi from them. He refined a total of 99 shabi. He formed a grand army with them. These shabi were compatible with his immortal killer moves. He could use them extremely well. During that era, almost nobody could rival him. But now, this is the final one. This Shabi was one of the last few created, it was number 95. Thus, it had been named as such, but after ancestor giant sun god invited to heavenly court and saw this Shabi, he named it Shabi 95-1. So there was such a backstory. No wonder Lord has such a deep understanding of it. 5 Elements Grandmaster sighed in admiration. He looked behind him, only to see that Shabi 95 had whipped up a sandstorm, fighting against Calamity Luck Altar, with a grand commotion, displaying peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Sai Chuan analyzed closely. Shabi 95 resides in Eternal Sand Cave, it was deployed by Heavenly Court to come here. Green Jade Crane Ruan Dan will likely come here too, while Kang Zanzi is probably not coming. 5 Elements Grandmaster asked. Ruan Dan, Kang Zanzi, are they the remaining 2 legendary immemorial beasts? At the same time, he felt puzzled inside. Why was Bing Sai Chuan so certain that Kang Zanzi would not join the battle? Did they have spies in Heavenly Court? Bing Sai Chuan answered, indeed. Ruan Dan is an immemorial green jade crane, it was nurtured by Immortal Crane sect and created Pill Path, it resides in Heavenly Court to cultivate in normal times. As for Kang Zanzi, it is that vast heaven vine. This vine has incredible power and abilities, it sprouts in 300 years, blossoms in 300 years, and bears fruits in 300 years. The fruits that it create are called vast heaven fruits. If used in a grotto heaven, it can expand the size of the immortal aperture sky. Thus, this vast heaven vine is also known as the 10th heaven of this world. 10th heaven of this world, 5 Elements Grandmaster shook, he suddenly realized as he pointed left, that huge vine pillar that extends towards the limits of the sky. Heavenly Court had countless palaces, there was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth, it was even taller than the heaven overseeing tower behind the central Great Hall, it was very eye-catching. When 5 Elements Grandmaster invaded Heavenly Court, he noticed it immediately. That's right, the vast heaven vine was brought in by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable personally, it had an agreement with him, it is a unique existence in Heavenly Court, it does not need to follow orders, but only has to provide a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. 5 Elements Grandmaster heard this as he felt his horizons broadening, he had never thought that there would be a legendary immemorial desolate plant in this world that could ignore Heavenly Court's orders. But thinking about it, he knew why. The vast heaven vine's ability was too unique and special. With these vast heaven fruits, Heavenly Court could continue to increase the skies of the immortal aperture and increase its foundation. Rather than saying that the vast heaven vine could ignore Heavenly Court's orders, it was more like Heavenly Court was making use of it and allowing it some degree of freedom. At the moment, in the central Great Hall. Oh no, Fairy Ziwei frowned. This Calamity Luck Altar is fake. What? Duke Long looked over. Fairy Ziwei was in control of Central Great Hall, she had been using the palaces and countless immortal GU houses to observe Central Continent, she obviously kept a high amount of concentration on Heavenly Court's situation. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not be moved normally, Fairy Ziwei mobilized the other immortal GU houses, shooting out a crystal rainbow light. The rainbow light tore through the skies, landing on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar shook before it returned to its original form. Its body was huge, even larger than the Shabi. It was like a ferret, its body covered in shiny purple fur, its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like color, there was a dog tail on its back. Oh, you finally realized, you fools from Heavenly Court. Ha ha ha, the purple ferret laughed loudly, mocking its enemies. You are, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's dog tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chu. Shabi 95 was very shocked, it spoke human words. The purple ferret's expression sank, it quickly moved out like a purple flash of lightning. Sand splattered, the dog-tail life-extending ferret pressed down on the Shabi as it opened its mouth, saying with a fierce expression and low tone, "Remember, call me Grandpa Mao." Shabi 95 was furious, growling, "In terms of age, I am your grandfather instead." It struggled to get up but the dog-tail life-extending ferret did not budge. Shabi 95 was secretly shocked. This beast has such great strength. But how can I be suppressed like this? Ha ha ha, stupid cat and silly ferret, you two are a good couple, this is such an interesting fight. Right at this moment, laughter resounded above the two beasts. Dog-tail life-extending ferret looked up and saw a GU immortal sitting on a cloud, looking at them with a smile. The dog-tail life-extending ferret's expression froze for a second before it realized. Oh, so you are that green jade crane, why are you posing as a human? Come down, let your grandpa Mao teach you how to be a proper bird again. The laughter stopped. The green jade crane was furious. You insolent ferret, I am going to tear your skin apart. The green jade crane was about to descend when it stopped all of a sudden. Fairy Ziwei had given it orders secretly. Instead of fighting with dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Chu, it was supposed to head to 5 Deity Hall. The true calamity luck altar had not shown itself, but the route it could take was fixed. The green jade crane acknowledged the order and was about to leave when a huge shadow appeared in front of it. It looked up and its pupils shrunk. Mao Li Chu had jumped into the sky and its huge form was crashing down while causing a vacuum behind it. The green jade crane shrieked before it returned to its true form. It flapped its wings and quickly got out of the casted shadow's range. But at the next moment, Mao Li Chu's claws grabbed onto the green jade crane's leg. Come down here for your grandpa Mao. The dog-tail life-extending ferret snickered as it pulled with its strong limb. The green jade crane flapped its wings furiously, but it soon discovered to its despair that any effort ended in vain. Slam! The green jade crane landed on the ground, causing a huge pit to form. The green jade crane's ears were buzzing. It only had one thought in its mind now: this northern plains brute has such great strength. The green jade crane struggled to get up, but Mao Li Chu pounced once again. Dust clouds rose as rocks were sent flying. The green jade crane continued to shriek. Ah, you thug, don't pull my feathers. Ah, you mindless beast, don't bite my leg. Don't touch my elegant neck, you scumbag. My neck is breaking, it's breaking. Ah, my leg is breaking, my leg is breaking. Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sai Chuan, 2. Eventually, the green jade crane's screaming reached its limit. Stupid cat, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming here and helping me? Ha ha ha, weren't you having a good time watching earlier? You two can play, I'm leaving. Shabi 95 laughed as it flew towards 5 Deity Hall. Where are you going? Mao Li Chu snickered as a clone flew out of its body, pouncing at Shabi 95 with great speed. We are both males, why are you lying on top of me now? Shabi 95 was furious. 3. The green jade crane agreed with these words wholeheartedly. It shrieked amidst the dust clouds, that's right. Let us go if you have guts. Ah, stop kicking between my legs, you evil scumbag. Shabi 95 was very angry. It liked the action of pouncing on others, but it liked to be at the top. Being at the bottom was a disgrace and humiliation. Shabi 95 was struggling on the ground below Mao Li Chu. It was furious and its teeth were exposed as it growled. A mere clone, you want to obstruct me, you are simply looking down, At the next moment, Shabi 95's expression became dazed. It was a little fearful. Is this the main body or a clone? Why does it have such great strength? In the central Great Hall, Duke Long seemed to have realized something. This is because of Mao Li Chu's actions. Calamity Luck Altar obtained some crucial time. It finally arrived at 5 Deity Hall. I have already explained the details of 5 Deity Hall to you. It will depend on you now. Bing Sai Chuan said to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked behind worriedly. Can Grandpa Mao do it? How long can it last? Don't worry, it is using the killer move Perfect Pair. This was the method of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable that my longevity Heaven had searched for with great effort. It can summon a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. Bing Sai Chuan's lips curled up. 2 inches understood. 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light, staring at 5 Deity Hall. 5 Deity Hall shook intensely. A giant spirit made of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, formed and attacked Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with profound light. 5 Elements Grandmaster was directly sent into 5 Deity Hall. The 5 Elements giant spirit was furious. It wanted to defend, but Calamity Luck Altar shot out an incredible attraction force that restrained it. Chapter 17:13. Battle between Venerables. With a chain of explosions, 5 Deity Hall was blown to smithereens amidst a huge fire. 5 Elements Grandmaster stepped on thin air as he walked out. Even though there was some soot on his face, he was unharmed. Next, he went inside Calamity Luck Altar. 5 Elements Grandmaster laughed loudly. Even though this 5 Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am very familiar with its concept. My methods directly counter it. This was much easier than I had expected it to be. As he said that, a sense of pride emerged in him. Bing Sai Chuan looked at him and said plainly, of course it is. The formation path methods that you use are part of my ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he looked at Bing Sai Chuan. What do you mean? Bing Sai Chuan gave him a glance, showing a smile full of deep meaning. Why do you think you managed to enter longevity heaven when you attacked? Do you remember the most important words of your inheritance? Do you find them nonsensical? Try reading them in reverse, but only the last word of each sentence. Five Elements Grand Master was immediately suspicious. He was a lone cultivator from birth. His turning point was the mysterious lone immortal formation path true inheritance that he found. It led to his achievements. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I cultivated non-stop and had never spoken of it to others. How does Bing Sai Chuan know that my true inheritance has those important sentences? I have never understood what it was saying. Reverse the order and read the last word of each line. Listen to Bing Sai Chuan and attack Heavenly Court. Five Elements Grand Master was lost for words. He stared at Bing Sai Chuan in disbelief. One Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward while saying slowly, even if a rank 9 Venerable does not cultivate Wisdom Path, at their level, they have already gained a deep understanding of the path. It is not hard to set up arrangements that will affect future generations. Back then, after Ancestor Giant Sun visited Heavenly Court, he made plans for today's invasion. The method to destroy 5 Deity Hall was part of his arrangements. But if he displayed his research results so openly, traces would be left behind and Heavenly Court would notice them. Thus, he secretly left an arrangement that was independent of longevity heaven. He allowed it to develop on its own and be cultivated by a lone cultivator. Because you are not of Giant Sun's bloodline, even if you become a rank 8, Heavenly Court would not expect your methods to counter 5 Deity Hall. They would not think of you and link it to our invasion of Heavenly Court. Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan paused and continued, Grand Master, the climatic battle involving Fate GU is far more complex than you can ever imagine. Rank 6 and 7 GU Immortals are not even qualified to join. As for rank 8 GU Immortals, we are merely pawns. Some rank 8s refuse to join in, that is because they sensed something and understand their own self-worth. Some joined but are ignorant of the true situation. The truth behind this great battle is the fight of past venerables across time and space. Five Elements Grand Master was stunned from hearing this. He muttered, fighting across time and space, a battle between venerables. In human history, there were 10 venerables. Each one was invincible in their own era. They were at the apex of history, the greatest pride of humanity. Bing Sai Chuan revealed the truth. Five Elements Grand Master was deeply shocked. He could not help but feel his own insignificance. His pride from earlier vanished without a trace. Bing Sai Chuan glanced at Five Elements Grandmaster's look of shock as he consoled. But don't worry, among the venerables, Ancestor Giant Sun is the most caring towards his descendants and subordinates. He gained a nickname back then because of this. 2 inches the venerables all have their own arrangements. They want to exert their influence at this crucial moment, but after the merciless tides of history, most of these arrangements have been altered in some way. Rank 9 venerables are not all-knowing, they would make mistakes too. Many arrangements have been completely changed due to the passing of time. A large number of them were discovered by future venerables and got modified. Ancestor Giant Sun came after Genesis Lotus and Thieving Heaven. He was succeeded by Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. The venerables who appear later would naturally have an advantage in setting up their arrangements. Our attack on Heavenly Court succeeded to this extent. The reason is obvious. Bing Sai Chuan's words made Five Elements Grandmaster go into a daze. Bing Sai Chuan chuckled afterwards. So what if there is Duke Long? Can he compare to Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements? No need to worry so much, you must have confidence that we will succeed. In this expedition, our longevity heaven will definitely obtain Fate GU. 1 inch obtain Fate GU. At this moment, Five Elements Grandmaster finally realized longevity heaven's objective in attacking Heavenly Court. That's right, Bing Sai Chuan admitted openly. There was no need to hide anything now. Heavenly Court came to snatch our fortune rivaling Heaven GU. Why can't we come after their Fate GU? Why is Heavenly Court the number 1 human force? Fate GU played a crucial role in it. After getting it, our longevity heaven will definitely obtain the throne of the number 1 human force. Fairy Ziwei looked as Calamity Luck Altar got closer. She had a serious expression. They are coming. At her side, Old Man Zheng Yuan was also expressing his concern. Even though the Central Great Hall was the control area of all the Immortal GU houses, it had low defense. After all, who would think that Heavenly Court's Central Great Hall would be attacked by enemies? Even though this central Great Hall was once attacked by 3 demon venerables and even got destroyed, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals did not reinforce its defense later on. Because against venerables, no matter how strong Central Great Hall's defense was, it could not defend against a venerable, there was no point. Now it seemed like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already noticed this flaw when he toured Heavenly Court. Longevity Heaven's assault caught Heavenly Court off guard, Fairy Z-Wei and the rest were in a passive situation. It seems that the true flaw is not in terms of defense but mindset. Fairy Z-Wei had an understanding as she said, I seem to have missed out something. Is it 1 inch how long until Fate GU is fully restored? At this moment, Duke Long asked. Fairy Z-Wei was in charge of the Central Great Hall, she knew the situation of the refinement path formation, she had a heavy heart as she answered, we need 6 hours. 6 hours, Duke Long was joyful. My lifespan is almost used up, but heaven has taken pity on me, even though 6 hours is not a lot, I will be able to see Fate GU restored. Next, let me handle this. Fairy Z-Wei asked worriedly, Lord Duke Long, your injuries have yet to. Even though Heavenly Court tried its best to heal him, Duke Long's injuries still remained. This was caused by the joint attack of Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortals. In the short time, even Duke Long could not heal himself fully. Duke Long smiled plainly, I am about to die anyway, these injuries do not matter. In any case, I have the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. At the final moments of my life, in all 5 regions, is there anyone who can match me in battle? He had a plain expression but his words revealed utter confidence and dominance. Calamity Luck Altar was like a huge beast as it charged down at the Central Great Hall. Air was sliced apart, wild winds roared. If it hit, the entire Central Great Hall would be reduced to shambles. At this moment, a single small body appeared, blocking its path. Duke Long, 5 Elements Grand Master shouted, smash into him. Bull Demon said. The hill-like Calamity Luck Altar crashed down ferociously, but it was stopped in midair. A dragon claw forced it to stop. Duke Long floated in the air, his body did not move but his right hand had turned into sharp dragon claws, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar and preventing it from moving any further. This 5 Elements Grand Master was deeply shocked. Bull Demon was also in disbelief. He alone managed to stop Calamity Luck Altar so easily. Unbelievable. If I was not seeing this personally, I would never believe it. The dragon claws exerted strength as they dug into Calamity Luck Altar. Cracks started to form and spread around the dragon claws. Calamity Luck Altar started to shine in a piercing light. Immortal killer moves were used on Duke Long who was in close proximity. Despite being bathed in explosions and impacts, Duke Long's body remained unmoved. An immense aura and chi burst out of his body. The chi gathered and formed into dragons that coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, squeezing it. What method is this? Duke Long had not used it in the Eastern Sea battle. Bull Demon squinted. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, uttering, there is no invincible immortal GU, only invincible GU immortal. 5 Elements Grand Master was shocked once again. Dragon Chi killer move had unparalleled might. 5 Elements Grand Master knew clearly that if he had to face the attack, he would not last long. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 immortal GU house, but it was still suppressed by Duke Long single-handedly. Longevity Heaven's members could already see victory in the horizons. Heaven Overseeing Tower was right ahead but Duke Long obstructed them, turning their hope of victory into an unattainable dream. Duke Long was just one person, but he was an obstacle that they could not get past. He is just rank 8, how can our difference be this immense? Lord Bing Sai Chuan, what do we do? 5 Elements Grand Master was out of ideas. The difference in battle strength could not be made up for with courage. 5 Elements Grand Master looked at Bing Sai Chuan, but he had already gone missing. Where did he go? At the next moment, Bing Sai Chuan appeared behind Duke Long. His time path killer move that had been prepared for a long time landed on Duke Long's head. Success. Bing Sai Chuan's pupils shrunk. Duke Long did not move, instead a vast wave of dragon chi shot out with a loud roar. The dragon mouth bit Bing Sai Chuan as it flew up, restraining him in the air. Bing Sai Chuan relied on his defenses to hold on while he used killer moves to try and get out of the dragon chi's restraint. But his actions were futile. The dragon chi was not indestructible, but its speed of recovery was just too fast. You are clearly injured, this is definitely not your usual battle strength. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. How can you possibly comprehend the profundity of my killer move? Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. Duke Long looked at Bing Sai Chuan plainly as he placed his focus back on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was filled with cracks, it was surrounded by countless dragon-shaped chi that pressed down on it, a large number of GU worms continued to die. Calamity Luck Altar could not break free. If this went on, it would definitely be destroyed. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Let me go out, I would rather die in combat by Duke Long's hands than die here without doing anything. Bull Demon was silent. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly snickered. I am not your match, but so what? I have my trump card. I respectfully request, Limitless, please turn around. What? This time, it was Duke Long's turn to be shocked. Chapter 1714. Limitless takes action. A million years ago, olden antiquity era, Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Heavenly Court and moved unhindered. Even though Heavenly Court's GU Immortals tried to stop him, they were powerless. Limitless Demon Venerable moved at a casual speed, but none of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals could match him. They suffered huge losses and deaths. Central Heaven Gate broke into shrapnel. Name Plaque Palace did not even have the time to fly away. In front of Limitless Demon Venerable, Sun Palace and 5 Deity Hall were thin as paper. They were simply like a joke. Eventually, when Limitless Demon Venerable arrived before the Central Great Hall, Heavenly Court shook. Star constellations will descended and activated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement, 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable landed in the formation and only managed to escape after destroying 100 formations. Below Heaven Overseeing Tower, Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. Star Constellation, we are both venerables, you spent so much effort to try and restrict me. Even though I hate you, I also admire you. Right now, you are dead while I am alive, no matter how many methods you left behind, so what? You want to stop a living GU Venerable? That is impossible. Rank 9 Venerables are invincible in this world, only other Venerables can deal with them. Star Constellations will smiled bitterly. She opened a path to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Of course I understand what you are saying. But how can I give up without even trying? Please enter. Limitless Demon Venerable raised his eyebrows. Not stopping me anymore. Star Constellations will said expressionlessly. Since I cannot stop you, what's the point? Limitless, since you want to destroy Fate GU, I will accompany you to see it. Limitless Demon Venerable was stunned for a moment. A slight smile appeared on his flawless face. 1 inch interesting, he said softly as he walked up Heaven Overseeing Tower alongside Star Constellations will. When they arrived at the top, they saw Fate GU. Not long after, Limitless Demon Venerable left the tower, walking out. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals who were deeply injured became greatly surprised, because Limitless Demon Venerable did not destroy Fate GU. It was still in perfect condition at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Nobody knew what happened inside the tower, or what Star Constellations will and Limitless Demon Venerable talked about. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable still had a cold expression, but a slight anger could be felt from his gaze. When he looked around, wherever his gaze landed, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals felt a deep chill, their morale fell to rock bottom. Finally, Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellations will. HMPH, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, you two definitely left many more methods in your lifetimes, are you looking down on me? Use them all, I want to see them myself. Star Constellation sighed bitterly, but Limitless Demon Venerable was bent on fighting, she could only entertain him. Thus, a bloody battle continued. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were sacrificed in Limitless Demon Venerable's hands, countless died. Wherever Limitless Demon Venerable went, pool of blood and corpses appeared. Star Constellations will followed behind him, watching calmly as he slaughtered endlessly. After a while, the water of Forgotten Tao Lake became blood-red in color. Limitless Demon Venerable squinted, the feeling of joy from slaughtering emerged in his heart. At this moment, he looked at the lake's ripples as he asked, what lake is this? Forgotten Tao Lake. Forgotten Tao Lake. The lake suits the name, it is a good lake. It is too much of a pity if I destroy it. Limitless Demon Venerable suddenly became energetic. Forgotten Tao, but who can really forget their Tao? After some silence, Star Constellations will said, since you already came to Heavenly Court, why don't you take a look around? Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellations will with deep meaning. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy Heavenly Court? Star Constellations will was very calm. You cannot destroy Heavenly Court. Not only will Master's supreme methods activate when Heavenly Court faces a fatal crisis, even if you succeed in destroying Heavenly Court, can you destroy Fate GU? Saying so, star constellations will show a solemn expression, and most importantly, the true Heavenly Court is not here, it is within our hearts. Even if Heavenly Court is destroyed, a new generation will rebuild it. Limitless, you can't live forever, right? Limitless Demon Venerable stood silently on the spot, staring at star constellations while as his gaze became icy cold. Star constellations will looked straight at him with a calm expression. A long while later, Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. As expected of star constellation, you are absolutely right. Star constellations will felt no surprise. Let's continue the tour. Limitless Demon Venerable went up Star Zone Mountain. He saw a pavilion at the peak. It was naturally an Immortal GU house. Limitless Demon Venerable stepped into the pavilion, looking down at the whole of Heavenly Court. Other than the bloody road that he created through his slaughter until now, the other areas were still grand and elegant. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply. He was revitalized. This is a good pavilion. What is its name? Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Star Constellations will answered. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined. This rank 8 Immortal GU house had no secret in front of him. He could understand the profundity and structure of the construct at first glance. He nodded. Imperfection Regret Pavilion. It is a good name, it is quite appropriate. Regret, I could not accomplish my goal in this trip, it is truly a great regret. But whose life can be perfect without imperfection or regrets? He seemed to be asking star constellations will, but he also looked like he was mumbling to himself, his tone was quite complex. Star constellations will was silent. Limitless Demon Venerable suddenly laughed as his expression vanished, he became cold and aloof again. He clapped. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, these are truly impressive arrangements. However, my interest is piqued again. Star Constellations will had a change of expression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement was not just the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. In truth, Forgotten Dao Lake and Imperfection Regret Pavilion were also part of her meticulous setup. Limitless Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he could not be blocked. The only way to preserve Heavenly Court was by eliminating his killing intent and fighting spirit. In this aspect, Wisdom Path GU Immortals were the most proficient. Even though Limitless Demon Venerable was affected by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his fighting spirit only fell for a moment before it returned. Limitless Demon Venerable did not attack again, he looked at Star Constellations will. I was born in the wrong era, it is a pity that I cannot be part of the great era a million years later. Star Constellation, the same applies for you, in that case, I have a suggestion. Please go ahead, why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion? Chess. Star Constellations will was stunned. Sure, both of us need this chessboard after all. For the next few days, Limitless Demon Venerable stayed inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion as he played chess with Star Constellations will. When Limitless Demon Venerable left, Star Constellations will also vanished within the pavilion. Imperfection Regret Pavilion thus became a forbidden area of Heavenly Court. During normal times, Imperfection Regret Pavilion would have no commotion. But at times, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals would be able to see two vague figures inside the pavilion. Regardless of what angle they were at, they could only see the sides of these two people. One was male and the other was female, they resembled Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. But any Heavenly Court GU Immortal who saw this sight would usually die days later. The lucky few who survived would feel an absurd increase in their strength. Years later, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable went to Imperfection Regret Pavilion and wanted to get rid of this threat, but in the end, he shook his head as he left Star Zone Mountain. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was invited to tour Heavenly Court. He saw Embroidered Tower, he saw the 3 pieces of bloody skins left by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, he entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate GU. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain, he only took a look at Imperfection Regret Pavilion before he left. These records flashed by Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is very crafty, he must have noticed something back then. Why is Bing Sai Chuan able to mobilize the power that Limitless Demon Venerable left behind? Duke Long thought about it rapidly, he wanted to stop Bing Sai Chuan but he had no method to do so. He acutely sensed that a profound aura had emerged from Bing Sai Chuan's body before it vanished without a trace. Far away, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, Two shadows that were playing chess appeared on the empty imperfection regret pavilion, along with their chessboard. Even though only their sides could be seen, it was still possible to see that the female had unparalleled beauty, while the male had a cold expression. It was the scene of two venerables plotting against each other. Ripples appeared in the air, the still image of the two venerables started to turn bright. Star Constellation had a complex gaze, raising her head to look at Limitless. The person you are waiting for is here. Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing, he is not here yet, but there is someone from my homeland who has inherited one of my true inheritances, I have to help him. Saying so, he lifted a chess piece from the board and flicked it. In the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even take a look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion as the image of the two venerables faded away, only an empty Imperfection Regret Pavilion was left. The chess piece flew at a shocking speed, it landed on Duke Long almost instantly. Duke Long's body shook intensely, shock expressed all over his face. At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the air, crashing on the ground. The power of the chess piece materialized as illusory. Silver-white chains, tying him up and stabbing into his phantom aperture, sealing all of his GU worms. Duke Long's eyes were wide opened, he could breathe normally but could not move an inch. He found that even though his strength was still around, whenever he tried to break free, the chains would emit similar strength that cancelled out all of his effort. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was forcefully restrained, the dragon chi he created also dispersed. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sai Chuan regained their freedom. Bing Sai Chuan shouted loudly as he charged at Duke Long, but the strongest killer move that he used was easily blocked by the silvery chains the moment it reached Duke Long. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. This rank 9 killer move restricts Duke Long but also protects him. Because this is a battle between venerables, even though there is Limitless Demon Venerable's strength, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's will is also involved. Since he could not kill Duke Long, Bing Sai Chuan gave up that idea immediately. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar and at the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar moved and the central Great Hall was smashed to bits. Fairy Ziwei could only bring Old Man Zheng Yuan away as they escaped rapidly. Chapter 17:15, Heavenly Court Awakens. Fairy Ziwei's expression was grim. The central Great Hall was the control area of Heavenly Court's palaces. Now that it was destroyed, Fairy Ziwei's control fell drastically. She would need to expend a lot of time and effort to mobilize them now. But in intense battles like this, every breath of time was precious. The central Great Hall became a pile of rubbles. Ahead of Calamity Luck Altar was a tall tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan had a heated gaze. Heaven Overseeing Tower was famous in the world, all GU immortals in the 5 regions knew about it. Right now, it was still and motionless, a refinement path immortal formation was shining in bright light, enveloping it. Fate GU is at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, it is being repaired using the refinement path formation. Bing Sai Chuan frowned. Heavenly Court's defenses were very tight. Heaven Overseeing Tower was actually the final line of defense. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was not over yet, but only the finals were left. Because countless GU masters failed in their GU refinement, there was already many success Dao marks inside Infallible Blessed Land. These Dao marks were taken by Heavenly Court, they used them to repair Fate GU, ensuring that nothing went wrong in the process. We cannot directly destroy this refinement path formation, otherwise, Fate GU's recovery might be ruined due to the backlash, it will return to its originally injured state. We need to go in and snatch it. Thinking of this, Bing Sai Chuan gave orders to 5 Elements Grand Master and Bull Demon. Bull Demon acknowledged the order while 5 Elements Grand Master became hesitant. Lord Bing Sai Chuan, there might be a slight problem. If we gain a good chance to snatch Fate GU but it has not been repaired fully yet, what do we do? This was a problem indeed. Heavenly Court had methods to restore Fate GU, they were relying on human path killer moves, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and a vast number of failures to create the success Dao marks in Infallible Blessed Land that could be used to repair Fate GU. Longevity Heaven did not have such methods. Bing Sai Chuan looked at 5 Elements Grand Master. At this point in time, there was no need for any concealment. He said the truth, we want Fate GU in such a state. It had been repaired by Heavenly Court for countless years, it is near complete recovery now. This is the Fate GU that we want. A fully repaired Fate GU cannot be used by anyone. Even Heavenly Court can only use it through Immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower, to look at the fate of all lifeforms in this world. If anyone can truly control Fate GU, they will be able to decide the traces of fate, they will be able to manipulate the lives of all beings. It is a pity, even though the venerables of past generations tried so, none of them have ever succeeded. Five Elements Grandmaster was curious. In that case, what is the point of snatching an incomplete Fate GU? Bing Sai Chuan smiled lightly. We cannot control Fate GU. The reason that the past venerables came up with was that the activation of Fate GU has a high requirement, only heavens can control it. But this does not mean that we cannot use Fate GU itself. Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower is the best example. They are able to make use of Fate GU, even though it is a minor usage. Other than that, Heavenly Court has another method, that is to use Fate GU as an immortal material to refine it with a Luck Path Immortal GU and create Destiny GU. 2 inches Destiny GU. 5 Elements Grandmaster's pupils shrunk. Bing Sai Chuan's smile widened. That is the reason why Heavenly Court invaded Northern Plains to try and snatch fortune-rivaling Heaven GU for themselves. So that's it, 5 Elements Grandmaster realized. Bing Sai Chuan continued. But they do not know that the so-called Destiny GU was first conceptualized by Ancestor Giant Sun. Heavenly Court wants to refine rank 10 Destiny GU in one go, they are too ambitious. We are different, we only want a rank 9 Destiny GU, thus, the Fate GU that we use does not need to be fully restored. As long as we have rank 9 Destiny GU, my longevity heaven will be able to contest Heavenly Court. In the following great era, we will dominate and replace Heavenly Court. We will reign over the 5 regions, we can even become the supreme rulers of all beings in this world. 5 Elements Grandmaster was tongue-tied. Longevity Heaven's ambition was shocking, but he was also in deep admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan, so Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already planned for Heavenly Court's invasion long ago. Longevity Heaven only used the arrangements today. Hearing Bing Sai Chuan's explanation and encouragement, 5 Elements Grandmaster hesitated no more. He went with Bull Demon as they flew out towards the refinement path formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was at the center of the formation. They had to charge up to the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower to take away Fate GU. They've entered the formation. Old man Zheng Yuan watched from afar. He had a worried expression. Fairy Z Wei was not too worried. This refinement path formation was specially set up. It is not the refinement cauldron formation from earlier. Not only is Yuan Chongdu inside, there are 2 other rank 8s helping with the GU refinement. Even though the refinement cauldron formation was effective in repairing Fate GU, because it was a copy of Langya Blessed Land's refinement cauldron, Heavenly Court stopped using it. After all, Longevity Heaven had already annexed Langya sect, they already had information of the Immortal GU House refinement cauldron. Inside the refinement path formation, Yuan Chongdu was the main person in charge, he had to concentrate and could not leave. The 2 Heavenly Court rank 8s helping him could temporarily stop their work and help protect Yuan Chongdu. Thoughts flickered in Fairy Z Wei's mind continuously. Since Longevity Heaven sent people to invade the formation, they must be trying to snatch Fate GU and not destroy it, that's why. They are acting so cautiously. Only otherworldly demons can destroy Fate GU, while Fang Yuan is at Emperor City now, we still have time. Thinking of this, Fairy Z Wei did not join the battle. Instead, she placed Old Man Zheng Yuan under protection. Old Man Zheng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he could not participate in the fight. But he had a crucial use, he was the key to using Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's human path methods. After making sure Old Man Zheng Yuan was safe, Fairy Z Wei returned to the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was floating in the air, blocking the entrance to the refinement path formation. Within the formation space, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were already fighting against the 2 Heavenly Court rank 8s. With a cry, Fairy Z Wei had countless thoughts rain down like a meteor storm, crashing towards Calamity Luck Altar. This was an extraordinary immortal killer move, with the amplification of Star Constellation Chessboard, even Calamity Luck Altar could not ignore it. Bing Sai Chuan healed his injuries while he controlled Calamity Luck Altar to resist Fairy Z Wei. Fairy Z Wei's Star Constellation Chessboard was also a rank 8 Immortal GU house created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Calamity Luck Altar was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The fight between 2 Immortal GU houses was also akin to the fight between Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At once, the scene was intense. Both sides went all out with their abilities. Rank 8 immortal killer moves had incredible power, but thankfully Heavenly Court was defended by past Venerable's methods, it was not destroyed. As the battle went on, Fairy Z-Wei's breathing became heavier. Even though she controlled Star Constellation chessboard, it was tiny and could be held in one hand. Compared to it, Calamity Luck Altar was huge and blocked the formation entirely, it had an advantage. During this time, Fairy Z-Wei also wanted to save Duke Long. But Duke Long was bound by silvery chains made by Limitless Demon Venerable's method. Once Fairy Z-Wei got close, she felt a strong repulsion force. Any immortal killer move she used was also dispelled by the chains. Thankfully, this was a form of protection for Duke Long. Even though he was in the battlefield, he was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the palaces around him were turned into ruins. There were many crevices and pits all over the area. Damn it, damn it. Duke Long gritted his teeth. He continued to struggle, but there was no effect. This is not going well. Fairy Z-Wei had a heavy heart. She was engaged in a long fight. She could not help Yuan Chongdu, who was inside the formation. Even though Longevity Heaven did not bring many GU immortals, all of them who came were rank 8 elites. They had their respective roles. At this rate, they might really be able to take Fate GU away. Right when Fairy Z-Wei felt helpless against the situation, a corner of Heavenly Court shook intensely. Auras started to grow from nowhere, rapidly expanding. That is, the Immortal Graveyard. Fairy Z-Wei was overjoyed. Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard had countless rank 8 experts. It was unfathomable, not even Fairy Z-Wei knew how many rank 8s were sleeping there. At the critical moment, Heavenly Court finally expended its foundation. The slumbering GU immortals sensed it and awakened from their slumber. You dare attack my Heavenly Court, you are courting death. With an explosive voice, a muscular GU immortal with a bare head jumped up, his body flying into the sky as his cold gaze stared at Calamity Luck Altar. While he said that, his figure vanished on the spot. Such speed. Bing Sai Chuan was shocked. At the next moment, with a loud crash, Calamity Luck Altar fell like a toppling mountain. It was sent flying by a huge force. A huge black bear that was even larger than Calamity Luck Altar stood at where it was blocking earlier. Fairy Z-Wei's eyes shined brightly. This is Senior Zhang Fei Shang, a transformation path great expert of Heavenly Court. He is most skilled in bear-type transformations. His strength can rival mountains, his power can move the earth. The juniors are too useless. Outsiders actually managed to attack Heavenly Court so deeply. Central Great Hall was destroyed. A voice resounded again. An old GU immortal appeared in the air. He had a pale face and thin body. He looked like he was sick. Right now, he sat on a wheelchair. His body seemed weak, but his eyes shined with cold light. It made people feel fear and worry. Ah! Fairy Z-Wei gasped. Lord Gu Lu Ru. Sigh. He is a time path great expert. If he had woken earlier to defend the River of Time, taking the place of Senior Li Huang, Fang Yuan would not have escaped. Calamity Luck Altar flew into the sky again, as Gu Lu Ru pointed his finger at it. The entire rank 8 immortal GU house started to move several times as slowly. Zhang Fei Shang laughed loudly as he pounced, crashing into Calamity Luck Altar as he pressed down on it, suppressing it. Who woke me up? Sigh. I am so old, if I sleep any less, I will get more wrinkles, I will be ugly. Little sister, don't you agree? A beautiful figure appeared beside Fairy Z-Wei all of a sudden. Fairy Z-Wei was taken aback, she did not sense anything. Junior greets Senior Wan Zihong. Fairy Z-Wei bowed respectfully. Don't call me senior, call me sister. Look, are there more wrinkles near my eyes now? This newly awakened female immortal got close to Fairy Z-Wei as she asked with deep concern. Fairy Z-Wei looked at the snow-white, beautiful and flawless face. She was speechless, but her expression became very polite. There are no wrinkles, Wan, sister, you are too worried. She was very cautious, because this female immortal Wan Zihong did not have an ordinary background. Most of Heavenly Court's members were chosen from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but this Wan Zihong was once a great demon that wreaked havoc in Western Desert. She was absorbed by Heavenly Court to become one of its members. Zhang Fei Shang, Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong, one by one, Heavenly Court's GU immortals woke up from the immortal graveyard. At once, the numbers on each side became tilted. The situation changed drastically. So many reinforcements at once. Are there more? Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly. In this dangerous situation, he was still able to laugh. Fairy Ziwei had a bad feeling. Since Longevity Heaven was attacking Heavenly Court, how could they not expect the situation in the Immortal Graveyard? Do you know why I bought Calamity Luck Altar? Because the killer move of a former demon venerable is in it. At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan's gaze became deep and unfathomable. But what method gave him such confidence? Chapter 17-16. Number 1 Battle Strength among Legendary Immemorial Beasts. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The Super Immortal formation suppressing Di Zhang Sheng was broken by Eastern Sea's rank 8s, it was half collapsed, only the central core area was still active. Old man Bei Feng was heavily injured, he could barely hold down the situation. His grandson Feng Chanzi was beside him, waiting for Heavenly Court's reinforcements to no avail. The despair on Feng Chanzi's face became increasingly deep. Outside the central area, Eastern Sea's rank 8s completely surrounded this formation. Wah! Clan First Supreme Elder Wah Kai Yun let out an immemorial cloud beast, it continued to dwindle away at the formation's core. This is Heavenly Court's creation after all, even just the core of the formation can resist my cloud beast's corrosion. Wah Kai Yun sighed. At this time, a loud dragon roar could be heard from deep within the abyss, it was ground shaking. Sound waves reverberated, causing the entire earth trench to tremor, countless rocks started to fall off the earth trench's cliffs. Eastern Sea's rank 8s looked at the abyss below them worriedly. Shen Kong Sheng urged. The formation is half destroyed, it cannot suppress Di Zhang Sheng anymore, to avoid problems, we need to act now. Di Zhang Sheng was a very unique legendary immemorial desolate beast. Because it was created from the power of Central Continent's earth veins, it was born from endless hatred, anger, and grudges. Thus, it bore natural hatred and killing intent towards humans, and most importantly, unless its source was destroyed, it would never die. It had once caused great trouble to Heavenly Court. Eastern Sea's GU Immortals did not want to fight Di Zhang Sheng for no reason. They wanted to take away Dragon Palace to regain their reputation. If Di Zhang Sheng was released, it would continue to find trouble with Heavenly Court and Central Continent. It is ready. Song Chi Yuan nodded. Puff. He muttered lightly. Immortal Killer Move. Broken Mirror Shard Light. With a loud sound resembling a mirror falling on the ground and shattering into countless pieces. The entire formation core area's light halo also shattered like a mirror, exposing Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi who were inside. No, Feng Chanzi was so scared he quickly screamed and moved back. Song Chi Yuan's killer move was very special, it created no commotion when used at first, only after a long period of nurturing would it catch people off guard and create an unexpected result. This broken mirror shard light was Song Chi Yuan's proud method, it was mostly used against stationary enemies like formations. The formation broke, Di Zhang Sheng growled loudly, the sound waves created shook the entire earth trench. Quick, make use of the time, Eastern Sea's rank 8s attacked. I am going to die. Feng Chanzi fell backwards, he was so scared he shut his eyes, shivering with a distorted expression, awaiting his death. Old Man Bei Feng sighed deeply, he could not fight anymore. The difference in strength was too big, he could only wait for his death. Don't kill him, let me capture him alive. Shen Kong Sheng suddenly said. Eastern Sea's GU Immortals halted their attacks, they were quite surprised. Did Shen Kong Sheng have a method to capture a rank 8 GU Immortal alive? Everyone, take a good look. Shen Kong Sheng smiled confidently. Go. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that countless threads appeared around Old Man Bei Feng's body, he was wrapped up like a cocoon. This is a new killer move that I created recently, it is called Lingering Sound. Shen Kong Sheng explained. Old Man Bei Feng had a furious expression, he was already prepared for death, but these Eastern CGU Immortals actually wanted to capture him alive, it was a great humiliation. Eastern Sea's Immortals were quiet. It seemed like Shen Kong Sheng could really capture rank 8 GU Immortals. Even though Old Man Bei Feng was defenseless at the moment, Shen Kong Sheng's method was still quite threatening. Rank 8 GU Immortals had very deep foundations, it was evident from seeing Shen Kong Sheng's method. Old Man Bei Feng could not resist. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering from fear. Eastern Sea's Immortals did not even bother with this cowardly ranked 6 Immortal. Shen Kong Sheng used his Immortal Killer move to its limit and captured Old Man Bei Feng. The value of a living rank 8 GU Immortal was much higher than a dead one. Forget about the rest. Just the reputation gained from capturing a great expert of the same rank was enough for Shen Kong Sheng and the entire Shen clan's reputation to soar in Eastern Sea. The other immortals started to look for Immortal GU House Dragon Palace. They had come here together for this rank 8 Immortal GU House. Soon, Zhang Yin found something. Over there, he pointed with an excited expression, before using an investigative Immortal Killer move. After using the killer move, an Immortal GU House appeared. It floated above everyone's head. It was several tens of meters on top of Old Man Bei Feng. The Eastern Sea Immortals were overjoyed. What else but Dragon Palace could this be? Other than Shen Kong Sheng, the other Eastern Sea Immortals quickly gathered with an excited expression. Shen Kong Sheng concentrated on dealing with Old Man Bei Feng. He felt no anxiety. Before coming here, the Eastern Sea Immortals had already set an alliance agreement. It had quite the binding force. The rule was, if Eastern Seas Immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort they put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Qiyuan and the rest started to try and capture it. But after using several killer moves, Dragon Palace only shook. It did not acknowledge a new owner. This Immortal GU House is really extraordinary. Dragon Palace's fierce resistance made the Eastern Sea Immortals even more excited. Their desire for Dragon Palace rose even more. Gradually, while trying to capture it, they realized a huge secret. Heavenly Court placed Immortal GU House Dragon Palace here to try and tame Di Zhangsheng. Even though Di Zhangsheng was born from the earth vein and negative emotions, it is still considered a dragon. It is countered by Dragon Palace, thus there is a possibility of subduing it. Duke Long has a good plan indeed. Now that the 5 regions' earth veins are becoming one, and Di Zhangsheng's power comes from the earth vein, once they combine, Di Zhangsheng's power will rise by at least 5 times. Don't forget, when the earth veins become one and the 5 regional walls vanish, the world would be in chaos and conflict. By then, there will be a great amount of fear, hatred, jealousy, and other emotions. With that, Di Zhangsheng's strength will rise again. Eastern Seas Immortals conversed as some gasped. At this rate, among the legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Di Zhangsheng might become the number 1 among them. It already had peak rank 8 battle strength to begin with. After the boost, it might even be able to reach pseudo-immortal venerable. No wonder Duke Long paid a huge price to obtain Dragon Palace. He wanted to subdue a pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength to suppress the situation. Thankfully we came to stop Heavenly Court's plan, otherwise, we will have trouble during the 5 regions' chaotic war. 2 Eastern Seas Immortals were very glad. No wonder we could only hear dragon roars even though the formation broke. Di Zhangsheng has not escaped yet. Right now, Dragon Palace is suppressing Di Zhangsheng. We need to wait a bit more. That's right, after Dragon Palace subdues Di Zhangsheng, not only would we gain a rank 8 Immortal GU House, we will also gain an existence with great battle strength. 1 inch if Heavenly Court finds out, they would probably puke blood. Ha ha ha, truly fantastic, fantastic. Emperor City Battlefield. Fang Yuan activated it in succession. Heavenly Court's Immortal GU houses avoided them wherever the Ghost Hands went. Great. Thief Ghost Hand could steal GU worms. Fang Yuan could use this killer move to steal rank 8 Immortal GU, even if they were hiding inside the grotto heavens of GU Immortals. The essence of Immortal GU houses was the combination of GU worms to create a stable form. It could be seen as a combination of many killer moves, or a mobile immortal formation. Be it Immortal Killer Move, Immortal GU House, or Immortal Formation, they were all ways to use GU worms. Even though they appear different, the essence was the same. Great Thief Ghost Hand could even steal GU worms inside immortal apertures, not to mention Immortal GU houses which were essentially mobile immortal formations that exposed their GU worms on the outside. Undeniably, Great Thief Ghost Hand countered Immortal GU houses. Fang Yuan relied on Great Thief Ghost Hand to attack, managing to steal many GU worms. He had targeted Immortal GU houses before, but that was Great Space Temple which had a method that resisted Great Thief Ghost Hand. In truth, most Immortal GU houses did not have a way to counter Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. The Immortal GU house defense line that Heavenly Court meticulously created became a huge mess because of Fang Yuan's interference and influence. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, accept your death. At the critical moment, Li Huang shouted as he pounced at Fang Yuan with Verdant Sun Flame Cloak on him. Heavenly Court's Immortal GU houses could not deal with Fang Yuan, but their GU Immortals could. It was much harder for Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal GU from immortal apertures than Immortal GU houses. Especially when Li Huang had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, it could defend against Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand. Fang Yuan saw that Li Huang had approached him. He advanced instead of retreating. Li Huang, you finally showed up at long last, I've been waiting for you. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year monkey and spitted. Instantly, Spring Scissors killer move flew out, tearing through space as it targeted Li Huang. Next, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as the monkey grabbed empty space with both hands, pulling out a huge fan out of nowhere. It was a mortal killer move, Summer Fan. Snip. What? Li Huang had a shocked gaze as the cloak on his back became torn, its defense was greatly lowered. Fan. Intense winds blew, the world changed colors. Li Huang was hit as he flew far away due to the wind. How did his strength rise so drastically? Li Huang looked at the tiny spark left on his verdant sun flame cloak as he showed an ugly expression. Because when he got attacked earlier, he saw that the situation was bad and activated verdant sun flame cloak once again. This fire path defensive killer move had a great attribute, it could be used consecutively and stacked. The weakness was that the expended immortal essence would be twice as high. Chapter 17:17, Call of the Ancient. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan roared, his body moved like a flash, rampaging in the battlefield, chasing after Li Huang. Li Huang retreated as he activated verdant sun flame cloak again and again. Spring Scissors continued to fly around him, cutting up all of the flame cloaks on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sharp light, the immortal killer move's aura surged for an instant. Damn it! Li Huang sensed something and became alert, he quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang, his battle experience was too rich. Lord Li Huang, let us help you. At this moment, wind-sweeping building came to reinforce him. It was surrounded by a wall of wind, it could resist Great Thief Ghost Hand to some extent. Fang Yuan snickered with disdain, get lost. Tornadoes swept all over the place, wind-sweeping building was forced to a halt. There was no choice, Summer Fan's wind was just an appearance, the true essence was Time Path's power. Wind-sweeping building was a wind path immortal GU house, it was not good against such time path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had risen absurdly, it was shocking to everyone. Inside Emperor City, the GU Masters continued with the final competition. The GU Immortals guarding Emperor City had already isolated all of the noise outside, these GU Masters could concentrate on refining GU. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not this demon Fang Yuan's match. This demon is too impressive, he had obtained many venerable inheritances, his demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though Emperor City is a mortal GU house, it contains human path methods, at the crucial moment, immortal killer moves will protect us all. The GU Immortals encouraged each other and raised their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity, it used a vast number of mortal GU to build. Even though the city had relocated a dozen times and was no longer at its original spot, it had an immensely long history, it could be traced back to the era where humanity rose. This was the first Emperor City built as a result of primordial origin immortal venerables decision. Fang Yuan, don't be too arrogant, face me instead. Rank 8 GU Immortal Qing Yi saw that the situation was bad, he had to enter the battle. Li Huang saw the chance and did not escape, he fought alongside Qing Yi. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, he disregarded the immortal essence expenditure and activated killer moves targeting Emperor City. Li Huang and Qing Yi blocked Fang Yuan from the front, but after his barrage of attacks, they were forced to move back. This sight made the Western Desert GU Immortals go into a daze. Fang Yuan is so ferocious. No wonder he could oppose Heavenly Court for so many years and still remain unharmed. We will detour around him, try not to provoke this person. That's right, we will focus on destroying Emperor City. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Farewell friend wind. This is actually farewell friend wind. Seeing Wu Yong's move succeed against Chen Yi, the Central Continent GU Immortals defending the Immortal formation felt deep fear within them. This farewell friend wind had an incredible origin, it was created by a peculiar genius. This peculiar genius was named Taoist Blackheart, he cultivated wind path but gained a lot of insight from reading the legends of Ren Zhu during his later years. After nearly 10 years of closed cultivation, he created farewell friend wind killer move. This was a wind path method that had the profundities of human path, its power was extraordinary. After creating this move, Taoist Blackheart started to make friends all over the place, he often sacrificed his own gains for his friends. Initially, the 5 region's GU immortals did not know the reason. They were very friendly towards Taoist Blackheart, who often gave them expensive gifts. Even those who did not want to befriend Taoist Blackheart were unwilling to antagonize him. They pretended to be friendly with him. But it was all Taoist Blackheart's scheme. Any killer move had a process of sensing the target. Like Fang Yuan's lead soul into dream killer move, it needed to sense the enemy's soul. Otherwise, this killer move could not be used. Even if many GU immortals cannot unravel immortal killer moves, they can target this process and defend themselves. But Farewell Friend Wind was special. It could only sense friends and target them. The friend here did not refer to just true friends. Even fake friends or superficial friends with ill intentions were detectable. Using this move, Taoist Blackheart became renowned in the 5 regions. He was extremely famous and nobody dared to provoke him. Afterwards, when many people got attacked by it, through the deductions of Wisdom Path GU immortals, the truth behind Farewell Friend Wind was finally exposed. Many GU immortals who learned of Farewell Friend Wind's secret scolded Taoist Blackheart for his vicious heart. Countless people who once called Taoist Blackheart their friend started to shudder in fear and unease. In this world, there were no invincible killer moves. Soon, one of Farewell Friend Wind's weaknesses was exposed. To activate it, the user had to directly touch the body of the target GU immortal. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong, with these 2 problems, it became easier to deal with. Even though Taoist Blackheart became very famous and renowned, he became extremely lonely in his final years. Everyone avoided him like the plague. Towards the end of his life, he was all alone. It was a bitter ending. Wu Yong's possession of Farewell Friend Wind shocked all of the immortals here. But regardless, Wu Yong succeeded and Chen Yi was hit. He was going to die. Everyone realized this. Bai Kang Shui shrieked as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered as he vanished on the spot. Bai Kang Shui grabbed onto Chen Yi. Even though he was no longer floating, he could not move. Even his eyebrows and skin started to erode. Wu Yong appeared before the Southern Border Immortals again. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with a complex gaze. There were wariness, fear, and respect all in their eyes. Wu Yong possesses Farewell Friend Wind killer move. It is equivalent to Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. This is a trump card that can change the situation around once it is used. Since when did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How hard can it be? When doing business in Treasure Yellow Heaven, wouldn't everyone call each other friends anyway? Compared to that, I am more worried about Wu Yong's schemes. Wu Yong still stood in front of the Southern Alliance Immortals. He looked at Chen Yi, who was far away, praising, as expected of Heavenly Court's GU Immortal, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Your defense is incredible. This is the first time I've seen anyone disintegrate so slowly from my Farewell Friend Wind. He seemed to be praising the enemy, but he was also flaunting his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance GU Immortals quickly responded. That's right, there had never been anyone who survived a hit from Farewell Friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong around, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals are just a disoriented bunch after all. Heavenly Court Battlefield. Inside the GU Refinement Formation, 2 huge battles were underway. Spear. Heavenly Court's rank 8 Che Wei shouted. Immediately, a gigantic black spear that was the size of an ancient tree shot towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Countless arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down and enveloped 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster remained standing. Even though he was attacked endlessly, he still had the time to talk. Impressive, Che Wei, you are about to create a new path. These killer moves are very interesting. But it is useless, you cannot break the protection of my 5 Elements ring. Blade. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held a large blade and charged up to fight 5 Elements Grandmaster in close combat. At the same time, at another battle, Bull Demon took the initiative to attack while Heavenly Court's GU Immortal Kong Yan defended himself. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each movement created layers of phantom shadows. These shadows were able to attack, and by cooperating with Bull Demon, he could often unleash terrifying attacks that were unexpected. Each time Kong Yan was hit, his body would vibrate. He cultivated Rule Path. There were countless blue lines on his skin, resembling tattoos. These lines were either thin or thick, some crisscrossed and formed a web that protected Kong Yan tightly. It seems that they can't get past for the time being. Yuan Chongdu was still refining GU. his heart eased slightly. Longevity Heaven's duo chose close combat. They are purposely restraining their attacks because they fear that they might destroy the refinement path formation and cause my efforts to be in vain. It seems that they want to snatch Fate Gu. They have a certain requirement towards Fate Gu's recovery. Yuan Chongdu was made a member of Heavenly Court. He was naturally very shrewd. He quickly analyzed Longevity Heaven's intention. Calm down. I must calm down, otherwise, if I make any human mistakes, even the success Dao marks cannot help me. GU Immortals are awakening in the Immortal Graveyard. Our battle strength will continue to rise. Longevity Heaven will be forced to despair. Yuan Chongdu was thinking about that when suddenly, Bing Sai Chuan smiled coldly. Do you know why I bought Calamity Luck Altar? Because the killer move of a former demon venerable is in it. As he said that, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were already attacking Calamity Luck Altar together. But soon, a golden light burst out of Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the sound of waves emerged around the entire battlefield. The phantom image of a segment of the Grand River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the Immortal Killer move activated as figures walked out of the River of Time. The first person to emerge saw that Calamity Luck Altar was suppressed by a huge bear. He roared in anger, "Your bear guts are huge, eat my exploding lightning." The giant bear that Zhang Fei Shang transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face had suffered the impact of the explosion, his injuries were deep, blood was all over his face. "Who are you? Report your name." A Heavenly Court GU Immortal attacked the person. The person laughed maniacally. "You do not even know me, Nu Bao Shang. Then let me show you my exploding lightning killer move. I will blow you to bits, remember my name." The savage power exploded continuously. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were like kites with their strings cut, they flew out uncontrollably. Before they landed on the ground, they had already lost consciousness. It was unknown if they were still alive. To think that I can use this move to come to the future and participate in a huge battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains GU Immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time smiled. He pointed his finger at Calamity Luck Altar, dispelling the time path killer move that was used on it as it regained its speed. "You broke my killer move. Who are you?" GU Lu Ru, who used the killer move, had a dark gaze. The Northern Plains GU Immortal smiled as he looked at GU Lu Ru. "What a coincidence, we both cultivate time path, let us fight. As for my name, it is quite common, I am called He Fan." Next, the third person walked out of the Phantom River of Time after He Fan. "Wow, what a huge battle. Oh my heaven, I better hide somewhere." The third Northern Plains GU Immortal had a delicate white face, he had a crafty look. Saying so, he vanished. One by one, Northern Plains GU Immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Z Wei's heart pounded. Nu Bao Shang, He Fan, and that Lu 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 who vanished, they are all rank 8 experts of the Northern Plains Huang Jin tribes. What killer move is this? It can actually bring these people out of the past segment of the River of Time and into battle. This killer move was simply too unbelievable. Fairy Z Wei felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Z Wei was confused, but Duke Long was not. Seeing this, Duke Long's expression froze as his memories surfaced once more. As the dust cloud settled, Red Lotus spit out blood from his severe injuries, while Duke Long remained standing. "Red Lotus, are you still not attacking? Even though you have future self, after rebirth you only have rank 8 cultivation level. Your current future self is also at rank 8, you are still some distance away from regaining your immortal venerable battle strength." Duke Long had a cold expression, his eyes were spewing fire from rage, burning Red Lotus's heart. "That's right, my future self killer move has some flaws, but even without flaws, how can I attack you, master?" Red Lotus smiled bitterly. "So that is the reason why you have been avoiding me since the start of the battle instead of attacking me?" Duke Long scoffed. "Red Lotus, if you truly respect me as your master, you should stop fooling around. Accept the arrangement of fate and become a GU venerable again, we can forget everything and start anew." "Master, I understand your intention, but you do not understand mine." Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long was even more furious now. "Since you do not want to attack me, and yet you want to continue with this, are you forcing me to kill you?" 1 inch, of course not. Red Lotus shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his flawless face. "Master, after taking hits for such a long time, my killer move is finally ready, please critique it." Saying so, the phantom image of the River of Time appeared behind him as GU Immortals walked out one by one. Duke Long's expression changed. What killer move is this? I created a pair of killer moves, they are known as, Call of the Ancient, Support of the Future. This move can summon GU immortals closely related to the user from the River of Time to come forward in battle. I am using the latter move, Support of the Future, now. Red Lotus smiled lightly. One Duke Long's expression was grim, he was shivering from anger. Your action is defying heaven and earth, you are actually using the River of Time to interfere with the flow of history, your demonic nature is too deeply rooted. What about the first move? Go ahead and use it. No master, the first move, Call of the Ancient, will appear before you in the future at a certain timing. Red Lotus smiled as he said. Chapter 17:18. Heavenly Court's Chaotic Battle. Figures danced in the sky or fought on the ground. Intense explosions continued to resound, sparks were flying, bright lights were flashing. Northern Plains GU Immortal experts fought against Heavenly Court's members. In an instant, a loud explosion occurred as the black bear that was large as a mountain lost its right shoulder. A huge piece of flesh went missing, even its shoulder bone was shattered. The black bear had a painful expression as it shut its eyes, it had fainted from the explosion. Next, its body fell like a mountain. In the end, a huge pit was formed on the ground. Above it, a Northern Plains GU Immortal was laughing in the sky. The killer move Twilight Lightning that I, Nuer Bao Shang, possess is not so easy to deal with. Even if your transformation path grants you strong defenses, I have already killed so many transformation path GU immortals in my life, ahahaha. He cultivated lightning path solely, he was once a brutal slaughterer that roamed Northern Plains. GU immortal world unhindered. When he was the first supreme elder of Nuer tribe, it became the #1 force of Northern Plains without doubt. But Nuer Bao Shang's laughter came to a stop as a delightful female voice resounded. Shameless words, I also cultivate transformation path on the side, come and kill me. Which stupid? Nuer Bao Shang had just turned around and spoke when he saw a bright red light flash before him. Before he reacted, he heard a loud explosion as flames scattered everywhere, dust clouds rose. He fell from the sky, his body was still burning with blazing flames. The time is now, save Zhang Fei Shang. Ji Lu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Instantly, the black bear that Zhang Fei Shang had transformed into flickered with a shining light, his life was preserved. HMPH, I like to kill people, not save them. A shadow tore through the sky, rushing down and approaching Zhang Fei Shang. It was Wan Zihong. She was extremely beautiful and enchanting, she cultivated wood path and was originally a demonic path GU immortal, she had a deep killing nature but was recruited by Heavenly Court. This Zhang Fei Shang is quite impressive, even though he fainted, his transformation did not vanish. Wan Zihong had a look of alertness as she charged into Zhang Fei Shang's right shoulder wound without stopping. The moment she went in, Wan Zihong scattered into pink petals that landed on the bloody wound. The flower petals had a dense fragrant smell, flowers started to grow on the bloody wound. The petals of the flowers fell again on the surrounding flesh, more and more flowers grew as a sea of flowers was formed. Zhang Fei Shang's flesh and blood was quickly replenished, he was healing at an observable pace. HMPH. In the sky, Nuer Bao Shang had a grim expression. Even though he had strong lightning path killer moves, Heavenly Court's GU immortals were not weak either. Wan Zihong's healing method actually got rid of the lightning path Dao marks that he landed on Zhang Fei Shang, he was healing rapidly and effectively. It was as if Wan Zihong's wood path Dao marks and Zhang Fei Shang's transformation path Dao marks did not conflict with each other. Nuer Bao Shang only took one glance, but his enemy made use of that timing to find a weakness. A flash of red light appeared as Nuer Bao Shang got hit again, his body was covered in flames. Seeing this, Nuer Bao Shang gave up on chasing after Zhang Fei Shang, he shook off the flames and looked at his enemy. Who are you? As a Heavenly Court member, are you going to hide your appearance and act so shady? The red light that was flying in the sky laughed loudly as it flickered left and right without stopping. Nuer Bao Shang could only watch without having a chance to land an attack. It should be Senior Zhu Ke. She cultivates fire path and transformation path, her battle style counters Nuer Bao Shang. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei expressed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more GU immortals woke up from the immortal graveyard, Zhu Ke was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's time path killer move is too powerful, it is still summoning more people. Fairy Ziwei looked towards Calamity Luck Altar and the Phantom River of Time as her heart shook with worry. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move. Lord Duke Long might know something. Fairy Zi-Wei had been searching for a chance. She wanted to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's position was not good. He was quite near Calamity Luck Altar. Below the Phantom River of Time, there were Northern Plains GU Immortals moving about constantly. If Fairy Zi-Wei charged in to save him, the risks would be huge, and she had her own job to do. Earlier, both Venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Even though Duke Long was hit by the rank 9 killer move and got restricted, his life is not in danger. I have an important mission. I need to provide Immortal GU to the newly awakened GU Immortals. I also need to protect Old Man Zheng Yuan. He is one of the most important elements of this battle. Fairy Zi-Wei squinted. She stayed at the back and did not move out. Duke Long had instructed her earlier before he left. She had to take charge of the situation. A golden light suddenly flickered before Fairy Zi-Wei's eyes. When the light faded, a Northern Plains GU Immortal was seen. He had dark skin tone and sharp eyes, constantly emitting a brave aura. He was an expert of Yi Lui tribe, Yi Lui Ko. He cultivated Metal Path and was a great expert part of the second batch who left the River of Time. When Yi Lui Ko was a youngster, he stood out with his ferocious nature and sharp foresight. He could often see the most important elements of a battle. During the Imperial Court contest, he often fought alone, charging towards an army single-handedly, killing the enemy's leader under everyone's watchful gaze. He was unstoppable. After becoming a GU Immortal, he plundered many places and targeted the enemy's weakness. As a Righteous Path GU Immortal, he had a terrible reputation on par with Demonic Path members. But his reputation changed after reaching rank 8. By that point, everyone in Northern Plains GU Immortal world feared him. All of the accusations and grudges towards him turned into superficial reverence and slander in secret. Fairy Zi-Wei's heart jumped. Facing Yi Lui Ko's gaze, she felt like a rabbit sprinting in the plains, while being targeted by a hawk. She quickly retreated, her body vanishing among the palaces. This damned Qi Wall. Yi Lui Ko had an irritated expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could detect the enemy's weakness and target it with great precision. This was a talent that he was born with. But his plan was ruined by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi Wall killer move that was left in Heavenly Court. This Qi Wall killer move could discern enemy and ally. It did not obstruct Heavenly Court's members. But against Longevity Heaven's side, it was a huge problem. Northern Plains GU Immortals could only move around the road that Limitless Demon Venerable created to fight against Heavenly Court. Precisely so, the fight between rank 8s was fixed at a certain area. Heavenly Court had many important places like the Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard, but these places were protected by the Qi Wall. Northern Plains GU Immortals could not go there. But in the battlefield, Northern Plains GU Immortals had the obvious upper hand. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals needed to rely on the Qi Wall to retreat at times, allowing them to continue this battle. Our GU Immortals had just woken up. They lacked compatible GU worms. Mortal GU are still fine, but they are lacking many Immortal GU. This prevents their battle strength from being displayed. Fairy Zi-Wei was very worried. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals gave all their Immortal GU to Heavenly Court while they slept in the Immortal Graveyard. On one hand, resources had to be optimized, while Heavenly Court also needed to feed the Immortal GU. These Immortal GU were mostly used to construct Immortal GU houses. They created the countless pavilions and palaces in Heavenly Court. A small portion was handed out to certain people in the 10 sects, for example, Feng Juji's Fate Armor Immortal GU. There were very few Immortal GU which were truly kept in the treasury on standby. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were all elites among rank 8s, but because they lacked Immortal GU, they could not use their full power. Even with abundant Immortal Essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, Northern Plains side had Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move. It was truly magnificent. They were able to go up against Heavenly Court's foundation that was accumulated over countless years. Duke Long was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment, he could not move. He could only watch as the battle unfolded. And most importantly, the one who created this situation was the beloved disciple that he had entrusted hope to in the past, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Chapter 17:19, Death in Formation. This call of the ancients should be quite similar to support of the future. It is not truly bringing over GU Immortals from the past or future. It contains profundity similar to future self. It summons certain individuals from the River of Time when they are at a particular state. Precisely so, These Northern Plains GU Immortals are all at their peak condition, they have all their immortal essence in Immortal GU. To unravel this move, the method should be similar to how I dealt with support of the future. Back then, you have to interrupt the person using the killer move. Right now, if we can cripple Calamity Luck Alter and accumulate enough damage, we should be able to stop this Call of the Ancient killer move. Duke Long was about to break his teeth from gritting, his deduction was not wrong. Unfortunately, he was restrained by the rank 9 killer move, he could not communicate with anyone using any method. Wow, such a beautiful sight. Another person walked out of the river of time, he had a jade-like face, he was elegant and gentlemanly. The life and death battle here was intense, it intoxicated him. He breathed in deeply as he spread his arms, sighing, it seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Fang Yu. HMPH, Northern Plains brutes will be brutes, why are you pretending to be a gentleman, fight me. A Heavenly Court GU Immortal who had just retrieved his Immortal GU looked at Dong Fang Yu with a look of disdain, he charged over. He had the appearance of a little boy, he had black hair with a cowlick on top, together with his round and cute face, his head resembled a peach, it was extremely appealing. But the aura around him was overwhelming, it made Dong Fang Yu's expression change as he dodged. The boy's killer move missed, seeing Dong Fang Yu's pathetic state, he giggled, do you know the power of Vortex Space Boy now? Dong Fang Yu was very angry, my free-spirited nature is real, while you are just a disgusting old man pretending to be young even though you're half a step into your coffin. Vortex Space Boy's smile faded away as he charged at Dong Fang Yu. Dong Fang Yu was merely caught by surprise earlier, now that he was on guard, he retaliated instead of escaping. The two fought and their moves clashed. Powerful air currents shot towards another Northern Plains GU Immortal who emerged from the river of time. The wind is really strong, it almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains GU Immortal looked like an old farmer, his pants were rolled up, his legs were covered in mud, his back was hunched, wrinkles covered his face, and there was tobacco in his mouth. 1 inch sigh. The old farmer had no killing intent, he sighed deeply as he said, I, Nian Nong Fu, cultivate Earth Path, I am most skilled in managing the Immortal Aperture. Nian Nong Fu might not be the strongest rank 8 GU Immortal in Nian tribe history, but his influence was the deepest, he gave Nian tribe the greatest benefits. Because he was skilled in managing Immortal Apertures, even though Nian tribe's territory did not grow, their cultivation resources grew by more than 10 times, it was unthinkable. Yi Chao Zi greets friend Nian. At this time, a Heavenly Court GU Immortal appeared, he was also a thin old man. You know who I am? Nian Nong Fu asked. Heavenly Court's GU Immortal smiled. I cultivate Wood Path, I am also skilled in growing resources. When I was still young, friend Nian was one of my goals. So that's it, Nian Nong Fu smiled. The two spoke in a harmonious tone, but they had already used their methods to fight, they were even fiercer than the other experts. As the red light flew around, Nu Bao Shang's expression became solemn, he continued to strike with his palms as lightning explosions occurred continuously. The red light's aura suddenly expanded, Zhu Ke had used a killer move, splitting into 8 red lights that shot towards Nu Bao Shang from different directions. Nu Bao Shang snorted coldly, he took a deep breath as a spherical shield resembling a lightning web surrounded and protected him. 7 red lights slammed into the lightning web shield, causing an intense explosion, the remaining red light was Zhu Ke's main body. My turn, Nu Bao Shang pulled at his own beard. Go! Strands of his beard shot out, raining down like a drizzle as they all turned into lightning spears, forming a tight formation as they shot towards Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke shouted loudly, the red light turning back into her body as a rainbow light emerged, the temperature of the surrounding air rose. Seeing that the two were about to use killer moves, the surrounding GU Immortals quickly went away. On the ground, Wan Zihong looked up with an expression of admiration, cursing in her heart, damn it, I lack most of my offensive Immortal GU, I have no attacking methods now. To think that I would become a healing GU Immortal one day, Wan Zihong's heart jumped with premonition, her pupils shrunk as she flickered, turning into countless petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, a golden light flashed past her original location. Yi Luiko appeared on the ground as he snorted coldly, thinking, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals are truly elites, I actually missed my attack twice, but unless you escape into the Qi wall, you cannot escape. Saying so, he pointed with his index finger towards an empty spot. A golden ball first appeared at his fingertips before it exploded. A grand golden pillar shot out while pushing air aside. Its speed was incredible. He actually discovered the location of my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The golden light was already right behind her. She had no choice but to turn around and defend herself desperately. Yi Luiko snickered. His move was not so easy to block. But at the next moment, his smile froze. He saw that the golden light pillar shrunk and went inside a GU Immortal's mouth. The GU Immortal ate Yi Luiko's entire killer move as he patted his belly with some lingering desire. To think that I would get to eat right after waking up. This Heavenly Court GU Immortal was quite fat. He had light-colored skin and smiled with a satisfied look. Who are you? Yi Luiko's gaze was cold. Zhao Shanhe. The fat man smiled. I will not let you kill our healing GU Immortal so easily. Yi Luiko did not speak. His aura surged as he prepared another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong grunted in anger. I do not want to bother with healing. If you give me all my immortal GU, I can fight 5 of them at once. At the other side, several GU Immortals were instructed by Fairy Z Wei as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar together. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground, felt happy upon seeing this. Good, it seems that Fairy Z Wei has already deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient Killer move. She is gathering troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan was leading the Northern Plains group. Seeing the Heavenly Court GU Immortals, he snorted. This Call of the Ancient Killer move is powerful, but it can only be used once. If Heavenly Court disrupts it, it will not be usable again. However, I've already saved some manpower to deal with your assaults. Calamity Luck Altar similarly contained several Northern Plains GU Immortals. They quickly flew outside and blocked the incoming Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Far away, Fairy Z Wei let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sai Chuan does not cultivate Wisdom Path. The situation has been stabilized. Fairy Z Wei chose the most optimal strategy. Even though Heavenly Court's side was on the weak side, Fairy Z Wei was still willing to gather forces to attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, to stabilize the situation, Northern Plains would have to gather more people to defend themselves. The weaker Heavenly Court was attacking, while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. It was obvious that the attacker had more initiative. This allowed the Heavenly Court GU Immortals more time to recover. If they got injured, they would retreat to the Qi Wall and recuperate. When Northern Plains started to defend Calamity Luck Altar, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals felt their pressure lifting. They were more easily able to return to the Qi Wall for healing. 2-time path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and GU Lu Ru spit out blood as they flew behind respectively. GU Lu Ru wanted to retreat to the Qi Wall when a figure suddenly appeared. Just die. The figure appeared and disappeared instantly. GU Lu Ru was merely inches from the Qi Wall, but he suddenly fell on the ground in disbelief, losing his life. The attacker was naturally Lu tribe's expert Lu Lu Lu. This person was crafty and scheming. He was called the disgrace of Northern Plains when he was alive, because he never fought openly with people. He bullied the weak while fearing the strong. He enjoyed sneak attacking people. His enemies often suffered severe losses, but could not even find a glimpse of Lu Lu Lu. They would spit out blood in anger. GU Lu Ru's death made a great impact on the GU Immortals of both sides. Ever since Longevity Heaven joined the battle, this was the first sacrifice from Heavenly Court that had appeared. GU Lu Ru did not have all his GU worms, and most importantly, more and more GU Immortals were joining the battle. It was getting more intense. A certain threshold was reached. Like a signal, soon, the second and third sacrifices appeared. Yi Luiko finally succeeded in killing Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shanhe. On Northern Plains' side, Hei Fan died. He and GU Lu Ru had fought too intensely, and most importantly, he lacked good defensive killer moves. He was suddenly attacked by several Heavenly Court GU Immortals at once. All in all, Heavenly Court's sacrifices were larger in terms of GU Immortals. These GU Immortals are the foundation of my Heavenly Court. They actually died like this. This was not worth it. Fairy Z Wei sighed deeply. The enemy's sacrifice was merely part of a killer move. If they used the killer move again, these dead Northern Plains GU Immortals could show up in battle again. These Northern Plains GU Immortals were not summoned with their true body after all. But Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were real lives even though their lifespan was limited. This time Path Rank 9 killer move should be the work of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Damn it, He is too vicious, he totally targeted by Heavenly Court's weakness. Fairy Ziwei was furious but also helpless. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was similarly ugly. Because as time passed, he found that these summoned Northern Plains experts were falling in battle strength, and it was very evident. Soon, Fairy Ziwei also realized this. I understand, it is because Fate Gu's recovery is increasing rapidly, it is reaching full recovery. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with hope, she was very happy. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable's move is powerful, it uses the River of Time and manipulates history, it goes against fate. When Fate Gu is fully repaired, this move will also lose all effectiveness. Chapter 1720, Through Branches and Leaves. Fairy Ziwei's analysis was not wrong. Because when Fate Gu exists, ancient Gu immortals cannot come to the present, and future Gu immortals also cannot travel to the past. But because of Fate Gu's injuries, the restriction on time path was greatly reduced. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow a Gu immortal to return to the past, they could send their will back. One future self, Call of the Ancient, Support of the Future, these killer moves were also making use of the past or future, projecting a person into the present from a certain point in time. When Fate Gu is fully restored, these killer moves would no longer work. Fairy Ziwei realized this. Bing Sai Chuan naturally knew this from the start. The refinement path formation could not be destroyed, otherwise, Heavenly Court's attempt to repair Fate Gu would fail entirely. An overly damaged Fate Gu was useless even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, they would need to repair it by mimicking Heavenly Court's methods. But Bing Sai Chuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have the deep foundation of Heavenly Court, they did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance, they did not have the ability to repair Fate Gu. They could not destroy the refinement path formation. Longevity Heaven could only break past the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to take Fate Gu by force. Regarding this, Bing Sai Chuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But that was his limit. It was not like he did not want to add more people. The Phantom River of Time also had many Northern Plains experts emerging continuously as well. But this refinement path formation itself had its limit. This formation was meant to repair Fate Gu, it was not for combat. The formation space inside could only handle 5 rank 8s. Any more in the refinement path formation would be destroyed. Thus, Bing Sai Chuan did not send more people, while Central Continent also watched the situation inside without sending more people. The battle around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts, the battle was intense. But the most crucial battle was in the refinement path formation. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, thinking about the situation. Even though our side is strong, we need to focus on defense, but overall, we still have the advantage. In the worst case, we will have to destroy this refinement path formation. Even if we cannot take Fate Gu, we will make sure Heavenly Court's objective fails. Both sides did not want to destroy the refinement path formation, but if there was no choice, Longevity Heaven would have to destroy it and cause both sides to end up losing. Of course, Bing Sai Chuan was leading Longevity Heaven to attack Heavenly Court. Their main objective was to snatch Fate Gu. If the formation was destroyed, they would have failed their objective. It is up to us now. Bull Demon had a clear understanding of the situation outside. Far away, 5 Elements Grandmaster also nodded as his expression turned serious. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook as an intense aura surged out, a powerful killer move shining in 5 colored lights shot towards his enemy Che Wei. Che Wei shouted loudly as he placed both hands in front of him, activating a killer move. Countless large shields appeared in front of him. Even though there were loud cracking noises, these shields formed a wall and blocked the 5 colored lights. Damn it! 5 Elements Grandmaster intensified his attack. The 5 colored lights grew in power and destroyed shields after shields. But Che Wei's defenses were impenetrable. Even though shields were broken, new ones quickly formed to replace them. Che Wei had outstanding defensive methods. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt a sense of helplessness. Within the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or 5 Elements Grandmaster, they had to control their firepower. They could not destroy this refinement path formation recklessly. On the other side, Bull Demon and Kong Yan's battle was also about the same. Undeniably, it was much better to be on the defensive for this battle. What do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster asked Bull Demon secretly. Bull Demon only replied, attack, try and lure their attention. Saying so, Bull Demon charged at Kong Yan again. The two engaged in another fierce fight. Five Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. Bull Demon's words had deep meaning. He did not think anymore. He trusted Longevity Heaven and went to engage in a long fight with Che Wei. At the other end, Yuan Chongdu was completely focused on manipulating the refinement path formation, putting his attention on repairing Fate GU. While nobody noticed anything, a small flower resembling scattering petals landed towards Heaven Overseeing Tower inconspicuously. He. The flower landed into Heaven Overseeing Tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no, someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Yuan Chongdu was deeply shocked. He quickly shouted to alert the rest. He had to pay a huge price for this shout. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his mind was heavily injured, it directly cracked into 2 and could not merge together. Che Wei and Kong Yan quickly retreated. They wanted to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower and stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate GU. Too late. Bull Demon laughed loudly. He joined forces with 5 Elements Grandmaster as they restrained their enemies. Che Wei and Kong Yan became more flustered. They scolded Bull Demon for being so shameless and unscrupulous. They actually schemed this deeply. This was Bull Demon and Flower Lady's biggest secret. They shared their lifespan together. If one of them died, as long as the other was still alive, they would revive after some time. After Flower Lady revived, she flew into Heaven Overseeing Tower. There were only 5 GU Immortals in the Refinement Path Immortal formation, thus it did not break and was still operational. What do I do? Yuan Chongdu's vision turned dark, his head was hurting. This was the toughest decision of his life. He controlled the Refinement Path formation. He could totally destroy Fate GU and ruin all of Heavenly Court's hard work. If he did not do that, the enemy would obtain a nearly recovered Fate GU. This would preserve Fate GU and they might have a chance of getting it back. Of course, if they could not take it back, Heavenly Court's hard work would all be in vain. They would all benefit Longevity Heaven instead. This decision was too tough and Yuan Chongdu's mind was heavily injured. His thinking speed fell greatly. When Flower Lady got to the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate GU, Yuan Chongdu had yet to make up his mind. Success. Flower Lady's eyes shined brightly. She stretched out her hand and wanted to grab Fate GU. If she succeeds, she would be the biggest contributor of Longevity Heaven in this trip. But at this moment, on the walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower, a bamboo forest painting suddenly appeared. What is that? Flower Lady had a look of shock. She was very stunned. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star Zone Mountain as he smiled bitterly in his heart. This is the chess game set by Limitless Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It contains the grand power of these 2 venerables as well as replenishment from Heavenly Court at all times. If I interfere forcefully, I would have to resist the joint power of 2 venerables. Of course, these are just 2 venerables' methods. They are not alive and cannot think like humans. After finding out information on them, I will be able to target them, but even if I succeed, that would only harm Heavenly Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then and created this chessboard together, she must have her considerations. This will definitely benefit Heavenly Court. I do not need to be a sinner. Even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely assured. He thought about it as he walked. When he raised his head, he realized he had arrived at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He suddenly lost all his frustrations. He smiled at the blank walls. That's right, I can leave my painting here. Unknown to everyone, he created a painting here. One after he finished it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was so deeply concealed that even Heavenly Court did not know of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that nobody knew of appeared before Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was merely an inch away from Fate GU, but this distance could not be breached. Flower Lady's body floated in the air. She could not move. Her gaze was completely in a daze. After looking at the bamboo forest painting for a moment, she fell into a multi-layered illusion. The bamboo forest was huge, but she was just a single person. She could not leave after getting lost. Flower Lady was very anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Winds blew as bamboo leaves shook. Jade green light and shadows enveloped Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was inside the bamboo forest, felt the world spinning as she fainted on the spot. But the bamboo forest painting did not vanish or freeze. The jade bamboos on the walls started to sway as if the wind was blowing. Instantly, All of the immortals in battle heard the sound of the wind. On the wall, beautiful leaves that resembled jade fell off the branches. It was a beautiful sight. This wind that did not exist not only penetrated the refinement path immortal formation and reached the immortal's ears, it even entered Duke Long's heart. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion too. He was lying on the ground, surrounded by thick jade bamboos. The wind was blowing, jade bamboo leaves were falling elegantly. Duke Long received almost the same treatment as Flower Lady, but he did not feel anything discomfort. His mind was getting clearer. At this instance, he could feel the pure power and profundity of wood path. He could feel the concealment of the bamboo forest, he could feel the pressure of the trees, he could feel the vitality and strength of the grass that grew out of the soil. Next, his limbs felt like the grass and trees, gaining new strength as they grew. With this newfound strength, Duke Long supported himself and stood up slowly, standing in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to have seen Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man, he was gentlemanly and polite, wearing green clothes and a white headband, his long hair was fluttering with the wind. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled mildly as he walked past Duke Long slowly. His words could be heard from the gentle winds. The left is love, the right is affection, walking on both sides of life, scattering seeds and blooming flowers, making this journey full of flower fragrance, allowing the person who walks through branches and leaves to feel no pain even as they step on thorns. They can shed tears but feel no sadness. Saying so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Duke Long turned around, only to see that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was vanishing among the bamboo trees. Only one sentence was left by him. Remember, this move is called, through branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He was shocked to find that he was already standing. The silver chains that were binding him turned into bamboo leaves that scattered on the ground. These leaves looked like they were made from jade. TL note: Genesis words are a quote from the author Bing Xin. Chapter 1721, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. At once, Duke Long understood that this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel his wood path attainment level rising to an extremely high level. At the same time, memories related to this wood path killer move through branches and leaves were all etched into his mind. To that bamboo forest, rather than calling it an illusion, was more like a state of mind. The power of through branches and leaves killer move was to free the GU Immortal of all harmful restraints. I am truly pathetic. Duke Long laughed at himself. He felt the power of a venerable once again. The truth was, he had some understanding towards the chess game of both venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This game had unparalleled might, it was one with heavenly court and could continuously draw strength from it. This was the secret agreement between star constellations Will and Limitless Demon Venerable back in the days. Because it had the power of two venerables, it could not be dealt with by a single venerable. But the silver chains on Duke Long was just made from one of the pieces in this chess game. The through branches and leaves killer move that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind was able to free Duke Long from its effect. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really put a lot of effort into it. It is a waste for this wood path true inheritance to be given to me. Duke Long sighed as he kept away his emotions. His dragon pupils looked around as he stared at the Calamity Luck Altar not too far away. Calamity Luck Altar was so huge it covered half of Duke Long's vision. While Duke Long was restrained, he had been incapacitated near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained freedom and stood up, he was not far from it. Breathing in deeply, the sounds of the surrounding battle, explosions or shouting, became very soft as he blocked them out. While he was restrained, Duke Long's anger, guilt, and hatred filled his heart. Now that he regained freedom, these surging emotions erupted like a dormant volcano that had reawakened. Unknowingly, all the present GU Immortals all had a feeling, that was the calm before a storm. Breathe out, breathe in. Duke Long cultivated chi path with transformation path on the side. Each time he breathed, he sucked in a huge amount of oxygen. It was a great commotion. In fact, this commotion was slightly affecting the surrounding chi wall's stability. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail waved about, his dragon claws and horns were shining in a purple gold light. He was extremely grand and royal. Ripples started to form in the surrounding air. The particles seemed to be flickering with a similar purple gold light. A terrifying aura was emerging in his body. He was like a catastrophic beast that created heaven and earth. After eons of slumbering, he had finally awakened. Countless gazes landed on Duke Long at this moment. Damn it. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Flower Lady was unconscious while Duke Long broke free. Longevity Heaven had faced the greatest setbacks since they started this attack. Inside the refinement path formation, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster sensed something amiss. They fought with all their strength. But Che Wei and Kong Yan held on desperately. They did not give the enemy a chance to break through. At a deeper area of the refinement path formation, Yuan Chongdu was spitting out blood. He tried hard to sustain the refinement path formation's operations. He was already resolved to die. Bing Sai Chuan tried hard to think of a plan. The situation was turning bad. Sweat formed on his forehead. He had already expended all his trump cards. He could not seek help from Limitless Demon Venerable again. The truth was, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around earlier. His attitude was very clear. Duke Long's aura surged to its limit. It was grand and overwhelming. Even though he had not moved, he had already gained the attention of everyone. He is Lord Duke Long. Some Heavenly Court GU Immortals looked over with admiration. Duke Long's seniority was still quite high. But someone was even older than Duke Long. An old GU Immortal did not recognize him. He is one of us. Duke Long finally escaped. Fairy Ziwei was very excited. She observed the entire situation. She knew clearly that among the Heavenly Court Immortals now, Duke Long was the strongest person. He broke the chains and recovered his freedom. He had stood up at a timely moment. Or more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were simply too timely. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Ziwei felt a deep sense of admiration. Unbelievable methods. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's era, Heaven Overseeing Tower had been modified countless times. Many of the GU worms were replaced. Especially during the recent decade of fighting, it had been damaged constantly and repaired afterwards. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method was actually intact after all that. It was hidden so deeply that nobody found it. His Immortal Killer move could hide within Heaven Overseeing Tower, which is the #1 investigative Immortal GU house in this world, remaining undiscovered. And most amazingly, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Immortal Killer move had never disrupted with the workings of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path. The greatest advantage and trait of the rumored Painting Path is that it can perfectly accommodate the operations of other Immortal GU and killer moves. This has the same level of profundity as Sovereign Immortal Body's non-conflicting Dao marks. Fairy Ziwei could only guess. The 10 Venerables were the apex of GU cultivation. They were the brightest stars with unparalleled luster. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Wisdom Path, he could comprehend the profundities of heaven and earth. He was able to make arrangements that affected the future era. And, most importantly, his arrangement worked at the most crucial moment. His control of the timing was simply impeccable. Bing Sai Chuan was very nervous. He ordered, "Block Duke Long." Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains GU Immortals could tell that Duke Long was a huge threat. After Duke Long's aura reached its limit, it started to condense and shrink. It was like someone who was pulling back his fist. Once he attacked, it would be a terrifying sight. This action created huge mental pressure among the Northern Plains Immortals. "Kill!" a Northern Plains male Immortal shouted as he charged at Duke Long. The second Northern Plains GU Immortal was silent but followed behind the male Immortal, charging and defending him. "No, let me face him." The third Northern Plains expert suddenly moved out with great speed. He arrived before Duke Long instantly. Duke Long had a peaceful expression. He stood silently on the ground without moving, like a statue. Suddenly, a dragon roar was heard. An elegant purple gold dragon chi appeared in the sky for an instant. The GU Immortal wanted to see it, but all they saw were the remnant traces of the purple gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived before Duke Long became motionless. He lowered his head, looking at the hole in his chest with an expression of disbelief. Through this hole, he could see the world behind him. At the next moment, blood gushed out of his mouth as countless mini dragon-shaped chi emerged on his body. With a thud, he self-detonated, turning into a pile of flesh and blood, dying on the spot. He was a famous expert of Northern Plains, but he was unable to take one hit from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the two Northern Plains GU Immortals who wanted to kill Duke Long became lost for words as their expressions changed. "What are you looking at?" Duke Long's calm voice resounded behind them. "Oh no." The two Northern Plains experts activated their strongest defenses without thinking. This instinct was ingrained into their very existence, it saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's 2 ferocious dragon claws landed. The 2 Northern Plains experts' defenses crumbled instantly, they were like 2 shooting stars, crashing and creating a huge pit on the ground. With a loud boom, rocks flew as dust clouds rose. The 2 Northern Plains experts fainted in the pit. One Duke Long's attack was truly shocking. Instantly, he killed 1 and made 2 unconscious. Longevity Heaven lost the battle strength of 3 rank 8s just like that. Terrifying. At once, the battle strength that Duke Long unleashed stunned Heavenly Court's members. The old man who did not recognize Duke Long felt very surprised. After my time, there was actually such a talented junior. He is the master of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he is also a Tao Guardian. The Heavenly Court GU Immortal beside him explained. The old man realized. Oh, no wonder. The Tao Guardians of Venerables were usually the strongest person besides the Venerable if they matured fully. Of course there were exceptions. Like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Tao Guardians were monumental in the growth process of the Venerable. He's coming. Bing Sai Chuan breathed in deeply, concentrating his mind. After Duke Long defeated the 3, he went straight for Calamity Luck Altar. His advancement carried huge pressure as everyone looked at him with great fear. At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan felt that even the powerful Calamity Luck Altar was showing a sign of fragility. Protect me, Bing Sai Chuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals quickly went back to reinforce him. Duke Long's action was the same as attacking a beehive. A large number of Longevity Heaven GU Immortals gathered and encircled him from the front and back, forming a huge web. Countless immortal killer moves landed on Duke Long. They were like fireworks that sparkled. Fatal danger was hidden within these beautiful sparks. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long appeared far away. Many killer moves missed their target. The remaining killer moves were directed by the user as they changed directions. Duke Long's body flickered again. He showed disdain towards the killer moves that were targeting him. Break, he shouted as he used a chi path killer move. A surging chi wave erupted in all directions. All killer moves were pushed away. The surroundings were completely cleared out. The Longevity Heaven GU Immortals could only pounce towards Duke Long. You have already attacked, now it is time to face my killer move as well. Duke Long snickered. Longevity Heaven lost 2 more GU Immortals. Duke Long continued to approach Calamity Luck Altar. Under Bing Sai Chuan's manipulation, Calamity Luck Altar had no choice but to retreat rapidly. Duke Long continued to chase it, regardless of which Northern Plains expert that was in his way. He went through their line of defense without difficulty. Of course, he would dodge the powerful killer moves as well. Shock was exposed in Bing Sai Chuan's eyes. Impossible. How can Duke Long become so powerful in such a short time? Is this part of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method? He was wrong about this. Duke Long was strong because of himself. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. The lower his lifespan, the greater the amplification that Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him. This amplification was in all aspects. It made Duke Long powerful beyond words. His battle strength was rising every second. His vitality was shrinking but his aura continued to grow. This was his final battle. At the last moments of his life, Duke Long erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 1722, 7 Extreme Desolation. Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand made Duke Long increasingly stronger. With each breath of time, he became stronger than before. Looking at the phantom river of time in the sky, Duke Long showed a complex emotion in his eyes. He sighed lightly. O Red Lotus, I have already witnessed your call of the ancient and support of the future. Now, let me show you my Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. Duke Long's words infuriated all of the Northern Plains experts. He obviously looked down on all of the Northern Plains immortals present. There was only Red Lotus Demon Venerable in his eyes. The Northern Plains experts were all famous people in history. They had their own arrogance and pride. But they had no way of rebuking Duke Long's words. Because their existence was the result of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Old man, you speak too much. Don't look down on us. We will show you our power. Several Northern Plains rank 8s charged at Duke Long. Duke Long snickered as he roared. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flickered continuously. An intense explosion resounded. Duke Long rampaged among the GU immortals who encircled him. He was simply unstoppable. In contrast, the Northern Plains experts were losing numbers rapidly from his ferocious attacks. Duke Long was just too fast, the Northern Plains GU Immortals could not stop him. Any killer move needed time to prepare and activate. Because Duke Long was concentrating on Calamity Luck Altar, he did not bother wasting time with the Northern Plains GU Immortals that obstructed him. Don't think of leaving Duke Long, fight me for 300 rounds. We must stop him. Purple Gold Dragon Chi flickered again. The battlefield became silent. Bing Sai Chuan raised his head and looked. Duke Long was finally standing before Calamity Luck Altar. His emotionless pupils looked at this Luck Path Rank 8 Immortal GU house. Oh no, sweat poured down Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. At the next moment, Duke Long roared as his Chi Path killer move was activated again. Myriad Chi rampaged, the world changed colors. At once, the Rank 8 GU Immortals shook intensely as they felt an unparalleled pressure slamming down at them from all around. Many killer moves collapsed. The Northern Plains experts who were pursuing Duke Long fell into the water like dumplings falling into a pot. The world became still, nothing was left standing. Calamity Luck Altar could barely operate, its thin light halo was resisting Chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move. This Luck Path Rank 8 Immortal GU house could not fly, it was suppressed by Duke Long and forced to stay on the ground. At once, Duke Long became the main character of this battlefield. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals looked at him with shock and amazement. He had suppressed the entire situation single-handedly. Even though Northern Plains experts were strong and proud, their raised heads were forcefully lowered by Duke Long. Damn it, this Chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move had once been used in Eastern Sea by Duke Long. But its current power is more than 10 times of before. Bing Sai Chuan could not conceal the shock on his face. Duke Long's strength was too overwhelming, it was far out of his expectations. This damned old man is quite strong. It seems that you need Grandpa Mao's help now. Far away, Mao Li Chu and his clone had been suppressing the two legendary immemorial beasts from Heavenly Court. After seeing Duke Long's power, Mao Li Chu gritted its teeth and wanted to rush over to help. You want to leave? Dream on. The immemorial green jade crane shrieked. It activated an immortal killer move and attacked Mao Li Chu's clone. Stand there. Shabby 95 grabbed Mao Li Chu's right hind leg as it bit. These two idiots. Mao Li Chu was furious, it was unable to get away from these two. Heavenly Court's two legendary immemorial desolate beasts might not be able to turn the situation around, but they were great at keeping the status quo. Duke Long's power was simply like steroids injected into his allies, it made these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts extremely energetic. Go away. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shined in a fierce light, it started to rise slowly. Next, the Northern Plains experts who were on the ground and used their killer moves on Duke Long. Even though Duke Long was strong, he could only suppress them for some time. He was not just going up against the Rank 8 Immortal GU house that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created, there were also the countless experts from the Northern Plains Huang Jin tribe's history. Go assist Duke Long. We will make Longevity Heaven pay with bloodshed. How can Heavenly Court's authority be undermined? Heavenly Court's immortals reacted. They moved like rushing tide as they went to reinforce Duke Long. A portion of the Northern Plains experts had to go and block Heavenly Court's attacks on the outside. Inside, the remaining ones attacked Duke Long with all their might. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Duke Long was unstoppable even in the encirclement, he had the complete advantage, and outside, there were fewer Northern Plains GU Immortals than Heavenly Court's side, they were also losing there. Bing Sai Chuan understood. Unless a Venerable makes a move, Longevity Heaven's invasion had failed. Their goal was to take Fate GU, but now, they were barely able to stay alive, not to mention snatch anything. The truth was, Longevity Heaven was just one step away from success. The problem was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and his arrangement, it ruined Longevity Heaven's plan. Even though my Longevity Heaven failed, your Heavenly Court may not succeed either. A cold light flashed in Bing Sai Chuan's eyes, he gave his orders, destroy the Refinement Path formation. Since they could not obtain Fate GU or destroy Fate GU entirely, he would make sure that they fail in restoring it. This way, Heavenly Court would need to continue holding the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to repair Fate GU in the future. And that would give the other 4 regions some respite. But in that situation, in the future Central Continent Refinement Path Conventions, Heavenly Court would guard themselves deeply, Longevity Heaven would no longer have this chance to invade. But there was no choice, the situation was forcing Bing Sai Chuan to make such a decision. Okay, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster received their orders, they immediately attacked the refinement path formation. Kong Yan spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale. But he had a faint smile as he said, HMPH, why do you think Lady Z Wei made me guard the formation internally? It was to prevent you guys from causing destruction. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. They realized that their attacks on the refinement path formation was actually transferred to Kong Yan. This was a rule path method unique to Kong Yan, he could transfer damage onto himself. You want to destroy the formation, how can we allow that? With us around, don't even think about it. Outside the refinement path Immortal formation, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals formed lines of defense as they blocked the assault of the Northern Plains experts. Bing Sai Chuan changed his goal and attempted to destroy the refinement path formation, this was his enemy's weakness as well. For Heavenly Court, they had no choice but to defend the formation. This way, the battle between the two sides went into a deadlock. Most of Heavenly Court's members were protecting the refinement path formation, Duke Long alone was attacking Calamity Luck Altar. For Northern Plains, they were mainly defending Calamity Luck Altar while attacking the refinement path formation with a barrage of attacks. Even though Duke Long was obstructed by all the Northern Plains experts, he still had the energy to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar endured attacks from Duke Long time and again, but it still remained standing. This was the immense defense of a rank 8 Immortal GU house. The truth was, Calamity Luck Altar's methods were not just limited to these, against Duke Long, it could still retaliate. But now, Calamity Luck Altar's main purpose was to sustain Call of the Ancient killer move. If it used other methods, this Call of the Ancient would be interrupted. The root of the issue was that Call of the Ancient was a time path killer move, it was incompatible with Calamity Luck Altar's methods. If there were any abilities similar to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's earlier methods resembling Painting Path, the situation would not be this awkward. Bing Sai Chuan was clear in his heart, once he stopped using Call of the Ancient killer move, the situation would worsen instantly. Only through this move could they resist the awakening Heavenly Court members. As time passed, the situation got more intense, more and more GU Immortals died. Duke Long's attacks from time to time made Bing Sai Chuan's heart shook. He did not know how long Calamity Luck Altar could last, maybe at the next moment, Call of the Ancient killer move would stop. If that happens, Longevity Heaven would lose this battle without doubt. Even though both sides were attacking and defending, as Duke Long continued to unleash powerful moves, the situation was already changing. Heavenly Court had a slight advantage, Longevity Heaven was slowly losing their edge. A lightning path killer move landed on Duke Long's back. But Duke Long's body did not even move, as the dust cloud settled, his back was exposed. It was covered in purple gold dragon scales. As the effect of Heavenly Dragon's last stand persisted, Duke Long's body became stronger and larger, his size was already twice of before. His dragon claws became sharper, his dragon tail became longer and more flexible, his dragon horns were originally very short but now they grew rapidly, they were the size of a deer's antlers, they looked like a crown on his head, displaying his royal and authoritative figure. Every moment and every second, Duke Long was getting stronger. Bing Sai Chuan, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar as well as the Northern Plains GU Immortals, could feel this very deeply. This is a monster, a Northern Plains expert shouted in hatred. Monster. Ha ha ha, we 7 Big Dipper Immortals love dealing with monsters. At this moment, from the Phantom River of Time, 7 GU Immortals walked out. Ah, it's them. Bing Sai Chuan saw this, becoming surprised and happy. These 7 Big Dipper Immortals were all from Huang Jin tribes, there were 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s, they were all from the same period of time in history. During their era, legendary immemorial desolate beasts wreaked havoc, they caused the righteous path to suffer great losses. Thus, the Huang Jin tribes banded together and chose 7 people to learn the ancient battle formation, they spent countless years to soothe the chaos and capture the beast, returning peace and serenity to Northern Plains. Ancient battle formation, 7 extreme desolation. At once, the 7 GU Immortals turned into a 3-headed 4-armed black gold giant with a huge metallic ring on its back. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant's right arm moved like a blade, creating an afterimage as it slashed towards Duke Long. Winged blade. Duke Long's pupils shrunk, he could feel a fatal danger. Chapter 1723, Fatal Strike. Winged blade had very high reputation, it was publicly recognized as the #1 offensive method of Northern Plains GU Immortal World, it could even cut apart the winds of assimilation temporarily, its fearsome might was known to all. I managed to dodge. The purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered as Duke Long appeared elsewhere, shock still showing on his face. At the next moment, he watched as the horn on his forehead fell slowly towards the ground in front of him. At the crucial moment, Duke Long managed to dodge the winged blade, but his right dragon horn was sliced apart. Duke Long was deeply shocked. At this moment, the black gold giant hooked its finger at Duke Long. Immortal killer move, Immortal binding rope. This was the #1 capturing method in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. A green gold rope appeared on Duke Long's body, it wrapped around his waist thrice as he was pulled towards the black gold giant. The black gold giant raised its right arm, aiming at Duke Long as it used the powerful killer move again. Duke Long gritted his teeth, he shouted as his muscular body shook, he broke free of the immortal binding rope and retreated, avoiding the winged blade. The black gold giant wanted to capture Duke Long again, but he dodged while spitting out 2 sharp dragon fangs. The dragon fangs flew out of his mouth and expanded in size, they were like 2 curved blades that danced in the air, defending his body. It was a mortal killer move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Spiraling Dragon Fang was an offensive killer move, but Duke Long used it for defense instead. Even though the black gold giant 7 Extreme Desolation had a powerful immortal binding rope killer move, it would be cut by the dragon fangs if it tried to bind Duke Long. Bing Sai Chuan watched this as he felt suspicious and regretful. The original spiraling dragon fang is only an arm's size, but it is like 2 gigantic pillars now. What method did Duke Long use to make his immortal killer moves grow so powerful? It is a pity that 7 Extreme Desolation is much weaker now as Fate GU recovers due to the decreased power of call of the ancient killer move. Otherwise, if they had their original power, Duke Long would be heavily injured from the attack earlier. 7 Extreme Desolation was an ancient battle formation made of 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7 GU immortals. Each of them were elites of the Huang Jin tribes in their time, they were famous in Northern Plains. And most importantly, the killer moves that they used were the trump cards of the respective tribes. For example, Chanyu tribe's winged blade and Yi Lui tribe's immortal binding rope. With 7 Extreme Desolation restricting Duke Long's attacks, the situation went into a deadlock again. Calamity Luck Altar was temporarily safe, but Longevity Heaven's side could not destroy the Refinement Path formation no matter what they did. Heavenly Court had 3 layers of GU immortals both inside and outside, they formed a tight defense. The Northern Plains experts could not even get close to the formation, not to mention getting inside. In fact, GU Immortals were already starting to set up new defensive formations outside the Refinement Path Immortal formation. This looks like a deadlock, but the initiative has been lost. At this rate, Heavenly Court will simply continue the battle of attrition. Bing Sai Chuan had a cold expression, but determination still shined in his eyes. Northern Plains GU Immortals loved to fight, they had countless battles in their life, far more than other regions' people. Bing Sai Chuan was a Time Path rank 8 great expert, he was the same. He had experienced countless difficulties in life, even though the situation was increasingly dangerous now, his fighting spirit did not waver. He was trying to find a way out. The plan to invade Heavenly Court had been closely planned by my Longevity Heaven, we have our methods to retaliate. For now, we need to communicate with Fang Yuan and the rest, to target the outside world instead. Bing Sai Chuan immediately contacted Fang Yuan and the rest, giving his orders. Luck Path method again, they are communicating with the outside world. The moment Bing Sai Chuan acted, a few of Heavenly Court's members sensed it. Fairy Ziwei smiled bitterly, the supreme profundity of Luck Path was held by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Heavenly Court could not stop Bing Sai Chuan. Emperor City, Fang Yuan had activated Emperor Yama killer move as he flew rapidly in the sky. Winds blew around him, in his vision, Li Huang and Qing Yi were like 2 torches that charged towards him in the darkness. Fang Yuan stretched out his finger, countless Yama children flew out to obstruct Li Huang and Qing Yi. Next, he attacked the closest immortal GU house. The GU immortals inside that immortal GU house were shocked, they quickly retreated. Fang Zheng, quickly use that move. A GU immortal shouted. GU Fang Zheng was also inside this GU house. He immediately acted as the immortal GU house shot out a blood light that moved it with several times the speed, causing Fang Yuan to miss his target. Using this chance, Li Huang and Qing Yi arrived and fought against Fang Yuan again. The Western Desert GU Immortals could not take it as they mocked. This is clearly a blood path method, the Great Righteous Path Heavenly Court is actually using blood path killer moves in public right now. Bullshit, my central continent has unfathomable methods, how can you fools understand what we are doing? Western Desert scoundrel, you are jealous of my central continent's wealth, this is slander towards the righteous leader of humanity, this is unacceptable. How could central continent's GU immortals acknowledge it, even though most of them knew that this was Fang Zheng's blood path methods after all? Damn it, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, Li Huang and Qing Yi were too annoying, he felt like he was stuck in a swamp. In this current situation, his best method was Great Thief Ghost Hand. Using this move, he could destroy many of the immortal GU houses of Heavenly Court. But Li Huang and Qing Yi were disturbing him, he did not have a chance to succeed. But Western Desert was also very wary of him, they did not want to cooperate. Fang Clan had a secret cooperation with Fang Yuan, but how could they expose that in public right now? Fang Clan had obtained Divine Bean Palace years ago and that caused Western Desert's Righteous Path to gang up on them, they were keeping a low profile now. Using this Refinement Path convention as a chance, they made an agreement with Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. If they worked with Fang Yuan now, they would be giving the Righteous Path forces more excuses to suppress them afterwards. This is not looking good, the competition is nearing its end. Fang Yuan had participated in the Refinement Path convention before, he was clear of the situation now. Most importantly, why are those fools from Longevity Heaven not doing anything? At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan contacted Fang Yuan. Towards Fang Yuan, he would naturally not use an authoritative tone, but Bing Sai Chuan knew how to convince Fang Yuan. He told him everything regarding Longevity Heaven's invasion of Heavenly Court. These were all truths, they had no loopholes. Bing Sai Chuan did not hide or make up anything because he knew about Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment. These bunch of snakes. Fang Yuan learned about what happened in Heavenly Court as brilliance flashed in his eyes, he gritted his teeth in anger. He made use of Longevity Heaven and treated Bing Sai Chuan and the rest as pawns, was it not the same in reverse? Longevity Heaven had their own goals, right now, they were being truthful because they wanted Fang Yuan to cause chaos and prevent Heavenly Court from repairing Fate GU fully. Inside Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven was only able to stabilize the situation and stall Heavenly Court's experts, they had no chance of winning. But if Fang Yuan destroyed Emperor City and ruined the competition, Heavenly Court's human path methods would be stopped, they would not be able to take success Dao marks from infallible blessed land. Without success Dao marks, how could Yuan Chongdu dare to repair Fate GU? This was the only chance of victory. Breathing in deeply, a cold light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Even though he knew that Longevity Heaven was making use of him, this open scheme was in line with his own benefits, he had to do it. Activating his immortal killer move, Fang Yuan moved like a phantom as he dashed around with shocking speed. Everywhere he went, Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses avoided him. Because of Fang Yuan, the defensive line of Heavenly Court was in complete chaos. It was a pity that at this time, Western Desert's immortal GU houses were all restricted by Heavenly Court, they also had no motivation to go all in, they were unable to make a breakthrough. Li Huang and Qing Yi arrived again and interrupted Fang Yuan. Usually at this time, while Fang Yuan was busy with Li Huang and Qing Yi, Heavenly Court's defensive line would be reformed. Fang Yuan roared, turning into the immemorial year monkey. Be it spring scissors or summer fan, Fang Yuan aimed at the Emperor City below. This made Li Huang and Qing Yi's expressions change. Be careful, Demon Fang Yuan is going all in. Stop him. Li Huang and Qing Yi's killer moves landed on Fang Yuan. Winter Coat killer move resisted them with difficulty. Rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. All the immortal GU houses flustered, they tried to defend Emperor City by blocking the attacks. Using this chance, Western Desert's immortal GU houses attacked. Fang Yuan ignored everything, he focused his killer moves on Emperor City. Winter Coat killer move was finally unable to hold on, it broke with a loud sound. Fang Yuan's flesh was torn and his bones broke from countless attacks. Fang Yuan forcefully activated Winter Coat killer move, disregarding the damage to the core immortal GU or his injuries. But the core immortal GU of Winter Coat killer move was already damaged. Now that it was used, the defensive power was much weaker, it continued to get broken by attacks. Eventually, immortal GU Winter succumbed to its injuries and got completely destroyed. Fang Yuan was no longer able to use Winter Coat, he lost his main defensive method. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey had a strong body to begin with. Fang Yuan also used many time path methods that were better than nothing. Fang Yuan's relentless attacks had some great effect. Emperor City was shaking, the GU masters who were in the competition got disrupted as their refinement failed. The entire city is shaking. The GU masters were shocked and uncertain. The central continent GU immortals who were inside Emperor City quickly made their move. Protect these GU masters. Don't let them die. These people are blessed by central continent's human path luck, they are people with great fortune. If many of them die, our luck will not be able to resist demon Fang Yuan. It turned out that Heavenly Court's arrangements also considered the element of luck. Even though Heavenly Court did not have too much confidence in luck path, they could use this rough method to eliminate Fang Yuan's advantage in luck path. Ah, a chance. Fang Clan's immortals, the best opportunity is before us. Inside Immortal GU House Chicken Dog Co-op, Fang Clan's ranked 7 GU immortal shouted as his eyes shined. Chicken Dog Co-op was manipulated by Fang Clan's GU immortals, they crashed towards Emperor City while moving extremely close to the ground. Heavenly Court's attention was completely drawn to Fang Yuan. If Chicken Dog Co-op used an immortal killer move, it would be detected, they would lose the chance as Heavenly Court would return to defend the city. But now, Chicken Dog Co-op gave up on all methods, they charged directly without reservation, they had used their time optimally. Oh no, Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the rest were pale with shock. Undoubtedly, Chicken Dog Co-op chose the best timing to attack. At this moment, Heavenly Court could only watch as it crashed into Emperor City. Even though they had several immortal killer moves, there was too little time, they did not have enough power to stop Chicken Dog Co-op. Close, they were close. The GU masters in Emperor City were still unaware while Li Huang and the other GU immortals had looks of despair. The fatal attack was going to land. Chapter 1724, Heroes Among People. The front lines were extremely chaotic, the Heavenly Court immortals led by Duke Long fought against Northern Plains members in close range, but because of the Qi Wall, it was very peaceful at the back. Fairy Zi Wei was managing the situation, paying attention to all the battles at once. When Chicken Dog Co-op was about to hit Emperor City, Fairy Zi Wei's heart tightened. Senior Zheng Yuan, quickly save Emperor City. She made her decision in an instant, she shouted with an unavoidably nervous expression. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded lightly. Don't worry, we have enough human will now, my mission is about to be completed, open. At once, old man Zheng Yuan's body shook intensely as his immortal essence surged, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He cultivated human path but he was only rank 7, it was hard for him to be the key that activated the human path methods, each attempt was excruciating beyond his limit. But old man Zheng Yuan had never shown any bitterness on his face. Right now, he had a blissful expression as he completed his task. After the killer moved people's united hearts, a new human path method left by the Immortal Venerable was activated. Crush them all. Fang Clan's GU Immortal laughed loudly as his expressions turned ruthless. In his field of vision, Emperor City was getting closer, as long as they destroyed it, it would be a grand achievement. Not only would the GU Immortal himself be famous throughout the 5 regions, the entire Fang Clan would benefit, their reputation would rise, they would be the role model of Western Desert's righteous path force. Good. Fang Yuan saw this and cheered internally. He had a gut feeling that if this attack succeeds, he would benefit greatly from it. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was high, these kinds of feelings were very reliable. But his luck path attainment level was inferior, he could not sense if luck path contributed to this feeling. A faint white light flashed on Emperor City for a moment. This white light appeared and disappeared just as quickly. For some reason, Chicken Dog Coop's ferocious aura vanished, it was still charging but it could not intimidate anyone anymore. The earlier Chicken Dog Co-op was like an advancing warship, but now, it was a damaged boat without anybody steering it, it was moving with the waves. Next, under everyone's shocked gaze, Chicken Dog Co-op started to break apart and disintegrate, countless shards scattered with the wind. It continued to break apart like an old house, amidst the ferocious winds, it was torn apart piece by piece. A large number of GU worms scattered, even more GU worm corpses fell onto the ground. One moment ago, the Fang Clan GU Immortal with great morale and determination became completely silent. Even though the remaining Fang Clan GU Immortals were still shouting now. A bad feeling emerged in the hearts of the Fang Clan GU Immortals. Soon, the answer arrived. From the broken Chicken Dog Co-op, corpses fell out one by one, they were the Fang Clan GU Immortals inside who were still lively a moment ago. Fang Clan's GU Immortals shouted in shock. They called these GU Immortals by their names, but there was no response. What killer move is this? With just one hit, the Immortal GU house broke apart and not a single GU Immortal inside survived. Even Fang Yuan's expression changed in horror. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, such a thing had never happened. This was the foundation of Central Continent's heavenly court. Fang Yuan and the Western Desert GU Immortals had finally forced them to use it. After all, in the previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable succeeded in defying heaven. He managed to infiltrate heavenly court and prevented such a battle from occurring. Of course, the issue could also be Fang Yuan's own memories. He was once manipulated by heaven's will as a chess piece. He had used Spring-Autumn Cicada many times. The memories he had were not entirely reliable. This is a mortal killer move, broken homes and dead family. Li Huang's eyes shined with light. He was extremely excited. He looked at the sky as he thought to himself, it seems that the human will has already been accumulated sufficiently. Sensing this, Li Huang gained an immense confidence in this battle. He shouted as his voice resounded in the battlefield, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Heavenly Court has already acted, it is time for us to counterattack. That's right, let these invaders taste the power of our central continent." Qing Yi added. At the next moment, all over the territory of Central Continent, countless white lights started to emerge. These white lights were like specks or balls. They resembled countless lanterns, each were as large as dandelions. They floated casually with the wind, rising up and covering the sky. What killer move is this? Western Desert's GU Immortals were wary and uncertain. Fang Yuan turned into Emperor Yama form. He used Soul Path killer moves to defend himself. Now that Winter Code was destroyed, Fang Yuan could only rely on his Soul Path defensive killer moves. He stood among the sea of white lights. This scene also made him rather uncertain. He tried to probe them carefully. But these white light spots did not have offensive power. They were like illusions. None of Fang Yuan's methods worked. Even though this immortal killer move was grand and affected the whole of Central Continent, it did not have any offensive power. Next, these lights moved like fish or birds returning to their homes, landing in all of the Central Continent GU Immortals. The Central Continent GU Immortals became covered in more and more white light specks. They were not too flaring, instead the light was warm and mild. This did not just happen in Emperor City battlefield, it was occurring in Heavenly Court, Infallible Blessed Land, and all other parts of the continent. This was Human Path killer move, Hope of the People. People's united hearts and broken homes and dead family were primordial origin Immortal Venerables Human Path methods. But Hope of the People and the following move were Star Constellation Immortal Venerables gains from exploring Human Path. Inside Heavenly Court, Old Man Zheng Yuan shouted again. Human Path killer move, Heroes among people. The white lights surrounding the Central Continent GU Immortals started to shrink, while the GU Immortals' auras started to grow. Their auras changed. What is going on? Seeing this, GU Immortals of the other 4 regions were very perplexed. So strong, such strong power. Central Continent's GU Immortals had an incredible feeling. Their bodies were surging with new strength. This strength was so grand and vast, it felt like an endless tide, sweeping through their bodies and minds constantly. All their fatigue was gone. Their minds were clear, their fighting spirit also rose sharply. This situation was most evident in Li Huang, Fairy Ziwei, Cheng Yi and the rest. Quickly retreat, stop attacking. Let's observe the situation first. The Western Desert Immortal GU houses retreated. This scene had truly shocked them. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes but attacked at this moment. He wanted to probe them using an offensive method. Yama children flew out towards Li Huang and Qing Yi. Li Huang breathed in deeply, snickering as the verdant sun flame cloak expanded rapidly on his back by several times its original size, blazing with strong flames. Before the Yama children got close, they were incinerated into nothingness. Demon, take this. Li Huang attacked as Fang Yuan defended himself. After several rounds, Fang Yuan was greatly astounded. This Human Path killer move amplified Li Huang's battle strength by at least 3 times as before. This was not the amplification of Dao marks. Dao mark amplification affected the power of immortal killer moves. But heroes among people targeted the GU Immortal themselves. At rank 8, double amplification was already terrifying. For example, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could create a clone that had the same battle strength as the user. it could be considered a double amplification. But this heroes among people was at least triple in amplification. And most shockingly, it did not just affect Li Huang, it affected countless central continent GU immortals. Hope of the people together with heroes among people, this was the power of two rank 9 killer moves used together. It was like Red Lotus Demon Venerables, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables set of killer moves, Hope of the People, and Heroes Among People, also had terrifying power that shocked the world. Central Continent's immortal GU houses started to shine in white light as well. The effect of Heroes Among People was also working on immortal GU houses. This was because immortal GU houses were immortal killer moves in essence, used by GU immortals. Since Heroes Among People could amplify other immortal killer moves, immortal GU houses were naturally part of this range. Central Continent received a great boost, they were at least 3 times as strong as before. This was a proud moment. When GU immortals fight, numbers were not always an advantage. Because GU immortals often lacked cooperation, the Dao marks of different paths conflicted, 1 + 1 was often smaller than 2. If GU immortals wanted to fight together, they would usually control the same immortal GU house or be the formation cores of immortal formations. But in this aspect, GU immortals were mostly just providing immortal essence or repairing immortal GU houses and formations, that was all they had to do. Compared to this, ancient battle formations had a clear advantage. Even though it was outdated already, it could unleash the potential of the individual GU immortals. There was a lot to learn from it. Be they immortal GU formations or immortal GU houses, they had fixed killer moves that were prepared beforehand, so their methods did not vary. But ancient battle formations were different, they could use the methods that GU immortals had, even amplifying them when used. An ancient battle formation was truly able to unite the strength of many GU immortals together in an intrinsic method. This was also why 7 Extreme Desolation could resist Duke Long and leave him without options. It was because the 7 GU immortals using it had combined their strength, 1 + 1 was more than 2. From this aspect, Heroes Among People was even more profound than Perfect Pair. Because Perfect Pair could only create one clone with the same battle strength as the user. But Heroes Among People directly amplified the main body by at least 3 times as before. The strength of the main body was more valuable than gaining a clone of similar power. Pressure intensified, Western Desert's GU immortals were forced to retreat by Central Continent's forces. Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going? Die here. Li Huang and Qing Yi attacked Fang Yuan, he had to resist while retreating. The amplification of Heroes Among People was in all aspects, the 2 rank 8s became much faster now, they could advance and retreat at will, they had the initiative now. Chapter 1725, 4 Dragon Generals. After an intense battle while moving around, Fang Yuan started to discover some facts. Such a powerful killer move like Heroes Among People was simply heaven-defying, but it was not costless. The white light on Li Huang and Qing Yi had been weakening continuously, it was rapidly expended. But at the same time, the white light was being replenished. The white light in the sky was at a vast amount, it seemed limitless as it continued to pour into Li Huang and Qing Yi. Fang Yuan tried to counter it many times but there was no effect. The weakness of this human path killer move is very obvious. Fang Yuan had countless ideas, his mind was like a storm that rapidly produced new thoughts. We just need to destroy the white lights in the sky, that's all. Without these lights, Li Huang and Qing Yi would not be replenished. As the battle drags on, the amplification will vanish. But I do not have a method that targets these lights. Fang Yuan tried many times but regrettably, he could not even target these white lights at all. This required an understanding of human path. Human path had always existed. In fact, because of the legends of Ren Zhu, it was likely the first existing path of human cultivation history. But GU immortals who could truly master human path were few, even throughout history, only those geniuses with unparalleled talent could interpret bits and pieces of it. These comprehensions were often scattered and meager. In most cases, they were merely a set of killer moves. Like Red Lotus Demon Venerables' Call of the Ancient and Support of the Future, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' Heroes Among People and Hope of the People. Fang Yuan did not have such methods, even the Western Desert GU immortals present had no such methods. Throughout this entire Central Continent refinement path convention, Fang Yuan was losing because of the human path aspect. If it were other paths, with Fang Yuan's deep foundation, he could deal with it. But human path was simply foreign to him. Not just him, most GU immortals in this world were unfamiliar with it. Thus, once human path methods were used, the effects were tremendous. For example, Longevity Heaven's Call of the Ancient, are Heavenly Court's heroes among people. It seems that I need to read the legends of Ren Zhu more often and comprehend the profundities of human path from it. Without human path methods, it is really difficult to deal with Heavenly Court. 1 inch during the 5 regions chaotic war, all the super forces will at least have some human path methods too. My foundation in this aspect is truly lacking. Fang Yuan realized this. Fang Yuan's battle strength was very high already. There were many reasons for this. He had always been trying to raise his battle strength through all means possible. In terms of pure battle strength, he was already standing at the top ranks of this GU immortal world. In terms of resources, Fang Yuan acquired them from many means, and because of Sovereign Immortal Aperture's usefulness, he was self-sufficient. He was able to feed his many immortal GU and also earn some revenue. But currently, he did not have the finances to refine a rank 8 immortal GU, he needed time and accumulation. But Fang Yuan's shortcomings still existed, and there were many of them. He had quasi-supreme attainment level in refinement path and time path, his theft path was great grandmaster, blood path, strength path, transformation path, wisdom path, star path were also quite good. But in terms of poison path, dream path, space path, sword path, and others, he lacked the foundation in them. These were all weaknesses. The same went for human path. Li Huang and Qing Yi were amplified by heroes among people, becoming able to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not want to give up, he could only go on the defensive. Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses started to attack, encircling Western Desert's immortals as well as the immortal GU house that Bai Ning Bing and the rest were in. Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses gained a surge in battle strength. They were not afraid of these enemies' immortal GU houses escaping. Soon, Song Qi Yuan had a heated gaze. He stared at the rank 8 immortal GU house Dragon Palace as he continued to refine it. Along with him, there were the other rank 8 GU immortals of Eastern Sea, Qing Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, Shen Kong Sheng, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and Yang Zihe. These GU immortals cooperated and refined Dragon Palace, trying to make it their own. Even though Dragon Palace was refined by Duke Long, it was unmanned at the moment, because a portion of its power was used to suppress Di Zhang Sheng, it could barely resist the refinement of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Time passed, Dragon Palace was gradually refined by the Eastern Sea immortals. Just when they were about to succeed, Eastern Sea's immortals became increasingly alert. Be careful, we do not want to fail at the last second. That's right, I have a bad feeling for some reason. Indeed, even though we attacked this place, Heavenly Court had not sent a single reinforcement. Don't worry, that Heavenly Court is probably busy fending for themselves, they cannot spare any effort here. I'm sure they've already given up on this place. Old slave Bei Feng, go and guard the cave entrance, kill anyone who approaches suspiciously. If Heavenly Court sends reinforcements, you cannot retreat even if you die. Shen Kong Sheng shouted. He had already enslaved Old Man Bei Feng successfully. Old Man Bei Feng had lost his freedom, he had to obey Shen Kong Sheng. He sighed bitterly as he obeyed the orders, leaving with his grandson Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, he only had ranked 6 cultivation level and was insignificant to the Eastern Sea immortals. After Shen Kong Sheng enslaved Old Man Bei Feng, he also enslaved Feng Chanzi. It seems that this time, Brother Shen's gains are the largest. Zhang Yin laughed. According to the alliance agreement, Dragon Palace was shared among the immortals, but Shen Kong Sheng managed to enslave Old Man Bei Feng and his grandson. Forget about Feng Chanzi, the key was Old Man Bei Feng, he was a genuine rank 8. The only problem was that his injuries made his battle strength fall drastically. Shen Kong Sheng was silent, he knew that with his huge gains, even though the others looked calm on the outside, they had other thoughts internally. Because Shen Clan had just gained a new rank 8 existence. After Old Man Bei Feng recovers, it would break the balance of the current Eastern Sea. Thinking of this, Shen Kong Sheng smiled. What can this Old Man Bei Feng do? He is old and extremely injured, he needs to spend a lot of time and energy in recuperating. It is nothing compared to Dragon Palace. He tried to devalue Old Man Bei Feng while diverting the attention of the immortals to Dragon Palace. This Dragon Palace is able to suppress and even enslave Di Zhang Sheng. With it, when the 5 regions combine, we will have the power to resist the 4 other regions. He was trying to alert the other immortals' sense of danger, to remind them that he, Shenkong Sheng, was their ally. Their true enemies were the other 4 regions including Central Continent. Let's observe properly. According to our deductions, Dragon Palace should have a Dream Path Immortal GU in it. I hope Duke Long did not take it away. Shenkong Sheng added. Shenkong Sheng made a lot of sense. His eloquence made his companions feel less envious now. Dragon Palace is basically ours now. What are we going to do now? Granny Rong asked. Once we subdue Dragon Palace, we will act together and help it enslave Di Zhangsheng. After that, Song Qi Yuan pondered. Heavenly Court's reinforcements did not show up. It shows that their fight is very intense. Maybe we can help the others a little, even if it is Fang Yuan. That's right, Central Continent is the strongest among the 5 regions now, we need to weaken it. Hehe, who said that Heavenly Court has no reinforcements? A change occurred right at this moment. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and Yang Zihe suddenly attacked, targeting Song Qi Yuan, Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shenkong Sheng. How could Song Qi Yuan and the rest expect that their allies would suddenly attack them? They were all hit as they spat out blood and escaped. Rank 8 GU Immortals had immense foundation, their defenses were extremely thick. Even though Zhang Yin and the rest attacked by surprise, they did not kill anyone. But that was enough. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were moderately injured as they retreated away. Zhang Yin and the rest stood at the inner circle, defending Dragon Palace. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were furious and shocked. Qing Yuan shouted. Zhang Yin, are the 4 of you insane? You want to take Dragon Palace for yourselves? Zhang Yin chuckled. All 4 of us are working together, we're not trying to monopolize it. Shenkong Sheng had a grim expression. Don't forget that we set an alliance agreement. You are breaking the agreement now, get ready for the backlash. Yang Zihe had a plain tone but firm determination. Even if we die, we will protect Dragon Palace, you will not obtain it. Hua Kaiyun frowned instantly, saying lightly, something is wrong. Even though Zhang Yin and the rest were lone or demonic rank 8 immortals, they were still Eastern Sea people. Even though they had some conflicts with Song Qi Yuan and the other Super Forces leaders, it was too strange that they would risk their lives and even be willing to die to protect Dragon Palace. Why are you doing this? Song Qi Yuan shouted. Zhang Yin and the rest started to smile creepily at the same time. Next, their bodies became taller, their hands and legs became claws, scales appeared on their skin, horns appeared on their forehead as their pupils became vertical slit pupils. Their appearances had changed drastically. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were deeply astounded. Because these changes were similar to Duke Long's transformation, Qing Yuan could not contain his anger. You all gave up your superior statuses as humans to become these inferior variant human dragonmen. What do you know? Dragonman is the noble race, the future ruler of this heaven and earth. Humans are bound to be exterminated in this world. Zhang Yin and the rest spoke one by one. At this point, they shouted together, we are the guardians of Dragon Palace, the 4 dragon generals. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were shocked until they were speechless. I get it now. Hua Kaiyun had a flash of inspiration, cold light shined in her eyes. The 4 of them were enslaved by Dragon Palace long ago. They fought against Duke Long earlier in Dragon Palace because that was their responsibility. After Duke Long took away Dragon Palace and refined it, he became their master, but this Duke Long is too crafty. He did not send them away, instead, they stayed by our side. Heavenly Court's reinforcements had arrived long ago, they came with us. Chapter 1726, Destiny Song. Hua Kaiyun couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that although they seemed successful, this was just a huge trap meticulously set by Heavenly Court. Precisely so. Zhang Yin and the rest smiled. Calmly, Qing Yuan and the rest finally reacted. In order to assure us, you actually let me enslave old man Bei Feng, your schemes are truly deep. Shenkong Sheng said in a cold tone. This was not our intention, it was also not part of Lord Duke Long's plan. Zhang Yin shook his head. As the leader of the group, he said, do you know that everything that happened here was already part of Fairy Ziwei's deductions? She was the one who assigned us this task. One Song Qi Yuan's gaze landed on Dragon Palace again. So this means that the rank 8 Immortal GU house is actually an enslavement path Immortal GU house. It can actually enslave rank 8 GU Immortals, and even as many as 4. Even after that, it can still continue to suppress and enslave Di Zhangsheng. Throughout history, this has to be the #1 enslavement path Immortal GU house. Zhang Yin and the rest had a change of expression. Qing Yuan, Hua Kai-yun, and Shen Kong Sheng looked at Song Qi-yuan for a second, realizing that he had not given up. Even though there was this accident, Song Qi-yuan and the rest were rank 8 GU immortals, how could they give up so easily? Even though they were sneak attacked and got injured, their battle strength was still quite well preserved. If they continued to fight, there was still hope. It was not easy to sneak attack rank 8 GU immortals. Most immortal killer moves would release their aura when activated. Thus, Zhang Yin and the rest did not use any terrifying killer moves. They had a hard time concealing the aura of their killer moves to begin with. Methods that could conceal the aura of killer moves were very rare. Currently, only Southern Borders Wuyong had such methods. Others, including Heavenly Court's members, did not have any. Explosions resounded again. Song Qi-yuan and the rest did not give up. They fought against Zhang Yin and the rest once more. Bai Kang Shui retreated alongside Chen Yi. Wu Yong and the rest attacked, trying to force her away from the formation behind her, so as to kill these two rank 8s from Heavenly Court outside the formation. Bai Kang Shui moved around in different directions, dodging fatal attacks time and again. Southern Borders Immortals gave her huge pressure, especially Wu Yong. All of his killer moves, auras were concealed before they were unleashed. Bai Kang Shui was very wary of him. Even if Wu Yong did not attack, she had to keep her attention on him at all times. "Let me down, you should escape," Chen Yi said. He was hit by the unorthodox farewell friend wind. He could not move and could only wait for his death. Right now, his clothes, eyebrows, and hair were vanishing, his limbs were also disappearing. The terrible might of farewell friend wind was about to completely erode his limbs, followed by his body. Thankfully, farewell friend wind did not spread among people, it only targeted Chen Yi. That gave Bai Kang Shui the courage to protect him. "You think I want to save you?" Bai Kang Shui transmitted secretly. Chen Yi was stunned. As he expected, Bai Kang Shui continued, "I am purposely doing this and pretending that I do not want to give up on you, to put myself in danger and attract the attention of the Southern Border Immortals, so that we can stall for time and let the others set up more immortal formations. You are definitely dying, but you can still be useful. I might die too, but we must stall for time. For Heavenly Court, for Central Continent, for the people in this world, so what if we sacrifice ourselves?" One Chen Yi was silent. He suddenly wanted to smile. At this moment, death seemed so insignificant. Even though he was someone obsessed with authority, he was also someone who upheld humanity's righteousness. He was like Bai Kang Shui. He did not fear sacrifice. If not for this, Fairy Ziwei would not have made him a member of Heavenly Court. But Chen Yi could not smile. His face showed even more pain and bitterness. He needed to act, to cooperate with Bai Kang Shui and deceive the Southern Border Immortals. "Let me be useful at the final moment of my life." Chen Yi spoke openly. He was resolved to die. But at this moment, he heard a song playing by his ears. In such an intense fight, who would have the mood to sing? Chen Yi was stunned before his attention was fully drawn to the song. Bai Kang Shui, Wu Yong, and the rest were in the same situation as him. The singing voice was illusory and deep, it was filled with conflict and was very unique. Initially, the song was like a small stream of water in the mountains, flowing slowly. Gradually, the stream turned into flowing lava that expanded the river's width. In the range of mountains, it sounded like a dragon's roaring echo. At the same time, the river of lava on the mountain turned into a raging tide, swish swish swish, ebb and flow, it continued without stopping. The lava and waves collided, reacting and creating steam that covered the entire sky. The steam condensed into clouds that wanted to fly towards the high heavens. Suddenly, lightning struck and thunder roared. The lightning bolts landed on the clouds as the immortals felt like they had fallen from the sky. They felt a sense of hollowness in their hearts. Phantom or real, high or low, being proud and confident at times, feeling lost and desperate during disasters. Bending one's back at times, spreading one's words at times. In the battlefield, all conflict had ceased, everyone was engrossed in the song, they forgot everything else. But suddenly, the song stopped, everyone woke up immediately. Kai Kuyu had a solemn expression. "What song is this? It is terrifying." It actually made all of us so engrossed in it without resistance. Chao Ji Kai had a pale face as he said with lingering fear, "Thankfully it stopped, otherwise, none of us would have gotten free, we would have been hit badly." "What song is this?" Yi Hao Fang asked. A rank 8 GU immortal walked out of the formation. He wore a red and white robe, he had extreme elegance as he smiled. this is my newly created destiny song. HMPH, Destiny. You talk big. Ba Shi Ba snored coldly. Unbelievable. This destiny song actually saved my life. Chen Yi cheered, he only had his body and head left, but farewell friend Wind had stopped. Even though his injuries were severe, Chen Yi's life was not over. The southern border immortals were dazed. Wu Yong's farewell friend Wind was rank 8. Feng Juji's destiny song used fate armor as the core, it was also rank 8. You again. Wu Yong stared at Feng Juzhe with deep anger. Last time, he wanted to kill Fang Yuan but Feng Juzhe saved him. This time, he wanted to kill Chen Yi but Feng Juzhe stopped him yet again. Twice, Feng Juzhe had ruined Wu Yong's plans twice. And these were two crucial timings. Even with Wu Yong's supreme disposition and ability to endure any circumstance, he could not help but become very angry. Feng Juzhe, you are truly an unrivaled genius. Wu Yong squinted his eyes, his voice was cold as a blizzard, it could send a chill down someone's spine. Come, show me everything you've got, I'll take you on myself. Saying so, an intense wind blew. This was Wu Yong's unlimited wind, it had been ravaging the battlefield, like a huge pillar supporting heaven and earth. This move expended 10,000 of Wu Yong's wind path Dao marks. Too unlimited wind was unceasing and grand, it approached Feng Juzhe and the rest with divine might. Feng Juzhe smiled bitterly, Lord Wu Yong is truly powerful, I have no choice but to avoid you. Bai Kang Shui grabbed Chen Yi, it is time, let's go. Behind the three, the formation expanded, they were successful in retreating back into the formation. Once they were inside the formation, Feng Juzhe spit out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as paper, he was standing shakily. What happened? Bai Kang Shui quickly supported him. Feng Juzhe smiled with an ugly expression, his breathing was very weak. My destiny song was only created in a rush, I have not even finished half my song. Because I had no choice but to use it this time, I suffered heavy injuries as a result. Brother Feng risked your life to save me, I will never forget this debt of gratitude. Chen Yi sighed. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos, southern borders immortals are here with vengeance, I save you for the sake of Central Continent. Feng Juzhe shook his head. Chen Yi looked at Feng Juzhe and Bai Kang Shui, thinking of their relentless actions, he laughed with heroism, no matter how dangerous it is, with people like us that do not fear sacrifice or death, Central Continent will definitely win, Heavenly Court will emerge victorious. Fairy Ziwei who had been observing infallible blessed land let out a breath of air as she smiled. Truly incredible, Feng Juzhe and Destiny Song. Fairy Ziwei knew about Heavenly Court's plan for Destiny Gu. Longevity Heaven was also ambitious towards it. Earlier, Heavenly Court wanted to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, while now, Longevity Heaven was after Fate Gu, they were all trying to obtain Destiny Gu. However, the one who took a big step in this direction was not the two supreme forces, but alone Gu Immortal. Feng Juzhe, Fairy Ziwei muttered, even though she had always thought highly of his talent and ability, she realized now that she had vastly underestimated him. Chen Yi's sacrifice was certain in Fairy Ziwei's perspective. Because farewell friend Wind could not be undone, unless they had defended against it beforehand. To think that this rule was overridden by Feng Juzhe today. In history, there had never been any case of farewell friend Wind being broken. Undeniably, after Assimilation Wind song, Feng Juzhe has written history once again. A wave of cheers resounded in Emperor City. The final competition of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention had ended. This meant that this was no longer Heavenly Court's weakness. The Western Desert Gu Immortals who sensed this quickly retreated, they wanted to escape. They did not manage to destroy Emperor City or the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Everything has ended. Sigh, Heavenly Court succeeded in the end. Western Desert's Gu Immortals were dejected, it was not easy to retreat now, Central Continent was supported with heroes among people, they could not escape so easily. He had tried his best but there was no helping it. Heavenly Court's methods were truly out of his expectations, he could not handle them. In the end, Heavenly Court's foundation was too deep, Fang Yuan was not their match. Even though he had obtained many venerable inheritances, through plunder his strength also grew rapidly at an unprecedented speed. Heavenly Court and Central Continent had gone through 3 million years of accumulation, it was nurtured by the efforts of countless generations of elites. Chapter 1727, Killing Fang Yuan to Save the World. Fang Yuan's achievements were due to his own hard work and also the help of many predecessors. Heavenly Court and Central Continent were the same. It was not strange that they could defend against Fang Yuan and Western Desert's immortals. This was their strength and foundation. Countless generations of people in Central Continent and Heavenly Court had achieved this. Their hard work was undeniable, be it past or present. There is no choice, I need to retreat, Fang Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qing Yi were trying hard to stall Fang Yuan, but with his methods, he was confident of breaking out. Fang Yuan no longer had any intention of destroying Emperor City. At this point, it was useless. Furthermore, Central Continent's GU immortals were protecting it. It was too hard to destroy it now. But at this moment, there was a loud sound. The earth cracked open as a huge earth trench emerged from the north to south, devouring all forests or mountains in its path at an extreme speed. And of all coincidences, Emperor City was right ahead of this expanding earth trench. Protect Emperor City. Central Continent's immortals were busy as they quickly tried to protect Emperor City. But the might of heaven was unpredictable. Earth trenches were not normally formed, they were created because the earth veins of the 5 regions were combining. This was such a grand power of heaven and earth, how could a bunch of GU immortals resist it? Thus, Central Continent's GU immortals could only watch as the earth trench devoured Emperor City. Emperor City was unable to fly, it was huge, and as the ground cracked, it fell into the earth trench, disintegrating continuously. In this huge city, there were nearly 1 million people. There were countless GU masters, they were all elites gathered from all over the world. Especially when this gathering was meant to resist Fang Yuan's luck, there were many people with strong luck gathered here. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were part of this group, there were many others similar to them. Quickly save them, Li Huang shouted. Ha ha ha, wishful thinking. Fang Yuan attacked. He was in Emperor Yama form now, it was easy to use soul path killer moves. Fang Yuan dived into the crowd of 1 million, he saw Hong Yi and Yi Fan, these two were luck connected to him, it was no wonder that his luck was suppressed all along. Fang Yuan first used Luo Po's seal before turning into the immemorial year monkey and using 2-time path killer moves. No, Li Huang could not block Fang Yuan's vicious attack in such a rush, he shouted angrily but could only watch as countless lifeforms died in Fang Yuan's hands. 2 among them were the elites who took part in the finals of the refinement path competition. Hong Yi and Yi Fan were not spared. 2 inches Fang Yuan, as a grand rank 8 GU immortal, you actually slaughtered mortals. You are so vicious and evil, you should die, you deserve death. Qing Yi's eyes were bloodshot and red, he was incomparably angry as he charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attack caused huge losses to Central Continent. Qing Yi knew that this Emperor City was an important location of Central Continent, it had human path arrangements that attracted and nurtured generations of elites. With the accumulation over time, there was an abundance of human chi here, it was the greatest breeding ground of GU immortals. Central Continent followed the sect system after all, it was not like the other regions. Emperor City produced many talented people, they were all geniuses with abundant luck. If these people obtained sufficient resources and grew properly, there was a high chance of becoming GU immortals. In the future, during the 5 regions chaotic war, many GU immortals would die. These people were GU immortal seeds for Central Continent, so they could produce more immortals in the future. Fang Yuan's attack almost wiped out people in the city, he killed a good portion of Central Continent's seeds, their potential during the war was greatly lowered. The losses were too severe, how could Li Huang and Qing Yi not feel enraged? They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to shreds. After Hong Yi, Yi Fan, and a bunch of talents died, Fang Yuan felt a sensation of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to show its advantage. Taking a final look at the lingering pieces of the descending Emperor City and the corpses that he created, Fang Yuan retreated rapidly. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the immortal GU houses started to chase after him relentlessly. He almost killed everyone in the city, my family was inside. Kill him, rid the world of this great harm. Central Continent's GU immortals were full of rage and killing intent. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally, can you stop me? They could not. While Fang Yuan could not do anything to these Central Continent people, their immortal GU houses and the rank 8 GU immortals could not blockade Fang Yuan even though they could encircle Western Desert's immortal GU houses. Unless they used an immortal GU formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But in this short time, how could they set it up? Even if they could set up an immortal GU formation or battlefield, unless they could kill Fang Yuan rapidly, with his wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Shangxin's death was the best evidence. Not only could they not trap him, Fang Yuan could even retaliate. With a strong attack, Fang Yuan almost dismantled an immortal Gu house. Gu Fang Zheng was inside this house, he was breaking out in cold sweat from fear. This immortal Gu house quickly moved back to heal, while the other immortal Gu houses moved to fill up the gap. Fang Yuan looked at this house regrettably. Even though he did not know that Fang Zheng was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed it, he would benefit greatly. Fang Zheng's existence was a type of restraint and burden on him. Fang Yuan. At this time, Bing Sai Chuan contacted him again. Bing Sai Chuan, you still have the face to contact me. Today's loss was because of you. Fang Yuan showed an angry expression. The truth was, even though Central Continent's heavenly court had deep foundation, it was still at a disadvantage against all 4 other regions. However, Central Continent's people's united hearts made them a collective force, while the other 4 regions had their own agendas. Even though they were strong, they could not work together. And in fact, all 4 regions preserved their strength. For example, even though Eastern Sea attacked with many rank 8s, they did not mobilize many rank 7 GU immortals or immortal GU houses. Western Desert sent rank 6 and 7 GU immortals as well as immortal GU houses but did not send rank 8 GU immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not join the battle, they were staying in Western Desert. Bing Sai Chuan sighed bitterly. I cannot hold on much longer, we suffered huge losses but there is still a chance. That is infallible blessed land. Originally, Heavenly Court used human path methods to host the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Its goal was to use the countless refinement failures to create the success Dao marks in infallible blessed land. Right now, Fate GU had not fully recovered, it still lacked the final batch of success Dao marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed, the final batch of success Dao marks was still being produced, it was going to take some time before it was transported to Heavenly Court. This was because infallible blessed land was surrounded in immortal formations now. Even though these immortal formations stopped the attacks of Southern Borders immortals, it also created problems for the transportation of success Dao marks. After hearing Bing Sai Chuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mood brightened up. It seems that infallible blessed land is our last hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he turned around and went towards infallible blessed land instead. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest including the immortal GU houses chased with determination. Unlimited wind was like a tall pillar sweeping everything in its path, it tried to destroy Heavenly Court's immortal formation with an unstoppable advancement. The immortal formation shot out with golden light, resisting it fully. Wu Yang and the rest had solemn expressions. Rank 8 GU immortal Kai Kuyu said in a low tone, unbelievable, their immortal GU formations were also amplified. What kind of human path methods actually created these countless white lights? Immortal formations were immortal killer moves in essence, they were manipulated by GU immortals. Since GU immortals were boosted by heroes among people, immortal formations were naturally powered up too. Wu Yang expended his own foundation to create the powerful killer move, unlimited wind. Even though he still had the advantage now, his gains were smaller than before. It seems that we need to cooperate with the outside if we want to destroy the formation. We'll leave the outside to unlimited wind, we need to find the weak point from the inside. Yi Hao Fang said with deep concentration. Ba Shi Ba pondered. Times are different now, earlier we attacked by surprise and caught them off guard. But a long time has passed already, we need to be wary of Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need some people to stay outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Shi Ba's words. Even though unlimited wind was powerful, it was just a killer move. Killer moves were fixed, but people could think. Wu Yang had a heavy heart. Because they could not destroy the formation rapidly, their sneak attack failed, they had to use brute force now. Even though Heavenly Court lost many formations in the meantime, they might have lost immortal GU but their foundation was untouched. Chen Yi was meant to die, but Feng Zhuzhe actually managed to save him. Wu Yang knew that the longer this went on, the more disadvantageous it was for them. They needed to split up now, a group would enter while the rest stayed outside. Of course, that would mean that they could not work together, their efficiency in destroying the formation would be much lower. If Heavenly Court's reinforcements arrive, they would also face greater pressure. Wu Yang sighed to himself, even though there were great problems in splitting up, they had to do it. If only we had more people with us, even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize too many people. With the 3 rank 8s that we have, this is already the best outcome. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. He started to make arrangements. Kai Kuyu had the highest formation path attainment, he naturally had to go inside. Wu Yong had the number 1 battle strength, he also had to go into the formation, to protect Kai Kuyu and also to fight against strong enemies inside. Meanwhile, Yi Haofang and Ba Shi Ba cultivated transformation path and rule path respectively, they could stay outside. After all, Heavenly Court's reinforcements might be powerful, letting 2 rank 8s stay outside was safer. Right when Southern Border's GU Immortals discussed their next action, there was a commotion. Wu Yong's expression changed, he looked towards the north, saying softly, "Someone's coming." There were quite a lot of people. They were led by 3 rank 8s. An old man carrying a walking cane, he had a kind aura and was the former first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains Yao tribe, and the current South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Yao Huang. The second person wore a white robe, he had thick hair, a long and tall body, he was the first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains Bai Zhu tribe, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. The third wore a tall crown and golden cape, he had incredible disposition, it was Gong tribe's external Supreme Elder, Prince Feng Xian. 2 those after them were all elites among immortals. There were Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Fiend Immortal Nu Qian, Spear Deity Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth Devouring Boy Nian Fu, and others. 1 Northern Plains GU Immortals gathered towards the Southern Border Immortals. "Friends from Northern Plains, what do you want?" Wu Yong asked loudly. Yao Huang chuckled as he said, "The enemy is before us, we would like to work together with you and attack Heavenly Court." Wu Yong laughed loudly. Heavenly Court's reinforcements did not come, instead, he gained some new allies. Chapter 1728. Agreeing to ally with Fang Yuan. "What formation is this?" Wu Yong asked. Beside him were the 2 rank 8s, Yi Haofang and Kai Kuyu, followed by Southern Border's band of rank 7 elites. Not far away stood the leader Yao Huang, followed by the Northern Plains immortals such as Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Chu Du. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement, they decided to cooperate and attack Heavenly Court. But this was the first time they were working together, the alliance agreement was quite relaxed, they were still wary of each other. Despite this, Wu Yong was already quite satisfied. Southern Border and Northern Plains are cooperating, this is an unprecedented event in history. With the help of Northern Plains, we will not lack numbers. Even if Heavenly Court sends reinforcements, Ba Shi Ba and Prince Feng Xian who are outside will be able to last for a while, we will have enough reaction time. Wu Yong thought to himself. Beside him, Kai Kuyu spoke, "This should be a new formation, I have never seen any records of this." Wu Yong nodded as he purposely spoke loudly, "In that case, we can only explore and probe this formation." Over at Northern Plains, Yao Huang heard this as he smiled while grasping his walking cane. "Southern Border allies, wait a while and recover first. My side has just arrived, we are in good condition, we will do the probing." Wu Yong showed delight on his face, he cupped his fist. "The bravery of Northern Plains is known to all, we will wait here and recover, if anything happens, we will definitely lend a hand." Yao Huang nodded as he instructed someone to explore the formation. This batch of Northern Plains GU Immortals were purposely chosen by Bing Sai Chuan. After receiving orders, Yao Huang gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Before this, Bing Sai Chuan had already brought Calamity Luck Altar and his comrades to attack Heavenly Court. It was not that Bing Sai Chuan had purposely diverted his forces, but he had his reservations. Attacking Heavenly Court was an important matter, it needed to be kept secret. He was afraid that if they expanded the numbers and called too many people, the invasion would fail, they would get exposed and end up losing the battle in the end. Thus, Bing Sai Chuan only chose the few people he trusted the most. And undoubtedly, his decision was correct. Because Prince Feng Xian was the spy of Spirit Affinity House, he was one of the most successful spies in terms of status. The Northern Plains group was naturally led by Yao Huang. After losing in Heavenly Court, Bing Sai Chuan sent out orders to Yao Huang first, before contacting Fang Yuan. Yao Huang knew how important this mission was, because the hope of getting Fate GU from Heavenly Court was getting slimmer now, infallible blessed. Land had become the most important battlefield. As long as they destroyed it, Heavenly Court's plan of repairing Fate GU would be foiled. This way, Heavenly Court would need to try and restore Fate GU once more. The longer this dragged on, the more hope there was for the four regions. Thus, Yaohuang and Southern Borders Immortals joined forces with great sincerity. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yaohuang knew his intentions and quickly offered to help. It was his display of sincerity. Heavenly Court was united in ideals, Central Continent had people's united hearts, while Southern Border and Northern Plains had joined hands for the first time ever. This was truly a new page of history, despite both of them not trusting each other fully yet. In order to succeed in this attack on Heavenly Court's formation, both sides cooperated earnestly. Northern Plains sent none other than wealth-devouring boy Nian Fu. This person had a child's appearance, he had peak rank 7 battle strength and cultivated space path, he was able to protect himself. This formation was not ordinary, it was like an underground cave. The cave was huge and the GU Immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites and stalactites that hung down from the ceiling or protruded from the ground like growing grass. They had all sorts of color and emitted a light that was a dazzling sight. Nian Fu carefully went into the formation under everyone's observation. He was famous in Northern Plains, he cultivated space path and moved unhindered around battlefields. He was able to preserve his life in dangerous situations and even earn huge profits from it, gaining an immense wealth. This was also why he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nian Fu was very alert, he did not dare to be careless. This was Heavenly Court's formation, any accident and his life would end here. Nian Fu entered the formation as it started to activate, the stalactite and stalagmite started to grow as the rainbow lights enveloped Nian Fu. In everyone's perspective, this underground cave created by the formation was like a fierce beast opening its mouth. It was shutting its mouth now. Countless stalactites and stalagmites joined together and wanted to chew this Nian Fu into bits of flesh. Nian Fu was very alert. Upon sensing this problem, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome, it hindered his movement ability, it could even penetrate his defense. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation. Let's quickly attack the light and help Nian Fu to escape before it's too late. Kai Kuyu saw something amiss as he quickly shouted. Southern Borders and Northern Plains Immortals worked together as killer moves erupted. Nian Fu received a lot of help as he narrowly avoided the gathering of the rainbow light, returning to the main group. So close, without all of you, I would have died in there. Nian Fu felt great after fear. Your face, suddenly, Nu Qian pointed at Nian Fu's face, showing a look of terror. What is it? Nian Fu touched his own face but felt a hard jade stone texture. You were still hit. It seems that this formation is not a simple exquisite 7 orifices formation, there is also the Jade Spike formation. Black Extremity said, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 Extremities. Among which, Black Extremity was skilled in formation path, he had incredible talent and had once cheated old ancestor Shui Hu by disguising as Sun Ming Lu. Black Extremity's words received Kai Kuyu's acknowledgement. This is likely a combination formation made from exquisite 7 orifices formation and Jade Spike formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the permeating rainbow light and countless stalactites and stalagmites as he said. Kai Kuyu smiled confidently. With just a few of us, it is very hard to break this formation. But with the friends of Northern Plains here, this is merely a troublesome issue. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains joined forces, Fang Yuan was also fighting against Qing Yi and Li Huang. This human path killer move is truly troublesome. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold flickering light. Li Huang and Qing Yi were boosted by killer move heroes among people, they pursued Fang Yuan relentlessly. As for those immortal GU house, only 2 remained chasing Fang Yuan, while the rest were either dealing with Western Deserts Immortals or saving the Central Continent GU masters in the Earth Trench. After getting the information from Bing Sai Chuan, Fang Yuan flew with rapid speed, but the direction was the opposite, he went further and further away from infallible blessed land. It is time. Fang Yuan suddenly waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Fang Yuan, who was in Emperor Yama form, quickly transformed into a Yama child as he mixed in with the crowd. Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going? Li Huang shouted, he was covered in a blazing cloak, burning with intense flames. You were hit by the investigative killer move, how can you escape through this method? Qing Yi snickered in his white robe. The 2 immortal GU houses were quite lost, but these 2 Heavenly Court rank 8s targeted Fang Yuan's main body instead. Evidently, Central Continent's Heavenly Court had already started to make countermeasures against Fang Yuan's familiar face. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fang Yuan ascended to heaven, entering White Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fang Yuan quickly found a bunch of black-white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him. Destroy these overturning clouds. Li Huang and Qing Yi had rich battle experiences, they could tell that Fang Yuan was trying to use the clouds to escape. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Why don't you try and deduce my main body again? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a fusion move that comprised Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Emperor Yama, and Familiar Face. It was also one of Fang Yuan's greatest achievements in his killer move modification a while back. Once the killer move was used, a loud explosion occurred as countless black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out. These soul beasts had silver-white claws, teeth, horns, and scales. They were emitting an eerie sword chi at all times. Countless ghost dragons flew in the sky, some attacked the pursuers while the rest continued to fly aimlessly in a chaotic manner. Such an amazing method. After a brief fight, Li Huang and Qing Yi's expressions changed. This killer move was threatening to them, especially when the ghost dragons self-detonate. They had incredible might, there was the explosive force of the soul beast, and also the rampaging sword chi that gave it extraordinary power. Li Huang wore his verdant sun flame cloak, but it could not hold up. After tens of self-detonations, the cloak was flickering, the flames had weakened tremendously. One Qing Yi was in an even more pitiful state. He tried to defend himself as he thought to himself in great shock, how can this move be so powerful? This was only natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon had the same weakness and price as Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind. It expended the Dao marks of the GU Immortal permanently. However, Unlimited Wind used 10,000 Dao marks each time, while Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Per use. Li Huang and Qing Yi were busy defending themselves while Fang Yuan used the opportunity to escape into the black-white overturning clouds. After going from White Heaven to Black Cloud, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the cloud as he used Fixed Immortal Travel as the core to activate a killer move. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot, arriving in Infallible Blessed Land. To think that Infallible Blessed Land was here. Fang Yuan sighed. Since Bing Sai Chuan called him, he naturally gave him the location of Infallible Blessed Land. This place was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could enter using his killer move. Fang Yuan's appearance triggered the alertness of the southern border and northern plains army. Me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. The GU Immortal asking him was full of cold sweat, he felt a strong pressure. Even before Fang Yuan answered, he had already realized this. He regretted his action of asking in reflex almost immediately. After all, Fang Yuan was the fiercest demon currently renowned in the 5 regions. Fang Yuan quickly observed the battlefield. The giant tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, was the thing that attracted his attention the most. Next, he looked at Prince Feng Xian for a second before turning to Ba Shi Ba and the other defending GU Immortals. 1 inch you are here. Chu Du was moderately injured. He flew towards Fang Yuan and greeted. Prince Feng Xian and Ba Shi Ba looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Li Huang and the rest had chased Fang Yuan too relentlessly. He only managed to find a chance to teleport here after so long. Right now, Wu Yong and Yao Huang had not only broken the Jade Spike Exquisite formation, they had also gone past the next 2 formations. They were stuck at the 4th now. Chu Du displayed incredible worth during the 2nd formation, but he was injured as a result. Because Fang Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to wait for him. With Bing Sai Chuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fang Yuan was coming. That also meant that the Southern Border Immortals knew as well. Fang Yuan created huge chaos in Northern Plains and Southern Border. The Righteous Path forces of both regions had suffered losses due to him. Northern Plains' 88 True Yong building was destroyed by Fang Yuan, while many of Southern Border, Righteous Path super forces were extorted by him. But now, they were all cooperating against a common enemy, Heavenly Court. No matter how strong the formation is, how can it obstruct my path? Time is pressing, I won't explain further. Open a path for me. I am going to detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan nodded towards Chu Du as he attacked the formation, not wasting any time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed. They waited for Fang Yuan and were willing to cooperate with him because of this. Fang Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and spread the dream realm, this formation would break without fail. Fang Yuan's arrival was soon found out by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang took a glance at Wu Yong and the rest, asking purposely, "Oh, Fang Yuan is here already." Wu Yong's expression froze slightly, before he turned to Yao Huang. "Let Fang Yuan undergo the alliance agreement first, then tell him that I am willing to forego our feuds and cooperate temporarily." Chapter 1729, 9 Consecutive Unceasing Formation. Because of Yao Huang's notice, Wu Yong was mentally prepared that Fang Yuan was coming. He was an ambitious person. Even though he had deep enmity with Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court was the common foe now. Dealing with Heavenly Court and preventing Fate Gu from being fully repaired would give Wu Yong the greatest benefits. For this sake, he could put down his feuds and cooperate with Fang Yuan now. Friend Wu Yong is truly wise and clear-headed, Yao Huang praised. One immediately after, Kai Kuyu and the rest also resounded. Not just Alliance leader Wu Yong, the super forces of Southern Border are also willing to resist Heavenly Court with Fang Yuan ignoring our past feuds. Fang Yuan had killed many Southern Border GU Immortal captives for his own gains, but they were also making the same decision now for the sake of the big picture. They were being logical, but the bigger reason was that this situation was truly dangerous, and Heavenly Court was very powerful. Bing Sai Chuan not only told Yao Huang and Fang Yuan about Heavenly Court's current situation, the information was also given to Wu Yong and the rest. This made the Southern Alliance Immortals even clearer about their current situation. Heavenly Court and Emperor City were hopeless already, the only chance of victory was here. Only by using their time well and destroying the formation rapidly could they prevent the final batch of success Dao marks from being sent to Heavenly Court, that would force them to hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention once again. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, go destroy this formation. At this time, Fang Yuan sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies towards the formation. In the current era, Dream Path was still underdeveloped, there were only several seeds, it had not grown yet. Against the corrosion of the Dream Realm, almost all Immortal GU formations, regardless of ranks, could not block it. Unless it was an Immortal formation possessing Dream Path GU worms, or had relevant Dream Path methods to block that corrosion. But right when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shatter Dream. With the use of two killer moves, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies shattered at the first moment, they started to spread towards the surroundings. Next, these shattered dream realms gathered into new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies as they attacked Fang Yuan instead. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he was secretly shocked. He did not expect that Heavenly Court would obtain such methods already. Even though he knew it was a matter of time, he did not think it would be so fast. But soon, his dejected feelings vanished, he regained his calm and icy temperament. Thoughts appeared and clashed in his mind, he rapidly tried to think of a solution to this. They can actually reverse my control over the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies and the transformation. Is it because Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured and his memories were obtained by them? Fang Yuan was approached by several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies as he quickly retreated. He had many powerful killer moves, but against the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, they were quite lackluster. This move was quite invincible in this world. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower and even Duke Long and Purple Mountain True Monarch were forced to avoid the Dream Realm. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was not helpless. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Time Path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, it continued to make deductions for him. Even though Fang Yuan did not have Shatter Dream Killer move to deal with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Even Heavenly Court could not truly comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation in just a few years. The likely reason was that they had obtained Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fang Yuan could use his original Pure Dream Reality Seeker killer move to retaliate and use the Light of Wisdom to create a counter-killer move instead. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fang Yuan considered his countermeasures as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies chased him relentlessly, while a few went towards Unlimited Wind and the other GU Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies self-detonated as Unlimited Wind was greatly affected, its power was falling rapidly. Prince Feng Xian and the rest had no choice but to dodge. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong, but his first sentence made Wu Yong shook. Northern Plains Prince Feng Xian is a spy of Heavenly Court. Wu Yong attacked the formation as he asked, "Evidence? My words themselves are evidence. In this situation, I have no reason to lie." Fang Yuan immediately answered, "I do not have enough dream realms now. I need to gather more dream realms from southern border and create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to fight. Quickly inform the GU Immortals there to support me." Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court were opposing enemies. His accusation towards Prince Feng Xian had no evidence, but it was like he said, his words were clear evidence. After all, the world knew about his spring-autumn cicada. This secret had once caused Fang Yuan great problems when it was exposed, but now, it gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was working with Fang Yuan already, they might as well enter a deeper cooperation. Heavenly Court was the true enemy now. "All right, I will tell the others, you can go now." At this moment, Wu Yong felt a complex emotion. He had never thought that one day, he would purposely give the orders to receive Fang Yuan's arrival. At this moment, Kai Kuyu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. "I have already deciphered this formation. Quickly attack this place, it is the true formation core." Wu Yong was overjoyed. He forgot about Fang Yuan for a moment as he gave orders to attack the location that Kai Kuyu pointed out. After destroying the formation core, this formation became much slower and duller. Black Extremity Sun Minglu looked at them with great admiration and surprise. After entering the formation, Kai Kuyu had always outperformed him and comprehended the profundities of the formations using a shorter time. He had no choice but to feel admiration. "We should follow Lord Kai Kuyu's arrangements. Let's assist these southern border allies." Black Extremity put down his competitive spirit as he suggested towards Yao Huang, who was beside him. Yao Huang frowned but agreed. Fang Yuan easily got rid of his pursuers. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were inferior to Li Huang and Qing Yi. Using fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, Fang Yuan went back to southern border and obtained a large number of dream realms. With them, he created more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and went for Heavenly Court's formation. In this situation, dealing with the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was secondary. The main goal was to destroy the formation and stop Heavenly Court from repairing Fate GU. Fang Yuan had never forgotten his true motive. However, all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies who got close to the formation shattered and were turned into enemies as they attacked Fang Yuan once again. Furthermore, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could communicate. Fang Yuan's side was suffering more losses than gains. These situations started to make Fang Yuan realize, it seems, that Heavenly Court has already modified the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At this time, Wu Yong transmitted, "Fang Yuan, continue to send more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies at the formation. We have already found many flaws of the formation." Fang Yuan thought in his mind, it seems that Heavenly Court did not truly merge dream path methods with this formation. Each time they deal with my pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they are also disrupting with the formation's operations itself, causing flaws to form. These flaws were simply too obvious to Kai Kuyu and Black Extremity. Using these chances, Wu Yong and the rest attacked with great results. But this way, Fang Yuan's dream realms would continuously be turned into Heavenly Court's resources. They will gain an increasing number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems that I really need to unravel their pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. This was a problem that he could not avoid resolving. It was not that he did not want to enter the formation to help out, but there were already Kai Kuyu, Wu Yong, and others. With his monopoly over dream path methods, he was much needed outside. Fang Yuan started to fight against these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At the same time, he transmitted to the rest, "There is an important thing now, Heavenly Court's human path killer move. Can anyone get rid of these white lights?" Nobody answered. In the end, Yi Haofang answered dejectedly, "Human path's specialty is in support, because human path Dao marks will not interrupt other paths, Dao marks are conflict with them. Unless we use human path methods that are at least rank 8, we cannot resolve this." Yi Haofang cultivated transformation path, but he was also very skilled at supporting others. This was because of his signature killer move, human transformation. With his words, Fang Yuan gave up on this aspect. They could not unravel heroes among people, while Prince Feng Xian was also a huge threat. Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the rest did not want to expose him for now. Killing a rank 8 was too difficult. They might as well pretend to not know and focus on breaking the formation instead. preventing Heavenly Court from succeeding was more important. As time passed, Fang Yuan finally gained some breakthrough in his deductions. He took a risk and captured an enemy pure dream reality seeker physique body successfully, experimenting on it. This is actually a complete pure dream reality seeker physique body. It has been modified entirely, it is now truly the 11th extreme physique. Fang Yuan sighed at his great gains. He quickly modified pure dream reality seeker transformation as he started to learn Heavenly Court's method. As his pure dream reality seeker physique bodies became modified again, they accompanied Wu Yong and Yao Huang, destroying many formations in succession. There are still more. Yao Huang frowned deeply. One formation after another formation, it was as if Heavenly Court had an unlimited number of formations. This scene made Wu Yong and the rest feel a little dejected. Strange, how can Heavenly Court possibly set up so many immortal formations? Unless, Black Extremity hesitated. Kai Kuyu pondered as he said, I understand, this is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this name is quite familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Kai Kuyu sighed. Legend says that star constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Heavenly Court's problem in the future and set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. When Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Heavenly Court, he entered this formation and only broke out after destroying 100 formations. This formation is actually a giant compound formation, it can mix and match using its 9 sub-formations. The true problem is that when we destroy a formation, Heavenly Court would be able to set up a new one at the core area. As long as our breaking speed is not as fast as their setting up speed, this will be endless. Kai Kuyu's words were like a cold bucket of water poured onto these immortals. What should they do now? Chapter 1730, Situation. Wu Yong, Yao Huang and the rest were a little lost. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Limitless Demon Venerable. According to legends, Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations before he escaped. How could they possibly do the same? And the most unsettling thing was, they needed to fight against time. Once Fate Gu recovers completely, there would be zero chance of victory. What do we do? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu frowned. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement, no wonder. No wonder. Black Extremity realized at once. Kai Kuyu was very troubled. Even if we gather all the formation path GU immortals in the world to deduce this formation, I'm afraid the chances of victory are slim. Moreover, we have less and less time now. This formation path great expert who had displayed great value in this battle as one of the Southern Alliance's leaders had the intention of backing down. Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Do you have any way to break this formation? Kai Kuyu asked in perplexity. Wu Yong shook his head. Even though I have no method to do so, I have already seen through Heavenly Court's facade. Don't worry too much, in my opinion, we are overestimating this difficulty. Why? Think about it. Back then, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was used by countless Heavenly Court GU immortals to resist Limitless Demon Venerable. But it was unable to succeed. Limitless Demon Venerable broke out in the end. Since it was broken before, this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation had already been damaged once in a brutal manner. Even if Heavenly Court had immense foundations and repaired all of the immortal GU, in the worst-case scenario, we are facing the complete and even modified 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the defending GU immortals are not all Heavenly Court members. In fact, there might be few Heavenly Court members here. Li Huang and Qing Yi are at Emperor City, Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, Yuan Chongdu, Che Wei, and Kong Yan are fighting in Heavenly Court. Central Continent is being attacked by all 4 regions now. They were forced to set this formation here. It shows that they are low in manpower, their members are too sparsely distributed, they can only go on the defensive now. Wu Yong's eyes were shining with bright light, he displayed overwhelming confidence and great wisdom in his grasp over the situation. He continued, and most importantly, they've already shown how weak they are. Earlier, Chen Yi and Bai Kang Shui came to fight us. Chen Yi was nearly beaten to death. Everyone, if this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation is truly impenetrable, why would Chen Yi and Bai Kang Shui risk their lives? They must be stalling time for more formations to be set up. Earlier, our attack caused them to take this huge risk. Right now, we have the help of our Northern Plains friends, this is a great opportunity. Even though this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation is powerful, it still depends on who is controlling it, and who is attacking. That's right, that's very logical. Haha, indeed, the urgent matter now is to attack quickly. Heavenly Court's defenses are not as strong as they seem. I am ashamed, I was actually fear-stricken due to the reputation of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Wu Yong's words raised everyone's morale, their offenses became stronger, they were more determined now. Wu Yong smiled but he mentally sighed. Everyone here was an elite, but they were actually intimidated by this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. It was not because they were stupid, but because they were facing huge pressure. Bing Sai Chuan notified many people of the situation, they worked together and attacked this formation, desperately holding onto this final hope, but this action had a weakness, it made everyone aware of the urgency of this situation. If they were careless, they would incur huge losses as Heavenly Court retaliates. This was Central Continent after all. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, even if they did, Heavenly Court had methods to counter them. Thus, it was difficult for the Immortals to retreat. To play safe, now was the time to retreat. The longer they dragged it, the harder it would be to leave Central Continent. Eastern Seas and Western Deserts GU Immortals are probably already retreating. These two regions are in disunity, they are not like our southern border and northern plains which can gather the strength of many righteous path forces. Now, it will depend on us, whether we can rapidly break the formation and intercept the final batch of success Dao marks. Sigh, we were still banking on Fang Yuan's dream path methods earlier to deal with this formation. To think that Heavenly Court also had methods to control the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Was it because they captured Spectral Soul? I wonder who the person inside this formation that stopped Fang Yuan is. Wu Yong continued to guess and evaluate the situation. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Zhuzhe had a pale expression but he smiled warmly. Huang good job. He looked at Feng Jin Huang as he smiled, feeling extremely proud. The one who stopped Fang Yuan was none other than Feng Zhuji's daughter, Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang pursed her lips as she said, "Father, I do not dare to claim credit, I could use the Immortal GU and activate an Immortal Killer move because of this formation's help. Even so, resisting Fang Yuan is an incredible feat, Feng Jin Huang, you have already done an amazing job for Heavenly Court." Bai Kang Shui smiled. Chen Yi nodded as he looked at Feng Zhuzhe and Feng Jin Huang, she truly takes after her father. Feng Zhuzhe saved his life while Feng Jin Huang was shockingly talented, this made Chen Yi feel a sense of gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. A round of ferocious attacks had ended. Duke Long's rapidly breathing slowed down. He looked at the 7 Extreme Desolation, which was covered in injuries but remained standing, as he snorted coldly. I did not destroy it after all. Is it because of my injuries? Normally speaking, Duke Long with the support of Heavenly Dragon's last stand had incredible power, he could definitely defeat the 7 Extreme Desolation. Even if this ancient battle formation was in its strongest form in history. But Duke Long was restrained by his injuries. These were mostly old injuries that were sustained earlier when Duke Long snatched Dragon Palace, he was hurt by the Eastern CGU Immortals. Without these injuries, I would have destroyed the 7 Extreme Desolation already. My estimations were slightly off, but as time passes, it will not obstruct me anymore. Duke Long snorted, coldly in his mind. Earlier, he ignored his own injuries to fight, but now, he had to face the 7 Extreme Desolation. The contest between experts usually depended on minor details like this. Even though Duke Long could suppress the 7 Extreme Desolation, he was initially stuck at a passive spot, but even now, he could not gather enough strength to destroy it. After an intense eruption of attacks, Duke Long's offenses became weaker, he started to move around. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest found some relief, Duke Long was giving them too much pressure. Fairy Ziwei and the rest had complex expressions. More and more Heavenly Court members learned that Duke Long's time was almost up. This was the final battle of his life. He was like a firework, he could only shine right before he fades away for good. After this battle, Heavenly Court would lose this legendary great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Ziwei received Duke Long's transmission. Fairy Ziwei, how is the situation? Fairy Ziwei quickly answered. Emperor City was destroyed, countless mortals died, Li Huang and Qing Yi are rushing to infallible blessed land. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortals are fighting intensely as well. Duke Long muttered to himself for a while before he said to Fairy Ziwei, very good, I was not wrong about you. Thanks to your arrangements and planning, we managed to secure all 3 locations. Emperor City was destroyed by a natural disaster, it was not your fault. Duke Long did not stint on his praise towards Fairy Ziwei. He knew that although he was putting up an incredible fight now, it was thanks to Fairy Ziwei who kept control of the situation from the background. Fairy Ziwei felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely, "This was all thanks to Lord Duke Long, you obtained Dragon Palace." Who would think that Dragon Palace actually contains the rank 8 Dream Path Immortal GU, Dream Token? It allows Dream Token to enslave rank 8 GU Immortals. With Zhang Yin and the rest, our weakness in manpower was eliminated. Lord Duke Long even sustained huge injuries to conceal the identities of Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest. This allowed our plan in Eastern Sea to succeed. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea rank 8s joined any of the 3 battlefields, we would be in trouble. Duke Long. That's right, I was also surprised by the existence of Dream Token. He thought back to the battle in Eastern Sea. Zhang Yin and the rest appeared together. It was a surprise to Duke Long. They were either lone immortals or demonic cultivators. They were lofty and proud rank 8 existences. To think that they would be working together despite having no relationship in usual times. Duke Long became more suspicious at the later parts of the battle. Zhang Yin and the other immortals trusted each other deeply during the fight. And what truly made Duke Long confident of his guess was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 GU immortals, Dragon Palace flew away. The 4 returned and did not chase after Immortal GU House Dragon Palace. Instead, they continued to attack Duke Long. If they all had their own intentions and wanted Dragon Palace, how could they stay to deal with Duke Long in such a manner? Normally speaking, with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would chase after Dragon Palace. After all, Dragon Palace had flown away with great commotion. There were possibly other Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortals too. By fighting Duke Long, it seemed like they were helping Dragon Palace stall for time. Refer to chapter 1689. Duke Long had sensed acutely that these 4 GU immortals were related to Dragon Palace. After he obtained Dragon Palace and refined it, his guesses were confirmed. Because he was prepared for it, he did not let Zhang Yin and the rest get exposed. If they were exposed then, the other Eastern Sea GU immortals might not die anyway. The main matter for Heavenly Court now was to repair Fate GU. Thinking about it, Duke Long instructed Fairy Ziwei, "Pay more attention to Hidden Dragon Cave, we cannot be careless. The 5 regional walls are vanishing, the regions are becoming one. By then, there will be chaos and huge battles. Di Zhangsheng's battle strength will reach a terrifying level, he will be on par with me." Towards Di Zhangsheng, Duke Long had a clearer understanding than Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei immediately understood Duke Long's intent. The situation was turning more stable now. Infallible Blessed Land, Heavenly Court, and Hidden Dragon Cave were under Heavenly Court's control. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and the Immortal GU houses were about to reach Infallible Blessed Land. The only possible problem was Hidden Dragon Cave. Duke Long was not afraid of Dragon Palace changing owners. He placed Dragon Palace there as a trap to begin with. The design of Dragon Palace was such that only dragonmen could control it. It was impossible to work around this limitation, unless they took apart Dragon Palace. Even most transformation path methods were not effective. Duke Long was afraid that Dragon Palace would destabilize and release Di Zhangsheng. Di Zhangsheng hated Heavenly Court and Duke Long immensely. With a boost in strength, it would definitely take revenge. Duke Long was going to die soon, but Di Zhangsheng was virtually undying. If Fang Yuan and the rest made use of this battle strength, there would be huge problems. Chapter 1731, 5 Regional Formation. The tornado resembling a heavenly pillar whipped up a storm as it crashed towards Heavenly Court's formation. Prince Feng Xian and Ba Shiba, who were outside, stared at the horizon. There, 2 specks of light tore through the sky. The figures of 2 rank 8 GU immortals were shown gradually. They were Li Huang and Qing Yi. "We finally arrived. Not bad, we were not late." Li Huang and Qing Yi had finally arrived. "Where is that scoundrel Fang Yuan?" Li Huang's eyes shined with orange-red light. He tried to investigate. He was filled with grudge towards Fang Yuan. Earlier when Fang Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land. He made Li Huang and the others go very far away. After that, Fang Yuan found a chance to use fixed immortal travel and arrived at Infallible Blessed Land. Li Huang and the rest were left in the dust. Central Continent's Heavenly Court did not have beacon towers, Li Huang and Qing Yi had to rush to infallible blessed land through a very long distance. They should be inside the formation. Qing Yi responded, his gaze swept past the formation and landed on the unlimited wind. This killer move is very strong. It is very threatening to our formation, we should get rid of it. This Wu Yong has such a killer move and farewell friend wind, if possible, we should try to kill him. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge problem for Heavenly Court in the future. Li Huang and Qing Yi discussed before they changed directions, moving towards the unlimited wind killer move. Prince Feng Xian and Ba Shi Ba had sensed them already, they also rushed there. Go! Prince Feng Xian shouted as he waved his sleeves, hundreds of fireballs blew out. You're using fire to attack me. Laughable. Li Huang snorted and did not dodge, verdant sun flame cloak was blazing on his back. Prince Feng Xian's fireballs landed on Li Huang but did not cause any damage, it even increased the power of verdant sun flame cloak. Prince Feng Xian's expression did not change, he pointed at Li Huang. The flames on Li Huang turned purple instantly. The purple flames infiltrated the orange-red verdant sun flame cloak as it tried to disintegrate the defensive killer move. Li Huang's expression changed. Prince Feng Xian wanted to keep him busy, he charged towards Li Huang. The two fought in the sky, causing blazing flames to emerge and scorch the earth, the temperature of the battlefield was rising. Ba Shi Ba watched Prince Feng Xian's battle as he thought, HMPH, this Prince Feng Xian is still acting, he is really well concealed. Fang Yuan's side left Prince Feng Xian and Ba Shi Ba outside to guard the formation. Ba Shi Ba had already been informed of Prince Feng Xian's identity through Wu Yong, but he pretended to not know. It was like how Wu Yong and Fang Yuan predicted, unless it was necessary, Prince Feng Xian did not want to expose his identity. The truth was, Heavenly Court would rather make some sacrifices than to expose Prince Feng Xian. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he would have more value. Prince Feng Xian and Li Huang were fire path rank 8s, the two fought in the sky before fighting on the ground, they dyed the sky red, they made rivers dry up, the ground cracked from their attacks, clouds vaporized, countless lifeforms fled for their lives. Ba Shi Ba and Qing Yi cultivated Rule Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight did not cause as much of a commotion as Li Huang and Prince Feng Xian, it was much more ruthless. Li Huang knew about Prince Feng Xian's true identity, they were just acting even though the commotion was huge. But Ba Shi Ba and Qing Yi were true enemies. Ba Shi Ba shrieked in a strange tone as many profound lights stabbed or slashed towards Qing Yi like blades or swords. 3 consecutive hits, 4 consecutive hits, 5 consecutive hits, each profound light had moderate power, but when they landed on Qing Yi, the damage accumulated rapidly. This was the consecutive attack method that Ba Shi Ba trained in his life. This kind of rule path supplementary killer move could allow a certain killer move to gain a huge boost in power. The condition was that Ba Shi Ba had to use that killer move and could not change to other methods. Qing Yi was forced to retreat gradually, sweat appeared on his forehead. I cannot let him continue, once he reaches 18 consecutive hits, my defenses will fail. Qing Yi's activated an immortal killer move, his figure vanished and turned into darkness. In the sky, it was like a blob of ink had landed in water and expanded endlessly. Ba Shi Ba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qing Yi's signature killer move, expanding night sky. Both sides had information about each other, Ba Shi Ba and Qing Yi had a certain level of understanding of each other. Expanding night sky was an immortal battlefield killer move, it was quite special. Normal immortal battlefields were formed after some preparation. Meanwhile, expanding night sky would continue to increase in size and range, this move had no limit in theory. As long as Qing Yi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to cover the whole of White Heaven. Ba Shi Ba flew backwards. He thought about it and decided to avoid the enemy. Expanding night sky was an immortal battlefield, if Ba Shi Ba went in, his rule path would be weakened by the dark path environment. Of course, the bigger reason was Prince Feng Xian. Ba Shi Ba knew that Prince Feng Xian was a traitor, if he went into the immortal battlefield, he would not be able to see anything outside. Qing Yi might even let Prince Feng Xian and Li Huang into the battlefield to deal with Ba Shi Ba. By then, Ba Shi Ba would have to fight 3 enemies, it would be dangerous. The battle of 2 pairs of rank 8s went into a short deadlock. A moment later, many immortal GU houses appeared on the horizon. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These immortal GU houses were originally protecting Emperor City. Now that Emperor City was history, the immortal GU houses carried all their GU immortals and arrived here as reinforcements. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. It started to shine in a light blue aura. The light formed into a dragon shape. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth as countless hailstones shot towards Ba Shi Ba. Ba Shi Ba's speed fell drastically. He snorted coldly, avoiding Qing Yi as he used his killer move on Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor continued to take a beating. Its walls were cracking, tiles were sent flying. As it resisted, the second light blue hornless dragon formed. It coiled around the first one before coiling around the entire Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor's defense surged as a result, while the light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and shot out a tattered mysterious light. This immortal GU house has the power to expel my killer move's damage. Ba Shi Ba's expression sank a little. He could not destroy this immortal GU house in a short time. If they continued, expanding night sky would trap him. He had to retreat and pull some distance now. At this time, wind-sweeping building entered the battlefield as well. It did not assist Qing Yi or Li Huang. Instead, it directly entered the unlimited wind killer move reaching towards the sky. Good wind, give me some time, I will be able to make this wind my own. The current generation wind-sweeping building lord laughed loudly. Due to wind-sweeping building's interference, unlimited wind started to weaken again. More and more immortal GU houses joined the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was getting more perilous. At the crucial moment, a crack formed in the Heavenly Court formation. Many immortal GU houses flew out. There were Southern Borders clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Great Space Temple, Bay Pavilion, Unfixed Manor, as well as Northern Plains Fingerprint Bridge, Demonic Ape Hall, and Minor Sun Building. With these 7 immortal GU houses helping, Ba Shi Ba's pressure fell greatly. Both sides entered a chaotic battle. Immortal GU houses rampaged and exchanged killer moves. Intense fireworks that had dazzling colors were created. At once, the battle was stuck in a deadlock yet again. Within the formation, Wu Yong and the rest had dark expressions. Even though they opened a crack in time and sent out the immortal GU houses, stabilizing the situation outside, they had also expended their trump card in advance. The situation was getting more disadvantageous. Prince Feng Xian was a problem. Heavenly Court's battlefield was also hopeless. It all depended on whether Fang Yuan and the rest could destroy the formation now. At our speed, the chance of victory is becoming increasingly slim. Fang Yuan sighed as he asked, is Dao Ju's 5 regional true inheritance able to deal with this formation? Back then, he had set a trap in the 5 regional mountain range to target the southern border and Heavenly Court GU immortals. During the battle, Wu Yong destroyed the entire 5 regional mountain range and accidentally awakened Dao Ju's will. He had a chance to inherit the 5 regional true inheritance. Fang Yuan had to retreat at that time, so the 5 regional true inheritance ended up in the hands of the southern border GU immortals. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the 5 regional true inheritance could mimic the 5 regions' regional walls. Within the regional walls, GU immortals would be suppressed. They would face a backlash whenever they used any immortal killer move. Be it immortal GU house or immortal formation, they were immortal killer moves in essence. Fang Yuan thought about it. If they could use the methods in the 5 regional true inheritance against Heavenly Court's formation, it might have some effect. Wu Yong and Kai Kuyu looked at each other. Wu Yong said, I obtained the 5 regional true inheritance. There is indeed a method to create the 5 regional walls in the true inheritance, but Kai Kuyu added, but this method uses the earth veins to set up the formation. It is very troublesome and complicated. Dao Zhu was able to create the 5 regional mountain range back then because he used the earth vein in a formation. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, Wu Yong obtained the 5 regional true inheritance, but he found that the essence of it was the 5 regional formation. Wu Clan was not proficient in formation path. Wu Yong thus worked together with Kai Kuyu, as the latter also learned about the profundity of the 5 regional formation. Do we really need the earth vein to set up the 5 regional formation? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Wait, I heard that not long ago, Hu Clan's GU Immortal obtained a wild earth vein Immortal GU from the earth trench. Can we use that GU in place of the earth vein? The immortals heard this as they shook. Wu Yong and Kai Kuyu looked at each other, sighing at Fang Yuan's quick thinking. Kai Kuyu shook his head. The truth is, I have already obtained earth vein Immortal GU through a transaction with Hu Clan. But to use this earth vein Immortal GU in place of the actual earth vein, we will need to modify the 5 regional formation. I have been trying and have made some progress, but I am still far from success. Often, GU Immortals took years to modify one immortal killer move. Even though Kai Kuyu had high formation path attainment level, his wisdom path methods were lacking, he could not make rapid progress. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. This 5 regional formation is likely our breakthrough chance. Kai Kuyu, even though you cannot do it alone, with me in Black Extremity, there is a chance, let's try. Chapter 1732, Calamity Luck Alters Counterattack. What are they trying to do? Chen Yi and the rest discovered the irregular behavior of Fang Yuan's group. Feng Zhuzhe was still pale, he sized up the situation and frowned. They are actually setting up a formation. Formation within a formation, Bai Kang Shui snorted. They are simply underestimating us. Arranging a formation within a formation was very difficult, and this difficulty was further raised when trying to arrange the formation within an enemy's formation. One different from immortal GU houses, immortal formations had requirements towards their surrounding environment. The surrounding natural Dao marks would have a great influence on most immortal formations. Heavenly Court's side naturally would not let Fang Yuan's group do as they wished. They immediately activated the formation, waves after waves of attacks charged towards the newly created formation base. With us here, you can set up the formation with peace of mind. Wu Yang, Yao Huang and others guarded the 4 directions around the formation base, blocking Heavenly Court's offenses. Within the formation base, Kai Kuyu, Black Extremity, and Fang Yuan were setting up a formation with urgency. 360 Fire Crow GU have been placed. Black Extremity wiped the sweat on his forehead. We are still lacking 44 rank 5 Soul Blade GU, when are they coming? Kai Kuyu spoke while contacting other GU Immortals, Treasure Yellow. Heaven had become their most effective form of goods transportation. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, the immortal GU in his hand scattered down like rain that caused splattering noises. Several breaths later, he let out a breath of air and stopped his movement. Rank 6 Instant Chain Immortal GU has been placed properly. Kai Kuyu and Black Extremity took a quick glance at him while thinking, unbelievable. Fang Yuan's wisdom path and formation path attainment levels are so high. Not only did he deduce a completely new 5 regional formation in such a short period of time, he is also setting up the immortal formation with such fluid movement. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster, which was lower than Kai Kuyu's and Black Extremities, but he had plenty of experience in setting up formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seas food path immortal formation, coiling thread GU formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, year essence pool, and so on had been personally set up by him. Thus, although it was his first time setting up the 5 regional formation, he was not overwhelmed but worked with great proficiency. If I had to set up the formation alone, it would take a lot of time. But with Kai Kuyu and Black Extremity's help, we can set up 5 regional formation quickly. We need to finish this quickly. Fang Yuan was fully focused and made use of every second. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and others have already reached infallible blessed land. Wu Yang's unlimited wind is suppressed by wind-sweeping building. Prince Feng Xian's identity has not been exposed. But I don't understand the intention of Fang Yuan's group in trying to set up a formation within a formation. Additionally, our reinforcements are about to reach Hidden Dragon Cave. Fairy Ziwei reported the situation to Duke Long. Duke Long responded while fighting. Although Prince Feng Xian's identity is not exposed currently, we cannot rule out the case that Fang Yuan knows about it but kept silent. You need to pay attention to this point. Let Chen Yi and the rest take note of the situation and be prepared to help out Prince Feng Xian at any time. To Fairy Ziwei, yes. Knowing that the situation was still in their grasp, Duke Long concentrated on 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is time. Duke Long clenched his claws, feeling the vast force within his body. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and could not be increased. At the same time, it would provide Duke Long with increasing battle strength as time passed. In a short period of time, Duke Long's battle strength had soared once again and reached an astonishing level. A dragon roar resounded as purple-gold dragon-shaped chi erupted. 7 Extreme Desolation simply could not react in time, it only saw Duke Long suddenly disappear into thin air, before it flew away like a meteor struck by boundless force. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying and crashed into the chi wall violently. Countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. All our investigative killer moves are blocked by Duke Long, we are simply unable to catch his trace. We will be caught in a passive state if this goes on. If this continues any longer, Duke Long's battle strength will start suppressing us completely. In that case, let's use offense as defense, we will be able to hit Duke Long as we attack in every direction with our killer moves. The 7 Big Dipper Immortals conversed quickly. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant rose and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long gave a ferocious smile while slamming his right dragon claw down. The dragon claw was tiny like an ant compared to the giant 7 Extreme Desolation, but it inflicted an enormous injury on the giant. As air currents surged, the 7 Extreme Desolation giant's head was smashed into paste. The headless giant was forced down to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Dust and stones were sent flying as the surroundings shook. Duke Long slowly retracted his claw while hovering in the air, letting out a satisfied grunt. Renewed strength spread throughout Duke Long's body again, his muscles expanded once again and bones grew rapidly. His dragon scales became bigger and tougher, his crown-like dragon horns turned increasingly ferocious as spikes extended everywhere. Duke Long's whole body, that had already surpassed normal people's height, expanded once again. A thatched hut's ceiling would probably only reach his waist. His long purple hair had been soft and elegant, but now each strand was thick and strong and reached until his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered in between his hair. His dragon tail grew longer, it had been less than 10 feet before but now it was tens of feet long. Duke Long, go and die. A Northern Plains rank 8 suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. He was determined to succeed as he smashed a killer move which he had prepared for a long time at Duke Long's back. In just an instant, Duke Long's dragon tail whipped and sent this rank 8 GU Immortal flying. The Northern Plains GU Immortal coughed out mouthfuls of blood, his spine was instantly broken and his organs were displaced. The most fatal thing was the backlash from his own immortal killer move which sent him to the verge of death. At the next moment, 3 Northern Plains GU Immortals made their move at the same time. 3 killer moves struck Duke Long in succession. We hit him, but the joy on these 3 Northern Plains GU Immortals' faces froze immediately. As dust dissipated, Duke Long could be seen standing upright. Purple gold dragon scales that flickered with metallic luster covered his whole body. There was not even a scar. We had already calculated it, our 3 killer moves coordinated with each other and increased each other's power. What kind of defense is this? The 3 Northern Plains GU Immortals were shaken before they felt uneasy and retreated immediately. Are you scratching my back? Duke Long slowly turned around, his expressionless dragon eyes stared at the 3 retreating GU Immortals. The 3 GU Immortals immediately felt alerts ringing in their mind, an intense sense of danger suffocated them as if a mountain was pressing on them. Duke Long, don't try to leave, we are your opponent. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant had obtained a brief respite and stood up once again. Their smashed head had already mostly recovered. HMPH, 7 Big Dipper Immortals, you are no longer able to obstruct me. Duke Long sneered as he gave an indifferent glance to 7 Extreme Desolation before moving his gaze to Calamity Luck Altar. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's call of the ancient killer move was reliant on Calamity Luck Altar. As long as Calamity Luck Altar was bombarded and dealt a certain amount of damage, Call of the Ancient would be destroyed. Without the interference of these past Northern Plains experts, Heavenly Court members would immediately have the advantage in numbers and longevity. Heaven would no longer have strength to retaliate. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's forehead was filled with sweat. Damn it, Fate GU has recovered a little again, the Northern Plains experts from Call of the Ancient are greatly weakened. On the contrary, Heavenly Court members are being strengthened by the Human Path Killer move. Most importantly, Duke Long cannot be stopped, his battle strength has already greatly surpassed the realm of rank 8, even the Human Path Killer move has no amplification effect on him. While Bing Sai Chuan was thinking, Duke Long had once again smashed down on 7 Extreme Desolation. After getting rid of the hindrance, Duke Long directly charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Huff! Bing Sai Chuan breathed out heavily as a resolute light shone in his eyes. This is our final attempt. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly erupted with an extremely intense light that resembled the sun. All the GU Immortals had no choice but to shut their eyes. Even Duke Long had to squint his eyes. He was puzzled. Bing Sai Chuan is activating Calamity Luck Alter's ability so intensely, is he not afraid of affecting Call of the Ancient? Call of the Ancient was only attached to Calamity Luck Alter. This time Path Killer move and Calamity Luck Alter conflicted with each other. Calamity Luck Alter did not use its powerful abilities so that it could sustain Call of the Ancient. So it was surprising to see Bing Sai Chuan suddenly activating its ability. The intense light of Luck Path temporarily obstructed everyone. Within the light, Calamity Luck Alter was like a beast let out of its cage as it ferociously smashed towards the Refinement Path formation. Quick, stop him, Fairy Z Wei cried out. Duke Long discovered to his surprise that Call of the Ancient was still working. The River of Time phantom image was already imprinted in the battlefield. Although it was dissipating, its speed of dissipation was extremely slow and could clearly last for a long period of time. Red Lotus. Immediately, Duke Long was surprised and furious. He realized he had fallen into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. His understanding of Call of the Ancient came from the other half of its set, the killer move support of the future. Back then, in the battle with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he had attacked Red Lotus many times and disrupted support of the future. Master, you are very perceptive, you actually saw through this move's flaw. In his memories, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was bleeding but still had a smile on his face and radiance in his eyes. This defiant disciple, he said it intentionally. There is also this Bing Sai Chuan, he is truly crafty, he could move freely but purposely restrained himself. Duke Long was furious, this had happened too suddenly and caught him off guard. Calamity Luck Alter had already prepared the move for a long time, so it erupted with shocking might. The Heavenly Court members were strengthened by heroes among people and were suppressing Northern Plains immortals. Unknowingly, the tight defense line had become dispersed. Looking at Calamity Luck Alter's charge, several Heavenly Court members activated immortal killer moves without dodging. But under the intense light of Luck Path, most of their killer moves failed miserably and they suffered from powerful backlash. Only a few killer moves activated successfully and struck Calamity Luck Alter, but were not even able to move Calamity Luck Alter. Calamity Luck Alter kept on charging straight, heavily injuring several Heavenly Court GU immortals in its path. It collided with the Refinement Path formation like a crashing meteor. The Refinement Path formation suffered serious damage and was mostly shattered. Heaven Overseeing Tower's peak was finally exposed to plain sight. Chapter 1733, Giant Sun's Greatness. Yuan Chongdu, who had been in charge of the restoration work, blacked out and fell to the ground. He had already been injured before, and with the backlash from the damage to the Refinement Path formation, he immediately fainted. Without him, although success Dao marks were still arriving in small portions, Fate Gu's recovery was immediately paused. Even Kong Yan was affected. This rank 8 GU Immortal had collaborated with Che Wei to defend against Northern Plains Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Kong Yan had already been prepared when Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked the Refinement Path GU formation. He bore the damage done to the Refinement Path formation with his own body. Now with Calamity Luck Alter destroying most of the Refinement Path formation, Kong Yan also had to endure a large portion of the damage. Kong Yan was dizzy, his ears kept on buzzing and his 7 orifices were bleeding, he had almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Che Wei provided timely assistance and protected him. How is your condition? Che Wei defended against the joint attacks of Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster while asking. I'm still not dead, Kong Yan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Go reinforce them quickly. Who can reconstruct the Refinement Path formation? Yuan Chongdu had been in charge of restoring Fate GU, others won't be able to continue the work within a short period, it is better to wake him first. The light of Luck Path started dissipating, Heavenly Court's immortals charged towards it like they had gone crazy. We failed to destroy it completely. Inside Calamity Luck Alter, Bing Sai Chuan's gaze shined coldly. His gaze turned and he immediately gave a firm order. Bull Demon, 5 Elements Grandmaster, return immediately. The light of Luck Path could not last for long and was dissipating quickly. The Heavenly Court immortals were all charging over. It would definitely be dangerous for Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster if they were to remain outside. Previously, the Heavenly Court GU immortals had been afraid of the Refinement Path GU formation not being able to support many GU immortals and so had not reinforced Kong Yan and Che Wei. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster understood the situation and quickly retreated to Calamity Luck Alter. Che Wei was helpless and could only watch. Bull Demon entered Calamity Luck Altar with a worried expression. Flower Lady is still trapped in Heaven Overseeing Tower, the situation there is unknown. Bing Sai Chuan nodded, his expression was resolute. We shall completely destroy this refinement path formation and then rescue. Bing Sai Chuan had yet to finish speaking when Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. The three inside the altar could not stand stably and shook along with the altar. A gigantic figure had ruthlessly stepped on Calamity Luck Altar. Because of this action, most of Calamity Luck Altar sank and got buried in the ground. It was Duke Long. With me here, this is as far as you will go. Duke Long's expression was solemn, his gaze was cold. The anger from earlier had completely turned into ruthlessness, his killing intent pervaded the air and suffocated others. Duke Long started punching Calamity Luck Altar. A torrent of fists rained down on Calamity Luck Altar like a storm. Calamity Luck Altar shook endlessly, sinking down into the ground inch by inch. Cracks quickly appeared on Calamity Luck Altar's surface and started expanding before forming holes. Large amount of GU worms died. Bing Sai Chuan immediately distributed the work. He started preparing a killer move to retaliate. Bull Demon was put in charge of repairing Calamity Luck Altar, and 5 Elements Grandmaster, who specialized in formation path, was given the work of deducing the half-destroyed refinement path formation. The speed of destruction is too fast. I have no time to repair Calamity Luck Altar at all. Several breaths later, Bull Demon shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's head was soaked with sweat as he tried to deduce the formation with all his strength. Bing Sai Chuan said through clenched teeth, persevere. Duke Long was extremely powerful. The rank 8 Calamity Luck Altar, an immortal GU house created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally, was already unable to endure Duke Long's endless punches. Rise! Bing Sai Chuan shouted. Calamity Luck Altar once again erupted with piercing light as it flew towards the sky. Duke Long, who had been punching continuously, felt a powerful force coming from Calamity Luck Altar. Go down! Duke Long shouted. He raised his fists above his head and smashed down like a giant hammer. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. With a loud bang, Calamity Luck Altar, which had just ascended, was smashed down like a ball. A huge amount of GU worms died, their carcasses flying everywhere. A large hole was smashed open on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar from which one could see Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan could not hide his shock. Duke Long's strength had already surpassed his wildest imagination. Even Heavenly Court's members were dumbfounded. Everyone, charge! At this moment, the Northern Plains GU Immortals who were created by Call of the Ancient rushed to reinforce. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals did not dodge or evade, meeting the Northern Plains GU Immortals head-on. Chaotic battle erupted once again, and in the rear of this chaotic battle, Duke Long was continuously bombarding Calamity Luck Altar. Behind Duke Long was the refinement path formation that was being repaired hurriedly. 7 Extreme Desolation fought and killed, finally paving a path of blood as it arrived before Duke Long. Calamity Luck Altar cannot defend against Duke Long on its own. Bing Sai Chuan had to acknowledge this fact. After obtaining the reinforcement of 7 Extreme Desolation, Bing Sai Chuan finally had a chance to catch a breather. With some difficulty, he manipulated Calamity Luck Altar and fought Duke Long together with 7 Extreme Desolation. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Duke Long opened his mouth as his teeth flew out. 100 sharp teeth expanded along with the wind, becoming a group of snow-white dragon fang blades that slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Chink chink chink. The dragon fang blades struck Calamity Luck Altar and produced intense sounds like the collision of hundreds of weapons. Calamity Luck Altar was like a hut in the storm, unable to even retaliate. Duke Long sneered. In just a short moment, teeth grew again in his mouth. They flew out once again, turning into snow-white blades that shrouded Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Soon, 7 Extreme Desolation became heavily damaged while Calamity Luck Altar was filled with holes. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew in all directions and claw marks appeared everywhere. 7 Extreme Desolation's head was destroyed again and again, while Calamity Luck Altar was in ruins and Bull Demon was simply unable to repair it. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 huge purple gold dragon shadows coiled around Duke Long. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck Altar did not retaliate, but their attacks were all blocked by 9 Dragons Protection. The situation was obvious. Duke Long had an extremely huge dominance. As time continued to pass, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely fail. You have the guts to invade my heavenly court, you are going to pay for it with your lives. Duke Long snorted. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stepped and activated a killer move, pushing down the whole Calamity Luck altar into the ground. He then punched with both hands and sent 7 extreme desolation flying far away. I already told you, this is as far as you can possibly go. You will all fail, Heavenly Court will remain invincible for all eternity. Duke Long's voice reverberated throughout the whole battlefield, stirring everyone's hearts. What methods do you still have? Use them all, I will personally send you into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly and steadily, his expressionless dragon eyes and cruel voice gave chills to others. Bing Sai Chuan was in a miserable state, Calamity Luck Altar could no longer provide comprehensive defense, he was filled with injuries. This was the result of spiraling dragon fangs. The situation was getting increasingly dangerous, but the light in his eyes had never been extinguished. He still held hope. In the depths of his mind, there was a memory which he would never forget. This is 88 True Yong Building. So amazing, it is truly worthy of being Lord's creation. Bing Sai Chuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and said with reverence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, he had a satisfied expression. With this immortal Gu house, all my children will become strong. Lord, you are truly considerate. Bing Sai Chuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable changed his tone. I feel more anticipation towards the time it collapses. Wah! What? I created this building so that it would collapse one day. Bing Sai Chuan, you are a time path Gu immortal, go hibernate. When 88 True Yong Building collapses in the future, it will be a sign that the opportunity to attack Heavenly Court has arrived. 5. Inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if my injuries are fatal, even if the situation is desperate, even if we have used all our trump cards, I won't give up. Because this plan is Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangement. O Heavenly Court, the victor will be us. Bing Sai Chuan shouted. Blind confidence. Duke Long gave a disdainful scoff. You will only extend your suffering if you continue persevering. Bing Sai Chuan snorted. You will never understand that man's greatness. Not far away, dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Chu suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared from the scene. We finally got rid of the killer move perfect pair. It is indeed worthy of being thieving heaven demon venerable's creation. Fortunately, this is Heavenly Court. With 4 rule path Gu immortals and with detailed information on perfect pair in our records, we could decipher it. If this were a normal situation, it would have been troublesome. The dog-tail life-extending ferret had been engaging in a fierce battle against 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Heavenly Court, Ruan Dan and Shabi 95. With perfect pair, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and its clone were able to suppress them. But with Heavenly Court's members waking up, many people began to target perfect pair and were finally able to break it. Try to act wild again. Little dog, you pounced on me so many times that my feathers are all plucked out. Ruan Dan and Shabi 95 surrounded Mao Li Chu, along with several Heavenly Court Gu immortals. Mao Li Chu might have outstanding strength, but falling into this situation, it was not able to fight against many and was soon filled with injuries with blood gushing out rapidly. But Ruan Dan and Shabi 95 were also not in a good state. Mao Li Chu's counterattack was specially targeted at these two. Although Mao Li Chu's injuries kept on increasing and was becoming increasingly weak while Heavenly Court's dominance was increasing, Ruan Dan and Shabi 95 were still shaken and bewildered. This lunatic is not afraid of death. Even if it dies, it will probably bite a piece of my flesh off during its last attack. Heavenly Court's 2 legendary immemorial beasts could not help but feel apprehensive. One of them shouted, Mao Li Chu, why are you wasting your life for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? He raised you because of your innate ability and wanted to kill you to prolong his life. Mao Li Chu was standing in a pool of blood, its injuries were horrifying and many were so deep that its bones could be seen. Its glossy fur was now stuck together because of the blood, its eyes had blacked out, its body was shaking as if it would collapse at the next moment. It knew about its body condition, it would probably die here. And so what? Mao Li Chu gave a soundless laughter as it opened its mouth. A memory surfaced in its mind. Under the setting sun, on a mountain, Mao Li Chu curled up like a puppy beside Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's feet. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stroked its head, but it was shivering. It had already heard of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's plan. Now that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was near the end of his lifespan and had summoned him, he probably wanted to kill it to extend his life. But Mao Li Chu did not dare to resist. It was extremely clear, even if it possessed peak rank 8 battle strength, it was not Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's match. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not even need to attack for it to die. Don't be afraid, Mao Li Chu. I won't kill you to prolong my life. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chuckled. Mao Li Chu's body stiffened. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gazed at the evening sky that was dazzling like fire. I still remember the first day I took you in, he, how time flies, you have already grown to this extent. Speaking from the bottom of my heart, you are my child too, how different are you from my sons and daughters? As a parent, how can I harm my own children? Mao Li Chu knew Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's temperament, he would not lie because there was no need to do so. Mao Li Chu asked in a daze, but master, you can extend your lifespan by killing me. Extend my lifespan? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed. I will only be dragging on the inevitable. People die in the end, isn't that so? He shook his head. What meaning is there to continue living under fate? Death is not that hard to accept. Furthermore, children are destined to leave their parents and only then can they truly grow up. 1-inch master, promise me, you must continue to live well. Do what you like, I won't give you any orders, be yourself and live happily. The memory faded away as Mao Li Chu looked at the surrounding enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura suddenly surging. Master, even if I die, I will repay the gratitude of raising me. It is already dying. Right, it is only overexerting itself. But be careful of its final counterattack. The Heavenly Court Immortals had cold expressions as they encircled it. Giant Sun Immortal Zombie was sitting cross-legged without moving like a statue. He looked towards the south, the scenes of the battle in Heavenly Court were reflected in his eyes. His face showed no sadness or joy as he slowly raised his palm. Chapter 1734, Chen Yi removes formation. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Their formation, our side is suffering from a strong backlash. First group, come back and recuperate. Second group, take over the first group. Third group, be on standby. Chen Yi and Bai Kang Shui controlled the formation while orderly commanding the central continent GU Immortals. Who could have thought they would have such a strange move? Feng Juzhe frowned slightly as he gazed at the 5 regional formation within the formation. This is troublesome, if we don't handle it well, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation might. Feng Juzhe had a bad feeling. The 5 regional formation constantly spread 5-colored smoke to the surroundings under Kai Kuyu's control. The smoke constantly spread out while becoming increasingly transparent as it invaded the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Good, this is the way. The others shall target the formation, make the central continent GU Immortals use it frequently. The more they use it, the stronger the backlash they will suffer. Ha ha ha, the stronger this 9 consecutive unceasing formation is, the greater the injury these GU Immortals will have to suffer. This is truly wonderful. The morale of the Southern Alliance and Northern Plains Immortals soared. They changed their battle tactic. They had already seen through this formation and could clearly target the flaw to destroy the formation, but now, they were not in a hurry to do so. The 5 regional smoke constantly spread and they used this to deal with the central continent GU Immortals who were inside the formation. In a way, 9 consecutive unceasing formation had instead become the strong weapon for Fang Yuan's group to attack central continent and Heavenly Court's experts. How should we deal with this? Do we send people to destroy their formation? Bai Kang Shui looked at Chen Yi. The leader of this group was Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked unsightly as he said, this formation should have originated from the 5 regional true inheritance, it is the method of southern borders Dao Zhu. Heavenly Court had interfered in the 5 regional mountain range battle, Zheng Shenguang was captured alive by Fang Yuan in this battle. Thus, Heavenly Court knew detailed information about Dao Zhu's true inheritance in the 5 regional mountain range battle. Dao Zhu could create the 5 regional mountain range, so this 5-colored smoke that is pervading the formation is clearly imitating the 5 regional walls and is making our side suffer from backlash. Chen Yi's tone was quite bitter. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation is a multi-layered formation, we can easily get rid of or add a sub-formation and hence sustain it indefinitely. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations to get out of this formation. But Dao Zhu's method gets around the 9 consecutive unceasing formation and targets our GU Immortals instead. Not only are they avoiding the formation but the stronger our formation is, the stronger the backlash to the GU Immortals in charge of the formation. If we activate the formation to deal with the enemy's formation, we will fall into the enemy's trap. We cannot do that. But if we temporarily stop the formation and send our people out of the formation, we will be giving up our advantage and fighting with our weakness. Moreover, the enemies include ruthless people like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. The GU immortals we send out will be in huge danger. Chen Yi had been struck by Wu Yong's farewell friend Wind and was saved by Feng Juzhe. He still felt lingering fear. More importantly, they only had 3 rank 8s, Chen Yi, Bai Kang Shui, and Feng Juzhe. Moreover, they all had some level of injuries and were not suited to be sent out. Chen Yi sighed deeply as he analyzed until here. Who could have thought the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation would be countered by the enemy? Dao Zhu was only an ordinary rank 8 GU immortal who could not even be mentioned alongside Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, while the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by the famous and mighty star constellation Immortal Venerable. The 5 regional true inheritance was able to counter 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. This was Dao Zhu's glory. While alive, Dao Zhu was not prominent among rank 8 GU immortals or even remotely famous. He only created the 5 regional mountain range. No one had expected his research to truly succeed. After this battle, Dao Zhu's name would spread throughout the world despite him having been dead for a long time already. Each generation brings forth new geniuses and each will rule their domain for years to come. Like how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move was countered in the battle in Heavenly Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was also countered by geniuses of the future generations. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had died too long ago while the eras continued to progress. Their methods were powerful, but they could not escape from the trials of time as it flows continuously. Remove that sub-formation, Chen Yi ordered resolutely. The GU immortals beside him were shocked. Chen Yi actually sent the command to remove the formation. Did he get muddle-headed? But soon after, Feng Juzhe was the first to react, his eyes shining brightly as he praised, "Great idea. They actually removed the formation, ha ha ha." Inside 5 regional formation, some northern plains GU immortals started laughing heartily at this sight. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, however, had slightly sunken expressions. This is not good. Chen Yi is truly crafty. If we are inside their formation, the 5-colored smoke can invade faster and deeper. Now that they have removed the sub-formation, its efficiency will decrease greatly. Indeed, over at Heavenly Court's battlefield, Longevity Heaven is already unable to hold on and Heavenly Court is firmly occupying the upper hand. Chen Yi probably considered this, so he adopted the delaying tactic. Fang Yuan's group would have been happy to see Chen Yi's side activating the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation or sending people to attack their formation. But now, Chen Yi took the initiative to remove the sub-formation, choosing to defend passively. The 5-colored smoke's invasion slowed down greatly. Central Continent Immortals only maintained the formation and did not activate it, so they suffered from weaker backlash. On the contrary, Chen Yi was still behind the formation, continuing to arrange immortal formations. Fang Yuan's group needed even more time to destroy this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation as a result. The most crucial thing was that Fang Yuan's group had to fight for every second. They could not delay for even one moment. Once Heavenly Court eliminates Longevity Heaven's forces, they would rush here to deal with Fang Yuan's group. Chen Yi was very calm with his deep experience. He purposely backed down. It was only a small step back in the overall picture, but it instead became an even more terrifying offensive move. He directly forced Fang Yuan's group towards the edge of the cliff. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have made Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal GU take part in the 5 regional formation. With that, 5 regional formation could be mobile and would not have to be fixed in one place. Fang Yuan mentally sighed. This was not his mistake, and it was not that he was unwilling to contribute. If Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal GU were to be joined with the 5 regional formation, the amount of things to deduce would increase sharply and it would consume a lot of Fang Yuan's time. In fact, even if the 5 regional formation could be moved, Fang Yuan's group would not be able to resolve the current crisis. Chen Yi took the initiative to dispel the sub-formation and retreated to a defensive position. The 5 regional formation inside the sub-formation was now exposed. There was already a chaotic battle going on outside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 4 rank 8 GU immortals, Qing Yi, Li Huang, Prince Feng Xian, and Ba Shiba, were engaged in a ferocious fight. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Frost Dragon Manor, Wind-Sweeping Building, and other immortal GU houses were rampaging in the battlefield, occasionally colliding against each other or erupting with immortal killer moves. Dazzling lights and explosions resounded everywhere. Not good, unlimited wind is getting out of my control. Wu Yong's expression changed. Previously, he had been inside the formation and had not clearly sensed it. Now that Chen Yi had removed the formation, Wu Yong clearly felt something wrong. Without any delay, Wu Yong flew out of the 5 regional formation and charged at Wind-Sweeping Building. Yao Huang, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and others also made their moves. With their support, Li Huang, Qing Yi and others felt huge pressure. They had to retreat again and again, and soon, they along with Central Continent's immortal GU houses were getting suppressed. Fang Yuan quietly moved out before suddenly using Great Thief Ghost Hand. Central Continent's immortal GU houses immediately met with disaster as Fang Yuan stole a large amount of GU worms. Fang Yuan grabbed repeatedly and soon obtained 3 immortal GU. Adding on his gains from the battle in Emperor City, he had already stolen over 10 immortal GU from Central Continent's immortal GU houses. As for these immortal GU, Fang Yuan recognized some of them while there were some which he did not recognize. His Time Path clone was staying inside the Light of Wisdom, continuously deducing the ways in which these GU worms could be used. Seeing that the situation was going awry, Li Huang got away from Prince Feng Xian and hurried to fight Fang Yuan. The previous scene in Emperor City played out once again. Fang Yuan was entangled by Li Huang and was unable to easily target immortal GU houses. HMPH, this Prince Feng Xian is acting so well, intentionally letting go of Li Huang without commotion. Fang Yuan mentally snorted. Prince Feng Xian was a problem. What made Fang Yuan feel even more problematic was Heavenly Court's rank 9 human path killer move, Heroes Among People. With the amplification from Heroes Among People, Li Huang, Qing Yi, as well as Central Continent's immortal GU houses had their strength increased by several times. Thus they were able to block the joint offense of Southern Border and Northern Plains. We don't have time to continue such a chaotic battle. Let's retreat to the formation. Fang Yuan called out. Wu Yong and the rest slowly moved back and collected their immortal GU houses before retreating to the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was activated completely. Large amounts of 5-colored smoke quickly spread and shrouded the whole battlefield. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Central Continent's GU immortals felt a powerful suppression. Like the awkward state of Chen Yi before, these people who had been strengthened by Heroes Among People had their killer moves amplified as well, which caused the backlash to increase steeply. I did not expect Dao Ju's method to be so profound. Inside the formation, Ba Shi Ba was moved inside. Wu Yong was silent. This situation was within his expectations. Because he had already discovered this, he did not stint on exposing the contents of the true inheritance and seeking to collaborate with Kai Kuyu. Kai Kuyu also knew this was a good thing but did not have a method to use it before. Now that the formation was modified and successfully arranged, it immediately showed its effects. It is a pity this 5-colored smoke does not distinguish between enemies and allies. Central Continent is suppressed but we can also suffer from backlash. Only Fang Yuan can move freely. Yao Huang said encouragingly. Many people looked at Fang Yuan, revealing envious expressions. Such a pity. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed. If he could obtain Dao Ju's true inheritance, relying on the Light of Wisdom as well as his powerful formation path and wisdom path attainment levels, his battle strength would rise sharply. For example, he had no way to deal with Heroes Among People, but if he had the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang's group would suffer from an even greater suppression. Who was to say if Fang Yuan might be able to suppress the battle in Emperor City single-handedly? Back then, when he had escaped from the 5 regional mountain range and could not take 5 regional true inheritance, he had felt it was a huge loss. Looking at it now, his premonition back then was not wrong. Chapter 1735, Giant Sun vs Star Constellation. The enemies entered their formation. Looks like they want to make full use of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the others are in trouble. Chen Yi had been paying close attention to the battle situation. Should we go reinforce them? We can work together with them, maybe we can destroy the enemy's formation. As long as their formation is destroyed and 1 or 2 of the core immortal GU are dead, they might have no way left to make a comeback. Bai Kang Shui suggested. Chen Yi considered before shaking his head. No need to take a risk, the current situation is very favorable to us. Bring them into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Chen Yi was not willing to attack and even wanted to pull back Li Huang and others. He was determined to continue his plan of stalling for time. Fang Yuan flew out of the formation and began to fight Li Huang's group. Inside five-colored smoke, Li Huang's group was greatly restricted when fighting with Fang Yuan. After suffering many losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat and entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. In an instant, both sides had entered their respective formations. The noisy battlefield was only left with the sounds of unlimited wind. Wu Yang and Fang Yuan remained outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to evade five-colored smoke and target Heavenly Court's formation. The latter was hiding in the five-colored smoke, slowly approaching Heavenly Court's formation as the five-colored smoke spread out further. Let's continue to hold on. As long as the battle in Heavenly Court ends, we will win. Inside 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Chen Yi roused the morale of everyone. But he had just finished speaking when they heard a loud explosion. The Immortals quickly looked and saw surging five-colored smoke. The five-regional formation on Fang Yuan's side suddenly exploded. A figure flew out like an arrow from within the dense five-colored smoke. Prince Feng Xian, what did you do? Kill him, he is definitely Heavenly Court's spy. Lord Kai Kuyu, are you okay? Quick, someone save Lord Kai. A change happened suddenly. Southern border and northern plains GU Immortals were in chaos. Prince Feng Xian, don't even dream about escaping. Fang Yuan and Wu Yang who were outside turned around and stopped Prince Feng Xian. Bai Kang Shui was exulted. So it was Prince Feng Xian who destroyed the enemy formation from inside. Great job. Some GU Immortals who were unaware of the inside information were dumbstruck at this sight. Quick, Prince Feng Xian is our Spirit Affinity House's member. Go save him, a Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder urged. Even without his words, Chen Yi had already sent the command. Li Huang, Qing Yi, and Bai Kang Shui flew out of the formation to bring back Prince Feng Xian. Fang Yuan and Wu Yang were obstructed by these three. Prince Feng Xian was not weakened with help from the reinforcements. He entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation successfully. Heavenly Court's Immortals, however, did not know. This Prince Feng Xian who was brought into their formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly with surging killing intent. This killer move was given a major modification by Fang Yuan, and adding on the transformation path Dao marks he obtained from annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its might had increased by several times. Even if Heavenly Court had made preparations, they could not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the true Prince Feng Xian was actually still inside the five-regional formation. The five-regional formation had been modified by Fang Yuan and he had naturally put in another formation inside. This inner formation was a cage to trap Prince Feng Xian and its formation core was being guarded by several rank 8 GU Immortals. As for the Fang Yuan, inside the five-colored smoke, it was Yi Hao Fang's disguise. Southern Borders rank 8 GU Immortal Yi Hao Fang was a transformation path GU Immortal. Although he did not have a method-like familiar face, he was inside the five-colored smoke which protected him from the investigative killer moves of other rank 8 GU Immortals. As for the five-regional formation, it had truly been detonated. Countless mortal GU died and the immortal GU used in the formation also suffered varying severity of damage. Only by doing this could they deceive Chen Yi's side. Chen Yi was still in the dark because of another reason as well. Fairy Ziwei had sent a notification to them. Chen Yi's group knew Prince Feng Xian's true identity which made them place attention on him constantly during the battle. Once there was any movement over on Prince Feng Xian's end and he backstabs the enemy, they were to actively cooperate and achieve greater success in the battle. Right now, Prince Feng Xian had directly destroyed the enemy's formation. This was a huge battle merit. Chen Yi's group had already been mentally prepared so they immediately accepted Fang Yuan. Since the secret that I was reborn has been exposed, Heavenly Court is definitely wary of Prince Feng Xian's identity being exposed as well. Currently, this war pertains to Fate GU. At the crucial moment, Heavenly Court will definitely use Prince Feng Xian to maintain the situation. This is something I can exploit. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He was disguised as Prince Feng Xian with a heavily injured look. Under the expectant gazes of Heavenly Court Immortals, he entered the core of 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation confidently. A Spirit Affinity House Supreme Elder welcomed him first. She smiled. Welcome home. Fang Yuan was ready and prepared to make a move. I am not the real Prince Feng Xian. I will be exposed when I converse with them. And I don't have Wu Yong's concealing methods, my killer move's aura will definitely leak when I prepare it. So the perfect time to make a move is at this moment when I have just entered the formation. Because I was chased, the killer move aura on my body has yet to dissipate. Fang Yuan was about to make a fatal move when a change occurred. Everyone in the whole battlefield had a change in their expression. What is that? Rank 9 killer move. It seems to have come from Northern Plains. Luck Path's aura. Its direction seems like Heavenly Court. Both enemies and allies forgot about fighting as they all looked up at the sky. An enormous beam of light flew through the sky and shot towards Heavenly Court's direction at an extreme speed. This beam of light was so gigantic, like a large river that spanned across heaven and earth. Wherever it went, it pushed aside all the air. The light polar's movement was accompanied by a deafening and majestic sound. Such a grand and powerful killer move shocked everyone and sent them into a daze. Chen Yi, Wu Yong, and even Fang Yuan felt how small and insignificant they were at this moment. Unstoppable, invincible, the light pillar started from black heaven above Northern Plains, piercing through the regional wall and directly bombarding Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court shook intensely, the world seemed to tremble as countless immortal GU houses cracked and broke. This is, Duke Long looked up fiercely. The previous moment, he had been in high spirits and with his awe-inspiring might, he had beaten 7 extreme desolation and calamity luck altered to the point where they did not even know their bearings. But when the light pillar charged towards him, he paled in horror. In an instant, he had become fish on the chopping board. He could not move, he was locked firmly by the beam like an insect trapped in amber. He could only watch quietly as the pillar of light crashed, even though his current strength could make all other rank 8 GU immortals feel helpless and lament. Rank 9 killer move. This is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind a backup method after all. No, he is not targeting me, he is going after Fate GU. Duke Long suddenly realized as his face turned malevolent, he struggled with all his strength, trying to activate his immortal killer moves desperately. But what he feared still happened, his killer moves did not even activate once. The continuous failure in activating killer moves inflicted heavy backlash on him, his mouth and eyes were both bleeding. The Heavenly Court immortals were confused and shocked, some who overestimated their own strength tried to obstruct the beam but were all incinerated into ashes. No rank 8 GU immortal could block the advancement of the light pillar. Lord Ancestor Giant Sun. At this moment, Bing Sai Chuan and Mao Li Chu's eyes shined brightly. But right as the beam of light was about to strike the refinement path formation, suddenly, everyone heard a deep sigh. Following that, the image of 2 venerables playing chess appeared once again in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was playing chess with Limitless Demon Venerable, grabbed a chess piece and tossed it out. Instantly, countless starlight specks flickered and gathered, they were so dazzling that they did not lose to the huge yellow beam. Starlight specks formed a giant web that obstructed the beam's advancement. The beam of light became slower and thinner, the starlight specks that were surrounding it were absorbing and transferring the strength away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. The Heavenly Court GU immortals were exalted, they looked at Imperfection Regret Pavilion with reverence and excited emotions. Duke Long gasped for breath, the beam of light had approached him closely, almost touching his face. But in the end, the beam was completely stopped and trapped by the starlight web. Damn it, we were so close. Bing Sai Chuan was very upset. Duke Long was Heavenly Court's strongest battle strength, he was also their leader and banner. If he died, Heavenly Court's morale would definitely fall greatly while Longevity Heaven, which still had Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation, would have hope left. Star Constellation, this bitch, Mao Li Chu clenched its teeth fiercely. When the beam of light suddenly changed abruptly, it started to rotate and got faster and faster, forming circles of whirling currents on its surface. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, a surprised look appeared on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's face. With a loud sound, the beam exploded, splitting into hundreds of enormous yellow chi currents that plunged into Bing Sai Chuan, Mao Li Chu, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Li Chu was dumbfounded. It had already been prepared for death, but after this yellow chi current moved through its limbs and bones, all its injuries were healed and immortal essence was condensing within its immortal aperture out of nowhere. A golden white halo appeared on Longevity Heaven's members, giving them a huge amplification. This amplification was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the light pillar got obstructed by the starlight web, it transformed into another effect and helped Longevity Heaven's members instead. Duke Long, let's fight again. Bing Sai Chuan shouted, having recovered to his peak condition. Calamity Luck Altar was also shrouded in a layer of radiance, and under Bing Sai Chuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge but faced Calamity Luck Altar head-on. Calamity Luck Altar's momentum was blocked but Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. He smashed through 5 to 6 thick walls before being stopped by the Qi wall. Duke Long's face turned pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His chest had caved in and almost all his ribs were broken. Chapter 1736. Northern Plains Upper Hand. Deafening battle roars resounded, the morale of the Northern Plains Immortals soared to an unprecedented height. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had made his move, it had extraordinary meaning, his descendants all felt a huge rise in their morale along with great increase in their strength. How can this be? A heavenly court immortal suddenly stiffened in the air, unable to move. Before him, a famous expert of Northern Plains, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Lu Wei, let out a breath of air. I was almost killed by you, you were really so close, it is such a pity. Cold sweat dripped down the heavenly court Gu Immortal's forehead, your killer move was clearly unable to bind me. HMPH, the amazing one is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, you take no credit in this. Lu Wei sneered. Then what about earlier when our side was suppressed by fate? Moreover, who cares about who the credit belongs to? Life or death, victory or defeat, these are the only important things, go die. He waved his hand lightly, taking the enemy's life. His eyes were narrow and his gaze was chilling as he sized up his surroundings with ill intentions. Who should be next? You cannot break my defense, don't waste your effort. A heavenly court Gu Immortal stood steadfast and unmoved, his whole body covered in an extremely tough barrier. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yu Yongzi took in a deep breath, he felt a vast new strength in his body, his dejectedness from earlier vanished as his confidence soared, the current me is not the same as before. Immortal Killer Move, Decomposition. Yu Yongzi's original name was Yi Lui Hua and he cultivated Rule Path. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he achieved remarkable feats repeatedly, but Yi Lui tribe did not give him the treatment he deserved. In a fit of anger, he defected from the tribe and became a demonic path Gu Immortal. In his later years, Yi Lui tribe was jointly pushed aside and suppressed by many Huangjin tribes. Yi Lui Hua, who had become rank 8, was welcomed back to become Yi Lui tribe's first supreme elder in a grand manner and returned to the righteous path. He relied on his own strength to achieve feats that was unattainable for ordinary Gu Immortals, making the entire tribe lower its head and admit its past mistake. Yi Lui Hua's life history was painted with legendary tales that stimulated countless future generations. But even after returning to Yi Lui tribe and taking the position of first supreme elder, he did not use his original name and still went by Yu Yongzi. How can this be? The heavenly court Gu Immortal was pale from shock. The defense that he prided himself on continued to break apart before disintegrating completely. With the help of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Yu Yongzi directly reversed the position of the strong and weak. The heavenly court Gu Immortal fighting against him soon died a miserable death. 3 heavenly court immortals were fighting Yuan Ben. Yuan Ben was a rank 8 Gu Immortal who primarily cultivated Bone Path and had shocking battle strength. While he was alive, he was considered the number 1 battle strength in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, even the other 4 regions often heard of his famous name. His physique was not strong built, instead he was slightly on the bony side. But his whole body was covered in extremely tough white bone armor. He held a white bone spear in his right hand which created a storm when he waved it. In his left hand, he held a bone sword, the sword light it gave off was cold and dark. Yuan Ben roared loudly when he received a portion of the yellow light. His armor suddenly shot out countless bone spikes. One heavenly court Gu Immortal who was surrounding him could not dodge in time and died miserably after being pierced by hundreds of spikes. Yuan Ben took the chance to rush forward and pierced the second Gu Immortal's heart with his spear while slicing off the third Gu Immortal's head with his sword. But he did not feel any excitement or joy, instead he looked slightly sad. It is unfortunate you did not have all your Gu worms and could not display your full strength. Furthermore, I obtained ancestors' help. This battle, there is no honor in winning. With a loud bang, Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. Dragon roars resounded as Duke Long quickly stabilized himself. Suddenly, an enormous shadow shrouded over him. Duke Long quickly raised his head and saw Calamity Luck Altar pressing down like a mountain. Duke Long gave a cold grunt and clenched his fists with no intention to dodge. Lord Duke Long, let me lend you a hand. Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang activated a killer move against Duke Long. Immortal killer move, Peerless. Duke Long took a deep breath and punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Peerless, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew and set off a violent gale. Calamity Luck Altar swayed unsteadily as it was struck by tens of millions of fist shadows. This Duke Long is still so absurdly strong. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Calamity Luck Altar had also received Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's amplification. Its strength had risen by several times but was still unable to suppress Duke Long. But right at this time, a giant flew over and joined the battlefield. It was 7 Extreme Desolation. Die, Duke Long. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant roared as it spat out countless pitch-black needles that shot towards Duke Long. Damn it! Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang stared with a furious expression. He wanted to help but was blocked by other Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had rich battle experiences, and these Gu Immortals summoned by call of the Ancient were experts of their eras. After fighting for so long, they were already able to tacitly coordinate. Duke Long was using Chaotic Dragon Fist to block Calamity Luck Altar but suffered from 7 Extreme Desolation's attack at the same time. These pitch-black needles were extremely powerful and had explosive momentum. Duke Long felt a chilling sensation of pain before they even touched him. A sharp light flashed past Duke Long's eyes. Immortal Killer Move, Clear Dragon Vision. With the activation of the investigative killer move, he immediately saw through many details of the pitch-black needles and knew this move contained the essence of Dark Path and was used to counter defensive methods. If he only used his dragon scales or 9 dragons protection, he would probably have countless holes in his body and be heavily injured. Then let's use offense against offense. Duke Long opened his mouth and breathed out heavily. Chi currents surged as they instantly formed an Immortal Killer Move. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Current Scissors. Countless white Chi currents charged towards the pitch-black needles. Chi currents cut through the air like sharp blades, cutting apart all the black needles in their path. Chi current scissors collided with pitch-black needles, each side dissipated by more than half of their original quantity. But there were some that escaped the collision and flew towards Duke Long and 7 Extreme Desolation. Almost at the same time, Duke Long gave a muffled grunt after being pierced by over 10 pitch-black needles, while several bones and muscles of 7 Extreme Desolation's body were cut by Chi current scissors. These injuries were shared by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals inside 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain as they coordinated their efforts in activating 7 Extreme Desolation to directly go after Duke Long. Duke Long sighed. He could only retreat. Since the battle started, this was the first time he had retreated on his own initiative. The enemy's momentum was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand could indeed let him be tyrannical among rank 8s, especially during the last moments of his life. He would have complete dominance over rank 8 Gu Immortals. But, in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled greatly, losing much significance. Besides the might of the killer move itself, there was also a mysterious and profound change that was occurring. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack had been an offensive killer move which originated from Northern Plains and struck Central Continent's Heavenly Court. It crossed 2 regions without any decrease in its power. Heavenly Court's own defense was extremely strong, but it was not a match against Giant Sun's attack. Fortunately, during the critical moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move and blocked Giant Sun's attack. But after being blocked, Giant Sun's attack changed its nature and transformed into an amplification method which overturned the whole battle situation. There were 4 main kinds of special techniques regarding the usage of killer moves: consecutive moves, variation moves, attached moves, and split moves. The so-called variation move used a certain killer move as the base and added in new attributes to achieve a different effect. For instance, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Killer move was the base for Strength Path Giant Hand. But if Fang Yuan activated the killer move, Myriad Self absolutely would not transform into Strength Path Giant Hand. These two had their own differences. In contrast, Giant Sun's attack seemed to be able to transform at will. One moment, it was an offensive killer move, while immediately after, it became an amplification method. The attainment that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable possessed in using the variation move technique had already surpassed Duke Long's level of understanding. My strength seems to be dissipating. Looks like Ancestor Giant Sun's amplification cannot be maintained for long. We need to stop focusing on fighting, and while the amplification still exists, we need to break through the enemy's defense line and seize fate GU. As time passed, the Northern Plains GU Immortals gradually realized something. Giant Sun's attack transformed and became a powerful amplification method, but this strength was quickly dissipating. Giant Sun's attack was much more explosive than Heroes Among People, but looking at the duration and area of coverage, Heroes Among People undoubtedly covered a larger area and could last for a longer time. Duke Long's expression changed. He was barely able to match both Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Now that Northern Plains Immortals were all attacking the Refinement Path formation, he was simply unable to defend it. Heavenly Court GU Immortals gathered and formed a defensive line in front of the damaged Refinement formation. But under the berserk rush of the Northern Plains GU Immortals, the defensive line was on the verge of breaking. All kinds of immortal killer moves collided. GU Immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides staked their lives against each other. GU Immortal deaths rose steeply around the thin defensive line. Northern Plains side was betting it all in this one fight while Heavenly Court members were defending with all their strength. Both sides gained constant reinforcements. GU Immortals awakened from Heavenly Court Immortal Graveyard and rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line. While from the phantom image of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts stepped out and went to fight without saying a word. The defensive line was teetering on the edge of collapsing. Fairy Z-Wei had already joined the battlefield and was using all her might to resist the Northern Plains Immortals' offense. Suddenly, a faint shadow appeared beside Fairy Z-Wei. Northern Plains GU Immortal expert Lu Lu Lu. This person was a rank 8 expert but did not have a good reputation. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 GU Immortal in Lu tribe, and according to the customs, he should have inherited the first Supreme Elder's position. But from a young age, Lu 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 had never fought openly and only bullied the weak while fearing the strong. All his attacks were usually sneak attacks. His reputation was so bad that others could not bring themselves to respect or trust him. If he took the position and became Lu tribe's first Supreme Elder, it would instead burden the whole of Lu tribe and affect Lu tribe's image and reputation instead. Lu 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 was an anomaly and a unique existence in the history of Northern Plains. But because of this nature, he was still alive in this battlefield now. Chapter 1737, Heavenly Court's Foundation. Lu 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 had set foot in the battlefield very early, but within his batch of Northern Plains experts, the others were already killed and only he remained. This battle was too dangerous and fierce. It was very common to see the sacrifice of rank 8 GU Immortals. Lu Lu Lu's achievements in this battle were brilliant, having killed at least 8 Heavenly Court members. With his plentiful battle experiences, he had long been paying attention to Fairy Z-Wei and had already deduced that she was a crucial key in this battle. Now he suddenly sneak attacked, but this attack had been prepared for a long time. At that very instance, Fairy Z-Wei's hair stood on end. She was suffocated with a feeling of fatal danger that filled her mind. Fairy Z-Wei was well aware that she was simply unable to block the enemy with just her defensive methods. But she did not have the time to activate other defensive measures at this point. Right as Fairy Z-Wei was about to die, at the crucial moment, a Heavenly Court GU Immortal rushed out from the side. It was Wu Shuang, who had reinforced Duke Long earlier. With a muffled noise, Lu Lu Lu's killer move that was like a gray knife pierced through Wu Shuang and even stabbed into Fairy Z-Wei's shoulder. Damn it, this guy blocked most of the attack. Lu Lu Lu's expression rapidly changed as he quickly disappeared on the spot. Fairy Z-Wei was heavily injured but Wu Shuang was dead. Lu 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 disappeared without a trace. Who knew whose life would be gone the next time he appeared? Air waves surged. Duke Long was sent flying hundreds of steps before he barely stabilized himself. He finally blocked 7 Extreme Desolation's killer move, but the price he paid were his 2 hands and the dragon scales in front of his chest. His hands drooped down powerlessly, his dragon scales were completely destroyed and blood had already dyed his chest. Duke Long immediately activated healing methods, but the dark path Dao marks in his hands were extremely dense. Moreover, they were arranged in a mystical way which greatly hindered the healing effect. Ha ha ha, Duke Long, you have been struck by our snake lure and dark life entanglement. You still want to recover your injuries in such a short period. Keep dreaming. A voice from within 7 Extreme Desolation sneered. Next, Calamity Luck Altar changed its battle style as it suddenly drilled down into the ground and sneak attacked Duke Long from below. An immortal killer move was activated and struck Duke Long. A giant golden light sphere appeared and trapped Duke Long within it. The light sphere was constantly shrinking, diminishing the space that Duke Long had. His bones were making creaking noises, his dragon scales were falling off continuously and his dragon horns showed evident cracks. Bing Sai Chuan let out a huge breath of relief after seeing Duke Long trapped. Duke Long's speed was too shocking, while this killer move Calamity Luck Altar used was rather slow and would have been difficult for it to land on him. Fortunately, Northern Plains GU Immortals were highly adept in fighting. Because they focused on his weaknesses, Duke Long's attention was drawn to them and he could only defend passively. The coordination with 7 Extreme Desolation was also growing increasingly, thus it created an opportunity for the killer move to strike Duke Long. A large part of Duke Long's dragon horns fell off. A huge amount of purple hair scattered in the air. The 9 Dragon Phantoms of 9 Dragons protection killer move that coiled around Duke Long's body was barely resisting the huge pressure from the surroundings. Duke Long, your dominance has passed, fate GU will belong to my longevity heaven. As for you, death awaits. Bing Sai Chuan's voice spread throughout the battlefield. He could only entrap Duke Long within this short period and could not take his life, but it did not matter, he could use this to lower Heavenly Court's morale. Sure enough, many Heavenly Court members were shaken when they saw Duke Long being trapped. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains GU Immortals are not afraid of death. Do you think Heavenly Court members fear death? With just a few words, Heavenly Court's Immortals cheered and their morale surged. We went to hibernate because of our responsibilities, it was not because we feared death. What a joke, would we fear death? We are members of Heavenly Court. We defend the glory of humanity, we have never feared sacrifices since the remote antiquity era. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals began to counterattack, not hesitating to use their physical bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains GU Immortals. Once there was a chance, the Heavenly Court GU Immortals would disregard their own bodies to attack fiercely and try to take the Northern Plains experts down together with them. Northern Plains GU Immortals were valiant, but Heavenly Court GU Immortals started to go crazy. Damn it! Bing Sai Chuan realized the situation. He had intended to lower Heavenly Court's morale, but Duke Long's words actually destroyed his plan. Bing Sai Chuan sneered, his voice spreading throughout the battlefield once again, laughable. Your sacrifice is meaningless. No matter how many GU Immortals are sacrificed on our side, they are only formed by the killer move of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, they were never alive to begin with. Using these dead people to exchange for your lives, we are definitely the ones winning here. How much foundation does your Heavenly Court have? How long can this go on? Foundation. Duke Long sneered. We have more than enough. He began to retaliate. He was unable to use his 2 hands, but his aura started to inflate as it covered him like a sturdy wall. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar with a gaze of disdain. Your longevity heaven was founded in the medieval antiquity era and it has only been about 300,000 years. As for our Heavenly Court, it has already been 3,879,687, 3,879,687 years. Calculate it yourself, how many times longer it is compared to your longevity heaven. Don't try to estimate my Heavenly Court's foundation, HMPH, you can never imagine it in your wildest dreams. Bing Sai Chuan, take a look at the Immortal Graveyard and then look at your laughable phantom river of time. Bing Sai Chuan's expression sank, but he was silent. He did not need to look, he had all along been observing these 2 areas. There were fewer and fewer Northern Plains GU Immortals coming out from the Phantom River of Time. But groups of GU Immortals were still awakening from Heavenly Court constantly. Duke Long continued. How many people can a tribe have? How many geniuses will rise from a tribe? Bing Sai Chuan, look at our central continent. We chose all kinds of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a tribe has a genius, can they truly nurture them? The tribe's blood and familial relations will become obstacles. This phenomenon of familial relations is much weaker in our sects. Moreover, the sects' competitions are more fair and transparent. Even if a genius appears in the family of a tribe's higher-ups, how much effort can a tribe's GU Immortal spend to cultivate this genius junior? GU Immortals also have many things to do and are extremely busy. But in sects, a genius junior will receive guidance from many people. From the moment they start cultivating until they become a GU Immortal, they will receive appropriate guidance. There are many missions in sects which provide ample benefits for guiding juniors. Let me ask, how many tribes can do this? Duke Long's voice became louder and was filled with arrogance and pride. Immortals of Northern Plains, you are truly courageous to dare to invade Heavenly Court. Unfortunately, your understanding is bound by your tribal system. You have really underestimated Heavenly Court's foundation. Bing Sai Chuan was silent. He wanted to retort, but there were no words he could say. Because the truth was right here in full view. There was a constant flow of GU immortals awakening from Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. Over 3 million years ago, remote antiquity era, primordial origin Immortal Venerable looked at the surrounding human GU immortals and nodded slightly. All of Central Continent's GU immortals have gathered here. There are also a few friends from the other 4 regions. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, we hurried here after receiving your call. We will listen to your instructions and teachings. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled and expressed his suggestion. From today onwards, Central Continent will establish sects and take in disciples to impart our skills to the future generation. Abolishing the clan system, I had already heard of this rumor, but Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you really want to do this? Isn't this too? The human GU immortals discussed and showed reluctant expressions. Someone tried persuading in a careful tone. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are the only rank 9 GU immortal of the current world. If you want to establish your own clan, it will definitely be the #1 super force in the whole world. Your children will inherit your glory and skills. All of our clans will definitely accept your clan's leadership. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head slightly. He looked at the persuading GU immortal with a tranquil gaze. Clan. I would like to ask you, in history, have there been any long-lasting clans? Once a clan develops, the ties of blood relationship will become thin. When I had yet to be an Immortal Venerable, we fought with other variant human forces. Besides our unity, it was because we made use of their internal conflicts. I want to create sects, an organization that does not rely on blood relations. The human GU immortals kept silent for a while before someone gave a forceful smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are correct. Once a clan dominates, it is easy for their unity to become loose. But you are different. You are the first GU immortal to cultivate to rank 9. There might not even be a rank 9 Immortal Venerable in the future. As long as you are there in the clan, which member will dare to drift away? With your existence, this will be the clan with the strongest unity. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. You are right. But what if I am not there? How much longer can I live? The human GU immortals were dazed. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are at your prime right now. Another person said, we will constantly search for lifespan GU, you will definitely be the GU immortal who will live the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying with a tranquil tone, but I will still die. Who can live forever in this world? He shook his head and sighed, replying to himself, no one. The GU immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, besides lifespan GU, other lifespan extension methods all have flaws. But even if we gather lifespan GU, we all know that lifespan GU will keep on decreasing in production, isn't that so? The human GU immortals remained silent. This is heaven's will. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cave walls, directly observing the clouds and heavens. The way of heaven takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. There has never been a supreme existence with eternal life. The tallest tree will suffer the greatest damage from the wind. A tall pile of sand will crumble from the rushing tides. New variant human experts will emerge to replace the old. Our human race is also the same. I might be invincible in the world, but it is only temporary. I will die one day. This involves the heavenly Tao, fate, as well as rules and regulations. They are all recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. Chapter 1738, Primordial Origin Heavenly Court. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly repressed. A young GU immortal gave a forced smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are only a few hundred years old now. You still have thousands of years and even more than 10,000 years of life left. Isn't it too early to consider this? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression turned solemn. He looked at the young GU immortal with a calm gaze. The latter could not even last for a few breaths and quickly lowered his head. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable spoke with a serious tone. He who gives no thought to far-flung problems will soon find suffering nearby. If we don't consider this early on and take precautions, after I die, all of our sacrifices will become meaningless. Our hard-earned achievements from countless battles will also crumble and disintegrate. Ignoring anything else, once I die, who among you will be able to take on the responsibility as leader once the variant humans retaliate? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The GU Immortals looked at each other, no one spoke. Although humans had risen, they had relied on Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. The others, no matter what ranks they were or even comparing quantity, were far from matching the variant human races. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh. Central Continent is too big. How many human GU Immortals are there, and how many variant human GU Immortals are there? What about mortals? What is the population of the entire human race and what is the population of the variant humans? Our difference is enormous. Even if we can rule Central Continent in our lifetimes and unite this region, what about the other 4 regions? Currently, my strength has been exposed. Variant humans are deeply aware they cannot fight me, so they have already gone into hiding. We don't have any effective methods to find their accurate locations. Especially those variant human GU Immortals Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. If they put them outside, we won't be able to notice them even if we are right in front of them. The Immortals fully understood the intention of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable now. Even if the human race rose, it was by relying on Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. And Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's lifespan was limited, he would die one day. Moreover, even right now when he was still alive, it would be very difficult for the human race to unite Central Continent. Variant humans were too difficult to find, they could hide and still continue to thrive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was invincible, but he did not have an effective method to dig out their locations. A certain elderly man among the GU Immortals said with a heavy voice, "So, based on Lord Immortal Venerable's words, the way for humanity to rule in the long term is to give up our clan system and establish sects." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded solemnly, "Yes. How can we win against variant humans and provide a bright future for the whole of humanity? This is not possible with just me alone. Variant humans can hide away in the worst-case scenario. Even if I am invincible, I can only lead Central Continent's humans to independence and make them gain a stable footing in the world. If we truly want humanity to rise, we must rely on ourselves. We must expand our population and also nurture as many GU Immortals as we can. As long as our human race has stronger and many more GU Immortals than the variant humans, humanity's future will be bright. If we use the clan system, what difference is there from the variant humans? We are already extremely behind. If we keep on using this clan system, we will never be able to surpass them. Establishing sects and actively looking and excavating geniuses is the only way. Not worrying about the costs and abandoning prejudices to nurture them, only then will we have the hope of surpassing these variant human races." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable words sent the GU Immortals into silence once again. Many had already regained their calm, they knew Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's words were reasonable. But there were still some GU Immortals who frowned, unable to accept this. A GU Immortal asked, "Can the sect system allow us to cooperate sincerely? Will we really be able to become meritocratic? Does this mean there won't be internal conflict or suppression?" "Of course not." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. An organization run by people will definitely have selfishness and conflict over personal gains. A clan bases its foundation on blood or marriage relations, while a sect decides based on abilities and talent. The latter is naturally more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will go to the more suitable people, which is more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth but was unable to criticize the advantage of sects. He could only approach this from another angle. Does this mean clans are unable to find talents? Clans also have the system of absorbing external talents through marriages or adopting children. You are right. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded, but how many marriages can you have? Even if you adopt many children, they will probably be ostracized and suppressed when compared to those blood-related descendants of the clansmen, right? The human GU Immortals finally had nothing to say. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued in an earnest voice, "I know that the sect system will not truly be accepted at first. We painstakingly seek the way of GU Immortal cultivation, we paid an immeasurable price to obtain success. It is okay if we leave it to our own descendants, but a sect means that we need to give them to outsiders. But the truth is, establishing sects does not mean you are going to casually impart the profundities of your immortal cultivation to others. But you will be choosing geniuses, These geniuses must not only have great innate talent but also have upright moral virtues, and most importantly, they must be loyal to their sect. Furthermore, even if we don't have clans, will that mean your descendants cannot receive your help? Of course not. When these people enter the respective sects, they will naturally receive your care. But I hope you keep these actions quiet and not violate the sect rules openly. As long as we defend the sect rules, our descendants, disciples, and children will also actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and be united, I believe humanity can truly rise up in the future. My influence cannot extend to the 4 regions far away, but in Central Continent, I hope that everyone will create sects and give up on the clan system. For the sake of humanity, I must emphasize this one point: every Central Continent GU Immortal needs to create or join a sect. You cannot establish a clan. Any future GU Immortal will also follow this rule. If anyone breaks the rule, they will face judgment from me personally as well as the collective force of all other GU Immortals. The human GU Immortals did not utter a single word when Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable showed a tough stance. They simply could not go against him. But what made them thankful was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only applied to GU Immortals, that was to say, mortals and GU Masters could use the clan system to continue living. Moreover, even if GU Immortals established sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This could be considered as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's compromise towards reality, but this also showed his wisdom and foresight. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, "As your leader, I shall set the example. I hereby take an oath that I will create sects and not clans. I will take in disciples and impart my life's learnings to them without holding back anything. Moreover, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will also be contributed to be the foundation of the sect and it will not be left to my bloodline descendants." Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. The human GU Immortals were all shaken. At this moment, they looked towards Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's calm expression and sensed his resolution to make sacrifices for the sake of the big picture. If even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was doing this, what reason did they have to not follow him? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are correct, I will follow your orders. From today onwards, we will create sects and not clans. The existence of Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following Lord is definitely the best decision I'll make in my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about the sect establishment. Do speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. What kind of sect do you want to create? Where should we build our sects? What rules does a sect have? What are the key factors in establishing a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable took a deep breath. I have already envisioned the concept of sects for a long time. This plan will involve all the possible aspects we can consider. Take me as an example. First, my sect will be named Heavenly Court. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of all the immortals. They no longer had any doubts. He then looked at the immortals. Next, it will depend on you. I believe as long as we widely establish sects in progress, even if I die, humanity will become more prosperous, and if variant humans don't make any changes, they will definitely perish. Please have faith in me. Don't think that our sects are merely a concept and not reality. I believe as long as we go on with our plan, sects will gradually let out dazzling radiance in the long course of history. Heavenly Court and our sects will become renowned throughout the world, and we will become existences that our enemies fear. 3,817,687 years later. One Heavenly Court battlefield. The fierce battle continued. Longevity Heaven, which had obtained Giant Sun's help, occupied the upper hand. However, Heavenly Court members continued to awaken from the immortal graveyard. Who is it? Who has the guts to invade Heavenly Court? This is the fruit of our ancestors' labor. I won't allow you to destroy it. Many people have given up their blood and lives. Longevity Heaven, which operates on a mere tribal system, wants to defeat Heavenly Court. HMPH, wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. For your personal gains, you incited an internal battle among humans. Our Heavenly Court is the sacred land of humanity, the sanctuary of humanity, the rightful leader of humanity. We represent the fighting spirit of humanity. It has not changed since millions of years ago. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. I will defend our Heavenly Court with my life. Loud shouts resounded as old-looking, young-looking, male, and female GU immortals walked out of the immortal graveyard to join the battle. Like what primordial origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago, his heavenly court had become an enormous monster that loomed over the world. His spirit continued to be inherited and had never changed. Countless geniuses were found and nurtured by sects, following after the first Venerable who had died long ago and upholding his spirit and ideology. The Northern Plains GU immortals were incomparably valiant, but the Heavenly Court immortals were showing an aura of madness. Even if they did not have their immortal GU, even if they perished together with the enemy, their faces did not show perplexity or fear. Instead, their faces seemed to shine with brightness. The glory of those who defended their beliefs. It was so dazzling and brilliant. Why, we are clearly stronger, why are we being suppressed by Heavenly Court's momentum? Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, his face turned ashen. Chapter 1739, Heavenly Court's Sacrifice. The battle of rank 8 GU immortals had already become extremely tragic. Longevity Heaven, your performance truly disappoints all of us. HMPH, Heavenly Court's members really like to brag shamelessly. You have become used to being the leader for too long. Watch now as I wipe the floor with all of you. You and I both belong to the human race. Our internal conflict has actually reached such a state. Northern Plains immortals, you are courageous but you don't have any beliefs. You will never understand our beliefs. Northern Plains GU immortals perished constantly, but the death of every Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Heavenly Court GU immortals. Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven. Duke Long was extremely furious. Despite being equally matched, the Grand Heavenly Court has actually been forced to such a miserable state, unforgivable. Duke Long suddenly raised his arms, finally breaking the sphere that trapped him. But Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly responded. The three tussled continuously, the situation fell into a stalemate. Quick, alright, the refinement path formation has finally been repaired. Yuan Chongdu, it all depends on you now. We will protect you, and unless we die, no one will disturb this refinement path formation. Several Heavenly Court GU immortals called out as they defended 4 directions, forming a firm defensive line. Because Heavenly Court GU immortals defended selflessly, the refinement path formation was repaired and the defensive line was re-established. Bing Sai Chuan saw this and quickly got away from Duke Long, trying to destroy Heavenly Court. Don't even think about it. Duke Long gave a loud shout as he used all his strength to hold back Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation without any regards to his injuries. Bing Sai Chuan was unable to break free, so he quickly mobilized his forces. The Northern Plains immortals attacked once again. The Heavenly Court GU immortals suffered heavy casualties, but with GU immortals constantly awakening from the immortal graveyard and filling up the gaps, the defensive line instead became more firm than before. Good, now is the time. Lu wanted to quietly sneak in, but his expression soon changed as his concealment was gone and his true body was revealed. A Heavenly Court GU immortal, with a large amount of jade pearls floating around him, flew towards him with killing intent. You are the one. The culprit who is stained with the blood of many of my Heavenly Court friends. Your crimes shall end here. Is that Senior Yu Zuzi? Yuan Chongdu, who was just about to enter the formation, saw this scene by chance and was extremely happy. In history, rank 8 GU immortal Yu Zuzi was most proficient at exposing concealment. From the amount of jade pearls floating around him, he no doubt had most of his immortal GU. As such, Lu was restrained by him. We can win. With so many Heavenly Court seniors here, we can definitely win. No, more accurately saying, victory will inevitably and naturally belong to my Heavenly Court. Yuan Chongdu's eyes flashed with resolution. He entered the GU formation once again and had just taken control of it when he pleasantly discovered this refinement path formation was much superior than the previous one. To restore Fate GU, our seniors have added in so many immortal GU. Tears appeared in Yuan Chongdu's eyes. The more immortal GU used in this refinement path formation, the fewer immortal GU the GU immortals would have. They were more likely to die in the battlefield. This was their sacrifice, a willing sacrifice. I need to continue repairing Fate GU. Yuan Chongdu sat cross-legged, his expression was tranquil, but a fire was burning in his heart. It was blazing, a deep memory surfaced within the fire. His master was standing before him. Little Du, you are sleeping at the back of the mountain again. It is not good if you are so lazy all the time. The young Yuan Chongdu woke up with a resentful expression. Master. He mumbled and said angrily, Master, why don't you transfer me back? I like fire path, a true man should choose fire path. But little do, your talent in refinement path is extremely shocking, so Master made you cultivate refinement path. In comparison, your fire path talent is too ordinary. But I like fire path, it looks so cool and awesome in fights. As for refinement path, I have to constantly stay in a secret room and endlessly refine GU. Not to mention there is high cost, GU refinement fails frequently and all the effort will be wasted. More importantly, there is a huge danger in refining GU just like in battle. Rather than dying from depression from refining GU, I would rather use fire path and die grandly in the battlefield. His master sighed helplessly and said in a serious tone, Little do, you have to choose refinement path not because you like it but because it is your responsibility. Our refinement path faction really needs a genius like you to invigorate it. Don't let your temperament get the better of you, little do. You are already a man, you should accept your responsibility, understood? Young Yuan Chongdu flung his head back indignantly, Tisk, understood. If this is master's order, I will obey it. His master sighed again, it is not an order, it is your responsibility. Moreover, cultivating refinement path is quite delightful as well, you will feel this delight one day. So, take on the responsibility and refine GU happily. How can that ever happen? The lazy me has never experienced a moment when such a heavy responsibility weighs down on my shoulders. Right, there is also another feeling, joy. Hehehehe, ha ha ha, Yuan Chongdu curled his lips up as he laughed in his head. Master, I finally understand your words. Your disciple did not disappoint you in the end. There is simply no need to divert my attention to protect myself with these comrades here, I do not need to worry. Let's make a push for it. When Fate GU is completely repaired, I will have completed my responsibility and will not have let down everyone's expectations. After that, I shall happily embrace death. Yuan Chongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once this move was used, whether the GU refinement succeeds or fails, his death would be certain. But so what if that was the case? Some things were much more important than an individual's life. 4 Eastern Sea GU immortals were surrounding Dragon Palace and attacking madly. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed and could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend themselves. It seems that becoming a dragon man is not without a cost. Come out, didn't you want to trap us? Now, you are hiding inside the Immortal GU house. A bunch of cowards, you really underestimated us. Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan and the rest were furious as they activated powerful killer moves one after the other, firmly suppressing the other side. Even a kind person gets angry at times, let alone these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortals. Duke Long's scheme and the betrayal of Zhang Yin's group thoroughly infuriated them, they erupted with an extremely powerful battle strength. When comparing the temperament of people in the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was the most gentle and compromising. But such an unmoving and calm sea also had the side of torrential waves and tsunamis. When Eastern Sea people were truly angered, their enemies would comprehend what terror truly was. Suddenly, the attacks of Song Chi Yuan's group slowed down. Someone is here, it is clearly Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Song Chi Yuan's group of 4 quickly changed their tactics. 2 continued to attack Dragon Palace while the other 2 flew out to fight off enemy reinforcements. I can only send you all here. An old Heavenly Court GU immortal smiled as his body turned into light specks and dissipated. His lifespan was exhausted. Qin Song, you can go peacefully. It is our turn now. These were a number of Heavenly Court GU immortals that were carefully chosen by Fairy Ziwei. Laughable, coming over so eagerly, you old-timers want us to observe your deaths. Hua Kai Yun and Shen Kong Sheng charged forward. Eastern Sea scoundrels, don't even dream about getting Dragon Palace. Old-timer who has a leg in his coffin already, why don't you just die obediently? Both sides fought immediately. Countless dragon roars resounded throughout the whole battlefield. This compound killer move that comprised Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Emperor Yama, and Familiar Face, was activated once again. He is Fang Yuan. Quick, protect the formation, we can't let him succeed. Fang Yuan, you have such guts. Fang Yuan sneered. You want to stop me now? Too late. Thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack that had attracted the attention of Central Continent's GU Immortals, Fang Yuan was able to activate his killer move smoothly. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was extraordinary, not only did it have huge power, it was also difficult to get rid of. After all, this move expended Fang Yuan's soul path Dao marks. It was similar to Wu Yong's unlimited wind. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation might be powerful, but its inner core was still weak. After Fang Yuan's countless ghost dragons wreaked havoc, it was already showing signs of collapsing. Fang Yuan turned into Emperor Yama, myriad dragons roared around him and his cold eyes looked at the central continent GU immortals who were helpless to do anything. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation started to crumble at its core, from inside to outside. The formation's collapse inflicted powerful backlash to the central continent GU immortals. Without Fang Yuan having to attack, many were heavily injured and on the verge of dying. Fang Yuan really succeeded. Wu Yong mumbled with a complicated expression. Quick, attack them, Yao Huang shouted. His aged and listless attitude was gone as he led the charge heroically. Let me deal with Prince Feng Xian, all of you leave. Hairyfoot Mountain, the location of infallible blessed land, was exposed. You want to repair fate GU, HMPH, wishful thinking. Although it is a slight pity to destroy infallible blessed land, let's end this here. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently as he pointed like an emperor. Countless sword dragons charged down like his fearless soldiers. With me here, don't even think about it, Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared and blocked the countless ghost dragons. Rank 8 Fire Path Expert, Li Huang. Immortal Killer Move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Countless ghost dragons were filled with drunkenness before they even neared and combusted spontaneously. With me, Li Huang, here, none of you shall move forward. Li Huang shouted. Is that so? Then I will let you have a taste of the consecutive move of Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword. Within a few breaths of time, countless ghost dragons gathered into one, forming an enormous pitch-black dragon-marked soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air, its tip was pointing towards Li Huang but it did not move. Fang Yuan struck the soul sword with Luo Po seal. At the next moment, the soul sword quickly stabbed forward. Li Huang hesitated for a moment. The soul sword's speed was astonishing but he could still dodge with his speed. But right now, he could not dodge. He had to face it head-on. The soul sword quietly pierced through Li Huang. The flames subsided. Li Huang's face became as pale as a dead man's. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His body collapsed like a kite with its string cut. You dared to face the combined power of both my moves. It was a valiant effort but you could not be any more foolish. Fang Yuan glanced indifferently. Li Huang was dead. Chapter 1740, Karma Relocation. Lord Li Huang, oh heavens, how could this happen? Good job. In infallible blessed land battlefield, Li Huang's corpse fell, shocking countless people. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently as he continued to charge towards Hairyfoot Mountain while projecting his icy voice throughout the whole battlefield. Anyone who dares to block me will face this ending. In an instant, his awe-inspiring demonic might shocked everyone. Central Continent's morale fell greatly. A dark light flashed past Wu Yong's eyes, while Yao Huang's group was greatly stunned. Chu Du's expression was slightly complicated. Back when Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation while rank 6, he had fought with Fang Yuan. Who could have thought that in just a few years, Fang Yuan had already become a person whom he had to look up to? Counting the first time I used Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, this time's Myriad Sword Ghost Dragon usage as well as Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword, about 10,000 of my Soul Path Dao marks have been expended. Fang Yuan analyzed in his head. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was powerful, but it permanently expended Fang Yuan's Soul Path Dao marks. One activation of Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon expended 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After killing Li Huang, Fang Yuan's Soul Path Dao marks had been shaved off by 10,000. Naturally, Fang Yuan did not have so many Soul Path Dao marks yet, he was substituting them with Transformation Path Dao marks. In short, Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword was a powerful move that could kill Li Huang who possessed Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, but the cost was extremely high as well. The significance of Dao marks was obvious to a GU immortal. Permanently expending Dao marks was directly reducing one's foundation. It could not be used easily unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this move had a flaw. The soul sword's speed was not outstanding and could be dodged easily. Fang Yuan knew that Li Huang was protecting Hairyfoot Mountain and could not casually dodge the attack, so he used this move. Hairyfoot Mountain. Looking at Hairyfoot Mountain that was getting closer in his vision, Fang Yuan gave a moved sigh. Who could have thought the majestic and renowned infallible blessed land would be on Harryfoot Mountain? From the outside, this mountain was extremely ordinary, it was like an inconspicuous hill. But in truth, it was one of the most important areas to Heavenly Court in order to repair Fate Gu, and now had become an area to determine victory or defeat in this arduous battle. Fang Yuan. At the next moment, another figure appeared and blocked Fang Yuan's path. It was Chen Yi. Wu Yong did not kill you, then let me end your life instead. Fang Yuan called out as he prepared Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword once again. Chen Yi's face turned solemn. Even Li Huang had perished, he did not have any confidence in facing Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword. This is... At the crucial moment, Chen Yi suddenly felt his chest burning as if a hot iron was pressed on his flesh. A powerful and mysterious force circulated and permeated his body. Following the surging of this strength, Chen Yi's clothes were ripped apart, revealing his chest. There was a painting on his chest, the painting of a tall tree wavering in the wind. Ah! Chen Yi cried out in shock. Isn't this painting the one which was engraved on my body when I inherited Genesis Lotus, true inheritance many years ago? At the same time, information was directly transmitted to his mind. This is Lord Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Chen Yi was surprised and happy, he quickly activated the strongest ability according to this information. Immediately, green smoke rose from Chen Yi's body. The smoke gathered 6 feet above his head, gradually slowing down to a stop and circulating within itself, forming into the shape of a tree. The tree was thick and sturdy with dense amounts of branches and lush leaves, and there were dozens of fruits hanging on it. But these fruits were very weird, they were in all kinds of shapes, colors and sizes. Some were like black peaches, some were pink but large like a basin, some had spikes on them, some had transparent skin, the flesh and core could be seen from the outside. Karma Divine Tree formed quickly and the power within the painting transferred to Karma Divine Tree. Chen Yi seemed to have heard Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice. Look closely, this is the consecutive move built upon Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move activated, as if intense winds were blowing, the green smoke flickered as Karma Divine Tree started to sway and dance in the wind. Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword attacked like a meteoric thunderbolt. But just when it neared Karma Divine Tree, with a whoosh, Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword suddenly disappeared. At that instant, he sensed that his connection to his killer move Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword became negligible, as if Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword was suddenly worlds apart from him. What method is this? It seems like instant transportation. Fang Yuan immediately narrowed his eyes as sharp light flashed past them. The connection between immortal killer moves and GU immortals had a certain limit in range. When it surpassed this limit, the immortal killer move would usually break apart. Fang Yuan's Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword was based on the killer move Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and carried the trait of enslavement path, thus he could still maintain a trace of connection even if it was teleported over 10,000 li away. But this connection was extremely faint, if it surpassed this distance even a little, the killer move would collapse by itself. If that happened, Fang Yuan would suffer the backlash of killer move failure. Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword was so powerful, its backlash absolutely would not be weak and would definitely make him cough out blood. It can forcibly teleport killer moves. Wu Yong obtained the information from Fang Yuan. Then let me see how you deal with my farewell friend Wind. Wu Yong sneered. His figure appeared behind Chen Yi. Immortal killer move, farewell friend Wind. But Wu Yong had just touched Chen Yi's shoulder when his vision changed. In an instant, he was teleported away from infallible blessed land, returning to southern border. Wu Yong was dumbfounded as he stood at the peak of the mountain. Soon afterwards, he came to his senses, his face was extremely dark as he quickly sent the information. Even rank 8 GU immortals can be forcibly sent away. Karma Divine Tree still had such a mysterious ability. The southern border and northern plains immortals were shaken while central continent's morale rose again. We will continue defending like this. Chen Yi was exulted but Fang Yuan's voice made him solemn once more. Fang Yuan shouted. I found it. His teleportation ability seems to be unstoppable but there is a limit in the amount of times he can use it. Because after using it twice, 2 fruits were consumed. It was discovered so quickly. Chen Yi smiled bitterly. Let me try. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu flew over. His body shook slightly as he split into countless clones and charged forward like a giant wave. This was a classic enslavement path battle tactic, a battle of attrition style. Karma divine tree swayed with the wind, a fruit suddenly disappeared. Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's main body disappeared. Fang Yuan's group received his message shortly afterwards. He was teleported to Eastern Sea. The immortals were in a clamor. Fang Yuan sank into deep thought. This time, Heavenly Lord Bai Zi's main body was directly teleported away. The enslavement path battle tactic has failed. According to conventional reasoning, shouldn't it be teleporting each clone? It actually directly affected the main body. This time, Yao Huang's group charged over. Slow down, Brother Chu, you guys attack first. Fang Yuan instructed. Chu Du attacked. He used a long-range attack on Chen Yi, but he quickly disappeared on the spot. He was teleported back to northern plains, ending up in the northern icy plain. Moreover, because the distance was too long, he lost connection with the killer move he used. The killer move broke apart and he suffered the backlash. Several people attacked next, but they were all teleported away. Fang Yuan suddenly came to a realization. It seems that my main body is not influenced by this killer move because I am a complete otherworldly demon. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan started a fierce wave of offense. However, Karma Divine Tree might be unable to influence him, but it could affect his killer moves. Fang Yuan's methods were all teleported away. The range was either far or short. Some were teleported to some place in Central Continent, some were sent to other 4 regions, and some were even teleported to Black Heaven and White Heaven. Naturally, Chen Yi also did not have a good time. It did not take long before he began to bleed from his 7 orifices and his face was getting increasingly pale. The burden to sustain such a wondrous killer move was clearly huge. Damn it, Hairyfoot Mountain is clearly in front of us, but because of Chen Yi alone, Yao Huang clenched his teeth in helplessness. Qing Yi and the rest quickly arrived and fought against the northern plains and southern border immortals. Fang Yuan dodged the attack of wind-sweeping building and sent many myriad ghost sword dragons to attack Chen Yi. Karma Divine Tree was constantly shaking. Countless myriad ghost sword dragons disappeared, teleported to random locations. It was okay for those that were teleported nearby, but those that were teleported far away broke apart immediately, inflicting backlash on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt that this situation was troublesome. Weak killer moves cannot expend Karma Divine Tree's fruits even if they are teleported away. A strong killer move can expend 1 fruit, but if it is teleported beyond the distance I can control, I will have to endure the backlash and might even be heavily injured if I am unlucky. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword. He currently did not have Winter Coat or Reverse Flow Protection Seal to rely on. His defensive methods were weaker than Li Huang's. If Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword failed, he would be in great trouble from the backlash. Fang Yuan's luck was quite good as the previous Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword did not inflict backlash on him. What do I do now? Fang Yuan was anxious. Bing Sai Chuan had been transmitting the situation in Heavenly Court to him. Fang Yuan knew that the repair of Fate Gu had started again. This is a wood path method. I don't have much attainment in this path and won't be able to decipher it within a short period of time. Looks like I can only use a crude method. We will compete in a battle of attrition. Bai Ning Bing, you all can go ahead and fight now. Fang Yuan's eyes shined sharply as he sent the command resolutely. Bai Ning Bing and other rank 7 GU immortals charged towards Hairyfoot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated. Every time it teleported a rank 7 GU immortal, a fruit was expended. Fang Yuan actually found the best countermeasure so quickly. Chen Yi felt anxious. His eyes were filled with blood and he was in a very weak condition. A large number of rank 7 GU immortals were teleported away. Finally, Karma Divine Tree's fruits were all spent. Karma Divine Tree without any fruits faded away with the wind. Chen Yi lowered his head. His aura had fallen to an extreme point of weakness. You dare to block my way, die. Fang Yuan charged fiercely. Chapter 1741, War Banner of Humanity. Fang Yuan's charge was fatally ferocious and he was using Myriad Fusion Ghost Dragon Sword, which raised his demonic might to another level. Chen Yi looked at the sky as Fang Yuan approached with such momentum. His entire body shivered as he felt like the sky itself was falling towards him. It was unstoppable and unavoidable. In that case, there is no need to block it or evade it. Chen Yi, who was already a spent force, had his chest standing firm as he faced his death nonchalantly. Lord Chen Yi, Bai Kang Shui and other GU immortals shouted, wanting to come over to rescue him. But Kai Ku Yu, Yi Hao Fang and others followed behind Fang Yuan and quickly blocked these reinforcements. The enormous soul sword pierced through Chen Yi's body and struck Hairyfoot Mountain with its remaining force. At the next moment, Hairy Foot Mountain disintegrated while Chen Yi's corpse fell powerlessly. Chen Yi is also dead. The southern border and northern plains immortals were shaken. Fang Yuan had successively killed 2 Heavenly Court experts. His demonic might was now ingrained in people's minds. Hairy Foot Mountain is destroyed, but infallible blessed land is still standing. Fang Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of mountain rubble under him. Heavenly Court had detected the precise location of infallible blessed land but had never invaded it in their countless years of existence. Instead they used human path methods to borrow the strength of infallible blessed land and draw out success Dao marks. At this urgent moment, Fang Yuan was unable to damage infallible blessed land, let alone destroy it. Not long after Chen Yi died, another GU immortal died in Heavenly Court as well. Yuan Chongdu. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, dying with a smile on his face. Following his death, Heaven Overseeing Tower's peak began to let out a vigorous aura. This is a rank 9 immortal Gu's aura. Fate GU. Fried Yuan Chongdu sacrificed himself. Does this mean? This aura's appearance froze the whole of the Heavenly Court battlefield. Longevity Heaven's members' expression changed greatly while the Heavenly Court immortals' eyes shined brightly and their faces were filled with joy. Damn it, we failed. Bing Sai Chuan clenched his teeth. Retreat. 7 Extreme desolation remained behind as Calamity Luck Altar began to retreat. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling of emptiness? In infallible blessed land battlefield, Fang Yuan immediately felt something. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed heartily. He did not obstruct Calamity Luck Altar. He arrived inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and moved to the peak. Fate GU, Fate GU, Duke Long mumbled as tears flowed down his eyes. He was too happy, too excited. He was personally looking at a complete Fate GU right in front of his very eyes. Many years of anticipation and desire, many years of longing had finally come to fruition at this moment. The meaning behind repairing Fate GU was much more important and complicated to Duke Long than the other Heavenly Court members. Because back then, it was his own disciple who had injured Fate GU. Hong Ting, Master has atoned for your mistake. I did not let down Heavenly Court, I did not let down humanity. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Duke Long's loud voice resounded in Heavenly Court from the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. After over 1,000,000 years, Heavenly Court has regained a complete rank 9 Fate GU once again. At the next moment, the Heavenly Court GU immortals shouted in joy. Some were red from their excitement, some cried, and some passed away in full satisfaction. Heavenly Court's morale surged to an extreme point, while Longevity Heaven's Bing Sai Chuan and others were pale as they quickly retreated. The die was cast. There was nothing they could do now. Longevity Heaven was decisive in invading Heavenly Court and was also decisive in retreating. Over 3,000,000 years ago. Central Continent, Chi Breath Peak. This peak was not a mountain, or more accurately speaking, it was only a mountain peak. The peak contained a dense amount of Chi Path Dao marks. It was extremely mystical. The peak could breathe out air just like the breathing of a human. Every few decades or centuries, it would fly away and move to other places, continuing to breathe different air and then continuing this cycle. Chi Breath Peaks were few in number, most had owners, and so did this Chi Breath Peak. Its owner was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, but right now, he was only a rank 7 GU Immortal. GU Immortal Primordial Origin was cultivating in Chi Breath Peak, using the ability of Chi Breath Peak to breathe in different kinds of Chi and comprehend the profundities of Chi Path. On this day, he slowly opened his eyes within a secret cave. A mortal GU master had barged into his Chi Breath Peak. He was a person who fully concentrated on cultivation. He was free and unrestrained. He only wanted to comprehend the great Tao and did not want to be disturbed by external affairs. Thus, he had set up many arrangements not only on Chi Breath Peak but also around the surrounding mountains. Not to mention mortal GU masters, even if many GU immortals came here, they might not be able to find his existence. They might even turn a blind eye to the mystical Chi Breath Peak. A mortal GU master has actually barged in today. Interesting. Primordial Origin felt interested and appeared in front of this GU master. But before he even spoke, that mortal GU master kowtowed. GU master UG pays respects to a mortal Primordial Origin. Oh, you actually know my name. Speak. Who instructed you and helped you to pass through my obstacles with just a GU master's ability? Primordial Origin immediately turned solemn. How could a mortal GU master possess such an ability? He firmly believed that there was definitely a GU immortal helping the GU master. But GU Master UG shook his head. Immortal primordial origin, I did not receive any GU Immortal's help, but relied on the guidance of Fate GU. Fate GU, HMPH, don't talk nonsense. This GU is a rank 9 GU, it is protected in the Rockman Imperial Court and is watched by multiple rank 8 Rockman GU Immortals all year round. Primordial origin had yet to finish speaking when his eyes suddenly opened wide. The mortal GU Master UG presented a GU worm with both hands. Rank 9 aura overflowed, what else could it be but Fate GU? Primordial origin was instantly taken aback, his tranquil heart was greatly disturbed. He forced himself to remain calm. UG, stand up, how did you steal this Fate GU and how did you bring this GU here from such a faraway place? Also, you said you received Fate GU's guidance. But according to what I know, no GU Immortal can use Fate GU, only the Heavenly Tao can use this GU. How can you have the ability to use Fate GU? UG spoke in detail. I am a slave of the beloved grandson of the first Supreme Elder in the Rockman tribe. I had been secretly working in place of Master to clean the Rockman Sacred Hall and maintain the cleanliness of Fate GU's surroundings. I forgot which day it was, but I discovered that as long as I got near to Fate GU, I could sense Fate's arrangements in the path of every living being's life. I received Fate GU's guidance like this and learned of many future events and also realized my mission. Afterwards, when Featherman GU Immortals infiltrated Rockman's Sacred Hall and were discovered, I took Fate GU away amidst the chaos. I escaped using a hidden tunnel in the Rockman's Sacred Hall. I had Fate GU but it restrained its aura by its own will. Although there were many dangers in my journey, be they GU Immortals or any methods that obstructed me, I had ample time to prepare and successfully escape after receiving Fate GU's premonitions. Thus, there were dangerous situations in my journey but never fatal threats. Eventually, I made my way here. Primordial origin could not help but evaluate GU Master UG internally after hearing all this. UG spoke lightly but looking at his scars, it was clear he had faced a lot of difficulties and suffering on this journey. You don't need to be modest, although you had the help of Fate GU. It is your bravery and planning that allowed you to achieve all these as Immortal GU Master. Primordial origin praised, his expression became warm. He asked again, so why did you steal Fate GU and travel so far to bring it to me? UG said, it was not I who stole Fate GU but Fate GU itself wanted to be brought to you. Lord Immortal, you are Fate GU's master, I have already seen it through Fate GU. Not only this, Lord Immortal, you are, you should experience this. Personally, UG then lowered his head while raising his hands, offering Fate GU to Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was not fully convinced, but the moment he held Fate GU, countless images flashed past his eyes and endless information was transmitted to his mind. He immediately understood, everything was clear now. So it was not UG who could use Fate GU, but Fate GU itself let him see the changes in the world and the path of all beings' lives. According to Fate, variant human races, who have been dominating the 5 regions, will decline. Humanity will replace them to become the leading figures of the world. We will trample on every variant human race and become the new overlord of the world. Humanity will reign supreme, and myself, as well as this GU Master UG, will lead the rise of the human race. We will be the crucial characters to take on the challenges of variant human experts and suppress the situation. After understanding everything, Primordial Origin was shaken as well as happy. He could not help but feel happiness. Because he was a member of the human race. Although he had become a GU Immortal, the status of humans was very low. Most humans were slaves sold and bought wantonly by variant humans, they were humiliated and oppressed. Not only human mortals and GU Masters, even human GU Immortals had low status in the GU Immortal world. Many human GU Immortals were even slaves of variant humans. Human GU Immortals like Primordial Origin who lived freely might be besieged by many variant human GU Immortals any day. If they were unlucky enough to be taken as a prisoner, they might become slaves of the variant humans. I really wanted to resist them, but even after becoming a rank 7 GU Immortal, I cannot match the battle strength of many variant human GU Immortals. That's why I had been cultivating endlessly and wanted to create a path that belongs solely to us humans. Now that Fate GU has shown me the way, the future belongs to us humans. I will even become the leader of the human GU Immortals in the future. I will create Chi path and lead humanity to prosperity. This is heaven's will. This is the trend of the future. This is the heart of the people. Primordial Origin was extremely excited as he laughed loudly while holding Fate Gu. He was so happy that tears fell. Yu also grinned happily, he was also a human after all. Humanity had been oppressed and suffered under the hands of variant human races for too long. After taking a long breath, Primordial Origin calmed his feelings and took a deep look at Fate Gu. Yu, you are a hero of our human race. A great hero. You brought Fate Gu to me, even though we cannot activate it at will. This is the greatest banner we can hold. I won't hide it from you. I already had thoughts of resisting the variant humans, but there are too few of us human Gu immortals, and even more troubling is that many human Gu immortals are slaves. They are treated like ants with not even a bit of respect, and they also do not dare to offend their masters. Because they know how tiny they are when compared to the variant humans, they know how weak we humans are. But now, with this Fate Gu, we can show the world, we can let every human Gu immortal know, the future belongs to us, humanity will reign supreme. Fate Gu will summon their lost courage, ignite their hope, and spur on their fighting spirit to resist. Moreover, we can unite all of the humans with this. This is a banner. This is the war banner of humanity to rise and rule the world. Chapter 1742, Fate Vanquish. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long softly caressed Fate Gu with tears silently flowing down his face. One Fate Gu looked like a spider, colored in black and white. Its aura had been weak. There was a scarlet wound on its body that almost cut it in two. This was the injury caused by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But now, the scarlet wound was gone without a trace. The complete and intact Fate Gu was lying down quietly with a vigorous aura. Life or death is decreed by fate, success or failure is up to heaven. All things in the world followed their own fixed trail which could not be changed. This was fate. Fate Gu was a representation of many things in heavenly court. Relying on Fate Gu, they changed the hearts of the people. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise up, he established heavenly court. Relying on Fate Gu, Star Constellation made arrangements and heavenly court resisted 3 demon venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable inherited his predecessor's ambitions and progressed. Heavenly court continued to hold on to the throne of the number 1 Gu immortal force in the world. Fate Gu was not just a rank 9 Gu to heavenly court, it was the spirit and banner that had always throbbed in the hearts of countless generations of heavenly court Gu immortals. So many years, after so many years, Duke Long mumbled. The turbulent waves in his heart gradually calmed down. Duke Long's body no longer trembled from agitation, as if he was released from a heavy burden. Indeed, he felt released from a heavy burden. Differing from most heavenly court Gu immortals, repairing Fate Gu had much deeper meaning to Duke Long. Because the one who injured Fate Gu was none other than his proudest disciple. In other words, he was one of the culprits who injured Fate Gu. All these years, Duke Long blamed himself for this. To repair Fate Gu and repent for his sins, he did not hesitate in sacrificing his own life by activating Heavenly Dragon's last stand. Even when he was hibernating, he had been uneasy and terrified. Can I really succeed in repairing Fate Gu? I must succeed in repairing it, I must. Otherwise, how can I face the other 2 dukes? How can I face the common people? How can I face the later generations of Heavenly Court members? How I face the whole of humanity? This was the voice that lingered in Duke Long's mind every day. And now, he had finally accomplished it. It was not just because of me, this was the accomplishment of all my comrades. All our sacrifices were worth it. Duke Long smiled in satisfaction. Right now, his hair was disheveled and his dragon horns were already broken, his whole body was bathed in blood. His injuries were extremely severe, but the more terrifying thing was that his lifespan was at its end. He was about to die completely without leaving behind even a trace of his soul. At the final moment of his life, although it was not his most blissful moment, it was absolutely his most free and relaxed moment. So naturally, he felt fatigue. Tired, too tired. Both his body and mind were exhausted. The torment and burden he had endured all these years was entirely let go of. The intense battle as well as his injuries made him extremely tired. I really want to rest well. Duke Long's breathing slowed down. His dragon eyes were like the sea which contained incomparably complex and profound emotions. He slowly took back his hand and gave one last look at Fate Gu before slowly turning around. His gaze moved past Heaven Overseeing Tower and swept through the battlefield. Although the battle was still going on intensely, Calamity Luckalter had already retreated far away. It is time to end everything, this battle. Duke Long took a deep breath and spoke loudly, his voice spreading throughout the whole heavenly court. Longevity Heaven, you want to leave so easily? Hehe, aren't you too naive in thinking so? Duke Long controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower to fly into the air. This immortal GU house, which was renowned throughout the world, had returned to being a genuine rank 9 immortal GU house now. Under Heavenly Court Immortal's gaze, Heaven Overseeing Tower began to let out dazzling light, as if a deity had descended upon the battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heaven Overseeing Tower. It monitored the world, followed the will of Heaven and upheld justice for Heaven. This is the true Heaven Overseeing Tower. It has been so long, it has finally reappeared. I am really fortunate, I could see such a scene in my final moments. Countless gazes of Heavenly Court GU immortals turned blurry, many of them were at the end of their lives, but they had satisfied smiles on their faces. Retreat. Bing Sai Chuan's voice was so loud that it turned hoarse. Even the valiant Longevity Heaven looked scared right now as they retreated. It is pointless, Duke Long said softly from inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, his squinted eyes shined with a trace of pride. Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly let out an intense light. Immortal killer move, Fate Vanquish. Light. This was a true rank 9 killer move. An attack decreed by fate that could not be dodged no matter which method was used. If fate wants you to lose, you will lose no matter what. Light dispersed. The Heavenly Court Immortals were all standing proudly in the battlefield, while the many past experts of Northern Plains looked shaken or in disbelief, some had bitter smiles as they disintegrated. The phantom river of time also slowly disappeared. Calamity Luck Altar was in a highly ruined state, like a mortal hut that had suffered from a hurricane. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan, Bull Demon, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were heavily injured and coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Leave. Bing Sai Chuan gasped as he controlled the half-damaged Calamity Luck Altar. Yellow light shined once again in the air. This was a backup plan prepared by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It paved out a road to retreat. Calamity Luck Altar entered the yellow light successfully. You want to leave? Where can you escape to? Heavenly Court Immortals charged together. Leave quickly. Mao Li Chu clenched its teeth. It forcibly stood up with its dying body and blocked Heavenly Court's Immortals with a resolute expression. Everyone, please step back. Duke Long sent out the command. Heavenly Court's Immortals were surprised. Fairy Ziwei, Lord Duke Long. Duke Long sighed. Preserve some foundation for Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court had suffered a disastrous loss in this battle. It was truly a huge ordeal. As a result of lacking immortal GU, many rank 8 GU immortals had to use their own bodies to block Longevity Heaven's attacks. As such, many were sacrificed. In Heavenly Court's situation, because of the immortal graveyard, they had many rank 8 GU immortals but insufficient immortal GU. Duke Long still remembered how star constellations Will had appeared and specially instructed him to have many rank 8 GU immortals in hibernation. There undoubtedly were deeper reasons behind this, but in this battle, too many rank 8 GU immortals had awakened in Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard and many of them were sacrificed. Not only were there no new rank 8 GU immortals in hibernation, it instead caused them to lose many existing ones. Although Fate GU was successfully restored, Duke Long still felt uneasy because of this. Heavenly Court has now completely restored rank 9 Fate GU, including myself, who can go against us. Even if it is a rank 9 venerable method, I can fight against it using Heaven Overseeing Tower. Everyone, please return to the immortal graveyard. I will call for you if the need arises. Duke Long urged. Since it is so, alright, with Fate GU and Lord Duke Long here, which enemy can stop us? Then let's go back to hibernating. Most of the GU immortals returned to the immortal graveyard, but few remained. These people were already at the end of their lifespan like Duke Long. There was not much meaning for them to hibernate again. Duke Long left behind Fairy Ziwei and others to clean up the battlefield and guard Heavenly Court, while he led a small group to chase after Longevity Heaven with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Calamity Luck Altar brought the defeated forces of Longevity Heaven and escaped Heavenly Court, but so what? Their speed could never compare to Heaven Overseeing Towers, and furthermore, they were in Central Continent. Duke Long wanted to retain these people, whether it be killing them or taking them as prisoners. Both would showcase the awe-inspiring might of Heavenly Court and let the other 4 regions' GU immortals understand the price for offending Heavenly Court. What? Longevity Heaven is retreating in defeat. Heavenly Court repaired Fate GU completely. Sigh. This battle is our defeat, let's retreat. Escape. Heaven Overseeing Tower with Fate GU is the #1 Immortal GU house in the current world. Be it Duke Long or Heaven Overseeing Tower, we are not their match. After getting this news, the battle situation in infallible Blessed Land immediately underwent a complete change. Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals had the intentions to retreat, even Fang Yuan was the same. He felt a huge pity regarding this, but he could do nothing about it. Except, he could not imagine that at the next moment, he saw the arrival of the devastated Calamity Luck Altar as well as the Heavenly Court forces chasing them closely. For some reason, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had created the retreat route for Longevity Heaven above Harryfoot Mountain, and it had not been discovered by anyone. Good, then I will take you all out at once. Duke Long laughed heartily. Chapter 1743, Final Chance. It is already too late to retreat now. Everyone, please cooperate to counterattack Heavenly Court. They have already used Fate Vanquish once, they won't be able to use it again in a short period of time. This is our final chance. Bing Sai Chuan shouted. The GU Immortals immediately reacted as they charged forward with clenched teeth. Bing Sai Chuan was right, Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast, they would not be able to escape. Naturally, it was not that some did not think of using other GU Immortals to stall for time while they escaped. But the crucial thing was Central Continent was too large. While they were now deep in Central Continent, even if each of them escaped in different directions, Heaven Overseeing Tower had enough time to eradicate them. Every Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortal was in a desperate situation and could only stay and fight. This battle turned all the surroundings into a dark and gloomy state. The Northern Plains and Southern Border Immortals knew how perilous their situation was, none of them held back and used everything they had to fight back. Heavenly Court's pursuing group had chased with overwhelming momentum, but after contacting the allied forces of Southern Border and Northern Plains, facing their counterattack, they instead fell into disadvantage. Fairy Ziwei, has the news of Fate Gu's restoration been announced to the world? Duke Long sat inside Heaven Overseeing Tower and contacted Fairy Ziwei. Shortly afterwards, Fairy Ziwei responded, the news has already been disseminated in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not only this, Lord Duke Long, your current battle scenes are being broadcasted everywhere through human path methods. Since Rank 9 Fate GU was restored completely, Heavenly Court naturally was going to publicize this news to raise their side's morale and intimidate their enemies. With this, Heavenly Court could gain the support of the people, even directly persuading those GU Immortals who were still making chaos and plundering resources in Central Continent to retreat. Duke Long's previous command had only been to spread the news of Fate GU. But Fairy Ziwei took it a step further and was broadcasting the battle in infallible Blessed Land. In an instant, countless mortals, GU Masters, and GU Immortals learned of the battle. Heavenly Court's action showed their confidence in winning. It was also quite clear that Heavenly Court, possessing Rank 9 Fate GU, had huge dominance in the battlefield. Fairy Ziwei wanted to take this chance to showcase Heavenly Court's battle strength by capturing all these elites of Southern Border and Northern Plains in one fell swoop, to raise the prestige of Central Continent and Heavenly Court to an all-time peak. Duke Long understood Fairy Ziwei's thoughts, but he frowned lightly. These Southern and Northern Immortals are in a perilous situation. They are like cornered beasts with the will of dying soldiers, that caused our side to be at a disadvantage. Although this is only temporary. Duke Long realized Fairy Ziwei's deeper intentions, although it was slightly abrupt, since she had already done it, he had to actively cooperate. They had to showcase Heavenly Court's power to the greatest extent. This would not only announce the news of Fate Gu's successful restoration, it would also display powerful strength that could cause others to shake in fear and not dare to oppose Heavenly Court. The other 4 regions had intervened in this refinement path convention. They wreaked havoc in Central Continent and plundered cultivation resources, greatly harming Heavenly Court's prestige. Now, to raise their prestige again, Heavenly Court had to display absolute strength by dealing with all these Southern and Northern Immortals. They would gain the people's support and make the other 4 regions fearful of offending them again. Fate Vanquish was no doubt the best choice. It was a Rank 9 killer move, and because Fate GU was restored completely, its might was even more terrifying and absolute. But Fate Vanquish could not be activated frequently and needed some time to be used again. Looks like I have to make a move personally. Otherwise, with this battle being broadcasted everywhere and Heavenly Court Immortals being suppressed, our performance would not look good. Duke Long arranged for several GU Immortals to take control of Heaven Overseeing Tower while he personally floated out. Duke Long has come out, be extremely careful of him. Bing Sai Chuan was deeply aware of Duke Long's terrifying power, quickly reminding the others. We will attack together. Yao Huang shouted. Fang Yuan and others quickly responded. Clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building and other immortal GU houses protected these rank 8 GU immortals. Duke Long had just come out when he was besieged by Fang Yuan and the rest's joint attacks. Several rank 8 killer moves were unleashed, shocking the world with their might. Despicable. Dodge it. All over Central Continent, especially in the 10 great ancient sects, a large number of GU immortals shouted in shock. They saw Duke Long being besieged through the video scenes. They were worried and furious. Loud explosions resounded again and again, causing dust clouds to appear everywhere. Inside the dust clouds, Duke Long's giant body, however, remained unmoved. The 9 phantom dragons around his body opened their mouths and breathed out strong wind, instantly dispersing the dust clouds. Duke Long was still hovering at the same place with a calm expression. His dragon pupils glanced around him indifferently. Are you trying to scratch my itch with these tricks? Strong. So strong. Yao Huang and the rest who had fought Duke Long for the first time felt their hearts shaken, despite them having already received first-hand information about the battle in Heavenly Court. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly dazed. He is several times stronger than before. We don't have 7 extreme desolation now. We can't be his match with just the half-ruined Calamity Luck Altar. What should I do? Immortal killer move, Centipede Scar. Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sent out their killer moves at the same time. On one side, Sword Chi rampaged and ghost dragons filled the sky. On the other side, countless grayish centipedes flew, seemingly illusion and seemingly real. The 2 killer moves drowned Duke Long from all directions. Countless viewers in Central Continent let out a cry of shock, feeling worried for Duke Long. From amidst the sea of dragons and centipedes, Duke Long's carefree voice sounded out, good moves, but they are not enough. A huge explosion rose, a terrifying wave in the sea of dragons and centipedes. Chi current scissors flew everywhere, cutting apart dragons like paper. The centipedes were in an even more miserable state. They were smashed into fragments that scattered in the air. Seeing Duke Long safe and sound, the whole of Central Continent rejoiced. Mother, that dragon-horned person is our Central Continent's immortal. Duke Long, he is the master of the legendary Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He has such overwhelming strength. Heavenly Court has made its move. It is better for me to retreat. I have already plundered many resources. I should leave here before deciding anything else. Just like Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei predicted, the invading GU immortals began to retreat. Central Continent's morale soared continuously. Everyone's hearts had merged together. Our attrition battle tactic was completely ineffective. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's face was ashen. It's my turn now, Duke Long said lightly. Dragon-shaped chi suddenly flashed and he vanished on the spot. Where did he go? Yi Hao Fang's mind suddenly let out intense warning signals. He quickly raised his head and saw Duke Long above him. 1 dragon claws smashed down. Yi Hao Fang only had the time to raise his hands to block them. Yi Hao Fang was sent crashing down from the height of 500 feet. He created a huge pit on the ground. Yi Hao Fang's expression was filled with terror as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The strike just now had not only broken his defense, it had even inflicted heavy injuries upon him. Dragon-shaped chi flashed and Duke Long appeared before Yi Hao Fang once again. But immediately afterwards, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Kai Kuyu appeared on the left and right of Duke Long. Although they could not see Duke Long's image and keep up with his speed, they had plentiful battle experiences and had calculated Duke Long would continue attacking Yi Hao Fang. After all, as the saying goes, injuring all 10 of a man's fingers was not as crippling as chopping one off. Duke Long, you fell for it. You can stay trapped here. 2 great formation path GU immortals, 1 southern and 1 northern, laid out a formation instantly. A tiny formation dares to trap me. Duke Long scoffed, his large body shook as he let out his strength. The formation shattered like glass. Kai Kuyu and 5 Elements Grandmaster both let out a muffled grunt from the backlash. But Duke Long was also stopped for a moment and missed the chance to kill Yi Hao Fang. Yi Hao Fang had already left the pit and was healing himself while feeling icy cold inside. Duke Long's power was beyond imagination. Yi Hao Fang was a famous rank 8 expert of the present-age southern border. He was actually almost killed by Duke Long in less than 3 moves. Such power, probably only a venerable can suppress him. Be it defense, offense, or movement, Duke Long is superior in every aspect. Even if we besiege him, he can still retaliate with ease. Who can stop such a person? All the southern and northern immortals were shaking in fear and many more were at a loss. Duke Long was unstoppable, not to mention there was still the rank 9 heaven overseeing tower with a complete fate GU. As if answering the doubts of the immortals, rumbling sounds spread and earth started to crack. A huge rift spread across the whole battlefield. At the next moment, the ground burst open and endless soil and stones flew out like a dark tsunami. A giant dragon that was the size of a mountain flew out from the rift. The dragon opened its mouth was filled with uneven teeth that were sharp like spears and caused people to feel fear. Duke Long, I will crush you to pieces. The giant dragon roared, legendary immemorial desolate beast, Di Zhang Sheng. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face as he snorted and charged head on without dodging. An immortal and a beast started fighting but their fight was a stalemate. When did Di Zhang Sheng become so powerful? Heavenly Court GU immortals were stunned. The 5 regions are merging and the earth veins are uniting. Countless lives were sacrificed in this large battle which incited fury of Central Continent's people. All these raised Di Zhang Sheng's strength sharply. But, wasn't Di Zhang Sheng trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave? How could it suddenly appear here? The immortals were shocked and puzzled. But they all knew that back then Duke Long had personally suppressed Di Zhang Sheng, so Di Zhang Sheng coming to find trouble with Duke Long personally was also natural. Just like Duke Long had said in Heavenly Court, Di Zhang Sheng's battle strength would rise to become comparable to Duke Long himself. If this is not handled properly, Di Zhang Sheng will become the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast of the current world. This is amazing, truly, there is always a way out of predicaments. Let's take this chance to quickly retreat. We can't retreat, Fang Yuan however shouted. This is the perfect opportunity to attack. The arrogant Duke Long is stalled by Di Zhang Sheng. Now, we can go to Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate GU. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead to charge towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sai Chuan was the first to react. He called out to the Northern Plains immortals and followed closely behind. The southern border immortals also went into a frenzy and attacked furiously a moment later. You dare! Duke Long was anxious but was firmly held back by Di Zhang Sheng. He could only look as Fang Yuan and the rest charged forward. Chapter 1744, Everybody's Vision. Central Continent, Thunder Peak Mountain Range. A loud explosion resounded through tens of li. 3 GU immortals were in the midst of a battle. Leave behind the electrolytic iron starflower, otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you two get off easy. Central Continent GU immortal Mi Lan Guang shouted furiously. He had 2 opponents. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholar's attire with large sleeves, the other was a short young man who had quite a lecherous appearance. The former was an Eastern Sea GU immortal, Great Treasury immortal, he had rank 7. Cultivation and cultivated information path. The latter was a Central Continent GU immortal, rank 6 Jian Yi Sheng. Great Treasury immortal frowned, his eyes hid fury and his tone sounded irritated. Mi Lan Guang, you chased me for so long just for an electrolytic iron starflower. Yes, I admit, this information path and lightning path immortal material was personally grown by you and is something that had never appeared before. My interest was roused and since I cultivate information path like you, I stole one flower to research it. I will tell you honestly, if you continue to chase me for a rank 7 immortal material, I will fight with you to death. I will make you realize that Eastern CGU immortals are not so easily bullied. Jian Yi Sheng immediately added flattery. Senior Great Treasury Immortal, your words are extremely reasonable. We should have already gotten rid of this Mi Lan Guang. Otherwise, if we let him tail behind us, we won't be able to do any transactions. The current situation is an extremely rare opportunity. Great Treasury Immortal took a glance at Jian Yi Sheng and nodded. I suppose we have to. Although Great Treasury Immortal had rank 7 cultivation and Jian Yi Sheng only had rank 6, the latter was a well-known lone immortal of Central Continent. He was proficient in the killer move Sword Escape and was extremely mobile. He was well informed and familiar with the local territories. One, it was because he had told Great Treasury Immortal of Mi Lan Guang's treasury that Great Treasury Immortal learned of such a special rank 7 immortal material like electrolytic iron starflower. Great Treasury Immortal cultivated information path, so he was very interested. He moved with Jian Yi Sheng and used the chaos in Central Continent to steal an electrolytic iron starflower. But in this process, he was discovered by Mi Lan Guang. Great Treasury Immortal's action was exposed. he could not help but show a weak stance and did not want to attack, thus getting chased all the way by Mi Languang. Mi Languang looked at Great Treasury Immortal and then looked at Jian Sheng, laughing coldly. So it was like this. Next, he said something that stunned Great Treasury Immortal. Great Treasury Immortal, although you are an Eastern CGU Immortal and are also a famous information path expert whose name I have heard long ago, you have been deceived by Jian Sheng. There are 13 electrolytic iron star flowers in my valley, you stole one and Jian Sheng plucked 3, but the rest were destroyed by him using sword path methods. Jian Sheng laughed. Mi Languang, isn't your method of sowing discord a bit too poor? But at the next moment, Great Treasury Immortal turned around to glare at him. Jian Sheng, how dare you? Jian Sheng's heart immediately skipped a beat. Not good, they are both information path GU Immortals, I cannot sense their secret conversation. Great Treasury Immortal might have already received evidence. Jian Sheng was resolute. Since he could not fool Great Treasury Immortal anymore, he gave a villainous laugh as his body turned into a sword and escaped. Great Treasury Immortal and Mi Languang were both stunned. This Jian Sheng has already advanced to rank 7. Is this his true speed? So fast. Great Treasury Immortal was shocked and furious. He was actually duped by Jian Sheng and treated as his tool. Now, Jian Sheng had seized away more benefits than him and even left him to obstruct Mi Languang. Brother Mi, I will immediately return that electrolytic iron starflower to you. Don't worry, I dug it out along with its roots, it will be convenient for you to plant it again. Moreover, I will also compensate you with resources of equivalent value. Great Treasury Immortal took a deep breath before saying solemnly. Mi Languang mumbled before raising his brows, your condition is. Great Treasury Immortal snorted. We will ally to deal with Jian Sheng. He really hated Jian Sheng. Mi Languang was also the same. He gave a clear smile and extended his hands. It is my honor to work with you, friend from Eastern Sea. The two immediately set an agreement and chased after Jian Sheng. What made them furious was that although Jian Sheng escaped, he had actually not gone far. Clearly, he wanted Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal to have a fierce battle, then he could charge back at an appropriate timing and reap all the benefits. Right now, when he saw Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal collaborating, Jian Sheng was surprised and irked but not panicked. He even scoffed. Even when I was rank 6, my sword escape method left many rank 7 GU Immortals without options. Now that I have advanced this move to rank 7, you will probably only catch me in your next life. Saying so, Jian Sheng activated the killer move Sword Escape and swaggered off. Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal cursed loudly but could only look as Jian Sheng escaped. However, after a short while, it was Jian Sheng's turn to complain, damn it. Although my sword escape method is fast, it can't be maintained for long. And these two happen to be information path GU Immortals, they are proficient at gathering information and clues, they can track me down. Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal hated Jian Sheng and were closely chasing after him. At every dangerous moment, Jian Sheng activated Sword Escape killer move to run away. But not long later, Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal would catch up once again. One Jian Sheng shouted, is there any meaning in chasing me like this? You will be wasting all your accumulated immortal essence and you both will lose a lot when that happens. Mi Languang sneered. Among the three of us, you have only advanced to rank 7 recently, how much immortal essence reserve do you have? Even if we expend it all, we will get rid of you this time. Great Treasury Immortal nodded and added, right, I will let you know Eastern CGU Immortals are not easily hoodwinked. Two Jian Sheng cursed in anxiousness. Mi Languang, regardless of what happened, we are both Central Continent GU Immortals, you are actually siding with someone from another region now, are you a traitor? Mi Languang laughed coldly. Don't you try to intimidate me, you offended me today, your death is certain. One Jian Sheng could only use Sword Escape to fly away once again. Both sides kept on chasing and halting. Great Treasury Immortal suddenly said, oh no, he has stopped at one place. It looks like he discovered the tracking method I planted on him. He lost his connection to Jian Sheng. Soon, he and Mi Languang arrived at a mountain pass and discovered Jian Sheng's right arm. Jian Sheng was resolute. After realizing something wrong, he directly cut off his right arm. Great Treasury Immortal's face was dark as he looked at Mi Languang. It will depend on you now. Relax. Mi Lan Guang smiled. This way. The two continued to chase. After several rounds of chasing, Jian Yisheng's face was pale and had no strength to curse as he felt the pressure of death. Gradually, his immortal essence reserve was emptied. I am going to die, but I am not resigned. I broke Great Treasury Immortal's method, but what method did you, Mi Lan Guang, use to chase after me? I dared to offend you because I had some understanding of your methods and could handle them all. But right now, I cannot even discover what method you used. Can you tell me the truth before I die? Mi Lan Guang sneered. Don't even think about it. Depart to the afterlife as an ignorant ghost. But at the next moment, Jian Yisheng gave a strange screech and used sword escape killer move to escape once again. This guy is really too crafty. Great Treasury Immortal gritted his teeth. Don't worry, unless he escapes Central Continent, he won't be able to escape my detection. Mi Lan Guang said confidently. Great Treasury Immortal's gaze was filled with surprise as he said, I am in admiration of Brother Mi's method. Let alone Jian Yisheng, even I have yet to discover your method, it is truly amazing. Mi Lan Guang laughed and waved his hand. You misunderstood, this is not my method, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Heavenly Court has extremely deep secrets. But I know some information about this move in particular. Let's continue chasing, I will explain on the way. Great Treasury Immortal nodded and was fully concentrated in listening. He knew Mi Lan Guang was originally a Lightning Path GU Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor, a subsidiary force of Heavenly Court. But later, he broke some sect rules, his cultivation was crippled and he was kicked out of the sect. After that, he cultivated Information Path and advanced to become a rank 7 GU Immortal once again. It was not strange for Mi Lan Guang to know of some secrets regarding Heavenly Court with this background. Mi Lan Guang continued. This move is called Everybody's Vision, it is a human path killer move created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This move uses the foundation of people's united hearts and can let Central Continent's mortals, GU Masters, and GU Immortals share their vision. As long as someone sees Jian Yisheng's movement light or even discover a trace of his tracks, I can directly obtain the information through Everybody's Vision and catch him. Great Treasury Immortal realized. So it was like this. Everybody's Vision, this move is truly profound. Naturally, people's united hearts is even more so, it can actually let people know each other's intentions and determine enemies and allies, removing the factor of hidden traitors. Wait a moment, Great Treasury Immortal suddenly stopped and looked at Mi Lan Guang with a horrified gaze. Since Mi Lan Guang could use Everybody's Vision killer move, he was definitely under the effect of people's united hearts. He belonged to Central Continent's righteous path, he absolutely would not cooperate with someone who invaded Central Continent, then the only possibility was. Ha ha ha, Great Treasury Immortal, you fell for our trap. Jian Yisheng revealed himself, laughing heartily. Along with him, many Central Continent lone immortals also appeared. A formation suddenly activated and trapped Great Treasury Immortal. Everything had been a conspiracy. Mi Lan Guang's electrolytic iron starflower was the bait to lure out Great Treasury Immortal, the huge fish. This long battle finally reached its climax. Fang Yuan and the rest charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower while Duke Long was being held back by Di Zhangsheng. If Fang Yuan and the rest broke into Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fang Yuan destroyed Fate GU, Heavenly Court's plan would fail completely. But if Fang Yuan could not destroy Fate GU, the southern and northern immortals would be in a very bad position, they would be besieged by Heavenly Court's GU immortals from every direction. This is the final opportunity, I must, Fang Yuan was resolute. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower let out a dazzling white light. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. The time required for Fate Vanquish to be used again has been shortened to such an extent. Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Almost at the same time, the white light completely disappeared. An astonishing change occurred in the battlefield. Several immortal GU houses on Fang Yuan's side were completely destroyed along with all the GU immortals inside. Of the two rank 8 GU immortals who were right behind Fang Yuan, one was on the verge of death and the other had lost consciousness. All the other immortals were badly injured. Fate Vanquish's power is actually so terrifying. It clearly did not have this power during Southern Borders battle. Terrifying. A complete rank 9 Fate GU is too terrifying. This is Heaven Overseeing Tower's true power. It is completely unstoppable. Southern Border and Northern Plains GU immortals felt deep despair, they lost all of their morale. On the contrary, The Heavenly Court GU Immortals as well as countless viewers in Central Continent cheered in joy at this sight. Heavenly Court is powerful. Kill these invaders, make them pay with their blood. With such a method, Central Continent's victory is certain. With the killer move everybody's vision, Central Continent's people saw this scene and were rejoicing with great morale. Heavenly Court's divine might was etched deeply into everyone's hearts. Mother, why did that person not fall? All the demons except him have fallen. A young girl shook her mother's hand and asked in confusion. Even mortals could observe the battle. Unfortunately, the girl's mother was only a mortal. She shook her head. Mother also doesn't know, but don't worry, our Central Continent is protected by GU Immortals, we won't lose. Right, he is an otherworldly demon. He is not an ordinary otherworldly demon, he is a complete otherworldly demon. Fate Vanquish is simply like harmless light to him. After being dazed for a while, the Southern and Northern Immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower and were holding Fang Yuan back, not letting him get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark that lighted up the hearts of the Southern and Northern Immortals. In an instant, an inextinguishable fire burned once again. He's our only hope left. Yes, we still have Fang Yuan. Although I really hate him, but... The Southern and Northern Immortals' eyes shined with brilliance. Their morale had actually risen. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals were astonished. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just sent the command when he was bitten by Di Zhangsheng. But no matter how Di Zhangsheng ground its teeth, they only left behind several scars while producing sparks as they dug into Duke Long's body. At the same time, Wu Yong's command arrived through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Southern Alliance Immortals, hear my command. Use all your strength to help Fang Yuan breach Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate GU. Bing Sai Chuan also reacted. Help Fang Yuan, this is our final charge. If it does not succeed, we will all die. Everyone, kill these guys. Fang Yuan, who was being held back, felt the vigor behind him and his eyes instantly shined. Killing intent sword, he laughed heartily, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Good, from now on, you can all try to stop me. Either you die or I perish. Chapter 1745, Lu Wei Yin's Betrayal. At this instant, Fang Yuan along with the Southern and Northern Immortals dashed forward without hesitating. Fang Yuan was at the frontmost position, acting as the sharpest tip of the spear. He had become the only hope of the Southern and Northern Immortals, he was shouldering their expectations. How ironic, how pitiful. This battle has reached such a state where we are actually staking our hopes on our enemy. The Southern and Northern Immortals had complicated feelings. Associating with Fang Yuan, they are indeed a bunch of evil demons. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals shouted with despise as they rushed forward. What else was there to say? Everything was for benefits, everything was for survival, everything was for victory. Fang Yuan, stop right there. A Heavenly Court GU Immortal pounced on Fang Yuan. I will block him. Fang Yuan, continue to charge forward. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu called out while moving ahead. Two immortal GU houses came charging over. These two Southern and Northern immortal GU houses inclined to the side, protecting Fang Yuan in the middle like they were guarding their emperor. In the battle of rank 8 GU immortals, immortal GU houses seemed like brutes that could only attack by colliding with each other. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. This was an unprecedented experience for him. He had never expected that there would be such a peculiar scene. He had actually obtained the selfless and sacrificial help of the Southern and Northern Immortals. We will retreat, quick, quick, pull apart some distance. Heaven Overseeing Tower began to retreat. Fang Yuan and others' final charge was too overwhelming, their momentum was like a crazed tiger. At the crucial moment, even though Heavenly Court's members were mostly guarding the back, few could actually come over to help defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long lifted his hands with some difficulty and as he pushed apart Di Zhangsheng's teeth inch by inch. Although his back was facing Fang Yuan and Heaven Overseeing Tower, he was aware of the battle situation through everybody's vision killer move. Fang Yuan is their only hope. As long as we can kill him, these Southern and Northern Immortals' morale will fall to the depths, they might even surrender because of their hope being extinguished. Not only this, Fang Yuan has Spring Autumn Cicada and is also Red Lotus, final hope. At this instant, a memory surfaced in Duke Long's mind. Red Lotus was bathed in blood and on the verge of death. He used all his remaining strength to stand in front of Duke Long. Duke Long looked at him quietly and said with a slightly hoarse voice, Hong Ting, you have no hope left already. Give up, surrender, I will give you the chance to turn over a new leaf. Even at this stage, you are still not willing to give up on me, Master. He. Red Lotus Demon Venerable laughed, but unfortunately, Master, my hope has not been extinguished yet. 3 inches HMPH, what hope do you still have? What are you relying on? My hope is not here, Master. I left it to the Great Era. When the Great Era is about to descend, you will see him. He will be like me, carving his way to Heavenly Court in battle. Duke Long sighed and said with an unshakable tone, then I shall stop him, just like how I stopped you today. You are my disciple, Master will atone for the mistake you made. Regarding your hope, Master shall personally kill it. One roar. Duke Long gave a furious roar and exerted strength in his hands. He pried open Di Zhangsheng's teeth and disappeared. At the next moment, Di Zhangsheng's teeth snapped together fiercely and produced dazzling sparks. But Duke Long had already appeared behind Fang Yuan. His large hand grabbed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately felt an incomparable force pulling at him firmly. A vast aura of danger came from behind him like a tsunami and wanted to drown him completely. Duke Long. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he suddenly turned around and used a killer move to fight Duke Long. I will kill you. Duke Long's amber-like dragon eyes reflected Fang Yuan's appearance, his tone filled with killing intent. But an immortal Gu house inserted itself in between the two. Fang Yuan, go! Many southern and northern immortals shouted together. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he turned around and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long was blocked. He gave a loud shout as he activated his killer move and slashed with his claws. The incomparably tough immortal Gu house tore apart like it was paper. Duke Long continued to give chase, but he had just moved a few steps when Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu appeared before him. Duke Long grabbed and smashed at Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu charged over once again. He didn't die. Duke Long was astonished. He had clearly activated his investigative killer move to sense Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's main body. But the Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu before him gave off the same feeling as the main body. Duke Long's thoughts moved as he immediately realized, is it a killer move that can allow the main body to immediately switch position with his clones? It was exactly so. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was once a famous rank 8 lone cultivator of Northern Plains, and later he obtained He tribe's territory, creating Bai Zhu tribe and joining Northern Plains' righteous path. Longevity Heaven actively roped in all the Northern Plains Gu immortals for the big picture. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was among the first to be roped in. One of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's conditions to join them was one immortal killer move in Longevity Heaven's treasury. With this move, he could switch the positions of his clone and main body. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had specially asked for this because of his repeated failures when he invaded He Fan Grotto Heaven before. It was because of this that after Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was teleported to Eastern Sea by the killer move Karma Relocation, he was able to quickly switch positions with a clone and return to infallible Blessed Land. Annoying fly. Duke Long frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu obstructed him repeatedly, although he could not last even one move. In the time of danger, he would switch position with a clone. His performance was extremely shocking. He actually stalled Duke Long. But soon, other Heavenly Court Gu immortals targeted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu fell into danger and was busy taking care of himself. Duke Long caught up to Fang Yuan once again, but 5 Elements Grand Master was already protecting Fang Yuan from behind. Come. 5 Elements Grand Master used his strongest defensive method, 5 Elements Ring. This was an immortal formation condensed into a 5-colored ring. If nothing else, I can at least hold on for a few breaths of time. 5 Elements Grand Master gritted his teeth. But Duke Long was not even stalled for a moment. He directly broke the 5 Elements ring and chased after Fang Yuan. 5 Elements Grand Master suffered a heavy backlash from having his defensive killer move destroyed. But he quickly swallowed the blood that surged up and chased after Duke Long without any regards for his own health. Duke Long casually threw a dragon-shaped purple gold chi without even looking back. This was a Chi Path killer move. 5 Elements Grand Master looked on with wide and furious eyes as he was struck by the purple gold dragon chi. With a loud sound, he burst into countless pieces, dying on the spot. 5 Elements Grandmaster's death did not deter the southern and northern immortals. Soon, Yi Haofang attacked without any regard for himself as he tried to stop Duke Long. Duke Long was held back for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yi Haofang. I don't have much time left. Duke Long did not show it on the surface, but his heart was gradually becoming anxious. Heavenly Dragon's last stand killer move made him so powerful that he could kill rank 8 GU immortals like killing birds, but his lifespan was about to reach its end. Under the southern and northern immortals' suicidal obstruction, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower was being held back by Bing Sai Chuan using Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan's luck was good. He grabbed a rank 7 immortal GU as well as a large amount of mortal GU. But this was nothing much to Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially when Fang Yuan was clearly aware that although Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a genuine rank 9 killer move and had no effect on Fate GU. The only effective method is still Dream Path killer moves. Fang Yuan did not have offensive Dream Path killer moves and could only use pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Fang Yuan had to look for a perfect opportunity, otherwise he would only waste his resources without any gains. Fang Yuan's battle tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to constantly force back Heaven Overseeing Tower and create a chance to detonate pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the southern and northern immortals could hold on for, but this was currently his best tactic. But when Fang Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 GU immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Wei Yin, what are you doing? The southern and northern GU immortals immediately shouted out this person's name in surprise and anger. Lu Wei Yin pointed towards Fang Yuan. My disciple Yi Fan died in your hands, Fang Yuan, you shall die here. Lu Wei Yin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor, you are a southern border GU immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why do you need to do it at this time? Step aside now, join hands with us to defeat Heavenly Court, or else. The southern and northern GU immortals berated agitatedly. Lu Wei Yin, however, shook his head. Everything is too late, Heavenly Court's fate has been repaired, the situation is set in stone. Relying on this demon Fang Yuan will only increase casualties, it will not change our defeat. Everyone, you have to face reality, stop trying to go against the tide, we need to avoid even more death and suffering among the people. Chapter 1746, Bai Ning Bing's Betrayal. Lu Wei Yin might have no offensive killer moves, he was extremely powerful in other aspects. He easily blocked the southern and northern immortals' furious attacks, even Fang Yuan was unable to do anything to him. Indeed worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. Many Heavenly Court GU immortals observed with their full attention. In just a short period of time, Lu Wei Yin had actually blocked the southern and northern immortals' crazed attacks by himself. Almost none of Heavenly Court GU immortals present now could achieve this. Only now were the southern and northern immortals aware of Lu Wei Yin's power. Despite Lu Wei Yin having no offensive methods, his comprehensive strength was still above Li Huang and Chen Yi. The southern and northern immortals were full of hatred towards Lu Wei Yin. This hatred was many times stronger than their hatred towards Fang Yuan. It was because Lu Wei Yin's appearance had destroyed their last hope. Fang Yuan and the rest attacked madly, but all the attacks were blocked by him alone. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. He was currently entangled with Di Zhangsheng. Lu Wei Yin had salvaged the situation in his place. Duke Long was much happier to be receiving Lu Wei Yin's help than him taking action personally. Because this meant that Paradise Earth's faction had submitted to them. This is the heart of the people. Back then, when Fate GU appeared, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable relied on it to change the minds of many human GU immortals and awakened the spirit to resist our common enemy. The same thing is happening now. An injured Fate GU was not worthy of being revered. But a complete Fate GU was a banner just like the records in history. Its significance to humanity far surpassed its own abilities. It represented the support of the people. This was the trend of the future. Human hearts were difficult to change, but Heavenly Court had Fate GU and could make countless enemy GU immortals dispel any thought of confrontation and even make them betray their side and surrender. With this, Heavenly Court and Central Continent would save an immense amount of effort and trouble. Duke Long could not help but be thankful towards Fairy Ziwei's choice. Using everybody's vision, all these scenes were disseminated to every part of Central Continent and even throughout the other 4 regions and 2 heavens. Lu Wei Yin's stance was a sign. He was the start of the trend where large numbers of GU immortals would surrender and bow their heads to Heavenly Court in the future. The impact of a pioneer was limitless. Especially when it was Lu Wei Yin. Paradise Earth's inheritor. In the future, when many GU immortals hesitate whether to surrender or not, they would think, even Lu Weiyin, this Paradise Earth inheritor, changed sides, so what if I do the same? Thus, they would get past this mental obstacle. Lu Weiyin's action was like a formless storm and its influence would spread to all parts of Central Continent. The other region's GU immortals who were already preparing to leave, they retreated even faster now. At the same time, in the headquarters of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun looked like she was ready to move out. Fairy Lianyun, where are you going? It is extremely dangerous outside. Bu Gen Z persuaded. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I have Love Gu's protection and the enemies are currently fleeing in fear. If we want to make some contributions, isn't this the perfect time? Zhao Lianyun's wish was soon approved by several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. In the previous chaotic battle in Central Continent, all kinds of monsters and demons appeared and fought, creating chaos and disorder. For the restoration plan, Heavenly Court had mobilized a large amount of GU immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects became weak, they could only give up many of their territories and resources, wisely choosing to go on the defensive. Right now, through everybody's vision killer move, the GU immortals who were guarding various areas realized the change in the situation. Many experienced ones understood this was the time to counterattack. Kill these thieves who dared to invade my Central Continent. Beat them, beat these despicable fellows till they are scared out of their wits. Ah, this stifling anger inside me, I shall vent it all on you. With Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects at the lead, waves of counterattacks started. The remnant righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals in various parts of Central Continent made their move and quickly recovered the lost territories while also attacking the 4 regions' GU immortals who were still in Central Continent. The 4 regions' GU immortals were beaten back step by step, some even died. These battle scenes were all seen by the Central Continent GU immortals in infallible blessed land, their morale immediately rose. Fang Yuan and the rest got into an increasingly perilous situation. Duke Long was very pleased. This was the scene he wanted to see. Using the banner called Fate GU, almost all the GU immortals of Central Continent were roused and united. This unified force was terrifying. This was already proven by the rise of humanity in Heavenly Court's historical records. At this moment, Duke Long could feel it very deeply. Every generation of Heavenly Court members placed so much focus on Fate GU intentionally to establish the meaning behind this banner. This was a signal from the depths of the soul, it was an intense and irresistible call of duty. 3 Fate GU itself was only a rank 9 Immortal GU and could not even be used directly. But in Heavenly Court's hands, it was given a spirit and significance that far surpassed itself, and this influence was further magnified countless times using the history of the human race. Looking at it, wasn't it an incredible situation? Fate GU's practicality was far lower than other rank 9 Immortal GU like Wisdom GU. But when it was used by Heavenly Court, it could change people's hearts, unite the scattered forces and merge everyone's will into one. Lu Weiyin's betrayal. Lone Immortal Jian Yisheng and Mi Lan Guang, who was expelled from his sect, both took the initiative to ally and ambush Great Treasury Immortal. With Zhao Lianyun as the representative, Central Continent's GU immortals counterattacked. The other 4 regions' GU immortals retreated with an all-time low morale. It was impossible for an immortal killer move to achieve all these changes, even if it was the rank 9 killer move people's united hearts. But now, Duke Long relied on just Fate GU to achieve these. GU Master and GU Immortals nurtured, used, and refined GU. Not mentioning the other 2 aspects, just based on using GU, Heavenly Court's usage of Fate GU had already broken free of its limitations, they far surpassed the GU's limits, they reached an unprecedented and supreme level. If one considered this kind of move carefully, it was shocking. The Heavenly Court Immortals attacked from all directions, clearing their old debts. The southern and northern Immortals were trapped and surrounded, some screamed, some were bleeding, some were panicking, and some looked upon death calmly. Fang Yuan's heart was also shrouded by a dense shadow. He was unable to break Lu Weiyin's defense and Heaven Overseeing Tower had already stabilized itself. Duke Long had intentionally led Di Zhangsheng far away to fight. The enemy's chances have already been sealed off. Almost all the Heavenly Court GU immortals had this thought. Ha ha ha, in the end, it is still up to me to turn the tides around. Right at this time, a voice familiar to Fang Yuan spread throughout the battlefield. At the same time, Immortal GU House Dragon Palace appeared behind Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Ningbing, how did she get control of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan was astonished. The other GU Immortals were even more shocked. Bai Ningbing had already prepared her sneak attack for a long time. While all the Immortals were stunned, Dragon Palace shot out a dense smoke that floated towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was like Heaven Overseeing Tower had fallen into a swamp. At the crucial moment, the GU Immortals inside activated their method. Immortal Killer Move, Invincible Phantom Tower. In an instant, Heaven Overseeing Tower went into phantom form and became virtually untouchable. Going into phantom form, hee. Bai Ningbing sneered. You are underestimating me too much. Dragon Spirit. A boy stood beside her. He laughed. Master, watch me. The dense smoke covered Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned phantom but was still unable to stop the dense smoke from invading it. This is Dream Path. Offensive Killer Move. Fang Yuan's side was stunned and happy, while Heavenly Court's Immortals were stunned and furious. What is going on? Both sides were bewildered. Rewinding time back by a little bit, the battle had already reached the moment of victory and defeat. Heavenly Court's reinforcements greatly improved the situation of the 4 dragon generals. But these reinforcements were already expected and responded to by Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortals. They fought fiercely, making the battle even more heated. The 4 dragon generals were still curling up inside Dragon Palace, and Heavenly Court's reinforcements would not get past the Eastern Sea GU Immortals within a short period. But right at this moment, a figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Chen Yi had used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement to use Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation to block the attack of the Immortals. Fang Yuan had quickly found the best method to deal with this. Bai Ningbing attacked under Fang Yuan's command and was transported by Karma Relocation. Bai Ningbing looked at the place she was transported to and realized she was in a dangerous situation. This was a rank 8 level battlefield and it was so intense that it was not something she could be involved in. Bai Ningbing wanted to retreat, but be it Eastern Sea or the Heavenly Court GU Immortals, they both attacked her immediately. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals saw Bai Ningbing as an enemy. They naturally wanted to eliminate her. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea GU Immortals did not want Bai Ningbing to leave and expose the secret here, so they were going to kill the eyewitness. At once, Bai Ningbing fell into a life and death crisis. This is trouble. She was deeply aware of it. Even if she transformed into Bai Shang form, it would be of no use against killer moves of rank 8 GU Immortals. As death descended upon her, she was not afraid at all. She was only dissatisfied and felt pity as she mumbled, "Is this as far as I go?" "No, Master." At this crucial moment, she suddenly heard an innocent and clear voice. Dragon Palace shook as it directly teleported Bai Ningbing to the deepest part of Dragon Palace. This scene stunned all the rank 8 GU Immortals in the battlefield. The battle even paused for a moment. "Who are you?" Bai Ningbing discovered that a peculiar life form was standing before her inside Dragon Palace. It had the appearance of a young boy, but it had horns on its head and a tail behind its back. Its eyes shined brightly. It looked cute and adorable. It looked at Bai Ningbing and spoke. "A blessed land has a land spirit, a grotto heaven has a heavenly spirit, while Dragon Court has me, Dragon Spirit." Dragon Court? But isn't this Immortal GU House Dragon Palace? Also, why are you calling me Master? Bai Ningbing naturally knew of Dragon Palace, so she felt very puzzled. Dragon Spirit laughed. Back then, Dragonman GU Immortals created Dragon Court, but Duke Long did not allow it and changed its name to Dragon Palace. As for acknowledging you as Master, it is my only choice now. Because you are a Dragonman who had escaped fate and is opposing Heavenly Court, you are the only candidate suitable to be my master currently. Master, I have been waiting for you. Duke Long does not know about my existence. I have been hiding and making him have the false impression that he had successfully refined Dragon Court. Heavenly Court is too powerful. I implore Master to make a move to solve this present danger. In the future, we will lead the Dragonman race to follow the decree of heaven. We will defeat the human race and make Dragonmen the rulers of this world. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing frowned, feeling inconceivable. I am only a rank 7 GU Immortal. Even if I have future self, I do not have rank 8 battle strength. Let alone in the current situation, even rank 8 GU Immortals are unable to resolve this predicament. Master, you need to have confidence. Fate GU had shown the revelation long ago. Humanity will fall and Dragonmen will reign supreme. Our Dragonman race will be the next leaders of this world, and us Dragonmen are destined to expel humanity and unite the world. That scoundrel Duke Long is not worthy of being the Dragonman ancestor, he is our race's biggest traitor. 2 inches Dragon Court's power has not been displayed fully because it lacked a true master. Of course, Dragon Court is only a rank 8 immortal GU house right now. Even if it uses all its might, it will be difficult to make a breakthrough. So I request Master to subdue Di Zhang Sheng. Bai Ning Bing was surprised. Di Zhang Sheng can be subdued by me. Dragon Spirit gave a confident smile. Master, you don't need to be excessively humble. Dragonmen will reign supreme, the divine beast shall pave the path for us. Di Zhang Sheng was created by the heavenly Tao, it has innate hatred towards the human race, it is actually our Dragonman race's divine beast. Dragon Court was unable to subdue it because it was only an immortal GU house and lacked a true master. But with you, all the conditions have been fulfilled. Bai Ning Bing blinked her eyes repeatedly, coming to her senses only after a long while. She had many doubts, for example the statement that Dragonmen would reign supreme, wasn't it humanity who would reign supreme? If Fate GU decreed that, why would Heavenly Court still try everything in their power to repair Fate GU? One Bai Ning Bing suppressed all the doubts in her mind as excitement emerged in her heart. He, this is really interesting. I never thought that right before my death, there would be such a twist of events. Heavenly Court still seems to contain many secrets. Although I was a human, I transformed into a Dragonman using a special method. But leading the Dragonman race to rise and overturn humanity's rule, this matter truly makes my heart pound when I think about it. 1 inch it is interesting to resist Heavenly Court, but it is even more exciting to lead the rise of the Dragonman race. Ha, interesting. Bai Ning Bing's eyes shined brightly as she laughed heartily and said to Dragon Spirit, no matter what you are or what plans you have, I don't care. Anyway, if you had not saved me, I would have already died. Your goal is truly interesting, I accept it. What should I do? Bai Ning Bing was different from others, she was a true demon and based her decisions on what she liked. She did whatever felt more exciting to her. The so-called human identity would never bind her. Lu Wei-yin had betrayed Southern Border while she had betrayed humanity itself. Dragon Spirit was exulted. Master, with you making a move, Di Zhang Sheng's allegiance is an easy matter. Dragon Spirit was so excited that his tears fell. This is great. I had almost given up in despair, but Master, your appearance means that my wait was not in vain. The current heaven's will has been influenced by star constellation's will, which changed the revelation of Fate GU. But this doesn't matter, a large number of hibernating GU immortals have died in Heavenly Court, star constellation's will has lost her reinforcements, the will of the Heavenly Tao has started to suppress her. The fact that you appeared here proves this. 1 inch now, we will first subdue Di Zhang Sheng and fight our way back to the battlefield. Be it Heavenly Court or the Southern-Northern Allied forces, they are at conflict with each other. Although I wish that they would all die, this is an extremely rare opportunity to seize Fate GU. As long as we come into contact with Fate GU, the revelation of Dragonman's supremacy will appear and we can imitate what primordial origin Immortal Venerable did back then. With this banner in our hands, we will change the hearts of people, the Dragonman race's rise will be unstoppable. Chapter 1747, Star Constellation's Sacrifice. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower with rank 9 Fate GU was unable to stop the invasion of the Dream Path Killer move. Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal GU house with rank 8 Immortal GU Dream token. The rank 8 Dream Path Killer move that was created from this was probably the number 1 Dream Path Killer move in the present world. One as the saying went, one skill to dominate the world. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not have any Dream Path defensive methods, thus Dragon Spirit's action immediately showed effect. If this goes on, Heaven Overseeing Tower will no longer exist. This move is not just pure erosion using the Dream Realm, it is a Dream Path Killer move and Heavenly Court can't do anything to it even with pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In an instant, Yao Huang and the rest saw the hope of victory. Who could have thought that at this final juncture, it would be Bai Ning Bing who would turn the situation around? We have to hold on. Everyone, defend Dragon Palace. The Southern and Northern Immortals actively cooperated. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were pale in shock, their confident expressions were non-existent as they began to attack nervously. Something is wrong. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Duke Long and quickly realized something wrong. Duke Long, who was entangled with Di Zhang Sheng, was not panicking at all, his expression was calm and his gaze even showed a trace of nostalgia. Over 1,000,000 years ago, in the depths of Heavenly Court, Hong Ting, you still dare to come to Heavenly Court, you will not be able to escape anymore. The secret of your rebirth has already been exposed, you actually dared to go against fate and defy heaven's will to attempt to resurrect dead people, you have truly disappointed me. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus, his expression was dark and his gaze was burning with fury. Red Lotus Demon Venerable smiled. Master, since I have come here, I have already resolved myself to die, furthermore, I am not here to destroy Fate Gu, so you don't have to be so anxious, Master. Oh, then what are you trying to do? Red Lotus Demon Venerable took a deep glance at Duke Long. I want to persuade Master to help me destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long was stunned before laughing loudly, he then slowly stopped laughing and looked at Red Lotus with his unfathomable dragon pupils. Then tell me, Master will listen properly. Red Lotus smiled. Having been reborn tens of thousands of times, I found clues by chance and used more than 10 rebirths to understand them clearly. Fate Gu has already abandoned humanity, its current revelation have 4 words. 2 He had yet to finish speaking when Duke Long finished his sentence, Dragonman will reign supreme. Red Lotus was dazed before laughing. Master, you knew about it indeed. Are you protecting Fate Gu to ensure the rise of the Dragonman race? After all, the biggest group of Dragonmen in existence currently are your own bloodline descendants. Of course not. Duke Long shook his head and said in a deep voice, Hong Ting, you don't know the whole situation. Master was the first to discover the secret of Dragonman supremacy and was also the first to report it. Although I turned myself into a Dragonman and became the Dragonman ancestor, my true heart has always been on humanity's side. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I believe you. Red Lotus showed no hesitation. I believe in Master's heart. Oh Master, the extent to which you understand me is also how much I understand you. You will never betray humanity for your own self-interest. Just then, I was afraid you would deny my words and was intentionally agitating you. HMPH, little brat. Duke Long snorted, but a gratified emotion rose in his heart as he continued. Master created the Dragonman lifespan extension method so I could continue teaching you, to help you lead Heavenly Court and the whole of the human race, but I had never imagined Fate Gu would give a revelation of Dragonman supremacy. However, after the initial shock and fright, Master gradually realized that Fate Gu is a heaven path Gu worm, the way of heaven always takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits. Humanity has prospered, uniting the 5 regions and 2 heavens, we are flourishing much more than the variant human races of the past, this will naturally cause the heavenly Tao to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. This is the same situation as when primordial origin Immortal Venerable obtained Fate Gu and caused humanity to reign supreme. However, Master still continues to defend Fate Gu, do you know why? Red Lotus's eyes shined with bright light as he asked, why? Duke Long heaved a deep sigh. Actually, Fate Gu's hidden threat was already raised by primordial origin Immortal Venerable in his era. Humanity was united because of Fate Gu. Almost all the humans gained the courage to resist the variant human races after learning who heaven sided with. However, once the fate of humans being supreme vanishes, what will the humans do then? This was no doubt a huge threat, and this issue was not resolved even after primordial origin Immortal Venerable passed away. On his deathbed, he handed this heavy responsibility to his disciple. This disciple was the future star constellation Immortal Venerable. When her lifespan was near its end, she finally thought of a way to resolve this hidden crisis. That was assimilating with the Tao. Red Lotus frowned. Assimilating with the Tao. Indeed. Duke Long continued to explain. Fate Gu can only be controlled directly by the heavenly Tao. Human or variant human Gu immortals can at most observe a thing or two and obtain some revelations. Maybe in the future, with the development of new paths that contest against each other, there may be a way to use Fate Gu, but it is impossible for now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought, since she could not do anything to Fate Gu, she might as well target the source itself. Thus, she sacrificed herself, and by assimilating with the Tao, she used her own will to participate in the operations of the heavenly Tao, interfering and influencing heaven's will. Because heaven's will was influenced, Fate Gu could be grasped by Heavenly Court indefinitely. So that's what happened. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's heart shook as he came to a realization. Fate Gu's web is called all-encompassing web. Everything in the world is bound by this web, to be arranged and controlled by fate. Star constellation Immortal Venerable directly manipulated heaven's will and is thus able to influence fate Gu, making humanity reign supreme forever. 1 inch. No wonder fate Gu is so important to heavenly court. No wonder star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements could stop 3 demon venerables including myself. No wonder heavenly court has stood undefeated, becoming the sacred land of humanity and the #1 super force in the world. Duke Long nodded. Hong Ting, your intelligence has never disappointed, master. The trend of the world is that there will be unification after prolonged division and division after prolonged unification. Have you seen any super force that could last forever? Looking at ourselves, people's hearts are easy to change, they are filled with desires which can hardly be satisfied. Even stronger forces or familial fetters cannot fill the deficiencies of the human heart. Looking at external issues, if a powerful Gu immortal is offended, it will usually result in the super force facing huge problems. If this Gu immortal cultivated to rank 8, they quite likely could even completely exterminate a super force. In this world, individual strength can easily surpass a group. There will rarely be a super force that can last for a great number of years. But our heavenly court is an exception. Why is it? Because we have fate Gu. Under the arrangements of fate, we have always been the sacred land of humanity. Our internal affairs have always been harmonious. Even if there are conflicts, they will be smoothly resolved through all kinds of coincidences and fated encounters. Our enemies usually cannot grow completely. Even if there are rank 8 enemies, they would gradually decline, and there won't even be a need for heavenly court to make a move personally before the enemies die or even surrender because of all kinds of events. All these miracles were brought about through star constellation Immortal Venerable's sacrifice. Without her rank 9 wisdom path cultivation, there is simply no way to interfere and alter the operations of the heavenly Tao. However, even if it was star constellation Immortal Venerable, her will was often disadvantaged when contesting against heaven's will. Red Lotus realized, like the revelation of Dragonman's supremacy. Yes, I was also shocked back then. But when I knew of this ancient secret, I chose to wait. Sure enough, not long later, Fate Gu's revelation changed once again. Dragonman will reign supreme, vanished, it went back to, humanity will reign supreme. Duke Long smiled. Later, I went through Heavenly Court's secret records and discovered such cases had occurred many times. Dragonman will reign supreme is only the most recent one. The revelation of Dragonman reigning supreme is not reliable. Red Lotus's heart sank continuously. Since his master Duke Long already knew of this, then why did he listen to his questions? He suddenly realized, it was not him who had infiltrated Heavenly Court, but Duke Long who had been waiting for him to make inquiries and then tell him Heavenly Court's ancient secret. Red Lotus stopped thinking about it as he looked at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled. Hong Ting, Master waited for you to tell you this and make you repent. You created spring-autumn cicada and can rebirth, this is truly a demonic behavior. It looks like you have hope of changing the past, but do you really? No, Duke Long shook his head and said in a resolute tone. Because above you, there is heaven, there is the heavenly Tao, there is star constellation's will, there is Fate Gu's revelation. How can you overturn heaven? How can you change the past? So what if you have the strength of a rank 9 demon venerable? Limitless and reckless savage are the best examples. How long can a venerable live? The longest living one was Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, but it was still only 25,000 years. And Heavenly Court, it has millions of years of history and accumulations. It has the sacrifice and protection of more than one Immortal Venerable. It has Fate Gu. This is the big picture. Can you topple such a deep foundation? Especially since you have been reborn, you are only using future self to gain rank 9 battle strength. You are not yet a true rank 9 venerable. Red Lotus was silent. Even the powerful him felt constant helplessness against Heavenly Court. He could destroy Heavenly Court, but what use would that be? As long as Fate Gu existed, Heavenly Court could be easily recreated. And because star constellation's will was influencing heaven's will, Fate Gu would always decree that humanity reign supreme. Heavenly Court would also be the sacred land of humanity and would always be the #1 force. Under Fate's control, all sorts of fortuitous encounters would be arranged and countless talents would actively side with or surrender to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was not the crucial point. Star constellation's will and Fate Gu were the most important elements. Star constellation's will. First of all, Red Lotus was not a wisdom path rank 9, he had no methods to deal with star constellation's will which had assimilated with the Tao. Secondly, He did not want to deal with star constellations' will. After all, star constellations' will interfered with heaven's will and protected the status of the human race, making humanity prosper eternally. Red Lotus only wanted to revive his family and loved ones, he never wanted to betray or harm his own race. So, there was only one answer left for Red Lotus Demon Venerable, that was to destroy Fate Gu. Chapter 1748, Duke Long's Sacrifice. Destroying Fate Gu would be harmful to humanity, but the 5 regions situation would still remain the same because of star constellations' will. Without Fate Gu, neither Heavenly Court nor the Heavenly Tao would be able to use it. In a situation where both sides were equal, the humans would have a huge advantage. Why would they watch as other races got stronger? But Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon, how would he be able to destroy Fate Gu completely? Even after being reborn countless times, Red Lotus could not find a method which could destroy Fate Gu completely. Thus in this rebirth, he came to persuade Duke Long to make him come over to his side and work together. But who could have expected Heavenly Court to have this kind of secret? Red Lotus' plan failed. Experience was still the deciding factor. Red Lotus wanted to persuade Duke Long and Duke Long was also waiting for this chance to persuade his favored disciple. Hong Ting, stop now. Duke Long spoke earnestly. I said all this so that you will come back. The righteous path is not only about glory and reputation, it is often accompanied by sacrifices. For humanity, for Heavenly Court, star constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself. And you. Your parents and wife died in order to pave the road to Immortal Venerable for you. Their sacrifices were necessary and valuable. Do you still not understand it? Hong Ting, stop this now. No, I won't stop. Red Lotus's gaze was firm. Forgive me, Master, I have disappointed you again and again. But this is the path that I want to walk on. Duke Long shook his head with a bitter expression and said, I am not disappointed, I would be suspicious if you agreed instead. I know your will cannot be shaken easily, this was already within my estimation. So now, let your master use himself as an example to teach you. Just as Red Lotus was confused, Duke Long activated an arrangement he had already prepared. Immortal Killer Move, Dragonman Extermination. Red Lotus's bewildered expression was soon replaced by shock when he sensed this killer move's nature and effect. Red Lotus shouted in shock, Master, you actually killed all the dragonmen in the world. Your children and grandchildren are among them. If I recall correctly, all your children and bloodline descendants should have already turned into dragonmen. 2 inches, that's right. Duke Long's body trembled, his voice was slightly shaky. I am the ancestor of dragonmen, the first dragonman in the world. When I had created the method of dragonman transformation, I had already made this arrangement which allows me to use my identity as the ancestor to easily eliminate all other dragonmen. When the Dragonman Reign Supreme revelation appeared, I had thought of using this method. At that time, however, star constellations will manifested and instructed me to let the dragonmen live for the time being and use them in the future. I hesitated again and again. Hong Ting, you have also seen my children, grandchildren, and descendants. It was the greatest happiness for me to enjoy my old age with my grandchildren and family. Sigh, I am already old. Master, Red Lotus wanted to speak but stopped, not knowing what to say to comfort Duke Long. Duke Long's eyes reddened and were filled with tears. Red Lotus had never seen this side of Duke Long. He said while choking with tears, I understand it clearly, even without the Dragonman Reign Supreme revelation, the Dragonman race will always be a hidden threat to Heavenly Court and the human race. Because the Dragonman race is different from the other variant human races, it was created by me, the members were originally human. It is like a blood-sucking leech that has attached itself to humanity, strengthening itself while sucking on the blood of humans. The Dragonman lifespan extension method is only secondary to lifespan GU for extending life. Lifespan GU are few, but how many billions of people want to extend their lifespan? The Dragonman population will continue to increase while humans will become fewer and fewer. More terrifyingly, Dragonmen are born from humans, naturally lowering the vigilance of humans. And with my reputation and the protection of being a Venerable's master, who can suppress or disturb the Dragonmen? If this goes on, the Dragonmen will suppress humanity someday in the future. If a mishap happens again and Fate GU reveals the revelation of Dragonman reigning supreme again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Duke Long then looked deeply at Red Lotus. When you entered Heavenly Court this time and tried to persuade me, I suddenly realized that this was the timing that star constellations will predicted. The Dragonman race should not exist, but its extermination also needs to have value. This value is to persuade you, my disciple Hong Ting. Master wants to teach you the spirit of sacrifice. I will show you the spirit of the righteous path of humanity. Red Lotus. Master. Duke Long's body shook as he could not hold back his tears any longer. He had personally killed his children and descendants. His heart was filled with sorrow and pain like it had been cut by a knife, but there was not even a trace of regret. His voice suddenly rose as he shouted towards Red Lotus, Hong Ting, my disciple. Your path is a dead end, you cannot win against Heavenly Court. Because Heavenly Court's power is not just its superficial foundation or even fate GU. Its power comes from the generations of GU immortals who do not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. They protect humanity and righteousness with each generation carrying on this will and moving forward. Without these sacrifices, humanity might still be trampled and enslaved by the variant human races. We would not have such a good life like now. Hong Ting, Master taught you, Heavenly Court cultivated you. What you enjoyed were the fruits of the dedication and sacrifice of our predecessors from ancient times until now. So, come back, Hong Ting. Follow the arrangements of fate. One Red Lotus. Duke Long's memory passed by in an instant, his gaze regaining its sharpness once again. He looked at the distant dragon palace and sneered, such a pity. Dragon spirit, your existence was already deduced by Fairy Ziwei. We are only playing you at your own game. At the next moment, he activated an Immortal Killer move. He had once used this Immortal Killer move to persuade Red Lotus but it did not succeed. But now, it was more than enough to kill Bai Ningbing. In an instant, Bai Ningbing's body shook violently, her heart felt like it was clenched by someone as she fell on the ground while coughing large mouthfuls of blood. Dragon Spirit cried out in shock, what happened? It did not know the secret of the past. In truth, it had only taken birth long after the Dragonman race was exterminated by Duke Long. Under Dragon Spirit's frightened gaze, Bai Ningbing quickly died, her corpse that was gradually losing heat was lying in the large dragon palace. Fairy Ziwei walked out of the large formation that was imprisoning Spectral Soul. Heavenly Court's battlefield was not cleared up yet. Fairy Ziwei came to Spectral Soul's prison to give a quick check. I worried too much. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was savage and powerful, the current Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul with no GU worms or immortal essence. How can it do anything? Let alone escaping this imprisonment. Oh, Dragon Spirit is also exposed. Everything is going according to plan. Fairy Ziwei smiled when she observed this. She had deduced Dragon Spirit's existence as she had doubts about it. An ownerless dragon palace was actually able to capture the 4 dragon generals. It was extraordinary. After she deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, when Dragon Spirit tried to hoodwink Duke Long and create a false impression that Duke Long had refined Dragon Palace, Heavenly Court was aware of it. Duke Long consulted Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei played Dragon Spirit at its own game, laying a trap that was hidden Dragon Cave. This trap not only targeted the Eastern CGU Immortals, it also was a plot against Dragon Spirit and Di Zhangshang. Without such a strategy, how would Fairy Ziwei dare to use the killer move Everybody's Vision and broadcast the battle in infallible blessed land everywhere? Fairy Ziwei entered an immortal GU house which held Benevolence GU. She thought to herself, now, it is time to deal with Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. One infallible blessed land battlefield. Dragon Palace was sent flying away while Dragon Spirit screamed in panic. The Dream Path offensive killer move was broken. Heaven Overseeing Tower was restored back to its previous state and turned back to solid form. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals inside the tower laughed heartily. Their plan to bait the enemy was a great success. Damn it, so this was all Heavenly Court's scheme. The battle had never left their control. Fang Yuan's expression was heavy as he admitted, we have lost this battle. Bing Sai Chuan realized this as well, but he still sent GU Immortals to attack Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower retreated extremely quickly, making the southern and northern immortals feel even more despair. Time to retreat. Fang Yuan's gaze turned. He had a rank 8 killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core, which could give him the chance to leave if used properly. However, at this time, a group of Heavenly Court GU Immortals with Lu Wei Yin at the lead surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan's side was like a cornered beast that counterattacked wildly. Lu Wei Yin saw the situation and used an immortal killer move, 8-point Sanctum. This move was a defensive killer move. It not only protected the user, it could also affect others. 8 Sanctum instantly formed a sand sphere that covered the GU Immortals and blocked every Immortal killer move. It even blocked Calamity Luck Altar's killer moves. Everyone, both enemies and allies, was astonished. Lu Wei Yin's strength had far surpassed their expectations. Lu Wei Yin's display completely threw the southern and northern Immortals into the abyss of despair. On the other side, Duke Long got free from Di Zhangsheng and charged towards Dragon Palace. Di Zhangsheng wanted to chase him but was held back by Heaven Overseeing Tower and other Immortal GU houses. Duke Long, the greatest traitor of our people. Dragon Spirit screamed as it hid in the depths of Dragon Palace. Duke Long would not be able to find it within a short period of time. He poured in his immortal essence without any regard for the expenditure, forcibly refining Dragon Palace once again. He laughed. I have to thank you for resolving this troublesome Di Zhangsheng for us. Now, as long as I gain complete control of Dragon Palace, Di Zhangsheng will also submit to me. Heavenly Court will obtain the strongest immemorial desolate beast in history. Dragon Spirit shouted in anger, cursing Duke Long for being despicable and sinister while using all its effort to block Duke Long's forceful refinement as it hurriedly called for Di Zhangsheng. Di Zhangsheng roared repeatedly and attempted to break away from the obstruction. Heavenly Court's defensive line was on the verge of breaking, but at the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower displayed its might again, activating Fate Vanquish. Di Zhangsheng bore the full brunt of the killer move and was suppressed fiercely. Over half of the GU Immortals on Fang Yuan's side were instantly killed by Fate Vanquish. The rank 9 killer move's power was truly too terrifying. Only Fang Yuan alone was immune to Fate Vanquish's power. Fang Yuan, don't think you will survive. You cannot escape. These immortal killer moves were specially prepared for you. Have a taste. Close to 10 rank 8 GU Immortals surrounded Fang Yuan and a large amount of killer moves assaulted him from all directions, making it difficult for him to use GU worms at the moment. Trying to target my spring-autumn cicada. Damn it! Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he exerted all his efforts in trying to activate his killer moves. He did not hesitate to expend his Dao marks. Myriad sword ghost dragons flew out but were suppressed by Heavenly Court GU Immortals, let alone breaking past the defensive line. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Di Zhangsheng's enormous head collided into the encirclement that surrounded Fang Yuan. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was also in a hurry. It disregarded everything and endured countless killer moves to go reinforce Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha, too late. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already refined Dragon Palace for most part and was about to grasp Dragon Spirit as well. Dragon Spirit shouted. Even if I die, I won't let you have your wish. Dragon Palace self-detonated. Countless fragments shot everywhere. The majestic Dragon Palace only had a small foundational floor and several pillars left. This is the time. Taking advantage of this chaos, Fang Yuan finally got free from some obstacles and his clone activated an immortal killer move, Spring-Autumn Success. The demon wants to counterattack. I will protect you all. Lu Wei Yin shouted while activating 8 Sanctum again, protecting countless GU Immortals. Now is the time. At the exact same moment, Fairy Ziwei quickly activated an immortal killer move, Benevolent Equality. Duke Long directly tore the 8 Sanctum that was protecting him and carried the remnant Dragon Palace while charging towards Fang Yuan. He ran into Di Zhangsheng on the way, but Di Zhangsheng actually lowered its head and showed submission. Fang Yuan, you should also go and die. Duke Long appeared before Fang Yuan like he had teleported. At the moment of life and death, Fang Yuan quickly activated every killer move he could, but they were all blocked or restrained by the other Heavenly Court GU Immortals. A muffled sound echoed. He was directly hit by Duke Long. His blood, flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere as his soul dissipated completely. Fang Yuan was dead. The final hope was also gone. For Bing Saichuan and the rest were like defeated soldiers as they stood dazed on the spot. Some took the initiative to surrender, while Bing Saichuan and some others gave a loud shout and attacked Duke Long. Duke Long sneered as he grabbed and punched, killing Bing Saichuan and the rest. After a while, there were either dead or surrendered southern and northern immortals. This long war had finally ended. We won. Heavenly Court is mighty. Duke Long is mighty. Many immortals rejoiced and Central Continent was even filled with cheers and scenes of jubilation. Duke Long swept his gaze around calmly before fixing it on Lu Wei Yin. Lu Wei Yin bowed. What instructions does Lord Duke Long have? Duke Long chuckled, saying with a deep meaning, we owe you for lending benevolence GU and siding with us in this battle. Heavenly Court won't stint on your rewards. Lu Wei Yin quickly thanked him. One Duke Long secretly transmitted to Fairy Ziwei, "Did that killer move work?" Fairy Ziwei, "Yes, do we attack Lu Wei Yin now?" Duke Long secretly replied, "Leave him be. If we harm him, who will dare to side with us later? That killer move is only an insurance, whether Fang Yuan rebirths or not. As long as I am around, what harm is there in repeating this again?" Duke Long took a heavy breath and said, "Our plan has finally been achieved." Fairy Ziwei's voice was choking with emotions. "That's right, using the plan of repairing Fate GU, we lured the other 4 regions to invade and stimulated Central Continent's people to have a common hatred for the enemy and eliminated internal spies. The Great Era is coming, our Central Continent is united, our Heavenly Court's commands will be obeyed and implemented sincerely." She knew Duke Long was about to die. Duke Long laughed heartily. He did not care about his death as he encouraged Fairy Ziwei, "With you here, I can rest at ease." Wisdom Path GU Immortals would not fight on the front lines, they were more useful when making plans for the big picture. "Master." Right at this time, under Feng Juji's protection, Feng Jinhuang arrived before Duke Long and wept. She also knew this was the final moment of Duke Long's life. Duke Long stroked Feng Jinhuang's head and said, "People have to die one day, fallen leaves return to their roots, how can a new generation emerge without the departure of the old? Disciple, don't be sad." At the same time, Duke Long secretly transmitted his voice and instructed, "O Huang become an immortal venerable and led Heavenly Court towards the peak. Our Central Continent is right in between the other 4 regions and it has no geographical advantage. But we have our own superiority, we possess the sect system which is long-lasting. Previously, even with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, we could only barely stabilize and maintain the situation. Countless sects, lone and demonic immortals were dissatisfied towards my Heavenly Court occupying so many cultivation resources. But after this battle, there are no internal threats left, the people's hearts have changed, their will have merged and they want to take revenge. Heavenly Court is the place where the hearts of the people will be entrusted to. In terms of favorable condition, geographical advantage, and unity, Heavenly Court has existed for millions of years and possesses Fate GU, we already have favorable conditions. After this battle, we also have the strongest unity among the 5 regions. Go conquer them and unite humanity. Establish an unprecedented supremacy that will last for all eternity. Master can only do this much for you." After saying this, Duke Long looked longingly towards the horizon. The setting sun dyed the clouds red in the horizon. The dying sunlight shone on Duke Long's body. His dragon horns were broken but it made them look even more malevolent and domineering. His shining dragon eyes still had battle intent in them. His scales were scarred and broken, blood dyed them red, his dragon claws had taken the lives of countless rank 8s. The Heavenly Court immortals surrounded him in the air, looking at him silently. No one spoke. Di Zhangsheng lowered its head, unmoving like a giant statue. Earth shook as it produced waves of deep, rumbling noises. At this moment, the regional walls that separated the 5 regions had completely disappeared. The earth veins were connected as the 5 separate regions merged into one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, people could freely move through the 5 regions with no obstructions. At the same time, the differences in heaven and earth chi also disappeared gradually. Duke Long smiled, saying with anticipation for the future, "Ah, the great era has arrived." This was his final sentence. He closed his eyes slowly. Heavenly Dragon's last stand, his time was up. Like this setting sun, the legend of a generation had passed away. But his invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the eyes of the countless people of Central Continent. His sacrifices and contributions were like a spiritual fire that burned in the hearts of countless people. Duke Long, Duke Long. Chapter 1749, Clone's Rebirth. Surrounded by pitch-black space, there was a boundless river. It was flowing fast without stopping, its start and end could not be seen. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time. Water of the river of time was pale white and colorless, but countless ripples were colliding and creating beautiful colors at all times. Every ripple was a story, an event that occurred in the past. Innumerable droplets of water splashed and collided. The whole river of time was like a river of fireworks that shined with dazzling and brilliant lights. A small GU worm appeared which was covered in an emerald green light. It dove into the water of the river of time. This GU worm's head and stomach were brown and yellow. There were tree bark rings-like marks on its surface which seemed to be a testament to its long life and dignity. The wings on its back were huge, they were translucent and resembled two overlapping tree leaves. The small Gu worm was inconspicuous in the large river of time, it was smaller than an ant. After the Gu worm dove into the water, it displayed great determination as it went against the flow, moving upstream. There was a commotion, Gu immortals were discussing with each other. This commotion was caused by 3 rib bones along with a video of a battle. 1 inch unimaginable, this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. So much for Central Continent's Heavenly Court being regarded as the #1 human force. They have been trying to capture Fang Yuan all along, and even sent a rank 8 Gu immortal, but look at this, Fang Yuan actually beat her up so miserably. Inside Heavenly Court, Chen Yi's expression looked unsightly and Fairy Ziwei's body trembled from anger. Fang Yuan, this scoundrel is simply too sly, Fairy Ziwei said with gritted teeth. This was because the video in Treasure Yellow Heaven only contained the part where Fang Yuan successfully counterattacked and pummeled Jing Lan. Chen Yi asked with a frown, Lady Ziwei, do we report this to Thunder Ghost True Monarch? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan was the most recently awakened expert of Heavenly Court. One Jing Lan chased after Fang Yuan, but a moment of carelessness led to her being counterattacked by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and directional confusion fog to delay her while he entered the depths of the regional wall. When Jing Lan chased after him again, Fang Yuan was already far away from her. Fairy Ziwei could not deduce Fang Yuan's exact location, so Jing Lan had lost her way in the regional wall. Ziwei, where is that demon Fang Yuan? Jing Lan transmitted her voice, she was burning with rage so her tone was very blunt. What should have been an easy prey actually caused her to land in such an extremely miserable situation with serious injuries. How could the proud Jing Lan accept this fact? After a while, she heaved a long sigh, her anger had dissipated. The calm mood Jing Lan had just regained was immediately overthrown by waves of anger. What? This guy actually dared to sell my rib bones. Outrageous, simply outrageous. One Fang Yuan retreated while paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. He sneered inwardly. Although he lost the battle against Jing Lan, being able to achieve such a battle result against a rank 8 with his rank 7 cultivation was truly a glorious loss. 3 rib bones in that video were actually Fang Yuan's glorious flaunting of his battle strength. Victory or defeat is secondary in a battle, the more important thing are the gains and losses. Although I lost this battle, the things I gained are what I need. Fang Yuan had tried to regain his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle but was obstructed by Lu Weiyin. Feng Zhuzhe had invaded Langya Blessed Land and discovered Wisdom Jiyu, he even took away Jiyu Fang Zheng and Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan detonated Danghun Mountain, causing Thunder Ghost True Monarch to awaken. At the same time, Chen Yi's Karma Divine Tree could display its ability, which Fairy Ziwei used to deduce his location. Thunder Ghost True Monarch thus accurately ambushed Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was able to escape due to all kinds of factors. Heavenly Court discovered and invaded Langya Blessed Land, they will absolutely attack again. Langya Blessed Land is extremely important to me, I cannot lose it. 1 inch I must gather every force that can be used to fight Heavenly Court's next invasion. The 4 Races Alliance can be used. My reputation has increased greatly after this battle, I will have even more power to express my opinion in the 4 Races Alliance and even be regarded as the hope of fighting rank 8 by these variant human Gu immortals. While escaping quickly, there were Gu immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven who inquired about the price of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rib bones. But why would Fang Yuan sell them? This was the best opportunity to damage Heavenly Court's reputation, and it was the opportunity for him to raise his own reputation. He was not going to be greedy over some profits and sell these 3 rib bones away. I must grab every opportunity to damage and weaken Heavenly Court's prestige, while also raising other Gu immortals' courage. When the crucial moment comes in the future, there will be even more Gu immortals who will dare to oppose Heavenly Court. Furthermore, would there not be Heavenly Court's members among these buyers? There must be. There is even a huge possibility of Thunder Ghost True Monarch being among them. Hehehehe. He was being optimistic in these tough times, but his mood was still heavy. Heavenly Court had discovered Langya Blessed Land, who knew? When they would attack again, this made Langya Blessed Land a dangerous place. Once Langya Blessed Land's defense failed, it would be a heavy blow to Fang Yuan. Since long ago, Fang Yuan had been deepening his cooperation with Langya sect and had received huge help at many crucial times. Langya Blessed Land could be considered an immense support to him. But it was not easy to resist Heavenly Court. With just him, Langya Blessed Land and the Four Races Alliance, was there really hope? It is not the time to give up yet. When I return to Langya Blessed Land, I will absorb the long-haired true meaning. Even if Langya Blessed Land's defense fails, I will try to extract every possible benefit from Langya sect. Just as he was thinking of this, Fang Yuan's body suddenly shook and an immensely shocked expression appeared on his face. He was a demonic overlord who wore a constant poker face and was extremely shrewd. Why would he turn so pale? Just a moment ago, Fang Yuan's clone had told him extremely valuable information. My clone was reborn. Spring-autumn cicada brought the will of my future clone and returned to my time path clone. So my attempt had failed and Heavenly Court still managed to repair Fate GU completely. Fang Yuan's expression soon calmed down and the raging waves in his heart were also quickly pacified. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and dark like the abyss. When he gave Spring-Autumn Cicada to his Time Path clone, he had expected a possibility of such a situation. So he was able to quickly accept this fact. Heavenly Court's strength made him feel like he was pressed down by an entire mountain range. But isn't this more interesting? Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a smile, but it was filled with coldness and mania. Fear. What was that? Even if he failed 10,000 times, a million times, or hundreds of billions of times, as long as there was a chance, Fang Yuan would never give up. Chapter 1750. Obtaining Steel Life Immortal GU. A large group of variant human GU immortals were waiting in front of teleportation GU formation with anticipation. Suddenly, the immortal formation began to activate and let out a dazzling light. Standing in front of the variant human GU immortals was black-haired land spirit who was immediately happy as he shouted, "He is back, he is back." Behind him were the Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman GU immortals who all had complicated expressions. Langya Blessed Land had just been invaded by Heavenly Court, and due to the Four Races Alliance agreement, these three variant human tribes had the responsibility to help the hairy men and protect Langya Blessed Land from Heavenly Court. When Langya Land Spirit requested their help, these three variant human tribes' leaders were unwilling. They were filled with bitterness and regret towards the alliance agreement. But what use was their regret? They could not go against the alliance agreement. Even if they successfully violated the alliance agreement by some way, so what? At present, humanity was the ruler of the 5 regions, an undeniable overlord. The survival space for variant human tribes was extremely small. They could only live by allying with each other. This strategy was not wrong. It was just that the 3 variant human tribes had not thought Langya sect would actually attract Heavenly Court. What kind of existence was Heavenly Court? This was the #1 human force, a colossal organization that had existed for millions of years. Compared to Heavenly Court, the Four Races Alliance was too minuscule and would not even be able to endure any setback. So when Langya Land Spirit requested for help, these 3 races had been unwilling and had been making excuses. Who could have thought that at this time, Fang Yuan would put Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rib bones for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven? This result invaded the variant human GU immortals' hearts like a hurricane. They saw hope of resisting Heavenly Court. But the more important thing was Langya Blessed Land now possessed rank 8 level battle strength. If they refused Langya Land Spirit's request, besides having to face the backlash from breaking the alliance agreement, the 3 races would also have to face Fang Yuan, a GU immortal that could fight rank 8. The balance in their hearts had quickly inclined to one side. The Snowmen were the first to change their standpoint, expressing full support for Langya sect. Following them were the Inkmen and Rockmen. It was truly correct of me to take in Fang Yuan as an external supreme elder. Langya Land Spirit was greatly pleased at achieving his objective. After he got Fang Yuan's message and knew he was returning, he had an inspiration and brought these variant human GU immortals to welcome Fang Yuan. The light dissipated and Fang Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. The variant human GU immortals looked on with all sorts of expressions as Langya Land Spirit greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed on the inside. It is the same scene as my previous life. Langya Land Spirit really has some political skills, using me to suppress the other allies. But Fang Yuan did not want to engage in small talk and waste time for no reason. Just like in the previous life, he gave a nod to Shui and left. This small action, however, greatly excited the Snowman GU immortals, while making the Rockmen and Inkmen feel envious. Because of the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Fang Yuan's status had greatly risen in everyone's hearts, but Fang Yuan's mind was sober at this moment. After the rebirth, his battle strength was once again back to the peak of rank 7, he was simply nothing when compared to Heavenly Court. In fact, even in the previous life when he had peak rank 8 battle strength, so what? Fang Yuan and Lang Ya Land Spirit had a private conversation. Lang Ya Land Spirit returned Fang Yuan's perceivable Dao Immortal GU and also told Fang Yuan that Heavenly Court had indeed planted some methods and harmful Dao marks in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Land Spirit was extremely worried, because even after trying with all his strength, he could do nothing to these Dao marks. Fang Yuan was well aware that these Dao marks were a portion of Heavenly Court's famous star cast killer move and were intentionally left by Feng Zhuzhe. In his previous life, when Heavenly Court initiated the second invasion, these Dao marks turned into a spiral tunnel that directly transported 4 rank 8 GU immortals in. In this battle, Fang Yuan obtained rank 7 fixed immortal travel but exposed his Emperor Yama killer move as well as his Suan Bu Jin identity, and even lost his ally, Lang Ya sect. In the end, Fang Yuan retreated. Heavenly Court also had to retreat while Longevity Heaven became the one who benefited the most. Fang Yuan played dumb and replied to Lang Ya Land Spirit, "First Supreme Elder, don't be too anxious, let me deduce first and plan on how to deal with this situation." Lang Ya Land Spirit heaved a sigh. Alright. He found it strange, Fang Yuan actually did not mention even a word about the long-haired true meaning. This did not match Fang Yuan's usual personality. However, Lang Ya Land Spirit also would not remind Fang Yuan. After all, although he had agreed to give it to Fang Yuan, he was still extremely unwilling to part with the long-haired true meaning. Right now, Wisdom GU was still in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan arrived before Wisdom GU and stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights, using his time path clone to deduce continuously. This rebirth was somewhat special compared to the previous ones. The rebirth period was quite long ago, having traveled years into the past. But this was reasonable, because Fang Yuan's clone already had rank 7 cultivation back then and Spring Autumn Cicada had also been advanced to rank 7, he had also used the killer move Spring Autumn Success. Fang Yuan's main body was killed while the time path clone self-detonated with much deeper foundation than before. Spring Autumn Cicada had more fuel and the rebirth would naturally go back a lot further in time. As for the first rebirth where Fang Yuan traveled back 500 years with just rank 6 cultivation, it was the work of Heaven's will, it was a special situation. Actually, there is also the killer move Spring Autumn Target in Red Lotus, True Inheritance, which can go back to a specific time. But this killer move cannot guarantee the success of rebirth, so I chose Spring Autumn Success to remove the possibility of failure. Fang Yuan took a glance at Spring Autumn Cicada. The current Spring Autumn Cicada was not ranked 7 like in the previous life, it had returned to rank 6. Moreover, because of the rebirth, its state was not optimal, it looked extremely lethargic and its body was brown like dying leaves. It required time to rest and recover. In Red Lotus, True Inheritance, there are many killer moves that can hasten the recovery of Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal GU, its effect is truly too powerful. He was no longer a mortal GU master, so there was no danger of Spring Autumn Cicada bursting his aperture. With the current progress, even without Fang Yuan speeding up Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery, it would recover completely by the time of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention years later. At that time, Fang Yuan would be able to use Spring Autumn Success once again. But Heavenly Court is so strong, even if I can rebirth again and again, it would be no use if I don't find a way to win against Heavenly Court. Thinking of his previous life, Fang Yuan felt a mountain pressing down on him. Heavenly Court's foundation was so unfathomable that it shook the world. Fang Yuan was still unable to see how many GU immortals there were in the immortal graveyard. Duke Long definitely had pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength, only Bo Qing might have the strength to contend against him. Fang Yuan himself was killed by Duke Long. Duke Long alone turned their strong invasion into an utter failure. Naturally, a venerable was an invincible existence, even Duke Long would not be able to compete against any of their killer moves. But with this, the exchange of moves between venerables across time and space along with their respective plans made the originally chaotic situation even more complicated. These venerables had arranged countless methods which influenced the whole situation again and again. Fang Yuan felt a headache recalling it. Besides Duke Long, there was also Fairy Ziwei, Cheng Yi, Li Huang, Qing Yi, Yuan Chongdu and others. These GU immortals were elites and could not be looked down upon. Even more terrifying was their sacrificial mindset towards Heavenly Court. They were willing to contribute everything without fearing death. That kind of fanaticism towards Heavenly Court and humanity made Fang Yuan feel a trace of wariness and trepidation. If I can't find a way to win against Heavenly Court, it is useless even if I have the chance to rebirth countless times. To win against Heavenly Court, I have to try my best in this life and not let go of any chance to strengthen myself. I need to plan carefully. Fang Yuan started to make plans. There was no doubt that skill and foresight were required to make use of rebirth. Although Fang Yuan had the advantage of future knowledge, he only had memories. He was no longer the same as before. He was the number 1 rank 7 in the world. His every move had wide-ranging influence. If he changed many things for minuscule profits, the influence would become even greater and cause reality to experience huge changes, sharply lowering Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage. But if he was too hesitant to make changes because of this, then he would not improve enough to become Heavenly Court's match when the time comes. This required a good balance. There was also another crucial thing: he had to prevent other GU immortals from knowing he had been reborn again. The longer he could preserve this secret, the more beneficial it would be for him. Fang Yuan spent about 16 hours to sort everything out, creating an enormous and meticulous plan. Fang Yuan called Lang Ya Land Spirit. "How many immortal GU do you have? Let me have a look at the list." I thought about it and felt that refinement path true meaning would not be useful to me. If there are suitable immortal GU, I might give up on refinement path true meaning and choose those immortal GU. Ah, Lang Ya Land Spirit cried out in shock and joy. "Okay, I will immediately give you the list." As far as Lang Ya Land Spirit was concerned, the symbolic meaning of the refinement path true meaning was too huge. It was just like what Fate GU was to Heavenly Court. Besides its own power, it had emblematic psychological value as well. Previously, Lang Ya Land Spirit had lost Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain, and according to the agreement, he had to compensate Fang Yuan with refinement path true meaning, but he had been very unwilling. Fang Yuan looked at the list and discovered Steel Life Immortal GU was actually included. In his mind, he nodded in satisfaction. He could see from this that Lang Ya Land Spirit did not hide anything. In the past, Fang Yuan had used Spectral Soul's True Inheritance to exchange for Long Hair True Inheritance from Lang Ya Land Spirit. Both sides had held back, not exchanging their trump cards. Lang Ya Sect had Long Hair Refinement Path True Meaning, Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, Omnipresent 4 Cs, Refinement Water, Steel Life Immortal GU, Heavenly Giant Suller, the Agreement with Longevity Heaven, and so on. These would not be taken out to exchange with Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had obtained Refinement Path True Meaning from Lang Ya Land Spirit, raising his Refinement Path attainment level to Quasi-Supreme Grand Master level. This choice was not wrong, as the Refinement Path attainment level had provided Fang Yuan with a huge help. But now that Fang Yuan had been reborn, his attainment level in Refinement Path was the same as in his previous life. It was still at Quasi-Supreme Grand Master. So Refinement Path True Meaning was useless to Fang Yuan. This was because the attainment level of Fang Yuan's main body was always shared with the Time Path clone. Unlike Spectral Soul's clones, Fang Yuan's main reason for creating the Time Path clone was to make the Time Path clone bathe in the light of wisdom and help him deduce things. How could this work without shared attainment levels? Now, although it was only the Time Path clone who had reborn, his attainment level was the same as before, so the attainment levels of Fang Yuan's main body naturally rose as well. Thus, Fang Yuan made a different choice in this life. I choose Steel Life Immortal GU, and also these. Give me all the Time Path Immortal GU. Lang Ya Land Spirit was dazed for a moment before quickly agreeing. Okay. Chapter 1751. I know what I am doing. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal GU closely. This Immortal GU resembled a bee. It was the size of an adult fist. Its body was covered in alternating gold and black stripes, and its whole body was covered with a layer of thin red radiance. When it moved, this red light would brighten. The most eye-catching part was the bee's stinger. It was extremely thin and sharp. Its length surpassed the body itself, reaching that of an adult's forearm. According to rumors, Steel Life Immortal GU was the first immortal GU obtained by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Its origin was extraordinary. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal GU and was immersed in thoughts. Although Thieving Heaven is a demon venerable, his nature is mild and not bloodthirsty. He is completely different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But because of this nature, he created Theft Path. Fang Yuan knew a lot about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He wholeheartedly wanted to return to his original world. His nature was mild and he did not enjoy killing. He only gathered resources and cultivated constantly, searching for a way to return home. Facing this question, Theft Path was the answer he created. The 10 Venerables were the most outstanding characters in history. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he became even more interested about these Venerables and placed even greater importance on them. It could be said that in Fang Yuan's previous life, in the unprecedented battle which started based on Fate Gu's restoration project, Venerables played a key role. Every time a Venerable made a move, it would almost change the entire battle situation. The unparalleled strength and farsighted planning of each Venerable left an extremely deep impression on Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Limitless, Star Constellation, Primordial Origin, Genesis Lotus, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth, all of them used various kinds of methods to take part in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Only Thieving Heaven, Reckless Savage, and Spectral Soul did not make a move. No, Spectral Soul was already taken captive and only his remnant soul remained. How could he have any power to make a move? I, who inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance and led Shadow Sect to battle, can be considered as his move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is incomparably bold and has the deepest killing intent. After death, he accumulated strength, reaching the terrifying achievement of having Great Grandmaster attainment in every path. Just based on his attainment levels, he can be considered as the #1 person in history, surpassing all the past Venerables. But even he has to follow the most fundamental law. Without any immortal essence or GU worms, and having only a remnant soul left, he had no tools to do anything and could only be a captive of Heavenly Court. So did Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable predict the 5 regions' chaotic war or not? Both of them should have been able to predict it. After all, both Primordial Origin and Limitless left behind their arrangements. These two are also similarly ranked 9 Venerables and were born later as well. How could they not have deduced it? They deduced this battle, so did they leave behind any arrangements to intervene? It is possible that Thieving Heaven only thought about returning home, but what about Reckless Savage? He was one of the Demon Venerables who attacked Heavenly Court. He should have left a lot of arrangements. 1 inch they were not exposed in my previous life, but can I find Reckless Savages? Arrangements in this life and use them? Fang Yuan's eyes brightened at this thought. This was an excellent method. Facing a colossal force like Heavenly Court, unless he could advance to rank 9 Venerable, he would have to borrow the strength of others. At this time, Lang Yalan's spirit interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan, you now have rank 8 Steel Life Immortal GU, this means you have 5 rank 8 Immortal GU in your hands. Hehe, it is truly unbelievable. You only have rank 7 Cultivation but actually possess 5 rank 8 Immortal GU. Such a situation has rarely happened even in the whole of history. Lang Yalan's spirit sighed with deep emotions. Fang Yuan had obtained Steel Life Immortal GU, he also had Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. He had 5 rank 8 Immortal GU indeed. This naturally did not include Wisdom GU because Wisdom GU was rank 9. Lang Yalan's spirit had been paying attention to Fang Yuan all along and was quite aware of his situation. Fang Yuan smiled nonchalantly. How could he tell Lang Yalan's spirit that he would still obtain more rank 8 Immortal GU in the future, like Spring, Summer, Big Chi, and Regret? If he said it, wouldn't it scare Lang Yalan's spirit? It is just that this Steel Life Immortal GU has a flaw. Back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left it behind, he was worried this GU would bring catastrophe to people, thus he only left behind 3 chances to use it. In my previous life, in the battle to defend Langya, the chances were used to kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch, then Steel Life Immortal GU was destroyed by Chen Yi using Karma Divine Tree. This is not the only flaw of Steel Life. Using Steel Life Immortal GU alone does not distinguish between enemies and allies. While it targets enemies, it will endanger the user as well. This is quite an awkward result. So, now that I have obtained Steel Life Immortal GU, I will have to deduce some killer moves to remove this flaw at least. If possible, it would be even better if I could lift the limit of using Steel Life Immortal GU for 3 times only. Various thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. However, he was aware that Steel Life Immortal GU's 3 usage limit was set by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be extremely difficult for him to resolve it. While thinking of these, Fang Yuan smiled at Lang Yalan's spirit. First Supreme Elder, this Steel Life Immortal GU seems like it can only be used 3 times. Do you know why that is the case? Langya Land Spirit was inwardly shaken. Fang Yuan actually saw through it. How was this possible? This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method, even he himself was unable to sense it. No clues could be seen from the outside. Even when the previous land spirit used all kinds of refinement path methods, he was unable to sense the limits placed by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan only took several glances and he understood it clearly. Langya Land Spirit blurted out with a shocked expression, "How did you discover it?" The moment he said this, Langya Land Spirit's expression changed, because this question was no doubt confirming Fang Yuan's words. He coughed and said with an awkward expression, "It was not that I intentionally hid it from you, I was planning to tell you." Although land spirits could not lie, they could think and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit, he was ambitious and had good leadership as well. The previous white-haired land spirit was more proficient in enduring silently and managed to develop Langya blessed land very well. The black and white land spirits each had their own strengths. The black-haired land spirit intended to say the truth, but his idea was saying the truth. After Fang Yuan discovered the flaw, it was not considered lying. Fang Yuan looked at black-haired land spirit and said with a faint smile, "First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning, just these immortal GU won't do. Steel Life is also in this state, you need to add some things to fill in the difference." The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, "I know this." "Speak, what else do you want?" Fang Yuan smiled. "I have a suggestion." He said his suggestion, the general idea was to deepen the collaboration with the other 3 races, by using Langya sects accumulation to exchange for the time path immortal GU that the 3 variant human races had. Langya Land Spirit was surprised. "You still want to exchange for time path immortal GU? Are you thinking of developing in time path?" He currently had yet to kill Xianxia and lacked spring, summer, autumn, and winter, these 4 time path immortal GU. He also had not gotten rank 7 edge GU from Taiku Zhang yet and could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path immortal GU came mainly from 2 sources, the most important of them came from He Fan's true inheritance, while the others were some GU worms left from graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, his time path was 2. Adding on that red lotus, true inheritances were still in the river of time, Fang Yuan would need to go into the river of time. Thus, he naturally needed powerful battle strength in the aspect of time path. Langya Land Spirit nodded. "Then I shall swallow my pride and discuss with the other 3 races. Fang Yuan, the important thing now is still Heavenly Court. We need to quickly get rid of the harmful Dao marks in the Blessed Land before secretly relocating as quickly as possible." Fang Yuan quickly comforted the anxious black-haired land spirit. "I know what I am doing, relax. I am gathering these time path immortal GU to deal with Heavenly Court as well. I have some plans to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I will modify our super immortal formation after some time as well." "That's good." The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His actions were extremely efficient. He settled the discussions not long later and gave the time path immortal GU to Fang Yuan. Counting in the time path immortal GU from Langya sect's treasury as well as those exchanged from the variant humans, there were 5, 3 ranked 6 and 2 ranked 7. Among the ranked 7, there was Time Concealment Immortal GU and Time Needle 1 Immortal GU. Among the ranked 6, the Immortal GU were yesterday, 10 days, and successive years. To Fang Yuan, the most helpful one was Time Concealment Immortal GU, as this GU could conceal the GU Immortal. He was extremely happy to have obtained it. Time Needle Immortal GU was an offensive GU which would shoot out thin needles towards the enemies once activated. The remaining 3 ranked 6 GU were just passable and would at most be used as supplementary Immortal GU. 2 day later, large amounts of rank 8 Immortal materials were thrown down and formed into a multicolored whirlpool. Wisdom GU dove into the vortex of its own accord like a cat that had smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture and stored the multicolored whirlpool inside. Back then, Langya Land Spirit had used this method to deceive Wisdom GU into moving to Langya Blessed Land from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This method was used in Fang Yuan's previous life as well. This time, although he was familiar with it, he pretended like it was the first time he saw it and praised Langya Land Spirit endlessly. To hide the secret of his current rebirth, he needed to start concealing it from these small details. The black-haired land spirit was praised by Fang Yuan, but his disappointed feelings were already revealed. Sigh, my heart feels so empty now. Black-haired land spirit heaved a deep sigh. He had been coveting wisdom GU for a long time. He had not expected it would still go to Fang Yuan in the end, and he had even spent a large amount of lifespan GU in the process of feeding it. But he could do nothing about it. Under the threat of Heavenly Court's invasion, the black-haired land spirit had to accept this no matter how unwilling he was, to prevent wisdom GU from ending up in Heavenly Court's hands. Take a look at this Immortal GU recipe. We will refine this Immortal GU next. After Fang Yuan collected wisdom GU, he gave an Immortal GU recipe to Langya land spirit. Langya land spirit looked carefully. Myriad self-immortal GU. Right, this GU can greatly increase my battle strength and it will be helpful in dealing with Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan said while walking out of this valley. Start preparing, I will go to gather the 8 main immortal materials. Oh, wait a moment, didn't you want to modify the Blessed Land's formation? Fang Yuan waved his hand without even turning around. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Langya land spirit. Chapter 1752 Killing Immortals, Plundering Lu. Autumn Blade Plain. A GU immortal walked barefooted on the grassland. Every step he walked, there would be bloody footprints left on the grassland. He was Meng Tu, Blade Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster, Rank 7 GU immortal with peak Rank 7 battle strength. He was one of the top 3 experts among Meng tribe's Rank 7 elites. In order to break through in his Blade Path attainment level, Meng Tu chose to guard Autumn Blade Plain, imitating Ren Zi's actions and almost ignoring the outside world completely. He was dead silent as he walked step by step in Autumn Blade Plain. His eyes were shut as he concentrated deeply, trying to comprehend the profundity of Blade Path. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He saw that monsters were emitting shrill shrieks as they attacked him. These monsters were horrifying in appearance. They had human shapes but had malevolent and terrifying faces. They had knife-like claws. Their eyes were filled with blood. Their intense killing intent made Meng Tu's hair stand on end. What in the world is this? Meng Tu was shocked and furious. After fighting against these monsters, he was shocked to realize that each of them had Rank 7 battle strength. Even with his peak Rank 7 battle strength, against this unceasing wave of monsters, he had no choice but to retreat. But right when he was about to retreat, the monsters attacking him self-detonated. This sudden event was out of Meng Tu's expectations. He was truly caught off guard. The monsters continued to self-detonate with great power. Meng Tu retreated while he spat out blood. These monsters are working together in a tight formation. They have great coordination. There must be a GU immortal controlling them. I wonder if they are a soul path or enslavement path GU immortal. Meng Tu was uncertain and worried. He was about to seek help from his tribe when the world suddenly changed colors. By the time Meng Tu reacted, he was already trapped inside an immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield was set up so quickly. Shock flashed across Meng Tu's eyes. Until this point, he had not even seen the enemy's face yet. Sir, who are you? Why are you being enemies with my Meng tribe? Meng Tu shouted. The mastermind Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He started to prepare Luo Po's seal while ignoring him. Fang Yuan did not have Wu Yong's concealment method. Once he started preparing Luo Po's seal, intense winds blew. The overwhelming aura permeated the entire Yama battlefield. His location was thus exposed. Meng Tu's sharp gaze looked over. He saw that Fang Yuan was an ordinary-looking GU immortal, wearing a gray robe and looking very much like a common passerby. But Fang Yuan's current aura made Meng Tu incredibly astounded. In fact, Meng Tu was dazed. He only has peak Rank 7 cultivation. How can he use a Rank 8 killer move? In truth, Luo Po's seal was only quasi-Rank 8, but it had immense aura. Because Fang Yuan did not have Rank 8 immortal essence yet, the Luo Po seal he activated now had been modified and weakened a little. Meng Tu gritted his teeth, charging at Fang Yuan. Northern Plains GU immortals were this courageous after all. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He was relaxed and calm, as if Meng Tu did not exist. A large number of human-shaped Yama children appeared and blocked Meng Tu with their lives. The number of Yama children sent Meng Tu into despair. Once Fang Yuan's Luo Po seal was ready, he attacked from afar. Due to the Yama children's obstruction, Meng Tu could not dodge anywhere. He was hit by Luo Po's seal. Instantly, his expression turned pale and ghastly. His soul dissipated completely, not a trace was left. Meng Tu's body was intact, His immortal aperture was also left behind. There were many cultivation resources and 3 immortal GU inside. In the previous life, Meng Tu self-detonated. Fang Yuan only obtained Bladewing immortal GU. His gains were much higher now. After dispelling Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan looted the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. The drinking blade wine that was buried underground was his main goal. Fang Yuan also collected it. Other than that, there was a vast number of mortal edge GU. Forget about immortal level edge GU, it was in the hands of southern border GU immortal Tai Ku Zhang. Meng Tu self-detonated in my previous life, it was out of my expectations. His blade path Dao marks were left in this Autumn Blade Plain, making the potential of this place extraordinary. But in this life, Meng Tu was killed by me before he even thought of self-detonating. Now that I plundered everything here, this Autumn Blade Plain is as good as history. Fang Yuan took nearly everything. He swept through the area with a cold gaze before he turned around and left. He did not return to Langya Blessed Land, because he still had immortal materials to collect. There were 4 main immortal materials for refining myriad self-immortal GU. They were Drinking Blade Wine, Edge GU, Front-Back Divine Obstruction Needle, and Floating Life Fire. He had the first 2 now, only the latter 2 were left. Fang Yuan came to Divine Needle Valley. This was an artificial valley that ranked 7 GU immortal Sleeping Lady purposely created for the Divine Hedgehog. Sleeping Lady was a ranked 7 Northern Plains lone immortal who did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial Desolate Beast Divine Hedgehog that was a Sword Path Immemorial Desolate Beast. The Divine Hedgehog had an ability to shoot out all the spines on its body, which was extremely fast and had terrifying power that could slaughter anyone it hit. If Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog cooperated well, there was a chance of killing Meng Tu. Precisely so, in the previous life, Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao from Meng tribe investigated Meng Tu's death and had actually suspected Sleeping Lady. Fang Yuan came to Divine Needle Valley but did not enter. He used the same trick as earlier, sending the Yama children to attack. Soon, Sleeping Lady's shocked screams could be heard in the valley. Such guts! You dare to attack my Divine Needle Valley! The Yama children exploded one by one as Sleeping Lady fled, cutting a sorry figure. Want to join up with the Divine Hedgehog? Fang Yuan sneered. He used the remaining force of the Yama children's self-detonation to rapidly form Yama battlefield, trapping Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady had almost the same reaction as Meng Tu. What immortal battlefield is this? It is so fast. Fang Yuan slowly showed up. Of course it is. But compared to Rumor Cage, this is still too slow. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a wary expression. Sir, who might you be? Do we have any grudges between us? Please let me off, we can negotiate if you need anything. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I want your life. Sleeping Lady's expression turned pale. The Yama children attacked together. Sleeping Lady held on desperately in this situation as she screamed, spare me, I will do anything you want. Wait, I will teach you the method to control the Divine Hedgehog, how about that? I will use this in exchange for my life. Fang Yuan looked at her plainly. Stop acting, how can someone who was able to survive between Murong tribe and Meng tribe be such a coward? Seeing that Fang Yuan exposed her, Sleeping Lady roared as she displayed her true battle strength. Her strength was not low, it was quite different from the outside world's evaluation. She managed to fight a way out of the Yama children's encirclement. She could not break out of the Yama battlefield, she was still a fish caught in the net. Fang Yuan started to prepare Luo Po seal. Sleeping Lady rushed towards him and attempted to stop Fang Yuan from using his move. But her strength was much lower than Meng Tu. If he could not stop Fang Yuan, how could she? Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly. I am just a lone immortal who does not offend anyone. I usually stay home and rarely go out. I just wanted to develop my small business here. To think that trouble would come to me even when I am home. You devil, one day, you will face your retribution. All your evil acts will be repaid to you 100-fold. You will end up like me. She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was icy cold. It seems that you do not know your sin yet. Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes. What sin do I have? She was extremely angry. Not only was Fang Yuan trying to kill her, he was also slandering her. Sleeping Lady smiled coldly. You are a demonic path GU immortal, but you are trying to slander your enemies like a righteous path hypocrite. HMPH, simply ridiculous. You do not even deserve a bit of respect from me. You want to know your sin. Your weakness is a sin. Saying this, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Po's seal. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move as her defenses broke like thin paper. She died on the spot. Fang Yuan kept her corpse in Immortal aperture. The only downside was that Sleeping Lady had self-detonated all of her Immortal GU. Fang Yuan dispelled Yama battlefield. He disguised himself as Sleeping Lady as he stored all of the front-back Divine Obstruction needles from the Divine Hedgehog. The Divine Hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed it and sent it into his Immortal aperture. As for this Divine Needle Valley, Fang Yuan did not let it off. He used Pulling Mountain Immortal GU to directly take it away, stuffing it into his Immortal aperture. Nothing was left behind. Chapter 1753 Retrieving Red Lotus, True Inheritance Again. In an ordinary grassland, there was nobody around. Suddenly, a mystical light appeared in the sky. 4 GU Immortals emerged. They were Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady White Rabbit. After rebirth, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, along with Sixth Hair who was inside Langya sect as a spy, had not been sacrificed yet. They were all alive. Alright, you can go back and cultivate. Fang Yuan opened the entrance of the Sovereign Immortal aperture as the 3 GU Immortals went in. All of these remaining Shadow Sect GU Immortals were inside Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal aperture, cultivating. Fang Yuan needed them to assemble the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. This was the method that allowed Fang Yuan to move rapidly across large distances. Omnidirectional travel was very important to Fang Yuan now. It made up for his weakness in movement. After Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, this move replaced it and helped Fang Yuan get out of many dangerous situations. But fixed immortal travel is still the more convenient to use. Fang Yuan sighed internally. After leaving Divine Needle Valley, he moved through more than half of northern plains before arriving here. The aura of omnidirectional travel could not be concealed. It drew attention. Fang Yuan purposely made some detours here and there. He had to go around several super forces stealthily. If he had fixed immortal travel, it would not be so troublesome. Fang Yuan added in his head, of course, fixed immortal travel has to be ranked 7 for me to use it well. By now, Feng Zhuzhe should already have ranked 7 fixed immortal travel. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had stolen rank 7 Immortal GU fixed immortal travel from Feng Zhuzhe using Great Thief Ghost Hand in the Battle of Langya. This GU worm was very useful to Fang Yuan. Even after becoming rank 8, rank 7 fixed immortal travel could become the core of a space path immortal killer move. The killer move's power was sufficient to help Fang Yuan travel around the world with ease. Fixed immortal travel was really convenient. It was a top-tier space path immortal GU. Its user could basically go anywhere they desired. Omnidirectional travel was useful but inferior to fixed immortal travel, be it the 5 regional walls or the heavenly Wine Chi wall, or even the number of people needed to use it. In my previous life, I was lucky and stole fixed immortal travel using Great Thief Ghost Hand. But this method is unreliable. It requires luck. How can I ensure that I obtain fixed immortal travel this time around? Fang Yuan was reborn using Spring Autumn Cicada. He brought back precious information, attainment levels and killer moves, but his luck had also fallen drastically. These last days, he had been using luck path methods to sustain his own luck. But in terms of luck path, the truth was that even though he explored Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 Truyong building, his luck path gains were far less than the world thought. As Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose, these luck path methods were starting to fall behind. But thankfully, in the previous battles, be it Meng Tu or Sleeping Lady, their battle strength is inferior to mine. Even with lower luck, it was not a problem. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the 2 battles earlier. The entire situation was within his control. This feeling of controlling everything that happens was truly wonderful. In the previous life, he lacked a powerful attacking method like Luo Po Seal. He could only rely on Great Thief Ghost Hand to win through a surprise attack, or to use Myriad Dragon and Yama Children for a battle of attrition. It was quite troublesome. This resulted in Meng Tu self-detonating, and Fang Yuan being forced to escape during the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. In the previous life, Fang Yuan took many risks and spent a vast amount of effort and time to deduce Luo Po Seal. He only succeeded during the 5 regional mountain range battle. He used it to capture rank 8 GU Immortal Jun Shenguang alive, shocking even Wu Yong. This time around, he could use Luo Po Seal from the start. The effect was clear and evident. After killing Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, Fang Yuan had 3 of the main immortal materials for Myriad Self-Immortal GU. he only needed the floating life fire now. According to his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not need to find the floating life fire personally. After some time, Central Continent GU Immortal Zhongji would sell it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. By then, Fang Yuan could just buy a bit from him. Fang Yuan came to this ordinary-looking plane for other purposes. He landed and after hesitating for a bit, he activated an immortal killer move. Burning Soul Bursting Luck. My soul foundation is not high now, I need to be careful with using Burning Soul Bursting Luck. But this time, I am entering the river of time, to play safe, I need to use it. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, many GU immortals made deductions on him, they had been doing it all the way until Fang Yuan used rebirth again. Although none of the deductions succeeded because of Emperor Yama, it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation in order to block deductions. Right now, Fang Yuan still had a batch of Guts GU, but his soul cultivation had been stopped. Dang Hun Mountain had just self-detonated in Fairy Ziwei's hands. Fang Yuan needed a lot of time before he could restore Dang Hun Mountain to its peak condition again from that tiny fragment. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan's luck rose, but it still could not be compared to his previous life at the same time period. Spring-Autumn Cicada's downside was immense. The higher his cultivation level, the lower his luck became. It was truly a wonder how Red Lotus Demon Venerable dealt with it in his time. Fang Yuan continued to activate GU worms as he moved around the plains in a circle. He stomped lightly as he activated the natural formation here. Next, he went inside the immortal formation, vanishing on the spot. Similar to Southern Border, there was also a natural tributary of the River of Time here. After Shadow Sect found it, they used formation path methods and the natural Dao marks here to create an immortal level formation, concealing this place and preventing anyone from finding it. Fang Yuan looked at the tributary of the River of Time as Time Path Mortal GU flew out of the river, floating above the river. Fang Yuan calmed his mind, carefully using a Time Path Immortal Killer move. This move was created by him days ago, he had not named it yet, its main purpose was to conceal one's own existence and protect against deductions. After using this move, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Flowing in the tributary of the River of Time, he quickly entered the main river. Far away, an immortal GU house floated on top of the River of Time, river water flowed beneath it as ripples and waves crashed continuously. This immortal GU house was designed as a pavilion that was not covered on all four sides, it was very simplistic in appearance. The cover was made of yellow grass, the pillars were gray-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen in the pavilion consisting of multiple panels, it was the most elegant decoration in there. There were 4 GU immortals in this pavilion, 3 male and 1 female. They were the 4 Zunzi from Central Continent's Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level, they were quadruplets with a close relationship with each other. Fang Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul found to get rid of Heavenly Court's Lord Huangshi. It caused Heavenly Court to experience a lack of Time Path experts. Even though the 4 Zunzi were not Heavenly Court members, they had great strength and were loyal. Fairy Ziwei promoted them personally. Right now, they were guarding the River of Time inside present and past pavilion. Once Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, they would notice it immediately. Oh, at this time, Shang Zunzi gasped lightly. What is it? From among the 4, the youngest and the only sister Shuan Guozi asked. The eldest brother, Shang Zunzi, pointed at the folding screen in present and past pavilion. He said with hesitation, I think I saw a ripple earlier on one of the panels. You did. Zhang Zunzi and Sha Zunzi looked at each other. Then let's check it. Shuan Guozi had a vibrant and cheerful nature, but because this was an important mission, she did not fool around. The 4 Zunzi activated present and past pavilion, they inspected for tens of times but could not find anything amiss. Everything was normal. I guess I saw wrongly, haha. Shang Zunzi was a little embarrassed. Brother, don't be too nervous. That Fang Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7, we 4 Zunzi can defeat him even without present and past pavilion. Zhang Zunzi consoled. Even though Lord Huangshi died, Heavenly Court had investigated fully, they knew about his usage of Red Lotus, True Inheritance and also Fang Yuan's current Time Path battle strength. Shuan Guozi giggled. Don't worry, even if all of you die, as long as I survive, you will be revived. You're cursing your brothers now. Oh you are really naughty. Brothers, spare me. Present and past pavilion was filled with laughter. These four who were toying around and having fun would never expect that Fang Yuan was already inside the river of time. In his previous life, present and past pavilion found him even though he had an incomplete immortal GU house. But now, it was different. Firstly, Fang Yuan was only facing present and past pavilion, because now was too early. Heavenly Court had not assembled the other 3-time path immortal GU houses yet. Secondly, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of present and past pavilion. He had destroyed it twice in his previous life. Those 4 Zunzi had died at his hands. Fang Yuan managed to capture 3 of their souls and soul search them. He learned a lot about the mysteries of present and past pavilion. Finally, Fang Yuan exchanged for a few-time path immortal GU after rebirth. One of them was ranked 7-time path immortal GU time concealment. It allowed a GU immortal to conceal their traces. Using an immortal killer move with it as the core, he could evade present and past pavilion's detection, and his time path killer move was even amplified inside the river of time. Because of these, rank 7 present and past pavilion could not detect Fang Yuan's movement. Fang Yuan swam in the river of time, moving rapidly. He faced some obstruction and difficulties of course. Like the sudden springs which could even kill rank 8 GU immortals, or the ripples of time that could reduce lifespan, any GU immortal would fear them. There were also year beasts. The river of time had the highest number of desolate and ancient desolate level year beasts. As he swam, Fang Yuan met at least 3 immemorial year beasts. Thankfully, he had already used burning soul bursting luck before. His luck was quite good and most of these dangerous situations were resolved without much problem. Against these year beasts, Fang Yuan chose to avoid them. He tried not to cause a commotion. One reason was present and past pavilion. If he fought, there was a high chance of getting exposed. The other was that Fang Yuan did not own a year essence pool now. Without it, he could not accumulate his forces. Catching year beasts was currently a burden for him. Eventually, spring autumn cicada started to vibrate. After a while, Fang Yuan found the Stone Lotus Island. Chapter 1754 Fang Yuan's future self. Fang Yuan ascended the Stone Lotus Island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time this life, he had come here in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan watched the scenes of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. They were just repeated scenes, but Fang Yuan still felt slightly moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was truly a very unique venerable. He had rank 9 cultivation level but used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He abandoned his rank 9 venerable position. But if he did not, he would not be able to return to the past and change history to make up for his regrets. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future. He used these killer moves. The Stone Lotus Island that contained Red Lotus, True Inheritance had concealment abilities. Heavenly Court could not find it easily. They had not made much progress all along. In the previous life, when they were about to obtain it, Fang Yuan ruined their chances and Feng Zhuzhe had no choice but to use Assimilation Wind Song. He destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. From Heavenly Court's perspective, it was quite sad. Fang Yuan stepped onto this Stone Lotus Island. It had been here for over 1,000,000 years. But for some reason, when Fang Yuan arrived this time, looking at the river water outside the island, he had a realization. The origin of the river of time should be the time when the world was created. The end of the river of time is naturally the time when the world is destroyed. The vertical movement and length of the river of time is this entire world's experiences. The horizontal movement and width of the river of time is represented by everything in this world: the birds, flowers, fish, insects, people, beasts, plants, and others. Evidently, the more bountiful the world is and the more things that exist, the wider the river of time would be. The more desolate and barren this world is, the fewer things that exist, the narrower this river will be. Fang Yuan had Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grand Master attainment level. His inspiration flashed now and he gained lots of realization and comprehension towards rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is just bringing a will from the downstream to the upstream through Spring Autumn Cicada, before it fuses with me from a certain point in time. Because of the theory of time in this world, the world is unique and absolute, there are no parallel dimensions. When I rebirth, the downstream remains as it is. After I died, Heavenly Court dominated the world and the 4 regions were helpless against it. But after rebirth, I am like a drop of ink in this clear river water. As I continue to change events and people, some things will exist while others vanish. This ink will spread to a larger amount of water. this entire river will be dyed in a different color. When the ink gets to the point where Heavenly Court repairs Fate GU and holds the refinement path convention, many things will change, the future will no longer be the same. Fang Yuan was a transmigrator from Earth, there was an idea called the butterfly effect. But now, Fang Yuan understood that in this GU world, the ink effect was more useful to explain the influences of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change things because Fate GU is not complete, and most importantly, because I am an otherworldly demon not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable goes back to the past, it is hard for him to change many things, the outcomes of many things will still return to their original root. Or rather, otherworldly demons are a huge blob of ink, while native GU immortals are just ripples in the water. Even though they can cause some disturbances in the short run, under the restraint of Fate GU, everything will return to its original state, there would be no changes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's admiration towards Red Lotus Demon Venerable grew. This special existence had forcefully created the current situation despite not being an otherworldly demon. The price that he had paid for this and the sacrifices he had made were simply unimaginable. There were many time path immortal materials left on the Stone Lotus Island, among which were mostly rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus, true meaning, it could allow a GU immortal's time path attainment to rise to quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level. There were also all sorts of immortal killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core, Spring Autumn Success was one of them. There was also the method that Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially left behind, it was called Future Self, it could allow a GU immortal to enter his peak rank 7 condition in the future. The only thing lacking was Regret GU. This rank 8 immortal GU was still inside the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, it was taken by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements to obtain Regret GU first before being transported to the Stone Lotus Island. Now, because he knew about the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time, he came here in advance and took the Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was much earlier than last time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time, he was attacked by Heavenly Court's 4-time path immortal GU houses and was also ambushed by Li Huang. He lost the incomplete immortal GU house that he had created after much work. After exposing all his trump cards, he escaped. The second time, Fang Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain Regret GU and directly teleported to the Stone Lotus Island to inherit the Red Lotus True Inheritance. The third time, he found a new Stone Lotus Island that Heavenly Court was about to get. By working with Bing Sai Chuan and the rest to deal with Heavenly Court, he fought for the Red Lotus True Inheritance. Eventually, Feng Zhuzhe used Assimilation Wind Song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island, neither side could gain anything from it. All in all, Fang Yuan's experiences in the River of Time could be said to be full of ups and downs, he had experienced success and failure. This time, using the memories that he had, Fang Yuan first tasted success. Regret GU isn't here but that is fine, the crucial thing now is Heavenly Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land. There is still some time until I upgrade and mass refine all of my immortal GU. I should make use of Future Self first. Fang Yuan let out Ying Wuxia and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with Future Self just like in the previous life. Different from last time, Fang Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. It raised the usefulness of Future Self by a large extent. He himself could use Future Self too. In the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level, Future Self was useless for him, but now, he only had rank 7 cultivation, Future Self was still effective on him. Maybe this is the supposed timing for my arrival on the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here with rank 7 cultivation level, that's why he left behind Future Self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus had made a wrong deduction, but now it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had considered the situation after my rebirth. That means, this Red Lotus True Inheritance was not left to my previous life's self, but was meant for the current me. Bright light flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes continuously for a while. He made Ying Wuxia and the rest stay behind while he left the Stone Lotus Island. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself, continuing to swim. He remembered the third scene of entering the river. Towards the other Stone Lotus Island, he had his plans. His goal was to explore 2 Stone Lotus Islands in this trip. After spending a long time and facing some obstacles, Fang Yuan looked for all the spots that the Stone Lotus Island could appear. But regrettably, he did not find it. Stone Lotus Islands can move on their own. It seems that this Stone Lotus Island is not fixed in position, it is different from the previous one. Fang Yuan was not dejected even though he could not succeed this time. It was part of his expectations. Present and past pavilion. The four Zunzi encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast attacked present and past pavilion, it flickered with profound light and remained unmoving. Soon, with the cooperation of the four Zunzi, this ancient year beast died. Xuan Guozi cheered. Great, we obtained a huge amount of time path immortal materials. That's right, Zhang Zunzi sighed deeply. The river of time is truly the sacred land of cultivation for us time path GU immortals. It is just like how Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley are sacred lands to soul path GU immortals. Sha Zunzi added. That's right, Heavenly Court sent us to guard present and past pavilion. Even though we are supposed to defend against the demon Fang Yuan, this is also an extremely good chance for us to cultivate. If we can get more time path immortal materials, our cultivation will be smoother. Shang Zunzi smiled. Not just that, within present and past pavilion, we can observe the upstream and downstream, we can see many scenes of the past and future. Looking at the influences of countless beings and their effects across time, it would greatly benefit our comprehension of time path, we can raise our time path attainment levels more easily. Xuan Guozi gritted her teeth lightly. It is a pity Fate GU was damaged and is incomplete. Long ago, before Fate GU got damaged, by observing the upstream and downstream of the river of time, time path great experts could observe the past and peer into the future, they were able to predict many future events accurately. Sha Zunzi nodded continuously. That's right, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did that in the past. Even though she was not a time path GU immortal, her wisdom path methods were extraordinary. She could mimic the power of time path and use the tributary of the river of time to deduce many future events. She predicted that the 7 Louis Gui siblings would create the first immortal GU house in history, Turtle House, and thus created Star Constellation chessboard. The four Zunzi reminisced about the glorious history of time path before they calmed down, resting and processing the ancient year beast corpse, before continuing their observation of the river of time. They did not know that Fang Yuan had secretly entered the river of time and obtained a red lotus true inheritance before leaving. Fang Yuan went back on the same route, leaving the river of time and arriving in the tributary, before getting back to northern plains. He left the formation and activated Immortal GU fixed immortal travel, going towards southern border. Why did Fang Yuan have fixed immortal travel at this point in time? Immortal GU were unique, fixed immortal travel was still with Feng Zhuzhe currently. The reason? Fang Yuan was currently using Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical, it created a human-shaped phantom image in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The phantom image sat in the air, it was like a lump of water from the river of time, shining in multicolored lights. The phantom image's face was exactly the same as Fang Yuan. The phantom image had a sovereign immortal aperture too. This immortal aperture was Fang Yuan's future immortal aperture. There were many phantom GU worms inside, for example, fixed immortal travel. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan has not caused too much of an influence yet, the downstream of the river of time was not dyed by the ink yet. Thus, the downstream was still maintaining the events of Fang Yuan's previous life. Future Self was able to allow a GU immortal to enter their strongest rank 7 condition. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's strongest moment as a rank 7 was right before the 5 regional mountain range battle. At that time, Fang Yuan had already captured Sha Cha and the other southern border pursuers, he had also extorted all of the southern border super forces. To resist strong enemies and plot against Heavenly Court, so that he could obtain Red Lotus, true inheritances in the river of time, Fang Yuan annexed Sha Cha's time path immortal aperture and became a rank 8, he faked his tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range to set a trap for them. At the start, during the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan stole Feng Zhuji's fixed immortal travel. After that, he attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and secretly worked with Kai Kuyu. After that, Fang Yuan set the Year's Flow execution formation to capture the southern border pursuers and extort the super clans. After that was the 5 regional mountain range battle. And after that, Fang Yuan entered the river of time. He did not find the Stone Lotus Island, instead, Heavenly Court hunted him and he barely escaped. Thus, Fang Yuan's future self was fixed at the moment before he ascended to rank 8 through annexing Sha Cha's immortal aperture. At this time, he already owned fixed immortal travel. Using future self, Fang Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Fang Yuan knew this. It was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because the 5 regional true inheritance would cause a huge commotion, the 5 regional mountain range had to be destroyed before Dao Ju's will would awaken and acknowledge him. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had grown, standing up to rank 8s was quite difficult. If he attracted any rank 8s or immortal GU houses when activating the 5 regional true inheritance, it would be awkward. To play safe, Fang Yuan was going to leave the 5 regional true inheritance for later. He came to southern border now. It was not for the 5 regional true inheritance, he came to an ordinary valley instead. Chapter 1755 Wild Immortal GU. Fang Yuan arrived in a valley. He found a cave and set up a mortal GU house before he entered quiet cultivation. Ying Wuxia and the rest were still on the Stone Lotus Island, practicing future self. Due to rebirth, Fang Yuan skipped that step. Future self's greatest help towards Fang Yuan was not in cultivation level or battle strength, but the use of fixed immortal travel. With future self, Fang Yuan could use it to travel between the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, he could not enter places like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal GU were unique. Right now, the real fixed immortal travel was in Feng Juji's hands, but if GU immortals could create killer moves that could mimic the effects of other GU, they could use it in place of those unattainable immortal GU. This was the profundity of using GU. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, making deductions continuously. One of the tasks was to modify Yama battlefield and add in time path immortal GUs so that it could display the advantage of a time path battlefield. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had too little time. He had to raise his cultivation level while dealing with Heavenly Court and obtaining Red Lotus, true inheritance. Heavenly Court exerted great pressure on him. Fang Yuan had to manage his own immortal aperture while resisting them. In this situation, Fang Yuan created Yama battlefield, Luopo seal, myriad ghost sword dragon and other killer moves. It was all that he could do. GU immortals usually took 3 to 4 years to create an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had the light of wisdom along with proficient wisdom path methods and high attainment levels in many paths. This allowed him to create this miracle in his previous life in terms of killer moves. And now, he brought these gains with him. Fang Yuan was able to make use of his killer move gains in the previous life now and even further elevate them. This was a huge advantage. Yama battlefield is a battlefield encompassing soul path and enslavement path. Enslavement path specializes in attrition battles. There are countless Yama children that do not fear death. They can even self-detonate before dying, draining the enemy's resources and battle strength. The advantage of soul path is to gain strength from killing. In a normal soul path battlefield, killing one enemy would increase the power of the battlefield itself. Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield had these 2 traits. But the latter was weaker. The conversion speed of the Yama children was not fast. Fang Yuan often had to fight powerful enemies that made this advantage very unlikely to be useful. If I add time path immortal GU in, Yama battlefield would possess the trait of a time path battlefield. A time path battlefield specialized in changing the speed of time. The most classic example was to extend the time inside the battlefield. 1 day outside would be a month inside. This would give the user more time to kill the enemy inside the battlefield. For example, if an enemy was trapped inside a time path battlefield and the allies sensed something wrong, they would come and help. The allies take 15 minutes to arrive, but inside the formation, 3 days would have passed. The battlefield user would have killed the enemy and left by the time they arrived. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan trapped Feng Juzhe with Yama battlefield and even stole his fixed immortal travel, he did not manage to kill him. The reason was that Feng Juzhe had Fate Armor Immortal GU to stall for time. Fairy Ziwei obtained enough time to deduce and break Yama battlefield. If Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield had the power of time path, he could extend the battlefield's time to 3 days and nights. Even though Fairy Ziwei could still break it in the end, she would only receive Feng Juji's corpse. Fang Yuan modified Yama battlefield. He was quite expectant towards the results. Especially when he had quasi-supreme time path attainment level, it was not hard to add in time path immortal GU. He cultivated many paths. It became increasingly useful as he got stronger. The killer move Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was the best example. Against compound killer moves that fused many paths together, GU immortals who cultivated just a single path could not deduce or defend against them easily. Fang Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Eventually, he found his opportunity. Daytime, the earth shook, a crack appeared. The valley collapsed, dust clouds rose, Fang Yuan had to fly into the sky. The cracks on the ground became larger, the valley was completely devoured, a huge earth trench formed right before Fang Yuan's eyes. The 5 regional walls were slowly shrinking, the earth veins of the 5 regions were gradually fusing. When the earth veins shook, many earth trench formed. Southern border had the densest earth path Dao marks. The formation of earth trenches was also extremely intense. Fang Yuan waited patiently, he only descended after the earth trench stabilized. He started to search. A newly formed earth trench produced a large amount of GU materials. Lifeforms emerged from the ground as well. Of course, most were corpses. As Fang Yuan explored, he found more valuable things. Not long after, he saw the first desolate beast corpse. A desolate beast corpse was a bunch of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was simply free loot. Fang Yuan took the desolate beast corpse effortlessly. What made him happy was that this desolate beast corpse still had a soul in it. This desolate beast soul could be turned into a Yama child. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains were increasing, but they were just easily collected things. When he met with mildly injured ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan avoided them. Why have I not found it yet? Are the rumors false? If Luo clan purposely sent out false news, this trip would be a flop. After another 15 minutes, Fang Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was in the territory of southern borders Luo clan. As time passes, Luo clan's GU immortals would likely arrive. And they might bring their immortal GU house along. After all, each earth trench formed would represent huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful with it. Even though Fang Yuan was not afraid, he did not want trouble, he only wanted to achieve his goals and leave. By noon, Fang Yuan had not found his target, but his gains accumulated into a pile. It is really not here. Did I miss something, or is my luck so bad it affected this trip? Right when Fang Yuan was suspecting himself, his eyes started to shine in a divine light. I found something. He carefully approached and found an ancient desolate beast diamond head turtle. This turtle was as large as a boat, it was entirely bright yellow but had a flat shell on top. The most eye-catching thing was its head. It had a huge head that resembled a drill, its sharp mouth pointed outwards with a natural spiral. Half of its head was translucent, resembling a low-grade diamond. The diamond head turtle lived in the deep sea, it could swim very fast in water. It could also move in the earth, but when it did that, its head would rotate and drill as it loosened the soil ahead of it. But because of its huge shell, it moved much slower in the soil than in water. Fang Yuan floated above this diamond head turtle as he used several investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan's investigative methods were not outstanding, but against the diamond head turtle, it was sufficient. Soon, joy was shown all over Fang Yuan's face. He found a wild immortal GU on the diamond head turtle. That's it. This wild immortal GU was Fang Yuan's goal for this trip. Fang Yuan immediately acted, using Yama battlefield. Once Fang Yuan moved, his aura leaked as he got exposed. The diamond head turtle was just a wild beast without sufficient wisdom, but it had keen instincts. It growled at Fang Yuan before trying to retreat. But Fang Yuan had already arranged several Yama children to encircle it. The Yama children and the diamond head turtle fought in a big battle, but because he was afraid of damaging that wild immortal GU, Fang Yuan was quite restrained. Not long after, 2 Yama children were pierced by the diamond head turtle and one had its head bitten off. Even though the Yama children died, they did not self-detonate. Even though they suffered huge losses, the goal of pestering the diamond head turtle had been achieved. With the help of the Yama children, Fang Yuan activated Yama battlefield and trapped the diamond head turtle. At this point, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he relaxed his mind a little. Yama battlefield was successfully activated. It was hard to detect in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's GU immortals came here, there was a low chance that they would find this battlefield. And the diamond head turtle was basically helpless now that it was trapped in Yama battlefield. Most ranked 7 GU immortals would be unable to escape if they ended up inside, not to mention this mere ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan was neither anxious nor proud, he played safe. To preserve immortal essence, he did not even use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His current luck was not optimal, he might only steal a large number of mortal GU using this move. Eventually, with the help of the Yama children, Fang Yuan weakened this diamond head turtle to its limit and captured it alive. Its wild rank 7 immortal GU was also obtained by Fang Yuan. Very good. With this, I will be able to counter fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was very happy. As he stored the diamond head turtle and wild immortal GU in his immortal aperture, he dispelled Yama battlefield. Going back to the Earth Trench, Luo clan's GU immortals had already arrived. They were furiously scolding now. They had clearly discovered that Fang Yuan had arrived before them. Looking at the traces, Luo clan's GU immortals were feeling pained. A lot of the immortal materials were already taken away. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fang Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal GU house before concealing his traces and leaving quietly. After leaving for a certain distance, Fang Yuan used future self to go back to Lang Ya blessed land from southern border. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance shocked Lang Ya land spirit immensely. He moved towards Fang Yuan as he said with surprise and joy, "Fang Yuan, you snatched fixed immortal travel from them. If they did not have fixed immortal travel, it would be very hard for Heavenly Court to invade Lang Ya blessed land." But Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is just a killer move. Are you all ready to refine myriad self?" Lang Ya land spirit was very disappointed in Fang Yuan's answer, but he still replied, "We are almost ready. The hairy men are practicing day and night. The other GU materials are ready, but your 8 main materials are needed. Have you collected them all already?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "I only have 3, but there is no rush, we still have time." Lang Ya land spirit was anxious. "Elder Fang Yuan, that's not the right attitude. Heavenly Court might invade any moment now. We already have the weaker hand. If we act so carelessly, we will be in huge trouble." "Understood, understood. First Supreme Elder, don't worry, I know what I am doing." Chapter 1756 You Still Dawn, get it? Fang Yuan kept track of the time. He still had a lot of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, even going to the River of Time to obtain a Red Lotus. True inheritance, as well as taking that wild immortal GU from southern border. After doing all these, he still had a few days until Zhongji sold the floating life fire like in his previous life. This is mainly because I spent a few months to deduce killer moves like Yama Child and Emperor Yama in the previous life. But now, I took action straight away. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fang Yuan did not stay idle. Using future self, he continued to go all over the 5 regions from Lang Ya blessed land. He entered southern border the most. Fang Yuan purposely went to places where earth trenches formed. In his previous life, the commotion in the 5 regions as earth veins fused created many earth trenches all over the world. It was growing more intense as time passed. In the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls had vanished, the earth veins were unified, earth trenches stopped forming as a result. For the following few days, Fang Yuan's gains were extremely high. Immortal materials piled into a mountain. He even obtained 3 wild ranked 6 immortal GU. Fang Yuan's luck was worse than in the previous life, but it was not hard to make huge gains. He had clear information. Earth trenches were formed by heaven's will. No GU immortal could predict them. Each earth trench was over 10 or 100,000 li long, being extremely deep and difficult to explore. Even super forces would face huge difficulties exploring the earth trenches and extracting the most valuable resources in a short period of time. But Fang Yuan knew which places contained the best resources. He went straight for them. This was all thanks to the information that he collected during his previous life. The formation of earth trenches had no pattern. Most GU immortals did not see value in this information. But Fang Yuan, who could use spring-autumn cicada, was different. In the previous life, I could not explore the earth trenches. With just my strength alone, I cannot compete with super forces. And most importantly, Heavenly Court gave me immense pressure. I had to resist them while finding ways to obtain Red Lotus, true inheritances. I had no time or energy to care about earth trenches. And now it seems, these earth trenches are truly valuable. It can move anyone's greed. And this is just the situation now. For the next few years, earth trenches and earth veins will create even bigger commotions. More and more resources will surface. The burst of resources would raise the strength of GU immortals, and the rise in battle strength would spur on the ambitions of GU immortals further. In my previous life, the 4 regions GU immortals attacked Heavenly Court. these earth trench resources played a crucial role. In the 500 years of my previous life, the reason for the 5 regions' chaotic war was mainly the earth trench resources and the rise in attainment level through dream realms. In his free time, Fang Yuan would analyze the situation and look at his circumstances, continuing to improve on his post-rebirth plans. This rebirth was very different from the previous times. The most important thing was that his strength and influence now was great, it far exceeded any of his previous rebirths. With his strength and influence, the ink effect of his rebirth became much more significant. Fang Yuan acted to execute his own plans while preparing himself for any possible problems. And as expected, a problem really occurred. And it was a major one. A few days later, Fang Yuan observed Treasure Yellow Heaven and did not find any traces of Zhangji. In the previous life, he was already selling floating life fire at this time. Fang Yuan quickly investigated, but luckily, Zhangji's information was not hard to get. Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhangji lost to Immortal Crane Sect's Old Lord Kenyang in a competition, thus when they went on an exploration and found the floating life fire by chance, it went into Old Lord Kenyang's hands. Immortal Crane Sect and Black Heaven Temple were part of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. In terms of strength, Immortal Crane Sect was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of Gu Immortal battle strength, Old Lord Kenyang was stronger than Zhangji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhangji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was very ordinary. Old Lord Kenyang was very famous though. His signature killer move life-chasing fire was a headache to most Gu Immortals. Years ago, he even went to Northern Plains as part of Feng Juji's group, to investigate the collapse of 88 Truyong building. News that Zhangji lost to Old Lord Kenyang quickly spread. Fang Yuan did not need to guess to know that this was Immortal Crane Sect's action. Immortal Crane Sect was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, they had to treasure every opportunity to raise their reputation. This victory was a great chance for publicity. Old Lord Kenyang's victory was not surprising. What interested him was, why did Old Lord Kenyang appear? In the previous life, Old Lord Kenyang did not show up. Zhangji had obtained the floating life fire without any hassle. This is not good. Different from Zhangji, Old Lord Kenyang is a fire path Gu Immortal, floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Old Lord Kenyang can contribute it to Immortal Crane Sect. He is different from Zhangji, he has higher strength and status. If he gives it to the sect, they would reward him. Old Lord Kenyang's gains would not be low. He had to make other plans now to obtain this floating life fire from other sources. But at this time, Old Lord Kenyang started to sell the floating life fire publicly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked before he understood Old Lord Kenyang's intentions. Or rather, Immortal Crane Sect's intentions. Immortal Crane Sect saw this as an important opportunity. They wanted to spread the news and raise their reputation. Old Lord Kenyang selling the floating life fire had the same intention as Fang Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Fang Yuan became one of the floating life fire's buyers. Floating life fire was a rare immortal material, its sale price was high but not absurd. In the previous life, Zhangji did not know its value, Fang Yuan got it cheaply. But this time, it was Old Lord Kenyang who cultivated Fire Path. He knew about the value of the floating life fire, he naturally sold it at a different price. It seems that I have to pay a higher price to obtain this floating life fire. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following competition was out of his expectations again. Buyers who were after the floating life fire seemed very interested, they competed and raised the sale price of the floating life fire to an absurd degree. The floating life fire's price was high, but the competing Gu Immortals did not become disinterested. They created a huge ruckus as their verbal conflict soon escalated to a matter of pride and face. Fang Yuan realized that this was Immortal Crane Sect's show. They purposely got people to raise the prices to an absurd amount. The buyers and sellers were all part of their sect. They were paying some fees in Treasure Yellow Heaven to gain a lot of publicity. It was simple, the higher the price of the floating life fire, the more commotion and discussion it would generate. When they talk about the floating life fire, can they ignore Old Lord Kenyang? That would involve Immortal Crane Sect as well. More and more Gu Immortals would realize that Immortal Crane Sect was still a part of the 10 great ancient sects. They had deep foundations. Even though they seemed weak now, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. The floating life fire was too important to him. Even if the prices were high, he had to buy it. After all, The other plans were not reliable, time was crucial now. If he wasted too much time, Fang Yuan's entire post-rebirth plan would be ruined. After getting the floating life fire, Fang Yuan passed the other main materials to Xianxia Land Spirit. Xianxia Land Spirit looked at them and checked that there were no problems with the immortal materials before he used the refinement path killer moves with Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals, trying to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After days of preparations, Xianxia Land Spirit saw that the time was right. He brought Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. What a good refinement path formation! Fang Yuan praised in admiration. Xianxia Land Spirit smiled. The delight on his face was unconcealed, his eyes shined with great confidence. Both the formation and Immortal Gu recipe are top-notch. Elder Fang Yuan, this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe you provided is very incredible. After looking at it for a long time, I finally understood half of its profundity. With my estimation, using this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe, there is a 40% chance of success. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. That's right, this is why I wanted to refine this Gu to raise my battle strength and deal with Heavenly Court. Alright, enough talk, let's enter the Gu refinement formation. At this point, Xianxia Land Spirit frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack refinement path experience, are you really going to refine the Gu personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This Gu refinement is extremely important, especially to me. I need to participate, even if the refinement fails, I will not be upset. Don't worry, First Supreme Elder, I am merely helping out, I will not interrupt you. I know my own limits after all. Alright, since you insist, we will do that. Xianxia Land Spirit sighed, entering the formation as the main person in charge. Followed by third hair, fourth hair, sixth hair, seventh hair, and the other Gu Immortals, before Fang Yuan as the last one. Fang Yuan stood at the final formation core towards the end. The formation started to activate. Light shined everywhere, all sorts of refinement path methods were activated, the process was smooth and easy. Floating life fire and edge Gu were first refined, followed by battlefield blood sand, heart blood, and other main materials. During this time, Fang Yuan took action several times, but they were all trivial matters. It was just as he had assured Xianxia Land Spirit. Several days later, Xianxia Land Spirit and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals revealed expressions of joy. The Immortal Gu was starting to form. They were just a few steps away from success. Suddenly, the light exploded as dust clouds rose, a stench filled the air as the Gu refinement encountered an issue. Why did this happen? Xianxia Land Spirit and the rest were very shocked. They quickly tried to salvage the situation, it was very chaotic. Right when they were about to fail and Xianxia Land Spirit became helpless, Fang Yuan suggested building a temporary Gu formation to assist the refinement path formation and get rid of all the impurities here. There was no choice, Xianxia Land Spirit had to give it a try. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was created, Fang Yuan said, "Please enter the formation, First Supreme Elder." Xianxia Land Spirit had no doubts. In this situation, he was the only one who could do it. But once he entered the formation, he was immediately suppressed. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Xianxia Land Spirit was furious and shocked. Xianxia Land Spirit, at this point in time, you still don't get it. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Chapter 1757 Repaying Kindness with Enmity. Fang Yuan, you actually dare, you are too ignorant and fearless. You dare to plot against me inside Xianxia Blessed Land. I will make sure you understand what severe mistake you are actually making. Xianxia Land Spirit screamed with a furious expression. He looked like a volcano about to explode. He was about to erupt with lava and melt Fang Yuan entirely. But at the next moment, Xianxia Land Spirit's movements froze, the anger on his face turned into deep shock instantly. Why can't I move? My connection with Xianxia Blessed Land is also almost entirely severed. At once, Xianxia Land Spirit became dumbfounded. Fang Yuan smiled, everything was going according to plan. Ever since Fang Yuan saw Xianxia Land Spirit for the first time, he already had the thought of taking down Xianxia Blessed Land. After many years, this thought finally grew from just a seed to a beautiful blooming flower. Fang Yuan looked at Xianxia Land Spirit plainly but with deep confidence. It is pointless, you do not know the difference between us after all. Xianxia Land Spirit struggled intensely, but he was like an ant, suppressed and unable to move, not to mention regaining control of Xianxia Blessed Land. He tried hard but found that the situation was not improving. Instead, his restrictions were becoming more severe. This is impossible. He looked at Fang Yuan with a look of disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. It seems that you have already started to notice the difference between us. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level far exceeded Lang Yalan's spirit. The former had used long-haired true meaning to reach quasi-supreme Grandmaster refinement path attainment level. The latter was just long-hair ancestors' land spirit formed from obsession. Even though it had extraordinary refinement path attainment, it was very far from reaching quasi-supreme. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level also far exceeded Lang Yalan's spirit. Lang Yalan's spirit had merely ordinary attainment in formation path, while Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. And most importantly, Fang Yuan was very skilled in the setting of formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seas food path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement formation. Fang Yuan had designed most of these GU formations. He had modified them and set them up personally step by step. Indeed worthy of you, Fang Yuan. You are truly a publicly recognized demonic path overlord. Lang Yalan's spirit clenched his fists, his eyes were spewing fire and his face was distorted. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. He gritted his teeth as he said, "This was all part of your scheme. Myriad self-immortal Gu's recipe was flawed from the start, but I could not notice. The problem was bound to happen during the GU refinement process. Using that chance, you created the formation and tricked me into entering. This formation within a formation takes reference to blood light spirit suppression. This also means that out of the 8 main materials of Myriad self-immortal GU recipe, the 4 blood path materials are used to target me. Only the first 4 materials are used to refine Myriad self-immortal GU. Lang Yalan's spirit said with certainty as his emotions became calmer. Fang Yuan looked at him without speaking. He had a calm expression too. Lang Yalan's spirit started to frown. He could see a faint smile from Fang Yuan's eyes. He seemed to have noticed his intentions. Panic flashed across Lang Yalan's spirit's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He thought, I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. Long hair refinement path formation is the peak creation of my main body. How can Fang Yuan grasp it so easily in this short period? He said a formation to harm me, but this blood path formation is just a formation within a formation. Soon, if the refinement path formation activates, this blood path formation will be destroyed. By then, I will be able to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Lang Ya blessed land will be in my control. I can spread news of Fang Yuan trying to harm me. The variant human alliance will stand by my side. By then, I will make sure Fang Yuan regrets this. Iya. Lang Yalan's spirit suddenly patted his head. He had an ashen expression and deep regret. He wanted to kill himself. Damn it. Why did I shout out my inner thoughts? Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry, if even you could think about this flaw, why couldn't I predict it? What? You knew about it already? Lang Yalan's spirit was first shocked before pretending to be calm. He laughed loudly. So what if you realized? Can you understand this refinement path formation? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. My understanding of this formation is deeper than yours. But of course, I am still far from comprehending it fully. Lang Yalan's spirit laughed loudly again. That's right. Just you wait, Fang Yuan. When I get out, I will show you the consequences of betraying my Lang Ya sect. But Lang Yalan's spirit waited and nothing happened. A while later, the blood path formation was still stable as before. Lang Yalan's spirit continued to wait, but the long hair refinement path formation showed no commotion. Furthermore, his entire body was already dyed in a blood-red light. This is impossible. What did you do? Suddenly, Lang Yalan's spirit screamed at Fang Yuan. He had fallen into complete panic. He had interacted with this long hair refinement path formation far longer than Lang Yalan's spirit expected. That happened in his previous life. Fang Yuan had deep attainment in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path. He was able to understand the profundity and essence of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by long hair ancestor with all his effort back in the day. With Fang Yuan's current foundation, it would be very hard to create a refinement path formation that was on par with it. He would need a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. But looking at this long hair refinement path formation was a completely different case. Fang Yuan was not the creator, he was merely appreciating this work of art. It was easier for an artist to critique this piece of work now than to create it himself. Of course, he was just an observer, he could not understand the profundity of this formation in its entirety. But that was not a problem. Sixth Hair as the spy had already controlled a certain important area of the formation. With Sixth Hair's help, Fang Yuan ensured that the long hair refinement path formation could not interfere with his blood path formation. Lang Ya Land Spirit struggled for a while longer before he realized, due to Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he could no longer turn this situation around. There was no choice, this black-haired land spirit that was completely corroded by the blood light had to let the other white-haired land spirit appear to try and change the situation. But regrettably, Fang Yuan knew all about Lang Ya Land Spirit, how could he miss that potential problem? The moment white-haired land spirit appeared, he was suppressed by the blood path formation, a large amount of blood light went into him. You shameless demon! The white-haired land spirit was suppressed and unable to move, he could only speak. He scolded Fang Yuan intensely. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you unscrupulous and devious scumbag. You were able to get to this stage today, my Lang Ya blessed land provided you the biggest help. Before you became immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to destroy 88 Truyong building. When you first became an immortal and was completely broke, I made transactions with you and allowed you to earn immortal essence stones through deducing recipes, that was your starting point. When you wanted to refine GU, I helped you countless times. Which hairy man GU immortal in the blessed land has not helped you at least once? When your tribulations were too risky, we lent you immortal essence stones and immortal GU to pass those difficulties. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture as well as killer moves like triple layered sword wave. When you moved star form blessed land, we lent you GU worms and the necessary methods. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we took a risk and helped you to minimize your losses. I was the one who fed your wisdom GU, I used up so many lifespan GU in my blessed land. When your Dang Hun mountain was taken away, I compensated you according to the agreement, even if we had to give up the refinement path true meaning. White-haired land spirit got more and more angry, he felt extremely grieved, his eyes turned red as he spoke. Different from the black-haired land spirit's rash and strong attitude, the white-haired land spirit was calm and enduring, he was only interested in GU refinement and wanted to avoid problems. The black-haired land spirit was an extremist while the white-haired land spirit was a pacifist. Oh Fang Yuan, your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. Our Lang Ya blessed land treated you so well, yet you are repaying kindness with enmity, you schemed against me. When you were unable to live outside and all 5 regions GU immortals went after you, Lang Ya blessed land was the place that sheltered you. You are a human but black hair and I accepted you, we made you a supreme elder and gave you important roles, we treated you as one of us. But this is how you treat us in return. Look at your own conscience, do you feel any bit of guilt at all? Do you feel that you have done us injustice? The white-haired land spirit screamed and cried, he was extremely upset. Fang Yuan was expressionless. No. After a while, he shouted, you are acting like this to your benefactor, your friends, your family, does your conscience feel no pain? Do you not feel bad? Fang Yuan dug his ears. Not really, I am quite excited actually. Lang Ya land spirit was beyond furious, he wanted to tear Fang Yuan into pieces. Fang Yuan, you demon. You are just too shameless. You are a beast, a bastard. You are a devious scoundrel, you are shameless, as expected of a human. Go ahead and laugh, you will not laugh for very long. People like you will die a terrible death, I was truly blind to have trusted you. Heaven will not let you off. If I was given another chance, I will kill you at first sight, I will incinerate your corpse and mince you into a million pieces. Oh, Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head calmly, too bad you can't do it. Lang Ya land spirit was speechless, he wanted to rip that smile off Fang Yuan's face, but he could not move. He could only curse to vent his anger. But against someone like Fang Yuan with no shame or morals, his anger was truly pointless and weak. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.